Learn how to build a complete full-stack movie streaming app with AI-powered movie recommendations. You'll use Go with the Gin-Gonic framework on the backend, React on the front end, and MongoDB for data storage. For the AI features, you'll connect your Go backend to OpenAI using LangChainGo. Along the way, you'll set up authentication with secure token handling, making sure access tokens are stored in HTTP-only cookies to protect against cross-site scripting attacks. You'll also learn best practices for securing client-server communication over HTTPS. Once the app is built locally, you'll deploy it to the cloud with MongoDB Atlas, Render for the Go API, and Vercel for the React client. By the end, you'll gain experience not just in Go, MongoDB, and React, but also in cybersecurity, AI integration, and cloud deployment. Gavin Lawn developed this course, and MongoDB provided a grant to make this course possible.
Hi everyone and welcome. I'm Gavin Lawn. I'm super excited to bring you this course where we'll build a full-stack web application step by step using cutting-edge technologies. We are developing this application for a fictional company named MagicStream that provides
Why'd you do it? I didn't.
a movie streaming service as well as an AI-powered personalized movie recommendation service that leverages a technology called LangChainGo for interfacing from our Go or Golang code with OpenAI. We are going to use React on the front end to leverage high-performance front-end user interaction functionality so as to provide our users with a superb UX, user experience. We'll create the server-side code for a web API component using Go, also known as Golang. Go, or Golang, is a statically typed compiled programming language created by Google. It was designed with simplicity, efficiency, and scalability in mind, making it well suited for modern systems programming, cloud-native applications, and large-scale distributed systems. I have to say, after working with Go lately, it has become one of my favorite programming languages. You'll see, it's just great to work with. It's a great, modern, simple, yet powerful language to learn, and it also pays really well. For our data storage facility, we'll use the awesome MongoDB, a NoSQL, document-oriented database designed to store, query, and manage large volumes of data in a flexible and scalable way. MongoDB is optimized for fast read and write operations, especially useful for real-time applications. As mentioned earlier, for creating a super responsive front-end, we'll use React in order to provide our users with an excellent UX user experience. React is a JavaScript library, not a full framework, used for building user interfaces, especially single-page applications, SPAs, where the UI needs to update efficiently in response to user actions or data changes. It was originally developed by Facebook and is now open source and widely adopted. So this course has a bit of everything. Learn a modern cutting-edge programming language like Go. Create a full-stack distributed web application. Learn important aspects of cybersecurity. Learn how to integrate AI into your applications. And then at the end of the course, when we deploy our app to the cloud, we engage in aspects of DevOps. Once we've developed our application, we'll deploy the server-side web API component written in Go to Render, a modern cloud hosting platform that provides developers with a way to easily deploy and scale web applications. We'll deploy the React client code to Vercel, a cloud platform optimized for front-end development. And we'll deploy our MongoDB database to Atlas. Atlas is MongoDB's fully managed cloud-native database service, sometimes described as database as a service. So this web application is a great example of the implementation of a loosely coupled architecture where functional entities on the web, the server-side component written in Go and the client written using React, interact via HTTP as one full-stack web application. We'll also include cybersecurity features like token authentication over HTTPS to protect our data. So, as mentioned earlier, I'm Gavin Lawn. I've been developing software professionally for decades at this point and love sharing my knowledge. I run my own YouTube channel where I teach programming and discuss technology in general. I'm proud to say that I've created several courses for FreeCodeCamp, most of them dedicated to teaching programming, but I must confess that I went to the dark side last year and taught a course on video editing using DaVinci Resolve. So please check out that course if you want to add video editing to your skill set. Okay, so enough about me. let's discuss what this course is all about. I've created a fictional company called MagicStream. We are going to develop a movie streaming service for MagicStream in the form of a full-stack web application that provides a special feature that uses AI to recommend the top 5 movies tailored to the user's specific tastes. This recommendation service is based on the user's movie genre preferences and the sentiment derived from movie reviews created by the administrators of our system. So, the workflow here is an administrator logs onto the system and creates a movie review in natural language for a movie offered for streaming through MagicStream. When the administrator submits the movie review, a custom prompt that we'll create is submitted along with the movie review to OpenAI via a technology called LangChainGo. The relevant LLM, large language model, returns a response in one word describing the sentiment behind the movie review. Our prompt includes instructions to only return one word describing the sentiment behind the movie review. For example, the sentiment could be excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible. This sentiment described in one word is then saved to our database along with a unique numeric value associated with each sentiment. You can see how it is easy for our system to include a value for each of these sentiments. So for example, excellent can have a value of 1, good, 2, okay, 3, and so on. The last one, terrible, has an associated value of 5. We can then query our MongoDB database for movies and order them by their values that denote the sentiment for each of the movies stored in our database. It is important to note that these sentiments are extensible. We are going to architect the application so that we can extend the number of possible sentiments associated with movie reviews. We could later include a wide spectrum of sentiments and associated values. For example, you could include the word unwatchable below terrible, where terrible has an associated value of 5 and unwatchable has an associated value of 6. So these values can be used as a ranking order for the relevant recommended movies. This course has pretty much got everything. I mean, we are also going to include cybersecurity features like token-based authentication over HTTPS. I'll firstly show you how the access token is generated once the user authenticates with the system, i.e. by logging on with the user's credentials. Then, for subsequent HTTP requests, the token is passed through the header of the relevant HTTP messages so that the user can be authenticated before accessing protected endpoints. But it doesn't stop there. By passing the token through the header, our application is still vulnerable to XSS attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, where malicious JavaScript code can potentially be injected into the client side and read the access token. An access token is like a key that can be used to unlock protected resources. So we must protect the key. How can we do that? I'll show you how you can avoid storing the tokens on the client side and passing it through the header by instead storing the access token as HTTP-only cookies, which means the tokens cannot be read through JavaScript code and therefore mitigates the risk of the access token being stolen. I'll show you how to do that in detail in this course. So these are very important cybersecurity related practices to learn. To leverage Go for our web API component, we are going to use a web framework called Gin-Gonic. Gin-Gonic, sometimes referred to as Gin, is a high-performance HTTP web framework for Golang. Gin-Gonic is lightweight and fast, minimalistic but powerful. Gin-Gonic. I know it sounds a bit like gin and tonic. We're not going to be vibe coding in this course. Oh, sorry, Whiskers. I feel it's important to learn to code, at least at the beginning, without the use of AI assistance. So it gives you a tactile and deep sense of the development process. And building up the code step by step without AI assistance, in my view, is the best way to understand programming and associated technologies. So we are going to build this full stack web application step by step, and we are going to have a great time doing it. So as I said at the beginning, this course has a bit of everything. Learn a modern cutting edge programming language like Go, create a full stack distributed web application, learn important aspects of cybersecurity, learn how to integrate AI into your applications, and then at the end of the course, when we deploy our app to the cloud, we dabble with DevOps. Dabble with DevOps? We engage with aspects of DevOps. So, we are going to have a great time developing and deploying our full stack web application. Right, let's start from the beginning, which involves setting up our local development machines with the technologies we'll use to develop and test the application. Let's get into it. Right, so to install MongoDB, we need to navigate to this URL. So let's go through Chrome. I'm going to use Chrome as my browser, and I'm going to navigate to this URL, www.mongodb.com/try/download/community. Then press the enter key. And you can see the website has appropriately detected my platform settings. So we have the platform setting for Windows x64, which is the platform I'm using, which I'll be using to develop the application for this course. You have a choice between MSI and zip here, but we want the MSI package. And this is the appropriate platform for us, but we have a list of various other platforms. We have Mac platform, and we have various distributions of Linux available to us here. But as stated, we want the Windows x64 platform selected here. So the next thing we do is just hit the download button to download the relevant MSI file. Once it's downloaded, we'll double click on the relevant MSI file and run the relevant installation package. You can see we've got an indication as to how much longer it will take to download the full MSI package. So we just need to be a little bit patient here. 2 minutes left, it says. Not too long. Let's fast forward. And please note that this is the community edition of MongoDB server, and it's absolutely free to use on our local machines. All right, not long now. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, great. And now we should have the folder icon displayed to us. Here it is, and we can just navigate to our downloads folder using that there. So to install MongoDB on our local machines, we simply double-click this file here, which has the .msi extension. Excellent. The setup wizard will install MongoDB 8.0.11, blah, 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 blah. Click the next button. Excellent. And then let's accept the licensing agreement by selecting this checkbox here. And then let's press the next button. And we are recommended to do a complete install here. So let's hit the complete button. And on this page, I think we can just leave everything as is. So let's press the next button to continue. Now, this is a very important checkbox here. Let's keep this checked because this will install automatically a GUI interface for MongoDB. So we'll be able to use this GUI interface to manipulate our data, create databases, collections, documents within collections, etc. And it's a really great graphical user interface that we can utilize. Great, so let's press the next button here. And then the last step is to press the install button. I'm not going to press the install button because I've already installed MongoDB on my local machine, so I'm just going to cancel out of this. But please go ahead and press the install button and go through with the installation process. So the next step is we want to verify that we have indeed installed MongoDB successfully on our local machines. So to do that, we can do it through the command prompt like this. So mongo d -- version like this. Excellent. So we've got version 8.0.8, which is the target version that we installed on our Windows platform. Excellent. Then in order to be able to interact with MongoDB, with the MongoDB database on your local machines, you can run MongoDB commands like, for example, query commands from your command line using the MongoDB shell. This can be handy for test purposes. Please note that the installation of the MongoDB shell requires a separate installation to the one for installing MongoDB, i.e. the installation we have just completed and verified. So to install MongoDB shell, it's www.mongodb.com/try/download and then the word shell, /shell like this. Press the enter key. And you can see now that the actual website itself has detected my particular platform, Windows x64. So I've got Windows x64 version Plus, so I'm actually on version 11 of the Windows x64 operating system, which is correct. And then here we can download the relevant MSI file, and then we can just run that MSI file from our downloads folder by double-clicking on the relevant file and going through the relevant installation instructions. Then to verify that MongoDB shell has actually been installed, and I have actually gone through the installation process, so I've got MongoDB shell installed. You can verify this by typing MongoDB. So, sorry, it's not MongoDB, it's MongoSH -- version like this. 2.5.0. So I've got the appropriate version of MongoDB shell installed on this local machine, and we verified it with this command. Excellent. Sometimes it won't automatically configure your path environment variable, which can lead to problems. So to verify that our path environment variable has indeed been configured correctly, we can go to this utility, sysdm.cpl, press the enter key. Then we can go to this tab, the advanced tab, and press the environment variables button here. And let's look inside the system variables list here and navigate to the path environment variable, hit the edit button, and let's see if we can find the MongoDB environment variable that we want. The path environment variable, and make sure that MongoDB is appropriately set up within the path environment variables. And here it is. C program files, MongoDB server 8.0 bin. And if we copy that to our clipboards and we press Windows key R here and use Windows Explorer, we can navigate to that path, and we can see here that the relevant files have been appropriately put into that directory structure, and we are appropriately pointing to that directory from within the path environment variable. So that's excellent. Great. And then the other verification we should do is check that MongoDB is actually running in the background, and we can do that by running our services. So Windows key R, type services.msc like this, and then select the list and type mo, and there we are. We can see our MongoDB server is running in the background here, and we can use this facility to stop or start our server, but we don't want to stop our server. We want to keep MongoDB server running in the background. The next thing we want to do is launch Compass, so we can see the graphical user interface that ships with this installation of MongoDB. And then let's press on the connect button here next to main connection here. Excellent. You can see I've been playing around with a number of MongoDB databases, and this is essentially the structure we're about to create. So we're going to create a new database next to the main connection node here. Let's press the plus button, and then let's give our database a sensible name. So let's call this MagicStream Movies. Like this, and our first collection will be named Movies. So let's enter it here, collection name, and then we just press the Create Database button to create our database. Excellent. So I want to create 3 other collections within this database. So let's hit this plus icon here to create a new collection, and let's name this collection Users. This will store information regarding the users of the system. I'm going to import data for 3 users initially so that we can test our application as we develop it using that data initially. And then we'll also create a registration facility where we can add further users, but we'll get to importing the relevant seed data in just a bit. So let's create a new collection. Let's call this one Genres, like this. Let's hit the Create Collection button here. Excellent. And we've got one last collection that we need to create. So let's hit the plus button here. And this collection's name is Rankings. And we'll see the data for the Rankings collection in just a bit. But let's first import the data for Movies. Now, to import the seed data, you can firstly download the relevant data from my GitHub repository. So let's go to my GitHub repository here. And if we go to MagicStream and this folder, MagicStream seed data, you can see a number of JSON files here that I recommend you download to your local machine. And then you can import the relevant data into your collection through a utility within Compass. And I'll show you how to do that right now. So if we go back to Compass, let's import the data for our movies collection. And to do that, we hit the Add Data button here, import JSON or CSV file. Let's select that option and then double click movies.json here. And then hit the import button. And you can see I've prepared off screen data for 15 movies, and we've just imported them into our movies collection here. So you've got Jack Reacher, Blitz, Star Trek, The Undiscovered Country, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. What a classic. And we've got a few classic movies here. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, classic from the 60s. Unforgiven, awesome movie. Great. And then I was talking about the rankings. Now, we're going to create a facility that interacts with AI, with OpenAI, and it's going to extract sentiment from movie reviews written in natural language. You can see here within each document, each movie has a movie review. So for example, this movie is awful. The AI will extract the sentiment just in one word, terrible, and the ranking value makes that sentiment quantifiable. So we're taking a movie review written in natural language and we're quantifying its sentiment, and you'll see how useful that can be later on when we develop that part of the application relevant to the AI functionality. Excellent. And so let's import the data for the rankings collection, and it's the same procedure. We go import JSON like this and double click on the rankings.json file and hit the import button here, and there we have it. And you can see the AI will select from the admin review written in natural language one of these options: excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible. And in doing so, the AI is taking qualitative data written in natural language and turning it essentially into a quantifiable value, which is represented by each of these sentiments. So we've got excellent, good, okay, bad, and terrible to choose from here. Right, let's import the genres, and it's the same procedure. You click this drop down, go import JSON or CSV file, and then double click on genres.json and click the import button here. Excellent. And lastly, we have the users. Let's import the data for the users collection like this. Let's hit the import button. And we've now imported 3 users, one of which is an administrator. So Bob Jones is the only one, because he's part of the admin role, he's the only one who can actually add reviews to movies. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to demonstrate is how we can use the command prompt to interact with our MongoDB database. Before we test the MongoDB shell, I just want to clarify that this is just one way of interacting with MongoDB. In fact, in this course, we are going to use a specific MongoDB for Go driver from our Go or Golang code in order to interact with our MongoDB database. Using the MongoDB shell can be a convenient way of interacting with our MongoDB database, for example, during an appropriate testing phase of your application, or perhaps to diagnose potential database-related issues during the development phase of your applications. As stated in this course, we are going to interact mostly with our MongoDB database in code via the MongoDB for Go driver. We'll look at this in detail a little bit later. So let's fire up the command prompt like this. And then we need to go into the MongoDB mode, if you like. And we can do that with this command. Mongo sh, press the enter key. And as you can see, we are automatically in a database named test here. So it actually created this database by default when we went through the installation process. So let's run a command that creates a collection within the test database. And we can do that with this command. db.create collection. And let's name our collection customers like this and press the enter key. OK1. So that looks good. It should have created our customers collection, and we can verify that by going into Compass here. Let's go into our test database. Customers, and there it is. There's our collection. And let's first clear the screen, and let's create a document within our customers collection. And we can do that with this command, db.customers.insert1, and then we can include the relevant JSON object like this, and we're going to add a customer named Bob Jones. So let's give this field the name like this, and then let's include the field value like this within quotation marks, Bob Jones, and the email address, email is bobjones@hotmail.com. Let's press the enter key. Excellent. So we've added a document to our customers collection. The document is denoted by the customer Bob Jones, and let's verify that Bob Jones has been added to the customers collection. And there's the document for Bob Jones, and you can see it's added a unique identifier for this particular document. And for good measure, let's add another customer to our customers collection. This time, let's add a customer called Sally James. Let's give Sally a sensible email address. Hotmail, should be at hotmail.com. And let's press the enter key. Excellent. And let's verify that Sally James has been added to the customers collection. And there it is, Sally James. Brilliant. And then if we want to query for all of the documents within our customers collection, we can run this command, db.customers.find, open close brackets, press the enter key, and there we have the two documents that we've just added to the customers collection displayed to us. Brilliant. Let's clear the screen. And let's actually go into our MagicStream movies database. So to do that, we type use MagicStream movies like this. So we've switched to MagicStream movies, and then we want to return all the movies that are saved to our movies collection. So to do that, we type db.movies.find, open and close brackets, press the enter key, and there we have our 15 movies. Brilliant. Excellent. And let's say we wanted to just return one of those movies. Let's clear the screen first. We can do that with this command, movies.find1. And then each movie has a field named IMDb ID. So you probably know this, but on the internet, each movie has a unique identifier, its IMDb number. So I'm using that within our database to identify them, to uniquely identify our movies. So let's say we wanted to find the movie called Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So we can do that through its IMDb number or IMDb ID. And to do that in code, we pass in a JSON object to the find1 method like this. So this field is called IMDb_ID. So we don't need the quotations here, but the field is called IMDb_ID : and then we want to include the value for the IMDb ID field, TT71311622, and then let's press the enter key. Excellent. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The document for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is displayed to us, and our command has executed successfully. Great. Right, so to install Go on our local machines, let's navigate to this URL. So it's https semicolon//go.dev. It's an easy URL to remember. Excellent. And then let's press the Get Started button here. And then let's press the Download button here. And you can see here we have a number of installations to choose from, and it all depends on what platform you are running. I'm running a Windows platform, so Windows 10 or later. This will be compatible with Windows 10 or later. I'm on Windows 11, so I'm going to click on this link here to download the relevant MSI package. And then we've, of course, been through this before. We've got our indicator here, and it's downloading that pretty quickly, so we don't have to fast forward anything. And we've only got, say, a few seconds left to go. That's looking good. Oh, hit a bit of a hiccup. Right, let's fast forward. And here we go, a few more seconds. 6, 4, 3, 2, no. It's another, okay, 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Oh. Guess my internet's not particularly good today, but we are getting there, nearly there. Excellent, done. So now all we need to do is click on the folder icon here to go to our downloads folder. And here's our MSI package. And then to install Go, simply double click on the MSI package and follow the instructions provided to us in the wizard. Please wait while Setup Wizard prepares to guide you, blah, blah, blah. So the next button isn't yet enabled, so we can't click on that just yet. So let's just be patient here. Migrating feature states from related applications. It's doing things behind the scenes. Welcome to the Go programming language AMD64 Go 1.24.4 Setup Wizard. The Setup Wizard will install Go programming language AMD64 Go 1.24.4 on your computer. Click Next to continue or cancel to exit the Setup Wizard. Let's press Next and install Go. So what's happening there is it's detected that I've already got Go on my machine. So I'm actually going to exit, but please go through the instructions, go through the installation process to install Go. Right, so I'm just going to go no exit here and then finish. And just going to minimize this. Right, and then just to verify that I've got Go installed successfully on my local machine, I'm going to go into the command line here and type Go version. Excellent. So 1.24.2 Windows AMD 64. That's excellent. So I've got Go successfully installed on my local machine. Just like we did when we installed MongoDB, we should verify that Go is appropriately configured within our path environment variable. So to do that, we do the same procedure. We type sys dm.cpl here. And we go to advanced, and to get to our environment variables, we hit the environment variables button here. So within our system variables, let's find the path environment variable settings here. Press edit, and let's see if we can find Go within the paths configured here. And here we go. Program files go.bin, and we can actually copy that to our clipboards. Go Windows key R and navigate to that directory, and we can see we've got go.exe there, go fmt.exe. So we've got the relevant executables in our Go directory, and that has been successfully configured within our path environment variable. So that's great. Okay, so let's go out of this here. And the next thing we can do is let's go to the command line. I'm actually going to navigate to the C drive because we have configured Go correctly within our path environment variable. We should be able to run our Go commands from any directory. So we're in the C drive here, and let's create our first Go application. So to do that, I'm first going to create a folder. I'm just going to go mkdir and create a folder called Go First App, like this. Press the Enter key, and then I'm going to navigate into that folder that we've just created. Go First App. Excellent. And then I'm going to launch Notepad, because for this first application, we're just going to use Notepad. It's going to be a very simple, traditional Hello World application. So we don't need a particularly sophisticated editor for that. But when we get down to creating the web API that we're going to create with Go and Gin-Gonic, the Gin-Gonic web framework, we'll use Visual Studio Code for that. But for now, let's just use Notepad and create a basic Hello World application. So let's initialize our Go application with this command: go mod init my app, like that. Press the Enter key. And then let's launch Notepad. So we can just type Notepad. If you've got Notepad appropriately set up, you should be able to just type Notepad to launch Notepad. And let's save this file as main.go. I'm just going to go to my C directory, Go First App, there it is. And then I'm going to create a file called main.go here. Set that to all files so that it doesn't mess with our extension here. So main.go is going to be where we write our code, and let's save that like that. So firstly, we want to designate this Go file as part of a package called main. So to do that, we type package main, like that. Press the Enter key. Then we want to import a particular package that we can use to write out text to the screen. And we can do that with this package. So I'm just going to type import. And the package we need is called fmt. Let's press the Enter key here. So every Go application has a main entry point, a method called main, and that's the entry point of the application. So let's create the function for this using Go. So we type func and then the name main, like this. Open close brackets, and then we can open and close curly brackets, and this demarcates where our Go code will be, where we're going to write some text to the screen, functionality that writes text to screen. So we're going to use that fmt package functionality, and then the method is print ln, and then we're going to write hello Go world, like this. Let's give it an exclamation mark here. Let's save that. And that's our code. That's our first Go application written. And let's see if we can run it. Right, so I've cleared the screen, and let's see if we can compile our Go application. So to do that, we type go build, like this. Great. And let's look in that directory and see if it's created an executable for us. And it's created the executable called myapp.exe. So to run that, we can just type my app, like that. Hello Go world. And we've written our first Go application. Brilliant. Right, so as mentioned earlier, we're going to be using, on both the client and server side, we're going to be using Visual Studio Code to develop our application. So we, of course, want to firstly make sure that we have Visual Studio Code installed on our machine. So let's type in https://code.visualstudio.com/download. So that we can download Visual Studio if we don't already have Visual Studio on our machines. And then it's just a case of going through the install instructions as we've done before. So you want to download the installer by clicking, if you're on for example, on a Windows 10 or 11 platform, you want to download this installer here. You want to click this option here. If you're on a Mac platform, you want to click this option here. And of course, this is for Linux. So let's click on the Windows option here. and we're downloading it. Excellent. Going very well here. We've got our indicator. And once it's downloaded, of course, all we need to do is double click on the relevant file and go through the installation instructions provided to us through a wizard. And that's it. We've got the folder icon presented to us. And then we've got an exe file here, which is our installer executable. And we can just double click on this and install. I accept the agreement. Next. I would actually encourage you to select this checkbox here, to click on this checkbox here, so that the icon is readily available on your desktop once the installation process completes. Then let's press the next button here, and then you press the install. I've already got Visual Studio installed, so I'm not going to go through this process, but please go through and install Visual Studio Code if you haven't yet installed Visual Studio Code. So the next thing I want to do is create a folder on my local machine. So cdev and Golang. And you can see I've done a number of incarnations of the MagicStream application in preparation for this course. But we're going to create a fresh new folder where we'll create our application. And I'm going to call this folder MagicStream Movies. Like that. Press the Enter key. Excellent. So we've got our designated folder that will house the files for our application. So we're going to now fire up Visual Studio Code and firstly create the infrastructure for our projects. So we've got a React project on the front end, the client, and we've got a Go, which leverages Gin-Gonic, which is a web framework on the server. Great. So let's open the folder we've just created, the fresh new folder. So open folder. And we want Magic Movie. No, we don't want that one. We want MagicStream Movies. And let's select that folder. If you already had Visual Studio Code installed on your machine, you might not necessarily have the latest version. And you can check for updates through this menu option here. Check for updates. Okay, there are currently no updates available, so I've got the latest version. So I'm good to go. But if you haven't yet got the latest version, just hit the check for updates menu option here. Excellent. In this part of the course, we're going to focus on the server-side code, but just bear in mind, we're going to then, once we finish the server-side code, we're going to come back and develop the client React code. Excellent. So let's create a folder for the client React code, and we'll call this folder aptly client, and we'll get back to this a little bit later. So let's progress to the server-side code. So let's create a folder called server, which will house our server Go code. So let's create a folder called server. And then within this folder, let's create a subfolder called MagicStream Movies server, like that. Okay. Excellent. Please note that if you get stuck at any point or you just want to reference the final code for the application, please check out the final code at this URL. There may be a few minor differences between, for example, naming conventions for the files when comparing the final code to what we've discussed in the video, but the differences are very minor, so please don't be put off by these minor differences. Okay, so now let's invoke the terminal window. You can do that by Control backtick like this. By default, it has selected the root directory of our solution, which will contain both client and server-side code. So we're in the MagicStream Movies folder here. And we're going to be using PowerShell here. Okay, so within this directory here, we want to create a module which will store all the references to the dependencies that we will be using in our Go project. So to do that, we first need to be in the root folder of our server-side code, which is MagicStream Movies server. And then we can type the command to create our module, our go.mod file. So to do that, we type go mod init. So we're initializing our project. And this file that we're creating will store all the references to the dependencies that we will be leveraging for the server-side part of our application, which will be written in Go. Okay, so go mod init, and then the name of our module, this is a best practice, will actually be where our server-side code will be stored on GitHub. So we'll be uploading this server-side code to a designated location on GitHub, and this is where our server-side code will reside when we eventually push it to GitHub. So github.com/GavinLonDigital. So this is my path. So obviously you need to upload it to your particular GitHub path. So you'll want to include where your code will be stored on GitHub. So github.com/GavinLonDigital, and then MagicStream movies, and then server, and then MagicStream. Movies server, like that. Right. So GavinLon, so github.com, GavinLonDigital, MagicStream movies server, MagicStream movies server. That's where my server-side code will reside. And as I said, this is just a best practice. What this will mean is that, for example, other users will be able to import your packages by using the go get command and then typing the relevant GitHub path to get your particular packages, to import those packages into their applications. So this is why it's a best practice. It future-proofs your application. Great. So obviously I haven't yet uploaded anything to this path, but I will be uploading the relevant code to this path at the appropriate time. Great. So I'm going to press the Enter key here, and it's created now the go.mod file here. Right, so before we start writing a little bit of code, I suggest that we firstly install a very handy extension that will enhance our Go development experience, basically. So to do that, we go to the Extensions tab here, and let's search for Go, like that. And this is the extension we want to install. And I've actually already installed it. That's why this button text is set to uninstall. So if I press it, it'll uninstall it. But yours might be set to install, meaning you haven't installed it yet. And if it's set to install, I recommend pressing the install button and installing this very handy extension here. So this Go extension contains the following handy functionality. IntelliSense, results appear for symbols as you type. Code navigation, jump to or peek at a symbol's declaration. Code editing, support for saved snippets, formatting, and code organization, and automatic organization of imports. Diagnostics, build, vet, and lint errors shown as you type or on save. Enhanced support for testing and debugging. So it's well worth installing this Go extension. Great. So the next step is to create a file within the MagicStream movies server folder called main.go. So let's do that. Main.go. As discussed earlier when we created our Hello World application, each Go application has its entry point. And the entry point of the application is denoted by a function called main. So firstly, let's name the package for the code we're about to write. Let's name it main, like this. Excellent. Let's import FMT. This is the package we are going to use to write out our text to the screen within the main method. And let's now create the function main like this. And let's use the FMT package, print line, and let's print out hello, go world like that. Okay. That looks good. Let's make sure we save our code. Right, and now we want to run our code. So to do that, we can firstly make sure you've saved the code within the main.go file, and then we can run this command. So it's just go run dot, and that should run the code within our main function here. But firstly, make sure that you are in the appropriate directory, the root directory of your server-side code, which in my case is MagicStream movies server like this. And then go run dot should run our code. Excellent. Hello, go world. Great. So now that our infrastructure is set up appropriately, we're ready to write our web API code. Okay, so firstly, we want to make sure that we're in the same directory as the go.mod file. So let's navigate to the appropriate directory. So we want to be in server / MagicStream movies server like this. And then we want to type the command that will import and install the Gin-Gonic web framework package. So to do that, let's type go get -u like this. And then we want the path on GitHub to where the relevant package is. So github.com /Gin-Gonic /Gin like that. Whoops. Gin, and then press the enter key. And it's as simple as that. And as always, we have to be a little bit patient while the import and installation process is underway. And we're finished now. That's brilliant. That wasn't too painful. Let's clear the screen. And we're ready to develop basic functionality using the Gin-Gonic web framework. Excellent. So firstly, let's replace this code within the main method. Well, let's get rid of this code. And then we can start coding the main method, which of course, as discussed earlier, is the entry point for our application. But before we start writing the code, let's have a quick look at go.mod here. And you can see, as discussed earlier, we have references to the relevant packages here from within our go.mod file. And we have this go.sum file, which has also been created for us here since we installed the Gin-Gonic web framework. Let's go back to the main.go file and let's write some basic code. First of all, you can see here that the FMT package reference here is underlined. It's got a red squiggly line under it, and that's just because we've imported it and we're not currently using it because we removed our fmt.println code. So let's write the code for our Gin-Gonic functionality. This is going to be very basic functionality that we create just to test that we've got the Gin-Gonic web framework now installed and is now ready to use. So firstly, let's just write some basic code using the Gin-Gonic functionality. Okay, so let's firstly type router like that and go router equals. So this operator means we are both establishing or declaring the type for this variable as well as assigning a value to it. And we want to assign gin.default to this variable. And you can see here it's automatically imported Gin-Gonic. So it's automatically imported the Gin-Gonic web framework package here. And the reason there's a red underline under router is because we've declared and assigned a value to the router variable, but we haven't yet done anything with it. Okay, so firstly we need to actually include open and close brackets here. And now let's create an endpoint, a very basic endpoint initially, just for testing purposes. So this is going to be a HTTP GET endpoint. So we go router.get, open and close brackets, and then let's create the root. So it's going to be /hello, like this. And then let's create a function handler for our get endpoint. So to do that, we simply type func like this, open and close brackets. And now we want to include a parameter within our function definition. Let's call this parameter C because it represents the context of our Gin-Gonic web framework. So this is the context of the incoming request coming from the client, which allows us to call various functionality on this C object that is given to us through the function handler method automatically. This is the function handler method for our /hello endpoint. Great, so we've got C, and then we include the type of C, which is *gin.context, like that. Excellent, and then let's implement the code for our function handler method. So we also want to close the brackets here. Okay, and all we want to do here is return c.string, return a string to the calling code. So we're going to go c.string 200, which is a RESTful Web API return value, indicating that the execution of this function handler method has been successful. And let's return a message. Hello, MagicStream movies, like that. Okay, and we have a little issue here, and we don't need this bracket here. That's the problem there. And let's save that. And now we need to run the router on a particular port. So in Go, we can do it like this. We go if an assignment operator, router.run, and we're going to run our web framework on this port. So we're listening on this port 8080 here on the server. And then let's make an assertion. If error is not equal to null, let's run this code, which uses now, I see the FMT package has been removed. We're going to need the FMT package here because we're going to write something to the screen. So if error is not equal to null, we want to write something to the screen. So it's going to be fmt dot println, open and close brackets, and appropriate message, failed to start server, and then comma, and the error, like this. And we need to include FMT here within the imports. FMT. Excellent. And nil should just have one L here. So let's save that. And now our server, our web API, should be listening on port 8080, and we should be able to access through our browsers this /hello endpoint, and it should return a string value of hello MagicStream movies. Great. So to run our code, let's just save that. Make sure that that is saved first. Then type go run dot, press the enter key. Great. So it's telling us that it's listening on port 8080. So we want to go to localhost port 8080 /hello, and it should return hello MagicStream movies to us through our get request. And we've got our get request function handler method, which is returning the relevant status, the HTTP status of 200, as well as a message. and that should be printed to our browsers. So let's go into our browsers. So I'm going to activate Chrome here. So I've got Chrome running here, and I'm going to type HTTP. We're running on HTTP like this, localhost, and then we want port 8080 / and we type the name of our root or the name of our endpoint, hello, like this. And let's see if that works. Hello MagicStream is printed to the browser as expected. So our Gin-Gonic functionality in its most basic form is up and running for us to use. So we've created a root, and we've been able to access that root through our browsers, and our function handler method handling the relevant functionality for our hello root has been executed and printed the appropriate text value to our browsers. It's returned it to the client and printed the appropriate value to our browsers. So great, we're now ready to write more complex functionality and get into the substance now of the course. Excellent. Okay, so now we are going to get serious about building our RESTful Web API solution using Go and Gin-Gonic. So before we start writing our code, let's firstly create a basic folder structure so that we can keep our code neat, clean, and dry. Of course, dry stands for don't repeat yourself. So we want to keep our code in discrete, easy to find structures so that as our project becomes more complex, we don't get lost when we need to, for example, implement a piece of reusable code. Right, so firstly, let's create a folder named controllers. So let's hit this icon here, new folder, and let's name this folder controllers, like that. Excellent. This is where we'll store our controller code, which will contain endpoint function handler code used for implementing logic for our HTTP endpoints. If this isn't clear to you at the moment, don't worry. It will become clearer as we progress with implementing the functionality for our controllers. We've actually already created a HTTP endpoint function handler that handled the functionality for the hello endpoint, if you'll recall. It was a very simple function that returned a message containing the text hello MagicStream movies to the client. And the next one we want to create is a folder called database. So let's select that. You can right click and go new folder, and let's call this database, like that. We'll store code here that will leverage the MongoDB Go driver to connect our Web API component to our MongoDB database. Right, so the next one is middleware. Whoops, we don't want to create it there. We want to create it here. So let's select that folder, right click, go new folder, and middleware, like that. Press the enter key. We've got our middleware folder. We'll implement code within this middleware folder later when we implement the authentication and authorization functionality. The middleware code is relevant because some of our endpoints will be protected, meaning only logged on users will have access to these protected endpoints. And conversely, some of our endpoints will be unprotected, meaning a user will not need to be authenticated before accessing the unprotected endpoints. The meaning of the middleware code will become clearer as we progress with our course and we get into the authorization and authentication functionality later in the course. So the next one we want to create is a models folder. So let's select this folder here, the root folder, right click, new folder, and let's call this models, like that. Excellent. This is where we'll define our models, which are used to define the structure of the data that we'll be handling from within our Web API solution. The structure of the relevant models will be based on the relevant document structure seen in our MongoDB database. For example, we'll create a movie struct that will be based on the structure for a movie document stored within the movies collection in the MongoDB database. So the movie struct will represent our movie model, which is based on the movie document structure implemented within our movies collection within our MongoDB database. Great. So the last one, actually not the last one, but the next one, second to last one, is called roots. So let's create a roots folder within our root directory. Okay, so here we go, roots. Excellent. Here is where we'll write the code for defining both protected and unprotected roots. Essentially, these roots define a path that client code, for example, JavaScript code running in the user's browser, can use to access the endpoints defined in our server-side code, our web API code written in Go. As discussed, the unprotected roots pertain to endpoints that clients can access without the need to be authenticated before accessing the relevant unprotected roots. Protected roots pertain to endpoints that a user can access only after being appropriately authenticated. So the user will need to successfully log into the system before accessing protected endpoints. We'll look at the authentication and authorization functionality in detail later in this course. Right, so let's create the last folder, and this is called the utils folder. So let's create a folder called utils within the root directory. Utils. So this is where utility functionality will be stored. We'll store code here for reusable helper or utility functions that can be reused throughout our web API solution. Great. So now that we've got our folder structure in place, let's create our first file, our first code file within one of our newly created folders. And we're going to create the new file within our models folder. So to do that, let's create a file called moviemodel.go, like this. So we're going to create our movie struct within this file. To access our MongoDB database, we'll use a specific MongoDB Go driver for this purpose. The ID for our movies model will be of a data type defined within this driver. So firstly, we need to install the MongoDB Go driver. So let's do that. Okay, so firstly, we need to navigate into the same directory where the go.mod file is stored. So we need to navigate to the server /MagicStream movies server. MagicStream movies server, like that. And now we can install the MongoDB driver for Go with this command. So the go get command. So it's go get, then go.mongodb.org /mongo -driver /v2 /mongo, like that. And let's press the enter key, and that should install the relevant Go driver, the MongoDB driver for Go. As always, we need to be a little bit patient here while the installation process takes place. Excellent. So now if we look at the go.mod file, we should be able to see the reference here to the new Go driver. And where is it? There it is. So here's a reference to the MongoDB driver for Go package here. Excellent. So we're ready to create our model now. Let's go to the moviemodel.go file. And firstly, we want to declare the name for our package that where these models will reside. So we're just going to call this package model, like this. Excellent. So this means we'll be able to import the model package, which is going to contain the various structs representing our data models. We'll be able to import the functionality within this file easily within other Go files. And you'll see how we do this in just a bit. The package declaration at the top of the file defines the package name to which the file belongs. A package in Go is a way to group related files and functions together. Files that belong to the same package can share functions, types, and variables. Note that only exported names starting with a capital letter are accessible from outside the package. Unexported names starting with a lowercase letter are private to the package. So these packages can be imported by other Go programs or packages. So the name of the package affects how other Go files or modules import and use its contents. So this named package declaration helps us with the organization of our code. So as our project grows in size and becomes more complex, we are able to identify relevant code efficiently. Now let's write code to import the relevant data type information from our MongoDB driver for Go package. You'll soon see that we need the bson.objectID data type to define our ID field within the movie model, which is what we're about to create as a struct. This bson.objectID data type resides within the MongoDB for Go driver. So let's create an import block like this. So import like that, then within round brackets, we can import the relevant package. So all we do is we type go.mongodb.org go.mongodb.org /mongo-driver /v2 /bson, like that. And the only reason it's got a red squiggly line under it is because we're not using the driver functionality anywhere yet, but we're about to do that. So anyway, let's press the enter key and let's create the movie struct. So let's declare our struct, and we can do that with this code here. Type movie struct. And that's how we define a struct in Go. Open and close curly braces. And we want the first field we want to include is to store a unique identifier for a movie. So let's call this ID. And then its type, as discussed, is bson.objectID. So the first field is called ID and it's of type bson.objectID. And this field is for the purpose of uniquely identifying a movie document or movie data for a particular movie. So we've got ID there. And then the next field is IMDb ID like this. And we're going to define this as a string like that. Okay, just a quick word about the IMDb field. An IMDb number, often called an IMDb ID, is a unique identifier assigned by the Internet Movie Database, IMDb, to a specific title, like a movie, TV show, or episode, or a person, like an actor, director, etc. So, for example, the IMDb ID for the Clint Eastwood classic western Unforgiven has an IMDb ID of TT0105695. Great. So let's create the next field, which is named title, like this. And this will, of course, store the title of the movie. For example, Unforgiven, The Shawshank Redemption, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, etc. And the next field is called poster path, like this. And it's also defined as a string. This field is used for storing a publicly available URL that points to an appropriate poster image for each of our movie documents. Shout out to the moviedb.org website. We are using the poster images available on their website in our application for this purpose. And the next field is the YouTube ID field. So let's create a field called YouTube ID like this. And it's also of the string data type. This field stores a YouTube video ID that points to a trailer for each movie document stored within our MongoDB movies collection. We are using the trailers on YouTube as a substitute for streaming the actual movies. You'll see a bit later how we can use this YouTube video ID value to run an appropriate trailer for each of our movies from within our web application. So let's include a field named genre like that. And this field is going to be defined as a genre struct, which we haven't yet created. And we want an array of genres stored within the movie struct. Great. So in this field, we are going to store an array of genres. Each movie can be associated with one or more genres. For example, Airplane would just have one associated genre in the array, which would be the comedy genre. Unforgiven could be associated with more than one genre, for example, Western and drama. You'll see a bit later in the course how we are going to use this genre array to help recommend movies to the user. So we need to create our own struct definition for the genre field, which will store an array of genre structs. So let's define the genre struct like this. Type genre struct, and let's open and close the brackets like this. And then let's create a field called genre ID, and this will be of the int data type. So the genre ID field will uniquely identify each genre within our database. And then the next field is genre name, and this is defined as string. This field will store the actual name of the genre as a string. For example, comedy, western, drama, thriller, etc. And then next we have the admin review field, which we'll define as string. This field stores the movie review associated with each movie document. So an administrator, which is just a user who is part of the admin role, will create a review for each movie in natural language. We'll use OpenAI through LangChainGo. We'll discuss LangChainGo at the appropriate time. And we'll prompt an LLM through the use of LangChainGo to extract one word to define the sentiment behind each of the administrator's movie reviews. The sentiment can either be excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible. These options are specified in the relevant prompt along with the relevant movie review. The sentiment can then be stored in a field which we'll name ranking. So let's create the ranking field. So the ranking field here is of type ranking, and we haven't yet created the struct that represents the ranking type, and we'll do that now. So let's create the struct for the ranking data type. So we do that by typing type and then ranking struct, open and close curly brackets like this, and this has two fields, one named ranking value like this, and it is of type int. So as discussed, each sentiment, excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible, has an associated value. For example, excellent has the associated value of 1, good has the associated value of 2, okay has the associated value of 3, bad the associated value of 4, and terrible has a ranking value of 5. So the next one we want to include is ranking name, and this is defined as a string data type. So an integer value is stored in this ranking value field, which is associated with the relevant ranking name field, which as discussed can be one of the following: excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible. So these fields are part of functionality that turns a movie review written in natural language into a quantifiable value, a ranking if you like. You'll see later how we can use these fields to help recommend movies to users. So the next thing we want to do is define how we want our fields to look in BSON and JSON format. So the BSON format refers to how the field looks within the relevant document in the database, and the JSON format is how the data will look, how the relevant field will be named. For example, when the data is returned from our Web API application to calling client code, for example, to JavaScript code, for example, running in the browser. So to do that, we open and close backtick characters like this. And then for the BSON format, we type BSON. Then within quotation marks, we include how we want the format to look. ID, like that. Excellent. And then we can also do the same for the JSON format. So it's got to remain within the backtick characters, and we type JSON, and in this particular case, the ID is represented the same way as the BSON, as in the BSON format. So it's underscore lowercase ID, like that. So we can define within our structs how the fields map to our MongoDB database, as well as to the JSON data that will be sent to calling client code. So for example, our ID field must conform to this BSON format because this is how the field is defined within our MongoDB database. And we want our ID field to look the same within the JSON data sent to calling client code. This may not always be the case. Sometimes we may wish a field to look different in JSON format to what it looks like within the database. Therefore, the BSON definition here may be different to the JSON definition here in some cases. So we include these JSON and BSON definitions within backtick characters like this. And let's fill out the other fields. So BSON, and we want in BSON format, we want our field represented as IMDb underscore ID. And in fact, we want the same within the JSON format. So we just include the same format here, like that. And we just really go through here and do the same sort of thing for each field. So the title field, BSON, in quotations, title will just be title like this. And you can see that in all of the cases so far, BSON and JSON are exactly the same. What have I done wrong there? Underline, BSON, genre, underscore ID. Okay. So we can't leave gaps like that or else it complains. Okay, so interesting. Anyway, let's just remove that gap and that S. And let's include the definitions here. So the last thing we want to do in this section of the course is create declarative rules for each of our fields. We can establish within our struct rules for each of our fields so that only valid data is stored within our structs. So when, for example, client data is passed into our server-side code, at the point where our code maps, for example, our movie struct to specific movie data passed in from the client, the movie data is automatically validated based on the rules that have been defined. So establishing these types of rules can, for example, protect our database from being updated with undesirable data. So let's look at the IMDb ID field. So for this field, we want to include validation whereby this field cannot be left empty. So validate, so if the client passes in data representing a movie, this field is required, so it cannot be empty. So we include the required keyword here within quotation marks like that. So this validate keyword here is associated with a comma delimited string of criteria, validation criteria represented by keywords, like for example, the required keyword like that. So we're only going to include the required validation criteria for the IMDb ID field here. Okay, let's move on to the title field. And for the title field, we want it to be required, so we include the same thing as we did in the IMDb ID field. So we include required like this, but we also want the title field to contain more than 2 characters, and we can enforce that rule by using the min equals 2 code here within quotations, and we can also include a max. So we don't want this field to contain more than 500 characters, so we can include max equals to 500 to enforce that rule. Oh, still got a brown squiggly line there. Can't believe it. Oh, it's because that needs a space there. Okay, perfect. So that now is formatted correctly. So the yellow squiggly line went away. No more warning. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the poster path field. And we want this to be a valid URL. So let's include validate colon within quotation marks. We first want to include required. This has to be filled in. This poster path field cannot be empty. And then comma. And then we can include the URL keyword, which means it has to be a valid URL for this path here. Okay, required URL, and we have problems here, right? And it's because we haven't closed off poster path here. Okay, and now it likes it. It's okay. All is well. Okay, so within here, validate, and we're just going to include a required validation criteria here. Okay, brilliant. Genre. So for genre, we want it to be required, but we also want the validation to dive into the nested array. So let's first include required here. Let's first include required and then dive. This keyword dive ensures that the nested structure here, which is an array of genres, will also be validated. And we'll include the various validation criteria in just a bit for the genre struct. Okay, and this one here, the admin review, will just be, we'll just include the required keyword like that. Okay, and we'll just include required validation for the ranking field. Okay, required. Right, so let's move on to the genre struct, and we've got, as you can see here, we've got the dive keyword, so this will also be validated. So let's include the criteria, and this must be required, and that's all we need for the genre ID. Okay, and then for the genre name, we'll include the required criteria, but also min and max criteria. So min equals to 2, whoops, max equals to 100. Lastly, we just need to include the validation criteria. Oh, and we haven't included the BSON and JSON definitions here either. So let's do that first. So validate, let's just make this required like that there, and then let's include the declarative code for the appropriate declarative code for the ranking name field. So this is just ranking name. Ranking name. It's a required field. And now you could establish a little bit more complex validation for this field, because you might want to include validation where only one of the following values can be stored within this field. So to do that, you can go comma 1 of, so perhaps you don't need the required because you're already telling it that one of these must be in the field. So we go 1 of equals excellent. So this is delimited by a space, these values. Excellent, good, okay, bad, terrible. But you may want this field ranking name to be extensible, because the way I've designed this application is that you could potentially create a huge spectrum of sentiments, not just excellent, good, okay, bad, and terrible. So you must bear in mind that this functionality can be extended, in which case you'll have to change that here. So in fact, I'm going to remove this because it's a bit too restrictive, especially at this point in the development process. So I'm just going to make this required. Brilliant. And that's it. So in this part of the course, we are going to create an endpoint and an endpoint function handler named getMovies within a controller that returns movie data to a calling client. We'll write code to query our movie collection from our MongoDB database and return all the movie data to a calling client. We'll use the Gin-Gonic web framework to help with HTTP requests and HTTP responses, and we'll use the MongoDB driver for Go to query our movies collection within our MongoDB database. We'll then send a HTTP response to the calling client that will contain a list of movie data. But firstly, let's get set up with the basics for our getMovies endpoint function handler, and then set up the endpoint that will make it easy to invoke the functionality in our getMovies method via HTTP. Okay, so we're firstly going to create a file within the controllers folder. So let's select the controllers folder here, and let's click this icon here to create a new file. And let's call this file movie_controller. So we are using a common naming convention here, which is snake case for the name of our movie controller file. Excellent. And because I'm using snake case here, we should probably use snake case everywhere to keep things consistent. So I'm just going to rename the movie model.go file to movie underscore and then a lowercase m here for model. Great. So that's now consistent. We're using the same naming convention for these files. So let's go back to the movie underscore controller.go file. And let's name the package. So we want our package to be named controllers. Yep. Like that. So we've got our model package here. Yeah, so this package we should have named models. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to name this package models so that we're being consistent with our naming convention. So this is a package named models, which contains our movie model, and this is the movie underscore controller file, and it's part of the controllers package. Great. Let's create a block for our imports like that. Right out of the gates, I'm going to include the Gin-Gonic package.com. So this is the package for the Gin-Gonic web framework. /gin, like that. Let's save it. Excellent. And in fact, that should be import, not imports. Okay, and this red squiggly line is just because we're not currently implementing any code regarding the Gin-Gonic web framework. So let's implement a function called getMovies, and ultimately this function will be used to return a collection of movie data queried from our movies collection that exists within our MongoDB database and return that to the calling client code. So let's create the function. We use the func keyword, and we want this function to be exportable. So it's going to, the first letter must be capitalized. If the first letter was not capitalized, it means the function is a private function, but we want this to be a public exportable function. So we're going to capitalize the first letter here, get, and let's movies like that. And you can see it's in camel case. And let's open and close brackets like that. And now this function must return a gin.handlerFunc type, because we're now going to actually return a function from the getMovies function. And within the return function will contain our implemented logic. So let's type return like this, func, open and close brackets, C, and then star gin.context like that, and then open and close curly brackets. And we're going to then implement, sorry, there should be a curly bracket here. Open the first function and then a closing bracket here to close the nested or the returned function here. And you can see now those red squiggly lines have actually disappeared here because we're now implementing a function handler that uses Gin-Gonic. This is how we're hooking into the Gin-Gonic web framework. So here we are able to interact with the Gin-Gonic web framework through a function that returns a function. The interaction with Gin-Gonic is facilitated by our endpoint handler function that returns a Gin-Gonic type, gin.handlerfunc. So basically, getMovies returns a function of type gin.handlerfunc. Through this context object, denoted by the C parameter name, passed to our HTTP endpoint handler function, getMovies, we are able to read incoming HTTP requests as well as create HTTP responses. So let's create the relevant response. We're just going to create a test response for now. And then after this, just so that we can test our route, we're going to set up our route for our endpoint and map that route to the getMovies function handler. So firstly, we're just going to create a basic JSON response here. So we're keeping this very simple, just so that we can set up, so return 200 HTTP status OK. And then we can use gin.h to help us return a valid JSON message to the calling client. So let's go message list of movies. Of course, in the actual end code, we're going to actually return a list of movies, a list of movie data. But before we do that, let's just set up our route correctly so that we can access the getMovies functionality through an endpoint. So to do that, let's go to the main.go method here and let's create a new endpoint. Let's go to do that. Let's go router.get. We're using an HTTP GET request to access this endpoint. This endpoint is going to be /movies, and then we're going to map that to our method. So firstly, in order to do that, we need to actually import our controllers package into the main package. And to do that, we simply type the following: controller, and then within quotations, and I'll explain what the controller keyword here represents in just a bit, but let's include the path to, or the name of our package, the full name of our package, which includes github.com/gavinlondigital /MagicStream movies /server /MagicStream movies server, and then /controllers. So this might look a bit weird to you at the moment, but let's go back to when we created the go.mod file. If you look here, we named this github.com gavinlondigital MagicStream movies server MagicStream movies server. So we want all of our packages to stem from this root path, basically. And this just makes it more future-proof, our code, and ultimately easier for another developer to import our packages into their application. So we're going to keep this path as our root path, and then all the other packages that we create will stem from this. So for example, if we wanted to import our models, you would just include this root path /models, and the same for controllers. So let's go back to the movie_controller file here. And you can see that this package is named controllers. So if we go to the main.go file, we have controllers appended to this root path, if you like. So github.com /gavinlondigital MagicStream movies server, MagicStream movie server controllers. And you can make sure that that's correct by just copying and pasting that. So if you copy that, go back to the main method, to the import section here, and you can just paste that in there, /controllers, like that. And we are doing this so that we can access the getMovies endpoint function handler that we just created in our controllers package. As mentioned earlier, this getMovies function is exportable because the first letter of the function name is capitalized. If getMovies had a lowercase g, it would be deemed as private and therefore not exportable. So because it is exportable, we can access it from within the main method once the controller package has been imported. So here we are importing the controllers package like this. Now you can see here we are using this import alias, and this is just for readability. So instead of accessing the getMovies method via controllers, we are going to use this import alias controller. So that's why there's a red squiggly line under it, because we're currently not using it and we're about to use it here. Great. So now let's access the getMovies function from the controllers package. And because we're using an alias controller, we can type controller here dot, and in IntelliSense we've got getMovies, and that's the one we want. So we are mapping the /movies endpoint to controller.getMovies here. And if we just go back to getMovies, we can select that and go to reference, go to definition. Okay, and you can see we are just sending back a JSON object to the client, message list of movies. So we should be able to run this, go to our movies endpoint, and receive this message, assuming that our route has been set up as we wish it to be set up. And we're declaring how we wish it to be set up with this line of code here. So let's run it. Let's first go into the root directory, cd server, cd MagicStream movies server, and let's type go run dot. Okay, and it's listening on port 8080. So if we go to port 8080, we should be able to we want localhost, but we don't want that port. We want 8080. Not hello this time. We want movies. That's our endpoint. If we click the enter key, if we hit the enter key, rather. Oops. 88. That's not what we want. We want 8080 there. And there we go. Message list of movies. So this means that our endpoint has been successfully mapped to the getMovies method, which is what we want. So now we are in a position to query our MongoDB database and return the actual movie data to the client. So let's get on with that then. So let's go back to our code here. So cancel out of that, clear the screen. And now that our route is set up, let's complete the logic for our getMovies function handler method. Right. So I'm going to delete that. So now that we have our /movies endpoint and we've mapped it to our getMovies function handler, let's create the code that queries our MagicStream Movies MongoDB database and returns the document data within the movies collection to the calling client. But before we do that, we need to create reusable code that will connect our Web API solution to the MongoDB database. And that will be done through the use of the MongoDB for Go driver. Let's create a file within the database folder here. New file, and let's name it database_connection.go, like this. Press the enter key. Package database. So the code within this file will belong to the database package. Let's include an import block like this. and we want to import FMT, the FMT package, so that we can write certain values to the screen. This is good for when we're during the testing phase of our development, during the testing and development phase. And we want to be able to log information, so let's include the log package. And we want to include the OS package, and this package will be used for reading environment variables, which we will configure in a bit within a file called .env. And now, very importantly, we need to import the MongoDB for Go driver packages. So if we go to go.mod, we can see we've installed the Mongo driver here. So we can actually just import the packages. We actually went through the install process already. Oh yes, and the reason we've already installed that is because we needed the bson.objectID data type, which resides within this package here. That's why we've already installed it. Okay, so let's go back to the main.go file. Sorry, we want to go back to the database connection.go file here. Okay, and let's include the following imports. So we want go.mongodb.org /mongo -driver /v2 /mongo, like that. So go.mongodb.org /mongo driver /v2 /mongo. And then we want a similar import here, but this time we include a / options, and we'll see the package functionality in action in the context of our database package in just a bit. And of course these have all got red squiggly lines under them because we're not using any of the functionality of these packages yet. So we're going to create a function called DB instance, which will be used for connecting our Gin-Gonic web API application to our MongoDB database through the use of the MongoDB for Go driver. We have already imported these driver-related packages for this purpose. Okay, so let's create our DB instance method. So to do that, we type func DB instance like this, open and close brackets, and we want this to return a value of type mongo.client, like that. Let's open and close curly brackets. And the first thing we actually want to do is read an environment variable. So to read an environment variable from a .env file, we actually need a particular package, and we haven't yet got that installed. It's called joho /go.env. So to install it, we use the go get command. So let's type go get, and then it's github.com / joho /go.env. So go get github.com / joho /go.env. Let's press the enter key. And it's done it for us. Excellent. So we can verify that. If we look at our go.mod file, we should be able to see a reference to it here. It should have added it. And there it is. Great. Okay, so let's create the code for our DB instance method. So as discussed, we want to access a .env file, but we don't yet have an env file to house our various environment settings. So to do that, let's right-click MagicStream Movies server here. Let's go new file and then create a file called .env. So the first environment variable that I want to configure is called database name. So let's configure our database name here, and we've called our database MagicStream Movies. We can verify that. Let's just save that, and we can verify that by going to Compass. Let's launch Compass. Okay, so magic-stream.movies, that's what we've called it. Okay, that's what we've called our database. So let's go back to the code and change this to magic-stream-movies like that. And then the other environment variable that we want to create is called MongoDB underscore URI. So this is a pointer to our MongoDB database. This is a connection string to our MongoDB database, and we can configure it here. And this will make it easier for when we deploy our application to the cloud later on, and we can just configure the new location of our database here, the new connection string for our remote deployed version of our MongoDB database. We can just configure that connection string here. So let's minimize that and go back to Compass, and we can actually get our connection string from here like this. So we can just click on this and copy the connection string to our clipboard. So let's hit this option here, and then we can just paste it in here. Excellent. Okay, and let's go back to our database connection.go file. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is load our file that contains our environment variables into memory, and we can do that with this line of code. Go.env.load, and then in quotations.env like this. And oops. And if an error has occurred while trying to load this file, it means it might be deployed to a remote server that doesn't contain this file. So we're actually just using our environment variables locally at the moment, and that's why we're using this particular package. The environment variables will be configured differently when we deploy it to the cloud, but we need this line of code here. So in fact, this line of code will return an error in the cloud. So we don't want it to be a fatal error. We just want to check for the error, and we can just print it to the screen. Just print a warning telling us that the .env file does not exist. And this probably is harmless because it means that it's deployed to the cloud and it's reading the environment variable a different way. We'll cover that in more detail when we deploy the application to the cloud. So if error does not equal to null, this means an error has occurred, which probably means that the .env file does not exist, which probably means that the version that's running is a deployed version, and the environment variables are not configured within a .env file, but we'll discuss this a bit later. So I'm just going to print a warning message to the screen. Warning, unable to find .env file, like that. Great. So if you had, for example, gone log.fatal here, the code would actually stop. It would print the error to the screen, the error message to the screen, and this function would, and the execution of this function would discontinue at this point. So we want to print it as a warning message, so it's not a fatal error. Great. Okay, and then let's read the environment variable. So let's include this line of code that assigns the relevant environment variable. We're using the OS package here, .get env method, and we want to read a particular environment variable. We want to read the MongoDB underscore URI environment variable. So let's go back to that and paste it here, and then we can check. So if MongoDB is equal to an empty string, then some sort of issue has occurred, and our application cannot really continue without this information. So we're going to log a fatal error this time. Dot fatal. We don't want the code to continue after this point. So we go log.fatal, and we can output a message saying MongoDB underscore URI not set. Not set. That should do. Okay. Can't read the MongoDB URI, which contains the connection string. And we can just print that using FMT to the screen. We can actually print the relevant environment variable to the screen using the FMT package like this. Comma MongoDB, like that. Excellent. So now that we've got our URI, we should be able to connect our code here, our client code in this case, even though it's server-side code, it's in the context of connecting to the MongoDB database, it's client code. So we can go client options := options dot client open and close brackets dot apply URI, and then let's include the read in environment variable, which is MongoDB. Excellent. And then now that we've read in the actual connection string, we want to actually connect to our Mongo database, our MongoDB database. So let's do that with this line of code. Client, comma, error. You see this function that we're about to call returns two values, one which is a client object and the other which potentially contains an error if the code hasn't been executed for some reason. If the code could not be executed for some reason due to an error, this object will contain a value. Great, so now we call mongo.connect, and we pass in the client options to connect to our MongoDB database. So if is not equal to null, we'll cover error handling in just a bit. We'll cover the details of error handling in just a bit. Let's first write our DB instance method. Let's just get the fundamental code in place first, and we'll look at some of the details in just a bit. So if it's not equal to null, I'm actually just going to return null to the calling code. In fact, let's return the So if is not equal to null, let's just return error to the calling code. This means the code will cease to execute after this, and it will return whatever error occurred at this point in the code. And if no error has occurred, let's return the client object. For now, let's just return null. If the error occurs at this point, we'll just return null. Just to get things up and running. We can handle the details of that exception a bit later. So now we want to create a method which opens the actual connection to our database. So let's create a function called open collection, like this. And this function contains a collection name parameter as a string. So for example, if we are querying the movies collection, movies will be passed in here as a string. Okay, and we want this to return a collection, so mongo.collection, like that. Open and close curly brackets, and we can implement the logic for this method now. Okay, so we need to firstly load the .env file to see if it exists. And it will exist if the code is running locally, but perhaps not but won't exist if we've deployed it to the cloud. So let's do a check for that. Let's go .env.load. And let's load the .env file here, like that. So if is not equal to null, let's do the same thing. We're just going to print a warning. Okay, like that the .env file doesn't exist. And then we want to read the relevant environment variable at this point, and assign it to a variable called database name. And you can see that we're using this special operator here, colon equals, which means it's actually declaring the variable and its type. It's inferring the type by the returned value here. So the getEnv method returns a string data type. Therefore, database name, because we're using this particular assignment operator, it knows that database name. Go knows that database name is defined as a string at this point. So we don't have to explicitly, for example, in a line up here, go something like string database name, because it already knows that this is a string based on what is returned by this method. Okay, let's go database name like this. Okay, and we can go use fmt.println just for testing purposes, to make sure that the correct database name is indeed being read from the environment variable, and we can just output it here like this. Okay, and that's just for testing purposes. Great, now we want to actually load the relevant collection. So to load the collection, we go collection, and once again we are inferring its type by the returned value from a method, which we'll write right now. And we actually need the client object at this point. So outside of all of our methods, we want to create a client object based on the DB instance. So the client returned from here will be our client object. So let's call this client, and it's of type mongo.client equals to the returned value from our DB instance method here. Great. So we can now use this client object to open a collection. So let's do that. Let's go client.database, and we've read in our database name. So we can use this variable, which should contain our database name, and pass it in to the brackets here. And then dot collection, and then we want to pass in whatever collection name has been passed into the open collection method. So we can copy that and paste it in there like that. If collection equals to null, obviously something has gone wrong, so we'll return null to the calling client code. But if it gets to this point, we'll return the actual collection. This has only one L. I keep giving null 2 L's. Sorry about that. So that's now corrected. So now we have our open collection code written in this method here. We are able to connect our client, which was set up through our DB instance method here, to the MongoDB database from within our Web API component. Excellent. So we're in good shape here, and we're ready to write the code for the getMovies function that will connect to MongoDB, query the movies collection, and return that data to a calling client via HTTP. And we're going to do that with the assistance of the Gin-Gonic framework. So this is the context variable here, and we're going to use that to help us return a response to the client. Okay, so firstly, we want to include this line of code here, comma cancel, and this is done so that no matter what happens in this method, that our query that we're about to write will time out and clear up any resources that are hanging about. So this is really just to ensure that housekeeping is automatically conducted no matter what happens in this method. So context.background, and we can set the timeout here to 100 seconds. Second, like that. Okay, and you can see that because I'm referenced the time object here, it included the relevant package automatically within the imports block here, within the import block here. Okay, and these are underlined because we're not yet using them. These variables here returned from the with timeout method. And we also need to include this line of code, defer cancel, like that. And then let's define a variable called movies, which will store an array of movie models, or movie structs. So firstly, we actually need to import our models package from here. Okay, and to do that, we can, like we did here, where we were importing the controllers package, which is one of our packages, we can do a similar thing here. I'm just going to copy that and change the relevant bits. So let's go to movie.controller, movie_controller.go, and include the local import here. And instead of controllers, this will be models, like that. So we're now importing our models, which will contain a reference to our movie struct. So we can go models.movie, like that. And define our movies array as models.movie. So this array can store a number of movie structs within it. Okay, and then let's create a cursor for the purpose of querying and returning data from our MongoDB database. So firstly, we actually need to connect to our movies collection. And because we've written all this reusable code here, we can use this open collection method here to connect to our MongoDB database. So we also need to import the database package into our controller file here, movie controller file here. So let's make a copy of that. Copy that, paste it here, and replace models with database. Like that there. And then we can use the exportable methods within the database package within our getMovies function handler method here. So let's create, outside of any method here, let's create a connection to our movies collection. And we can do that with this code. var movie collection. And our movie collection is of type mongo.collection. Oops. Like that. Equals to, and then we can refer to database, because we're now importing our database package, .open collection, which is our method that we created within our database package. And we can pass in the movies collection here as a string. So we pass in the movies name, which is the name of the collection we want to connect to here. Excellent. So it's running our code here to connect to the movies collection. So let's go back to movie controller there, and let's use our movie collection variable here, which has been deliberately coded outside of the method, so we can access it with any method within this file. So let's paste movie collection there, dot, and let's call the find method. And we're actually calling the find method on a collection object, a MongoDB collection object. So we're using the MongoDB for Go driver here. And let's pass in the context, ctx, and then bson.m, like this. And we need to create a reference to bson here in order for that to work. So we've actually already done that in the movie model file. So we do the same here. We import the bson package here. Okay. And that's now working. And of course, we are not using any of these variables. That's why we have these three problems here, and these are underlined. Okay, so let's move on to that. The next code. Let's check the error object. So if it's not equal to null, and I will get it right this time, null 1L, okay, we can use the context and write JSON to the response like this, and we want to include a HTTP 500 status error, and we can use this value here for our internal server error. So we're saying an internal error, an error has occurred. If the error is not null here, an internal error has occurred within our web API component. We're sending that to the client, and we can use gin.h here to send back a JSON response. Error failed to fetch movies, like that. Okay, excellent. Now if it gets to this point, so no errors have occurred there, we'll use the defer keyword, and I'll explain what this all means a little bit later. And then we close our cursor. So no matter what happens within this method, the cursor gets closed, and any of the resources that the cursor uses will be cleared up. So this is really for memory management that we're using this line of code here, and this line of code here, of course. Okay, so let's now create an if statement. If equals cursor, let's say use our cursor here, dot all, method called on our cursor. Let's pass in the context. This is for resource management, this context up here, resource management purposes. And then we want to pass the cursor into our movies array, like that. So we want to pass it in at this memory address. So this ampersand means that we're passing it directly into a particular memory address in memory, into this movies array here. So now let's put a semicolon there, and if error is not equal to null, we'll explain what the semicolon is in just a bit, but let's just first write out our code. Okay, so if that equals to null, let's also pass back a status of internal server error. Okay. And the message here should be failed to decode movies. So it failed to insert the movie's cursor. Oops, we have a problem there. Failed to insert the movie's cursor into this movies array variable. Okay, if an error is returned at this point here. sorry, no, if an error occurs at this point here, where we're placing the cursor into the movies array here. Great, now if it reaches this point here, we can return using our context, our C variable, which is the context object from Gin-Gonic, passed into this method from the Gin-Gonic web framework. We can use this C method, the C variable, the C parameter or argument, to call the JSON method and pass back a status of OK. So that'd be 200 OK. Sorry. Status. OK. This must be capitalized. And then we can pass the movies array. And it will be passed down to the client in JSON format. Excellent, no problems. That's what we like to see. And we can actually launch this and test this all. So let's try that. Let's go to the terminal here and run our code. Go run dot. And it's now listening on port 8080. So let's see what happens when we navigate to the movies endpoint. Let's see if we get any results. Okay, let's fire up Chrome, HTTP, localhost, port 8080/movies. Look at that. All our data has been returned. And of course, it looks rather ugly at the moment. But when we create the React part of our code using Bootstrap 5, React Bootstrap, we can make it look something like this. I'll show you right now what we'll make it look like. And there we go. So this is what it's going to look like. The end result will look like. So it looks pretty cool. Our movies returned to the browser will look like this. Okay, so let's write the code for another endpoint handler function that retrieves and returns data for just one movie this time from the movies collection in our MagicStream movies database. Okay, you can see here we've got the getMovies handler function, and now we're going to create a function that is for the purpose of retrieving just one movie rather than returning all the movies from the movies collection. We're going to find one specific movie within the movies collection, and that query will be based on the IMDb ID for the relevant movie. Okay, so let's write the code. So it's func get movie, like that, open and close brackets, and then we want to return a function, just as we did in the get movies handler function. We want to return a function of type handler func, like this, and this is a way of hooking into the Gin-Gonic web framework. Okay, so to hook into the Gin-Gonic framework, we are going to return a function of type gin.handlerfunc. So let's employ the return keyword here, and let's write an anonymous function here. So when I say anonymous function, of course I mean it doesn't have a name. So to do that, we type func, open and close brackets, like that, and then we can pass in the context of the Gin-Gonic web framework through this parameter, the C parameter here, which is of type *gin.context, like that. So this will give us context essentially from the web framework, and will make it easy for us to, well, for example, return a response to the calling client code, or reading a parameter. You'll see we are able to read a parameter from the URL, which is something we're going to do in this particular function, and handle requests, handle request data, and that sort of thing. So the Gin-Gonic web framework is making that a lot simpler for us. Okay, perfect. So let's write the code. The first thing we want to do is create the context for our query to the MongoDB database. So to do that, we type ctx, and it's returning two values. So we also want cancel here. And then let's use our assignment operator, context dot, and then of course the method with cancel, and we want with cancel timeout here. And this is for the purpose of cleaning up resources, okay, within memory. Dot background, and then comma, and we want it to time out in 100 seconds. So 100 times time dot second. And we have a problem here. It's not with cancel timeout, it's with timeout. That's the method we want to call here. And then we need to include this line of code, defer cancel, like that. As you saw earlier when we created the getMovies endpoint function handler, we are returning a function of type gin.handleFunc, which provides us a way to hook, if you like, into the Gin-Gonic web framework. So this, for example, makes it easy for us to map a HTTP endpoint route to the relevant HTTP endpoint function handler. This also makes it easy for us to handle HTTP requests and create HTTP responses from within the relevant endpoint function handler. So you can see here we are calling the context.withTimeout method like this, and this defer cancel code like this. This code creates a new context, CTX, that automatically cancels after a specified duration. So here, the timeout will occur after 100 seconds. The function returns CTX. CTX is the new context that carries the timeout. Cancel is a function to manually cancel the context before the timeout if necessary. Defer delays the execution of cancel until the surrounding function returns. This ensures that the context is properly cleaned up and resources are released, even if the function exits early due to an error. Okay, so now we're going to use the C argument here, the Gin context or Gin-Gonic context here, to read in a parameter from the URL. And we'll see the details of how this parameter value is passed in through the URL when we map this handler function to a particular endpoint. And we're going to call the endpoint /movie instead of /movies, which is mapped to the getMovies function there. But we'll do that in just a bit. For now, we just want to read in the movie ID, which is going to be the IMDb ID for a particular movie stored within our database. And then we can use the C object here, param method, like this, and then pass in the name of the parameter we want to read from the URL, from the endpoint path, if you like, IMDb underscore ID. Excellent. So that should populate our movie ID variable. So the next thing we want to do is just check that we have in fact retrieved a value from the URL. So let's create an if statement to do that. Movie ID equals, so if movie ID equals to an empty string, let's pass back to the client using the C Gin context object and the JSON method. Let's pass back to the client a HTTP status of bad request. Status bad request. And then let's include a message, gin.h, and we can pass back valid JSON to the client like this. So error, colon, and then an appropriate error message. Let's just say movie ID is required. So no movie ID was passed in with the endpoint path. So we need to fail this function call here. And let's include the return keyword so that the execution of code discontinues at this point. Okay, and let's now create a variable named movie, var movie. So this is a local variable of type models.movie, and this is a user-defined type that we created, a struct that we created within our models, within our movie model.go file here, that we can use to store movie data. Great. So let's go back to our movie controller. And the next thing we want to do is check if an error has occurred while we attempt to query our movies collection with this with this code, and we're using the find1 method, so we are employing the functionality within the Mongo driver for Go package. Because you can see here, if we go to movie collection, which this is the reusable connection functionality we created in the previous part of this course. Here we are returning a mongo.collection, and we're connecting to a particular collection through this reusable code here. So if we go back to movie_controller, we can see here that we are connecting to that particular collection, the movies collection here. So now with this code using find1, we want to query our database, the movie collection specifically for a particular movie, and the query will be based on a unique identifier, which will be the IMDb ID retrieved from the IMDb ID parameter. Okay, so find1, and then let's pass in the context, which is for the purpose of ensuring that resources are cleaned up. So even if an error occurs within this function, the relevant resources associated with the query will be automatically cleared up. So this is a housekeeping mechanism that we need in place so that to prevent things like memory leaks, for example. Okay, so find1 ctx bson.m, and now we're creating a filter here on the IMDb ID parameter value, like this, colon movie ID. Of course, you can see here we're setting, and that shouldn't be capitalized, sorry. You can see here we're setting this local variable, we're declaring it and setting this local variable to the parameter value passed in through the URL to our handler function getMovie. Yeah, our handler function called getMovie. So movie ID equals to the IMDb ID parameter, and we're using that here to query the movie collection for a particular movie. Okay, and then then the next thing we must do is pop pop's probably the wrong word, to put the relevant movie data, if it's found by the find1 method, into our movie variable here. So let's do that. Movie, and we want to place it at a particular memory address of our movie variable. So let's include an ampersand preceding the movie variable name here, defined as our movie struct. So we want it to be placed inside a particular memory location here. Okay, great. And let's check if that error is null. So if it's not null, an error has occurred, and we need to handle the error, and all we want to do is pass back an appropriate message to the client and the relevant HTTP status, and we can do that through the c.json method like we've done before. So let's pass back the status, http.status not found. So this means that the resource that we're looking for within our database was not found, so we need to pass that back to the client with an appropriate JSON message, and we can implement the relevant JSON message using Gin-H like this. So we're employing the Gin-Gonic framework for this purpose here. And so error, movie not found. Okay, error, sorry, it shouldn't be a comma, that should be a colon, like that, because it's a JSON type format here. Okay, so we also want to include the return keyword because we want the execution of code to stop at this point. Then if no error has occurred with this through this line of code, where we are finding the movie document based on the IMDb ID value, then we can return that movie data through this line of code to the calling client code. So we want to pass back a HTTP status of OK, like this. And then we can just pass the movie data back like that through the second argument here, using the JSON method called on the C context object passed into our handler function, our endpoint handler function, through the Gin-Gonic web framework here. Brilliant. You may have noticed the := operator, and you might have correctly inferred that this is an assignment operator where the relevant parameter value named IMDb_ID is assigned to a variable named movie ID. The colon simply means the type of the variable is inferred based on the value being assigned to the variable. So : is a concise way to declare and initialize variables in Go. It infers the type automatically. It's only valid inside functions. It's a Go idiom used often and preferred by local variable declarations. Right, so we're now ready to map our handler function here, getMovie, to an appropriate endpoint. So to do that, let's go to main.go. Let's just duplicate this line of code here, firstly, and change the appropriate parts. So here we want to change this to movie because we just want to return a singular movie to the client code. And we also need to change getMovies to getMovie here. But the real difference between this router.get method and this one here is that we need to pass in a parameter value through the URL when this particular endpoint is called, because the getMovie functionality depends on the relevant IMDb ID value. So to do that, it's actually very simple. We include /, and then the name of the parameter, which is IMDb_ID, like that. So if we go back to our getMovie method, go to definition, you can see here we are able to retrieve, using this context object passed in by the web framework, we are able to retrieve the IMDb_ID parameter value here, and then we can proceed with our query and the functionality of this getMovie method, and ultimately return the movie data to the calling client. So let's go back to the main.go file, and within the main method, you can see that we have now created the relevant route for our getMovie handler function. So the only thing left to do is just test it. So let's firstly go into the appropriate directory so that we can run our code. So cd server /MagicStream movies server, like that. And then we just type go run dot. Okay, and it's listening on port 8080, so we can navigate to our new endpoint through our browser. So let's use Google Chrome. Let's use Chrome to navigate to the appropriate endpoint. So http localhost : 8080. And this is the sort of thing we want. We want to go to movie, and then we need to include a particular IMDb ID. And let's find a particular IMDb ID through Compass. So I think we should use this one. Let's query for The Empire Strikes Back. Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back. An absolute classic, of course. And so let's go here and include TT0080684, which is the IMDb ID for Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back. Let's press the Enter key, and it returns the appropriate data. We can actually verify this visually by copying the poster path here within our JSON data to another tab here, and let's see if it returns. And there it is. Look at that. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. So that is working. Brilliant. Okay, let's find another one. Let's go to Compass and let's do Star Trek: The Undiscovered Country. So let's copy that ID to our clipboards and paste it in here. So you can see how the IMDb ID is passed in through the relevant endpoint. And there it is, Star Trek, the undiscovered country. Let's copy the poster image here, the path to the poster image, which is a publicly available image address. And let's paste that here and press the enter key. And there we go, Star Trek, the undiscovered country. And for good measure, why not? Let's do another one. And I love the movie Unforgiven, so I'm going to copy this IMDb ID and paste it here. And let's see if it finds Unforgiven, and there it is. And let's confirm that by copying the poster image into the next tab like this. And what a movie this was. Rest in peace, Gene Hackman. But this was a fantastic Clint Eastwood classic, and of course Gene Hackman was amazing in it. As always, Morgan Freeman was fantastic. And Richard Harris. So, what a cast. Excellent movie. Great. So anyway, we are absolutely getting there now. I'm very happy with what we've done so far. I hope you are too. Great. So we've created 2 endpoint handler functions for 2 HTTP GET requests. One that retrieves data for the entire movies collection, and one that returns data for a specific movie. So we have covered creating Gin-Gonic endpoint handler functions for HTTP GET requests. So let's create a handler function, and let's name this function add movie, like this, and returns a type of gin.handlerfunc because it's a handler function that hooks into the Gin-Gonic framework. Let's open our curly braces like that, and let's include the return keyword here, and then an anonymous function that will contain our actual implemented logic. And we want to pass in a parameter named C of type star gin.context like this, and this is all for the purpose of hooking into the Gin-Gonic framework, which makes it easier for handling requests and creating responses. So here we are declaring a function named addMovie, which will handle the functionality for an endpoint that we'll map to this function once we have written the logic for the function. It returns a gin.handlerfunc type, which is just a type alias for type handlerfunc, func, and in parentheses star context. So this is the actual handler function that Gin or Gin-Gonic will call when a request hits the root it's attached to. C star gin.context gives you access to the request response path / query, params, form data, etc. So our function is integrated with the Gin-Gonic web framework, which makes it easy to access the request response path / query, params, form data, etc. This function is going to handle a post request because our function will add movie data passed in from the client to the movies collection within our MongoDB database. In our Web API solution, we are appropriately using HTTP methods like GET and POST. We have so far implemented codes to handle GET requests to retrieve resources from our MongoDB database and send them back to the client in an appropriate HTTP response. Using the RESTful architecture when adding a resource or resources to our database, it is appropriate to use a HTTP POST request. So we are using the RESTful architecture in our Gin-Gonic Web API solution. REST, or Representational State Transfer, is a software architectural style used for designing web services and APIs. It defines a set of rules and conventions for how clients, like web apps or mobile apps, and servers should communicate over HTTP. A RESTful API uses standard HTTP methods, get, post, put, delete, etc., to perform operations on resources, which are typically represented by URLs. So our getMovies and getMovie endpoint handler functions hook into the Gin-Gonic web framework to handle HTTP GET requests. With our addMovie endpoint handler function, we are going to add a resource to the movies collection within our MongoDB database. So we are going to use a POST request. We are going to map the addMovie endpoint handler function to an endpoint that handles a POST request. So let's add the code to handle the context of our interaction with the MongoDB database. So it returns two values from this particular method, one which is the context and the other one which allows us to cancel the action that the context will be mapped to. So we need to call the context dot with timeout method like this, pass in context dot background like this, and the amount of time we want to lapse before the action that this context is mapped to is forced to stop. So we want that time lapse to be 100 seconds, and we can implement that code like this. Okay, great. Okay, that looks better. Context.with timeout. Okay, excellent. So the red squiggly lines under these two variables is because they are currently not used. So the next line of code we want to include is defer cancel like that. Excellent. Okay, so that red squiggly line has gone away. And then we'll use the CTX variable a little bit later. So as we did in our last two endpoint handler functions, we implemented code using Go's context package to create a timeout context. And it's typically used in Gin and other Go web frameworks to control how long an operation is allowed to run before being forcefully cancelled. This is useful for setting a deadline on long-running operations like database queries, HTTP requests, or any blocking operations. When the timeout expires, the CTX or context is cancelled and any operations listening on that context will stop. Context.background is the base context, often used at the top level of an application or request. It's not cancelable by itself, so we wrap it with a timeout context. Cancel is a function that manually cancels the context before the timeout. Defer cancel ensures that when your function exits, it frees up resources associated with the context. It's important to call cancel to prevent context leaks. For example, Go routines waiting on a context that never gets cancelled. Note that a Go routine is a lightweight thread of execution in the Go programming language. It's one of the key features that makes Go well suited for concurrent programming. Go routines allow you to run functions concurrently. They are much more lightweight than traditional threads. Creating thousands of Go routines is feasible and common in Go. Unlike threads managed by the OS, Go routines are managed by the Go runtime scheduler, which multiplexes thousands of Go routines onto a small number of OS threads. You start a Go routine by using the Go keyword before a function call. So note that even though you haven't seen me use the Go keyword explicitly in this Web API project, the r.run, we've got router.run. The r.run method call starts a HTTP server using Go's standard net HTTP package. The net HTTP package itself spawns a new Go routine for each incoming HTTP request. So every time a client makes a request, it is handled concurrently in its own Go routine. So let's look what happens under the hood. Gin is built on top of Go's net HTTP functionality. The HTTP listen and serve function, used internally by r.run, listens for connections and calls a handler in a new Go routine for each request. This allows multiple requests to be processed concurrently and efficiently. Okay, let's go back to our add movie function. So let's create a variable for the purpose of storing the movie data passed in from the client in memory on the server. Okay, var movie models dot movie like this. So this is the user defined struct that we created earlier on within the movie underscore model.go file here. So this is the type that we are going to use, or the struct we are going to use to store the incoming client data in memory on the server. Excellent. And it's just got a red squiggly there because declared but not used. Same with the CTX at the moment. Okay, let's press the enter key. So here we have created a variable of type models.movie. And this variable will store the relevant movie data passed in from the client. The models.movie type is, of course, our user-defined type that we created earlier. Let's write code to attempt to save the movie data passed in from the client to our add movie endpoint. And we want to save this data within our movie struct. So let's write the code for this. So then our assignment operator here, we're just checking for an error returned from c.should bind, and we want JSON. So it's c should bind JSON like this, and then the ampersand character, because we want to locate a specific part of memory, so we use the ampersand for this. So it's a pointer to a memory location when we put an ampersand. It's a reference to a memory location rather than the data itself. It points to the data. Ampersand movie, like this. And then we can check the error by adding a colon there and going not equal to null. So if the is not equal to null, we need to handle an error because an error has occurred. And so let's type C, the context, the Gin-Gonic context, JSON method, like this. And we want to pass back a status of bad request. So status bad request like this, which I believe is represented by the number 400 or 403. No, it's 400, I think. HTTP status bad request. Gin, and this is just a shortcut for creating a JSON object. So gin.h, and we're using the Gin-Gonic framework for that purpose. So error, and then let's map the key value pair, the key error, to a value of invalid input. Whoops. Input like this. Okay, and then we want to include the return keyword so it will stop execution at this point because an error has occurred and we want to just handle that error, send back an error message to the client, and then terminate the execution of the function. The function's basically failed at this point. So let's just go over this code again quickly. So C is, of course, the Gin-Gonic context object, which represents the context of the current HTTP request. Should bind JSON, and then in brackets, ampersand movie attempts to pass the incoming JSON payload from the request body into the movie struct. If there's an error during binding, for example, the JSON is malformed or doesn't match the expected struct fields, the error variable or the variable will not be null. So the code inside the if block will execute. If there was an error, this line returns a 400 bad request HTTP response. Gin.h, error, invalid input, is a shortcut for creating a JSON object with a key error and a value invalid input. The return keyword ensures the function exits immediately after returning the error response. No further processing occurs. This code safely handles JSON input by validating and binding it to a Go struct, movie. If the input is invalid, it sends a clear error response and holds further execution. The ampersand character in ampersand movie is the address of operator in Go. This gets the memory address of the movie variable, i.e. it passes a pointer to movie, not the actual value. So now remember we included the declarative tags in our movie model here for validation purposes, like validate required. So to validate the movie data now stored within our movie variable, we need to firstly install a Go package named Go Playground. So to do that, make sure that you're in the current directory. Rule of thumb is make sure you're just in the same directory as where the go.mod file has been stored. And then we type this command to install Go Playground. So it's just go get. Remember, we're using Go Playground to validate our movie variable. So whatever the client has passed into the add movie method, we're validating based on this criteria here that we included within backtick characters here. And we need this particular package to perform the validation. So we're installing a validation package commonly used in Gin-Gonic applications. So we type this command to do that, go get, and then it's github.com/go-playground-validator/v10 like this. And let's press the enter key. And something is happening. Brilliant. That's a good sign. So we've installed our Go Playground package. And we can verify that by going to go.mod here. And we should be able to see it somewhere here. There it is, validator. Our playground packages. The references to the playground package are here. Brilliant. So let's go back to our code and let's include the relevant validation code. So to do that, let's type if assignment operator validate, but you see we haven't got this validate object set up yet. So we need to do two things. We need to import the Go Playground package firstly. So we can do that here like this within quotations. Okay, so let's type github.com go-playground/validator/v10. And we're importing our Go Playground validator package like that. And then the next thing we want to do is create the validator object. And we can do that with this simple line of code. We type var validator equals to validator.new, like that. Great. And now we can use our validator, which is provided to us by the Go Playground package here. And we can use it now to validate our data. Great, so validate. We've called the object validate and then dot. Hang on. Oh, we've called it validator, so let's call this validate. Okay. See if we can get some IntelliSense now. Have we got the name correct? Validate dot struct. And then we pass in movie like this. And then we can include a semicolon and check the error. So if the error is not null, we know an error has occurred. And then we can handle the error appropriately. And we want to send back an error to the client with a HTTP status of internal. Actually, no, we want it to be a bad request. So it's a bad request 400 we're going to send back. And then we'll use Gin-Gonic or Gin to create a JSON response, error response. Oops. We type error, colon, and our error message could be the following: validation failed. Oops. Failed, comma, then details, comma, dot error. So the actual error message. So hopefully this can be useful to our client code in the event that an error occurs at this point in the code. Okay. Great. And then let's use the return keyword here to stop execution of the logic within the add movie function here. Okay, brilliant. So if we get to this point in code, we want to then insert the actual data within the MongoDB database. Not sure why we're getting all this. Okay, before new line. Missing comma before new line. What? Oh. I haven't included the if here, sorry. Having a bad day. The Go Playground validator is typically used in a Gin-Gonic web application to validate a struct like movie after it's been bound from JSON. It uses the Go Playground Validator v10 package, a powerful and widely used validation library in Go. Validate is an instance of the validator. Validate.struct movie checks the movie struct against any validation tags, for example, validate required on its field. If any field fails the validation, it returns an error, not null, and the if block runs. This code ensures the movie struct is valid before proceeding. The validation is based on our declarative validation instructions that we included between backtick characters for the movie structure. For example, if we go to our movie models file and we check some of these, we've got validate required, we've got min, max, we've got limitations on the minimum amount of characters we want stored in the title and the maximum amount of characters we want stored in the title field here. We've got a URL validator here for the poster path. So we can include declarative code here to create rules for our fields within the movie struct. So our validation functionality here will validate the rules that we've established between backtick characters for each of the fields within our movie struct, basically. And then we are handling that error here. Okay, excellent. Right. So if any field fails validation based on its struct tags, the API responds with a 400 status and a helpful error message. So let's write the code that actually inserts the data passed in from the client. Now that it's been validated, we want to insert it into the database. So let's write the code for that. So we type result, comma, So two values can be returned, the result and an error, if an error occurs. So let's assign that to the actual action, and we want to use the movie collection, and then we want to call the insert one method to insert a resource into our database, a movie resource. Now we can map the context that we created up here. We want to map that context to this action here. Context, and then we want to insert movie into the database. So we do this. And then let's check our error. So if is not equal to null, oops. So if is not equal to null, c.json, and let's pass a relevant error back to the client. So let's pass a status of internal 500 to the client. Internal server error like this. And let's use gin.h here to pass well-formed JSON back to the client. Let's include an error key and its value failed to add movie. Great, that looks pretty good. And then include the return keyword to stop execution because it's failed at this point. So this Go code snippet is inserting a document, a movie, into a MongoDB collection using the MongoDB Go driver. This is a MongoDB collection object connected to the collection where you want to store the movie data, movies. The insert one function inserts one document into the collection. CTX is a context used for timeout, cancellation, or passing metadata. Movie is the Go struct or map that will be converted into a BSON document and inserted into the MongoDB movies collection. Insert one returns a result which contains information about the insert operation, such as the inserted document ID. Is an error object, which is null if the insertion was successful. If insert1 fails, for example, due to a connection issue, bad data, etc., it responds with HTTP 500 internal server error. And a JSON object with a error message failed to add movie then returns to the client. The return keyword halts further execution. So this code tries to insert a movie into MongoDB. If successful, the code execution continues. If it fails, it sends a 500 response with an error message. Lastly, if the code reaches this point, we want to send a success message to the client, a HTTP success message. So we type c.json, and then within parentheses, HTTP status created, and then we want to send the result back to the client. Great, so that is pretty much our logic finished for the add movie function. So the next step is to map the add movie handler function to an appropriate endpoint, an appropriate route. So let's map an endpoint route to our new add movie endpoint handler function. So to do that, let's go to the main method, and let's just make a copy of this here, this code here. But this time we want to use a post HTTP method, and then let's map our handler function method to a endpoint, and let's call this one /add movie, like that. So that's the path to our endpoint that we'll add to the base address of our web application. And then we go controller.add movie, like that. And that's it. We've mapped our add movie handler function to the add movie endpoint here. So let's test our new add movie functionality, but now it's not so easy to test this functionality as we did for the get movie and get movies functionality. The get movie and get movies functionality are both mapped to HTTP GET requests, which makes it easy to just invoke the relevant endpoints through the browser. The results are returned and we can see the displayed results within our browser in JSON format. However, we need to map our add movie handler function to a HTTP post request where we need to pass movie data in JSON format through the body of the relevant HTTP message. So rather than, for example, create our own HTML form on the client that can run within our browser for testing the add movie functionality, an easier option is to use a free tool called Postman for this purpose. This is a great tool that we can use for testing our RESTful Web API endpoints. So let's navigate to www.postman.com. Right, so let's navigate to www.postman.com. So this is where you can download this free tool called Postman, and we use this tool to test our Web API endpoints. Then you want to click on this menu option here. Let's just accept all cookies. And then we want to click on this header menu option here, and then click Download Postman so that we can install our free version of Postman. And you can see here it's detected my platform, Windows 64. And then please just go through the relevant instructions, download the relevant install file, double click on it once it's downloaded to your downloads folder, and go through the install process. And this is what Postman looks like. Okay, so now we want to test our add movie endpoint using Postman. So I'm going to invoke Postman here. Brilliant, okay. And there we have it. So this is what we want. We want, instead of get, we want post to be selected here. And then we've got the path to the add movie endpoint here. Okay, in order to test our result. And then we want to go to body here and then raw, like that. Okay, and let's just minimize that. Let's go back to our browser here, open up a new tab, and I'm just going to go to GitHub here, because you can download the relevant JSON data that we're going to use to test our post request here from this location. We've got a file called add test movie doc. We're going to add Highlander 2, one of the worst movies ever created. We're going to add to our database. That's just my opinion. Horrible movie. I really loved the first one, especially when I was a teenager, but this movie, diabolical. Anyway, I'm going to copy the data for it. And then we can just, so you can copy it from this location, from my GitHub repository, MagicStream GitHub repository, copy it, and then paste it within the body of our postman request here. So it's body raw, and then copy it into this text area box here, copy the data from GitHub here. And then of course we need to make sure that our server-side code is running, our test server-side code is running. So let's go back here. And to run our code, we just type go run dot. Okay, and it should be listening on port 8080. Excellent. And now, through Postman, we can test whether we can add Highlander 2, which is an absolute abomination, to our database. Okay. So let's do that. Let's press the send button to send this data to our add movie endpoint. Let's see what happens. 500 internal error. Oh dear, what's happened there? Undefined validation function min. Okay. Let's go to our movie model here. And let's check. Genre name, min equals to 2, max equals to 100. Okay. So let's take out the gaps here. I think it is a bit funny with formatting here. It's a bit temperamental with formatting. And let's save that. Let's try again. Go run dot enter. Okay, it's listening on 8080 there. Let's send that through. 400 bad request. Okay, well, we've gone a little bit further. Validation failed. Key movie admin. Field validation failed on the required tag. Okay. Okay, because we got no right. Okay, so we've already said that the ranking is bad. This movie was really bad. So our field validation is working. That's what that proves. So we got a 400 bad request, which is correct because we hadn't included any field value for the admin review field here. And now we have, so this should work. Let's send that through. 201 created. So we've created Highlander 2 within our movies collection. Okay, I'm not too happy with that. Oh, right, okay. Right, so Highlander 2 has been created within our movies database. Let's double check that. Okay. Reload data. And let's see if we can find Highlander 2. There it is. But that doesn't look right there. So I'll have to look at that. But it has created a resource, but it hasn't created a unique identifier as I would have expected. So I need to just have a look into that. Okay, so the reason why that ID within Compass was just a series of zeros and not what I would have expected to see, for example, a unique ID like this, is because I hadn't included a particular keyword within the backtick characters here. So we need to include this keyword here. Omit empty there in the BSON. And I'm also going to include it in the JSON. So if we include that in the BSON, for the BSON criteria here, it will insert a unique identifier within the database if the ID field does not store a value when it is inserted, when that data is inserted into the database. So this will create a new unique identifier like this by default for us. Okay, so let's take that there. Same code, omit empty, like that, and place it here also, like that there. And now if we test our code again, let's type go run dot to run our code. Okay, great. It's listening on port 8080. Let's go back to Postman. We've still got everything set up here and ready to go. I actually deleted the previous record off screen. I deleted the Highlander that we had here. So we're inserting a new record into the database, and it should include a unique object ID for this resource here. So let's test that. Let's press the send button. Okay, and we've got a 200 created status sent back to us, which is great, and inserted ID. And that's what I would have expected to see. So it's created a unique identifier for our resource within the MongoDB database. So let's check that. If we go to Compass and let's refresh, let's reload data. And there we have Highlander, the quickening, and it's got an appropriate unique identifier now included here for the ID field. Excellent. So our code is now working. I'm actually going to remove this particular validation from admin review, because initially when we create the resource, we actually don't need this to have a value. So I'm going to take this validation away from this field here. And you'll see why I'm doing that in just a bit when we create the code for using the AI functionality to read the admin review and extract the ranking from the admin review using AI. And we'll see how that works in just a bit. Excellent. We're in good shape. Okay, so when a user first accesses our MagicStream website, on the homepage, they will see some of the movies that are available to be streamed. However, when they click one of the movie items on the homepage, they will be prompted with a login screen. For example, we click on Shawshank Redemption here. We are prompted to log in because we can't use their services. We can't use the services provided by MagicStream without authenticating first. So we have to first log on. So I've actually seeded the users collection with a user named Bob Jones. So if I go Bob Jones at hotmail.com, that's Bob's email address, and I enter his password and I log in, we can now stream the Shawshank Redemption, and this is just a trailer played through YouTube. So it's not obviously the actual movie.
The gun empty and then stop to reload.
So if we go back here, so now we're able to actually stream the movies. And of course, I'm just playing the trailers through YouTube that acts as a placeholder for the actual streaming service. Great. So let's log out. Anyone can see the actual movies provided by MagicStream, but if you want to stream one of the movies, you have to be authenticated. The user must firstly sign up or register for a MagicStream account. The user must firstly be identified by the user's registered details, the user's credentials, before the user is able to make use of the services offered by MagicStream. So the user must log in firstly to the website and be authenticated based on the user's authentication details, which will be the user's email address and a password that the user chooses when registering with MagicStream. So if we log in here, we don't have an account, we can click this link here to register. And we have this registration form presented to us. So we can also access the registration form through this button, register. And we can register our relevant user details and our credentials, for example, our unique email address and a password here. So the first step in creating this authentication functionality is to create a model representing user registration details. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's create, within the models folder here, let's create a new file and let's call this user_model.go. So this is the file user_model.go that we're creating in order to include a user struct which will represent a user's model, a user model that will contain the user's details, the user's authentication details and general details. Even though we are in a different file to the movie_model.go file, where code within the movie_model.go file is part of the models package, we can also make any code we write within the user_model.go file part of the models package simply by including this declarative code. Package models, like that. And you can see we've got the same declaration at the top of the movie_model file here, package models. So anything we write in here will also be part of the package named models, which will make it easy for us to import whatever exportable code we have here into other packages and other applications. Okay, great. So all exportable code, for example, a model like the movie model, where its name starts with a capital letter, can be imported and used by another application or from within another package. For example, if we go to the movie_controller.go file, the movie_controller.go file, we can see here we are importing the models package. So we have the root path here, which we established within the go.mod file by naming the module with this path on GitHub, that where we will upload our code to eventually. So in movie controller, we have that as our root path, the name of the actual module, and models is the package name that we are, the package that we are importing here so that we can use, for example, the movie model within our code. So when we create our user struct, we'll create it pretty much in the same way, the same basic way that we've created the movie struct. So firstly, let's create an import block here, and then we'll create our user struct. Okay, and we need to import the go.mongodb.org /mongo -driver /v2 /bson package, like this. And it's got a red squiggly line because we're not yet using the relevant functionality within this package. Okay, so let's create our user struct, and we can do that by typing type user struct, like this. Whoops. And then within the curly braces, we're going to create our first field, which is an ID field that uniquely identifies a particular user within the user's collection. And we'll type this as bson.objectID. Excellent. So the reason we need to import the go.mongodb.org /mongo-driver /v2 /bson package is so that we can make the ID property of the user struct of type bson.objectID. When a new document is added to a collection in our MagicStream Movies MongoDB database, a unique identity is automatically generated for that document. So this is what this ID field represents in our user model, a field that uniquely identifies the document in the collection. So this is a field that uniquely identifies a user resource in the user's collection. Let's also create a field that uniquely identifies the user. So let's create a field named user ID for this purpose. So user ID, and this is of type string. This field is of type string. Let's create a first name field like this of type string and a last name field like this, also of type string. Let's create a field named email, and this is also of type string. Let's create a password field also of type string. Note that we will include hashing functionality to obfuscate or hash the password before it is entered into the database. It is, of course, not good practice in terms of security to save the password as is to the database. Let's create a field named role, and this is also of type string. So this is also of type string, but must either contain a value of admin or a value of user. We're only going to have 2 roles available. So we could extend the role to enable multiple types of roles to be stored in the roles field. But for now, we are going to restrict the values to either admin or user for this field. Of course, only administrators will be added to the admin role, which will mean they will have administrative privileges to, for example, in our application, to add reviews to movies. A user is only able to stream movies, and in our application will not be able to review the movies. I've deliberately made it like this for simplicity, but you can of course extend the functionality so that the users can enter reviews for the movies. So for auditing purposes, let's create a field named created at, like this. And this field is of time.time, like that. And you can see that we've got a red squiggly line here undefined because we need to import the relevant package. And we can do that here like this. And there, the red squiggly line has disappeared. Then let's update our model with the update at field, which is also for auditing purposes. And this field is updated when a user's details are updated. For example, if the user's password changes, etc. So let's create that field. So updated at, and this is also of type time.time, like that. Brilliant. Then let's create a field named token, and this is of type string. We must have it with a capital letter because this is exportable code. So token string, like this. Excellent. We are going to use JWT or JSON Web Tokens for authentication and authorization purposes in this application. So we are going to persist the values for the relevant tokens within the document that is represented in code by this user struct. A JWT, JSON Web Token, is a compact URL safe token used to securely transmit information between parties as a JSON object. It's commonly used for authentication and authorization in web applications. A JWT has 3 parts separated by dots, a header part, which specifies the type of token and the signing algorithm, for example, HS256. Payload contains the claims, user data or metadata, like user ID, roles, or expiration time. Signature verifies the token's authenticity using a secret key or public-private key. So let's look at how JWT is used for authentication. A user logs in with their credentials. The server verifies the credentials and generates a JWT containing user information. The JWT is sent back to the client, usually stored in local storage on the client or a cookie. We're going to firstly look at storing the JWT in local storage, but we'll discuss why this is not the most secure solution, and then we'll eventually store it in what's known as a HTTP only cookie, which means the cookie cannot be read on the client by JavaScript code, making it more secure and less susceptible to XSS attacks. We'll look at the details of this a bit later. For future requests, the client includes the JWT in the authorization header. This is in the case where the token is stored on the client and then is added to the authorization header when, for example, a request is made to a web API endpoint. But we'll first initially look at this technique, but as I said, it's not the most secure technique. We'll implement our code using HTTP-only cookies, which is a much better and more secure way of passing the tokens from client to server, for example. The server verifies the token signature and grants or denies access based on the embedded claims. The benefits of using a JWT are as follows. Stateless, no session storage needed on the server. Scalable, easily used in distributed systems, can be passed between systems and services securely. Then it is good practice to also create a refresh token so that the client is able to authenticate without the user needing to log in again once the token's expiry date is reached. We'll discuss this further later in the course, but let's for now just include a refresh token field like this. And this is of type string, just like the token field. And the last field stores an array of our user-defined type genre, which is based on our genre struct that we created within our movie_model.go file. And you can see it here with all its validation that we also added in these tags here. And we're going to use this within our user_model.go file. And the reason we can just use it straight away is because this code here is part of the models package, just like the code in the movie_model.go file. So we've got package models and we've got this declaration at the top here. So we can just use that struct automatically here because they're part of the same package. So let's do that. I'm going to call this field favorite genres like this. And this is an array of genre structs. So we can just automatically include this type here because our code here, our user struct, is part of the same package. Even though they're in separate files, even though the genre struct is in a separate file to the user struct, we can access the genre type because they are part of the same models package. So it stores an array of genres. So when the user registers to use our MagicStream Movies application, the user will be presented with a list of genres, and the user must select one or more of these genres to provide our application with insights so that our application can recommend movies to the user that the user is most likely to want to stream. We'll discuss our AI recommendation feature a bit later in the course. So let's quickly look at the registration form for the prototype app that I created while preparing for this course. So you can see here when the user registers with the system, they can select their favorite genres. And this will become part of the recommendation functionality that we'll add a little bit later, where whatever they've chosen here will be instrumental in how we recommend movies to a particular user. So, I mean, if we log on as Bob Jones, for example, jones@hotmail.com, like that there. If we log on, you can see that if we go to the recommended tab here, it's recommended 5 movies. And in part, this is due to the genres that Bob selected when he registered with the application. So you can see, for example, he's more than likely, when he registered, he selected comedy, sci-fi, thriller, for example, or drama, or fantasy. And you can see it's ordering the recommended videos in terms of sentiment. So excellent, and you can see okay. So the rest are okay. So it's ordered by excellent down to the okays here. But if, for example, if Harry Potter had a bad sentiment, that would be displayed after Airplane, which has an okay sentiment. So this is how we are going to recommend the movies to specific users. But we'll look at the details of this in just a bit. It's quite an exciting part of the course because we're going to be using AI to extract the sentiment from the movie reviews. But we'll see the details of this a little bit later. Okay, so let's minimize that. Let's go back to our code here, and we want to include validation code for each of these fields. So firstly, let's open our backtick characters here. Whoops. Okay. And now for the JSON, we want the field to look like this. So it's just _ID. So in the JSON that gets sent back to the client, the field will be _ID. Okay. And then we're going to include this omit empty keyword here. And then we'll get back to what that means in just a bit. So these need to be wrapped in quotations here. And then let's address the BSON format. So let's include BSON here. And this is the way the actual field is represented within the database. So it's _ID. The field will be _ID like that. And now, if you'll recall, we need to include this omit empty keyword. So if, for example, just these fields are included in the client's payload, which is what we're going to do, so it's just these fields and no ID is specified, MongoDB, based on this keyword here, will automatically create a unique identifier for the relevant user within the database. And that's what we want. And that's the reason we're including omit empty here. Right, so let's include the backtick characters next to user ID. And we want, so let's say the JSON, we want the JSON for the user ID to be user underscore ID like this. Okay. And the BSON will be the same as the JSON in this particular case. So we want within the JSON, within the BSON, we want the BSON field in the MongoDB database to also be user underscore ID like that. Brilliant. Okay, let's include the backtick characters next to the first name field. So JSON, we want the JSON to look like this. First underscore name. And the BSON is the same. So in all of these fields, the BSON and the JSON are going to look the same. It's just the way we're setting it up, but they could look differently if we chose to do so. And then let's address the validation for the first name field. So include validate keyword here, colon, and then within quotations, let's include the required keyword like this, comma, min equals 2. So at least 2 characters must be stored within this field. And max 100. So we don't want more than 100 characters stored in this field. So that's our validation for the first name field. And let's just make a copy of that because the last name field is very similar to the first name field. And let's just paste that here for the last name field like this. And let's just change the bits that we have to. Last name. And the validation is exactly the same. Required, min equals 2, max equals to 100. And then the email field, let's do that. So let's include our JSON criteria here. And we want the JSON field to be email with a lowercase like that. And then the BSON, we want also to just be email like this. Oops, like this, I mean. Okay. And then let's include the validate keyword. Okay. This is required. So a user must provide a valid email. Or must provide an email. That's what the required keyword signifies. But it must be a valid email. And this is what email signifies. So always remember that I think gaps may introduce an error. So we must remove the gaps like this. So these two must not have gaps, just be comma delimited like that. Great. Okay. And then for the password, let's include the declarative rules for the password. So JSON password will just be password like this. Okay. BSON also just be password like that. And then validate will be required. And let's just keep this simple for now. The password must have a minimum of 6 characters. Okay, so very simple for the password. And then the role. So this one will be a little bit more different to the other fields, and you'll see why in just a bit. So JSON, and we want this to just be called role like that. And then BSON, going to be the same. Role like that. And then validate keyword. Now this is interesting. So we want the validation to validate that this value is either admin or user. So to do that, we can use the one of keyword like that. one of like that equals admin space. So this is space delimited for the one of keyword, or the one of criteria admin, and then user like that. So it can only be one of these two values included within the role field, because we only have two roles currently in the system, admin or user. Okay, so the next one is created at, and we'll just keep these ones quite simple. So we'll just go JSON, and then let's say created at like that, and then the BSON is very similar to the JSON. BSON, whoops. BSON created at, and that's all the validation we want to include there. Let's make a copy of that. So no validation, but we want the JSON to look like this and the BSON to look like that. And then for this one, we obviously need to change the way the field will look in JSON. So updated underscore at, all lowercase, updated underscore at, all lowercase for the BSON. So the BSON and the JSON once again are exactly the same. Okay, and then for the token, I'm actually not going to include any validation for the token. So we'll just include the way the token field should look in JSON, and BSON token, and that's pretty much the same. Oops. So this doesn't have a backtick here. We need to put a backtick there, and then of course we need to name this appropriately. Refresh underscore token, copy that. Refresh underscore token for the BSON, and then here for the genre, this also requires special sort of validation, because we're actually going to be diving into the relevant genre structs that will be stored in the favorite genres field here. So the validation of importance here is the validation that we created on each of the fields within the genre struct. So let's firstly include what the JSON will look like for the JSON sent back to the client. So we want this to be called favorite underscore genre, all lowercase, favorite underscore genres, all lowercase, and then the BSON will be the same. So this is how it will appear in the MongoDB database. BSON like that there. So this field can't be empty, so let's include required, and then comma. Now this is the important part, dive. So it dives into the values stored within the array, and it validates each genre, which and the validation criteria has been set up, of course not there, here. That's the validation that will be used to validate the genre, the various genres stored in the favorite genres array. So just to go over this again, the omit empty tag is used to indicate that a field should be omitted when serializing if it has the 0 value for its type. So also remember, when we tried to add a movie to the movies collection in our MongoDB database, the underscore ID field was set to a series of zeros because the relevant ID field did not include the omit empty tag. This keyword, omit empty, will ensure that if, when we add a user resource to the user's collection, that a unique ID is automatically provided for the newly added user resource to the ID field. So when we add a client payload for a user's resource, we're only actually going to be including these fields. So we won't include a value for the ID field. So we need this omit empty tag to be present so that MongoDB will automatically add a unique identifier to the relevant user resource within the MongoDB users collection. Great, and that's it. We've created our user model. Excellent. Great, so now we have created the user model. Let's create the code for inserting the user's details entered during the user registration process into our MagicStream Movies MongoDB database. Once we have finished the code for inserting a user's registration details into our MongoDB database, we'll test the functionality with Postman. I feel that in the previous sections of the course, we covered quite a lot of theory and have gone over a few detailed explanations regarding the code we are writing. So this part of the course is going to be more about implementing code, and we are going to move at a fairly fast pace here so that we can get the code written and tested for adding a new user to the users collection within our MongoDB database. Right, let's get going. Right, so let's add a file to our controllers folder, and let's call this file user_controller.go. At the top of the file, let's declare the code that will be added to this file as part of the controllers package. So let's type package controllers at the top of this file like this. Excellent. So now the code within the movie_controller.go file is part of the controllers package too. You can see we have declared that the code within this file, the exportable code within this file, is part of the controllers package, and we've done the same within the user controller file here. So any exportable code we write here will also be part of the controllers package. Let's include an import section like that. Let's import the following packages. So let's import this package, github.com/Gavin Lon Digital /MagicStream movies /server /MagicStream movies server /models, like that. Okay, and it's got a red squiggly line because we're not yet using the relevant model within our code, which will be our user model. Okay, great. And we can just check that that path is correct by looking in the go.mod file, and you can see the root of that needs to be the same as this here. The root of that path needs to be the same as the name of this module. So if we go back there, we could actually just do this, paste that in there, and then /models to make sure that that's 100% accurate. Okay, we are going to need a reference to the Gin-Gonic web framework package. So let's include the Gin-Gonic web framework package within our import section like this. github.com/gin-gonic/gin like that. Excellent. And the red squiggly line is appropriate at this point because we're not using any of the functionality quite yet within the Gin-Gonic package. We are going to want to validate the user registration data passed in from client to server. So let's include the github.com go playground validator v10 package. Okay, so github.com/go-playground. Okay, /validator /v10. Great. Excellent. And it's dimmed out and we're getting red squiggly line under the package reference here because of course we're not using the validator just yet, but we will do in just a bit. So we'll add the other import references as we develop the register user endpoint handler function. So let's create the basic structure for the register user endpoint handler function like this. So let's type func register user. We want this to be exportable. So the first letter in the name of this function is capitalized, the R. And then let's include open and close round brackets, and then dot handler func to declare this as a handler func, an endpoint handler function, like that. A Gin-Gonic endpoint handler function, if you like. And then let's return an anonymous function that we'll implement, where we'll implement our logic for this handler function. And we want to include the C parameter, which is of type gin.context, which will help us implement the Gin-Gonic functionality. So for creating requests, returning responses, etc. Let's declare a variable named user of type models.user, which is of course the user struct that we just implemented within the user_model.go file, this user struct here. And the next step is to create an if condition. If C, that's the Gin-Gonic context, dot should bind JSON is the one we want, should bind JSON. So let's select that there. We include the ampersand user because we want to reference a particular address in memory. So where that reference, it's a pointer to memory rather than the actual data at this point. So we need to pass a reference to a memory address rather than the actual data. That's what the ampersand means, preceding the user variable name there. And then colon, and let's include an object there and an if condition. So if it's not, if the variable is not equal to null, that means an error occurred during the binding process. So let's send back an appropriate message, a HTTP status of status bad request to the client, and then an appropriate error message, and we'll use Gin to help us send back, null should have one L here, and we'll use Gin to send back well-formed JSON to the client, so error, and then colon, and then let's send back an appropriate message, invalid input data. So if it can't bind successfully here, it's invalid data. And then of course we don't want code to continue execution because the handler function would have failed at this point, so we include the return keyword, which makes sure that the code stops at this point once the relevant error message has been successfully returned to the client. Okay, and then let's create a new validator. So to do that, we go validate and then colon equals the assignment operator. And it also declares a variable of the relevant type at the same time. That's why we have the colon preceding the equals there. So we go validator dot new like this. And then we check an error object if the validation, so validate dot struct, if this validate code fails, it will return an error. So we need to include an object here, and then user, our variable name. So this code will return an error value and assign that error value to this variable here. And then we can continue the code by adding a semicolon here and checking the for a value to see if an error has actually occurred during this validation process. Okay, so if it has, we want to output an appropriate error message to the client. So we want the status to be HTTP dot status. So it would be a bad request if the client user data passed to this handler function fails validation. We deem this as a HTTP bad request. So we send that back to the client as well as an appropriate error message. So gin.h. So we can include well-formed JSON. So we can send well-formed JSON back to the client if indeed the validation fails. Let's include the main error message, which will be validation failed. And then we also want to include the details of why the validation failed. So details like this, and then we can include this code, and then the error object will have an error property that we can leverage here in our code. So it's an error method, it's an error function, so it will return an appropriate message which will contain the details of why the validation failed. So we can send that back to the client, and then we include the return keyword here to end execution of the function, because the handler function would have failed at this point here. Okay, excellent. And now a very important part of the code before we insert, because if it's past validation, we want to insert it into the database, into the user's collection, but it will contain the user's chosen password. The user variable will contain the user's chosen password, and we don't want that password to be saved as is to the user's collection within our MongoDB database, because that's a security risk. So what we want to do is hash the password. So we're going to use a particular package to hash that password. So let's install the relevant package, but we first need to make sure that we're in the root of our application where our go.mod file exists. So we go cd server and then MagicStream movies server, like that. Check that that's correct. Yep. And then let's press the enter key. So we're in the appropriate directory. And now we can use the go get command to install the relevant package that we'll leverage in order to hash our password before the user data is saved to our database. So let's go. Let's use the go get command. Go get Golang.org /x/crypto /b crypt, not corrupt. Okay, so b crypt. So Golang.org /x/crypto /b crypt. Press the enter key. Okay, and it's doing its thing. It's installing the relevant package, downloading go.org x crypto, the appropriate version. Excellent. Patience is a virtue, I've been told. So we're getting there, and then we'll be able to leverage the functionality within this package to encrypt the password which has been passed through within the user data passed in from the client. Okay, great. So let's clear the screen. And now let's create a function called hash password that will hash our password, that will encrypt our password before it is saved to the user's collection. So func hash password, this is the name of our method, and we're going to pass in whatever is passed in through the client, from the client to the server, and it's a string value. And this returns a string and an error object. So that's what we're declaring here. Here's our return types, a string and an object. Let's open the curly braces like that. And let's go hash password. So this is one of the return values, and these are the return values from our b crypt dot generate from password, and then we want to include an array of bytes. So we're typecasting the password into an array of bytes like this. Password, which gets passed in as an argument here, and then we tell it what we want it to do. So b crypt dot default cost. Okay, and then if so we're checking the error. If an error occurred during this hashing process, we want to handle it. And let's return So we're going to return an empty string here for this type here, if an error occurs, as well as the error object itself there. And then if all is successful, we want to typecast the hash password into a string. So we can do that with this code, string hash password, and the error that we'll return, this object here, should be null. So we can just return null like that. And that's our hash password code written. It's as simple as that. So we can now use that within our register user code to hash our password before we save the relevant user data to the users collection. So let's go back down here and let's implement the relevant code. So we go hashed password, comma, colon equals to, and then we can call our function that we've just written and pass in user.password like that. And that's the password that the user, of course, has passed in to our server code here. That needs to be hashed before the user data is saved to our database. And now let's create the context that helps us clear up resources for this function. Resources created to interact with our MongoDB database. So we're familiar with this code now because we've implemented quite a lot already in this course. So with timeout, and then context.background, and then 100 times. So it's going to time out. The code will time out in 100 seconds. So if something goes wrong, the resources will still be cleared up in 100. And of course, we need to include the defer cancel code here like this. Okay, brilliant. And we haven't included the time package, so we need to do that. Let's include the time package here. Time. And it seems to have automatically added context and net/HTTP automatically. So make sure you also include these imports within the import section here. Great, so that's excellent. And then the next thing we want to do is make sure that the email address passed in for the particular user, for the specific user, is unique, i.e. has not been saved to the user's collection. So members of the MagicStream website must have a unique email address if they want to register with our system. So we need to check that. We need to validate that. So to do that, we firstly need to include the users collection. So if you'll recall, we've got this code here which opens the relevant collection. So this is the movies collection in this particular case, but we want to open the users collection within our MongoDB database so that we can save the relevant user data to the users collection. So I'm just going to make a copy of that because the code is very similar, and then just change the relevant bits. Okay. So let's do that just outside of any particular function. We can include that code, and we'll go user collection like that. MongoDB Mongo collection. So we actually need to include our MongoDB driver for Go packages here in order to make use of this code. So let's replace that with users because we want to reference the users collection here, and we need to now import the relevant packages here. So we can actually copy the relevant code here to do that. So if we've already included the relevant importation code here within the movie_controller.go file. So let's just copy that code, go back to the user controller.go code, and include those package references, the relevant importation code here. Right, and you can see when I saved that, it actually automatically imported our database package. And that's the database package that we created. Based on the code that we've written here, we have a reference to database here. So when I saved it, Visual Studio Code actually did the automatically included the relevant importation code within the import section here, which includes our database package. So if we look at our database package here, now all the exportable code within this package can be leveraged from within our user underscore controller code. And that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. So now that we've got the user collection variable, we can use that to interact with the users collection within our MongoDB database. So we want to count how many documents contain the email that has been passed in from the client to server. So passed in for the relevant users details from the client to our server code here. So we're going to now leverage the users collection variable here. We don't want replace one. We want to leverage this method, count documents, ctext, so we include our context here so that the resources will be managed appropriately based on the code that we've included here in this section. Then we can filter our data using this code, so bson, like that, .m, like that, and I think we need to include another package here. Yep, we need to include another package. So let's go back. Let's go to the movie underscore controller Go code here. Oh no, we've already, okay, so we have included the bson package. No, we haven't. Oh, okay, so for some reason okay, so when I saved the file, it actually removed that package automatically that I'd included here because we're not leveraging any of its function. We weren't leveraging any of its functionality at that point. So I'm going to just copy that package again to the user underscore controller file here, like that. And let's save that. And now that we're using it, it won't delete it. Okay, so we can bson, whoops, bson.m, and we want to use bson.m to filter our result by the email address passed in from client to server. So we go user.email here. Right. Okay, so we need to, as always, check the error. If not equal to null, we need to handle that. So c.json http, and this will be a status 500 internal server error. If this code has failed, we want to throw a status internal server error 500 http error and send that to the client with some well-formed JSON, giving a bit of context to the error scenario. Okay, so error, and then user already exists. So they've got to choose a unique email address. Okay, and then let's include the return keyword here so that it halts execution of this handler function. Brilliant. And then the next thing to do is just, oops, no, that's the wrong error message. Sorry. So this error message is failed to check existing user. So sorry, wrong error message. So failed to check existing user here. So if it fails at this point, it's actually failed to check the email. So the code itself has failed. It hasn't actually performed it's been unable to perform the appropriate count of email addresses currently saved to the user's collection. So this is an appropriate error message. Okay, so now we'll check to see if the count is greater than 0. And so if the count is greater than 0, we cannot add the user data passed in because the user's email address already exists within the user's collection within our MongoDB database. So let's now include an appropriate status, which in this particular case will be HTTP status conflict, because the email address conflicts with an already existing email address in the user's collection. Gin.h, and now this error will be user already exists, like that. Okay, so that's where we'll include the user already exists error. If the count is greater than 0, meaning that that email address already exists in the database. And then of course we want to include the return keyword here so that the code holds, because this handler function would have failed at that point. Great. Okay. And then I'm going to include a unique user ID, and I'm going to go user ID equals to bson dot, we're going to leverage the new object ID dot hex method to just create a unique user ID for the user. Okay. Great. And then user dot create at will equal to time dot now. So we're just going to include what the time is now for this particular field at this point, at the point where the user data is being added to the user's collection, and the user dot update at property or field should also be set to, whoops, not that. Copy that. Time dot now. Great. And then lastly, we want to add the user data. If the code gets to this point, we're in good shape, and we want to use the user collection variable and the insert one method to insert the user into the database. Okay, brilliant. And then we need to check the object. If is not equal to null, whoops. If is not equal to null, let's handle the relevant error. So c.json http dot status internal server error, and let's use Gin-Gonic to include an appropriate error message. So it's going to be error colon and then failed to create user, like that. And then of course we include the return keyword so that execution halts at this point. And you can see there's a red squiggly line under result because we're not yet using the variable, and at this point we can return the result to the user, to the client, calling code like this. JSON http dot status created, so it'll be an HTTP 201 status that we'll return to the client, as well as the result there. And you can see the red squiggly line has disappeared. Okay. And one thing we didn't do is we didn't assign the hashed password. We hashed our password, but we didn't assign it to the actual relevant user password field. So we need to do this. Equals to hashed password. So that was nearly a mistake there. Okay, so it's got a warning. Let's just check. This value of error is never used. Okay, so we're not checking the error at this point here. Okay, so we need to check the error. Okay, so if error not equal to null, close brackets, and we can, that would be a status internal server error. So let's just make a copy of that and paste that here. Error, unable to hash password. And the warning squiggly lines, the yellow squiggly line, disappears, and all looks good with our function. And that's it, we're in good shape. So next we're going to test our function through Postman. Great. So firstly, let's create a root for our register user handler function. Let's go to the main.go file here. Let's just create a duplicate of this. Copy, paste, and let's map our register endpoint. So /register is our endpoint here. And we want to map it to the function we've just created, which is register user, like this. There we go. Excellent. So we're now ready to test our register user functionality. The functionality we just created here, which essentially saves a user's registered details to the users collection within our MongoDB database. And we're doing lots of other things here. We're hashing the password before the user's details get saved to the user's collection. And we're also checking for any conflicts in terms of the user's email. Each user must have a unique email. Great. So now we are ready to test our register user functionality through Postman. So let's launch Postman here. I've got Postman loaded here already. Let's set the drop-down list here to post because we're about to test a post request. Let's enter the URL. So our endpoint is /register. We've got the base address here already in place. And then we just need to include /register, which is the endpoint maps to our register user handler function. And then we just select the body option here and raw, and we need to populate this text box with the relevant JSON to register a new user. Now, I've actually already created some sample data that we can use to test our functionality. So let's go to GitHub, specifically my GitHub repository, GitHub, and then we want to go to, so this would be github.com/GavinLonDigital, and then we want to go GavinLonDigital MagicStream here, and then click on the MagicStream seed data folder here, and then I have prepared this data here, so add test user doc, and all we want to do here is copy this code, this data here into our text box here, and then to test our functionality we simply press the send button. Let's do that. And of course that's not going to work because I haven't run the code. Okay, so let's go back there and let's run the code. So let's go to our terminal window here and type go run dot. Now the code is running. Excellent. Listening on port 8080. And now let's try that again. So let's go to Postman, press the send button. 201 created. That looks good. Okay. We have a problem. So we've got a series of zeros here again. And why hasn't that worked? I thought we had taken care of this bug. So let's go and look at our user struct and see if there's anything funny there. Okay. User model. And if we look here, there's a gap between this comma and omit empty. Remember, this was the problem last time when we tried to save a movie to the movies collection. It did the same thing. It created a series of zeros for the ID, and we want this to be a unique ID field. So what's actually happening here is because the formatting here of these tags is very temperamental, it's caused a problem because we've got a gap between this comma here and the omit empty tag. So let's just remove that gap, save that. I'm just going to cancel this by pressing Control C. Let's clear the screen. Let's run the code again. Go run dot, press the enter key. And now we're running it again, and hopefully this will resolve our issue, and the result will contain a unique identifier for the user that we are saving to the database. But firstly, let's delete the data that was created, because it did actually create a document within the user collection. You'll see here, reload data. But this object ID is incorrect. This ID that uniquely identifies the user is a series of zeros, and that's not what we want. So let's delete this record by pressing delete there, and then confirming the deletion. You can see here, document flagged for deletion, and then let's confirm the deletion by pressing the delete button here. And now that record's gone. So if we reload data, we can't see that record anymore for Craig Denton. Great. So let's go back to Postman. You can see I'm still running the code here. I haven't stopped the code from running. And let's try that again. And we're all set up here. Our data doesn't change. That data is fine. You can see the password here. Password 1 exclamation mark. Now, this password I'm using for all the users just to make things simple. So for all the users, you'll be able to log on with this password here. But you'll see when it goes to the database, it will be hashed, i.e. encrypted as a security measure. You shouldn't save the password as is to the database. So we want this to be encrypted, and we've done that through this encryption code here. We're actually hashing the password. We created a hash password function here using the bcrypt package here to hash the password. So when we look at the database, we want to see that the password has been hashed once we've saved the relevant data to the database, of course. So let's go back to Postman, and all we need to do, we're all set up here. We've got the post drop down set. We've got the correct path to the endpoint, the register endpoint, and the data we copied from GitHub, and we're ready to test. So let's press the send button here. 201 created, that looks good, but is our ID unique now? And it is. So that did fix the problem. And of course the problem was this silly little gap was causing a gap between a comma here and omit empty tag was causing the problem. It's a bit temperamental in terms of formatting of these tags, so we've got to be mindful of that with this logic here. Okay, brilliant. So let's take a look at Compass to see if our data has been created, our resource has been created within the user's collection. So let's reload the data by going View, Reload Data, and there it is, and it's got a unique ID here, which is fantastic. Great. So we're in good shape. That's worked. One more thing I'd like to test is if we now try to add that same record, we should get a conflict with the email, because each user within the collection, within the user's collection, must have a unique email address. And of course, we've just seen that Craig Denton with this email address has been saved to the user's collection, as it were. So if we send that same data to this endpoint, we should witness a conflict here. So it should send back a HTTP conflict response, HTTP response to us, HTTP status response, and that will result in the data not being duplicated within the user's collection. So we don't want to save another document that contains an email address that already exists in the user's collection. So a conflict should occur when we hit the send button here, because this data contains an email address that already exists within the users collection. So let's try that. Let's press the send button. 409 conflict. Brilliant. So that's working. User already exists as our error message sent in JSON format to us, to the client code. So you can see that here, 409 post has resulted in a 409 conflict. Brilliant. So the data won't be duplicated. Let's just confirm that by going to Compass here, and we should only have one record for Craig Denton. Excellent. So our code that handles the conflict has executed successfully. And let's look over here, register user. You can see here the code for that. Count documents, filtering on email. If the count is greater than 0, error, user already exists. Brilliant. So now we're ready to write the code, to write the login code on the server side. Excellent. So now that we've registered a user successfully in the system, let's create the user login functionality. So let's first open the user_model.go file here. And let's create a model for storing the login data that will be passed from client to server once the user has submitted the user's login details in order to authenticate the user's security details with the MagicStream website. So let's create a struct named user login here. We do that by typing type. User login is the name of our struct. And then we need to include the struct keyword here. Open our curly braces. And we want an email field like this as string. And then we can include the relevant tags for our email field. So let's open backtick characters like this. Include the JSON keyword here. And then the name of the field that will appear within the JSON data. And then validate. Let's include some basic validation here. So it's required. The field is required, comma, email. It must be in a valid email format. And then let's include the password field like this. String, open backtick characters. So the field will appear as password within the JSON data. Validate. So it's obviously required, comma, min equals to 6. So must contain a minimum of 6 characters, the password, in order for it to be valid. Okay, so let's create the user response struct, which will be a subset. It's a DTO, and contains a subset of the fields contained within the user struct. So let's type. The name of the struct is user response, like that. And then, of course, the struct keyword, open and close curly braces, like that. This will not actually map to a BSON field, so I'm going to remove that. So the BSON code doesn't need to be included here because it doesn't map directly. It's kind of a subset of the user struct and doesn't map directly to a document or a collection of documents within the MongoDB database. So we don't need that BSON, that BSON tag there. But yes, we do need the JSON tag to stipulate how we want our JSON data to look. Okay, perfect. So, right, so within the user response, let's create a field called user ID as string. As string, let's open the backtick characters like this. And let's include JSON. And within quotations, user underscore ID like this. Let's include a first name field like that. Camel case is what we're using. Not camel case, we're using Pascal case, where each word has its first letter capitalized. First name. Each word within the variable name, or the field name in this case, has its first letter capitalized. This is Pascal case. Okay, string, and let's open our backtick characters and include the JSON tag here. And we want our JSON to look like this. First underscore, name. Let's just create a copy of this. paste it just below, and this will be last name. Okay, and let's alter this tag to be last underscore name. And then let's include a field named email as string. Let's open backtick characters here, JSON colon email, like that. Okay, and then role string, open backtick characters, JSON. We want the JSON to look like this, role, all in lowercase, and then favorite genres. Okay, and this is an array of the genre type. This is our user-defined struct that we created earlier in the course. Okay, and let's include the relevant JSON tag here. And we want it to look like this. We want this field to be named like this within the JSON data sent back to the client. This model is a DTO, which stands for Data Transfer Object. So DTO stands for Data Transfer Object. It's a design pattern used to transfer data between software application layers, such as between a backend and frontend, or between services in a distributed system. Here are some key characteristics of a DTO. It holds data only. It typically contains fields, properties, getters, and setters, and no business logic. It is a flat structure, usually simpler and flatter than domain models. It is serializable, designed to be easily serialized to JSON, XML, etc. for transmission over the network. Some common use cases are as follows. API responses, returning data to clients without exposing the internal domain model. So in this case, the internal domain model would be user. And this is our DTO, user response. Data aggregation, combining data from multiple sources into a single object. Input validation, accepting structured input from external sources, for example, form submissions. So by using a DTO, we're only exposing the data that needs to be exposed to the client. Great, so let's write the code for our login user HTTP endpoint handler function. So let's open the user underscore controller file here, and let's create the infrastructure for our handler function. So let's type func login user like this, then gin.handler func. So we're using Gin-Gonic to establish this function as a handler function, an endpoint function handler, and we're leveraging Gin-Gonic, the Gin-Gonic web framework, for this purpose. And then let's return the logic for this particular handler function. So we do that by return func, and let's open brackets, C, and then this is of type star, gin.context, like this. Let's open and close curly brackets for our anonymous function. We're now going to implement the anonymous function that we're returning from the parent login user function. We need to make sure that, whoops, we haven't got open brackets there, so we're going to open that bracket there and close it down here. Okay, and then let's create a variable that's named user login, and this is now in camel case, where user has a lowercase letter, starts with a lowercase letter, and the next word login starts with an uppercase letter. So this is camel case, and we're defining it as type models dot user login like this. And of course, user login we've just defined within our user underscore model.go file. It's a user defined type that we've created. Okay, great. So we've created our variable user login, and let's bind the data sent in by the client, which should only be the user's email address and password, to the variable we just created named user login. Okay, so we go if so we're going to check the return of a method provided to us by the context of Gin-Gonic, which is called should bind JSON. So we're checking the error of this binding functionality. And of course, the ampersand user login points to a particular address in memory. Rather than containing the data itself, this refers to a pointer in memory. And that's denoted by this ampersand character preceding the variable name. And let's include a semicolon and then an if condition, if error. We're just checking if the return value is null. If it's not null, we need to handle the error. Should bind JSON. Sorry, this has to be capitalized. JSON. The red squiggly line's gone away. Okay, so c.json, let's handle the exception. HTTP dot, we want to send back a status of bad request here, comma, gin.h, error, and the message we'll send back is invalid input data, like that. Okay, and then we need to include the return keyword so that execution ends at this point here. The function would have failed at this point here. If there's a problem with binding the data passed in from the client, which is the user's credentials, the email address, the user's unique email address, and the user's password is passed in here, and we're binding that data to our user login struct here, the variable defined as the user login struct here. And if it fails, we're handling the exception there. So the next step is to find the user within our users collection within our MongoDB database based on the user's credentials. Let's define a variable named foundUser, but I'm actually going to set up the context for our query where we're finding the user within the user's collection. So we've written this code many times, and this is just for handling resources. So even if our query fails, for example, within this function, that the relevant resources are freed up. With timeout, like this, open brackets there, and let's include context.background, and so we want all the resources to be cleared up in 100 seconds, so time.second, like this. And then we also need to defer cancel with this code here. So let's define a variable named foundUser as the models.user type. So we type var foundUser models.user, like this. Okay, and then let's include our query to our MongoDB database. So we can do that like this. So assignment operator users collection. Oops, don't want that. So it's users collection, or is it user collection? What have I defined it up here as? User collection. Okay, so it's not users collection, it's user collection. User collection dot find one. We want to find one document within our user collection. Let's include the context here, and then let's filter our query dot m on the email, the user's unique email, which is being passed in from the client because the user's logging on in this scenario. So when the user logs on and presses the login button, the user's email address and password are sent to this function here. And we are filtering on the user's unique email data in order to find that user within the MongoDB database, within the user's collection. So find one, email, and then user login. We've bound .email. We've bound what's inputted from the client, the email and the password, to this memory address here. We've bound to this variable. So it's pointing at a particular memory address with the relevant client data. And we're now querying on the email address to find the data. And if it's found, we want to decode that into found user, our found user struct. Like that, our found user variable. Email, of course, the comma is the issue there. So let's replace the comma with the colon. Okay. And then let's check the error and handle it if an error indeed exists. So error, so this is the error potentially caused by the find one functionality here, where we're trying to find the relevant user within the users collection. So if error null, if error is not equal to null, whoops, open our curly braces and let's handle that particular exception. So we want to send back http.status unauthorized. Okay, we can't authorize this user because we can't find the user within the database. And then let's use gin.h to send back an appropriate error in JSON format to the user. Invalid email or password. And then let's include the return keyword here so that execution is halted at this point. So the function would have failed. If this method fails, it's pointless carrying on with the execution of this code. So we're handling the exception and sending back an appropriate error message to the client, invalid email or password. Great. So the next step is to compare the password passed in from the user during the login process to the user's saved password within the MongoDB database. But of course, the user's password is stored in the database as encrypted data. So we can actually see that if we go to Compass. Let's look at our users collection quickly before we carry on writing the code. Let's look at our users collection quickly. So let's go to MagicStream Movies. If we go to the users collection here, you can see that the password is hashed. So this is pretty meaningless to a human. The user can't log in with this password. It's deliberately been encrypted to increase security. So nobody can steal the password if they somehow get access to the backend, to the data store here. Okay. But we can use a particular package, the bcrypt package, to compare the hashed password with the password passed in. And let's look. I think we've already imported the relevant package. Let's have a look up here, and here it is, bcrypt. So we don't need to install anything or import anything. It's already done for us. We've used it before. So let's write the password comparison code. So equals to bcrypt. That's the package we're using for this comparison code. Compare hash and password. So it's doing it for us. So we don't have to do anything, write anything fancy, because it's already encapsulated within this functionality here, within the package that we're using here. So we want to typecast found user.password into a byte array here, comma, and then this is what's being passed in. This is the password that has been passed in from the client during the login process, .password, and we need to also convert this into a byte array, and we're using this code to do that. So we're comparing like for like here, essentially. Compare hash and password, and that takes care of all the details of comparing a hashed password to a password that hasn't been hashed. So it's been done for us using the bcrypt package here. Okay, and then let's write the code to check the error if something went wrong during this hash comparison process. Null. Let's go here. So let's type c.json and let's pass back http unauthorized. If the password doesn't match up, this user cannot be authenticated, and we're sending back an appropriate message to the user, as well as a HTTP status of unauthorized. It's got error like that. And it's the same error message essentially as before. Invalid email or password like that. And of course, we need to include the return keyword here so that execution halts at this point, because there's no point in executing any code that might exist after this code here, because an error occurred during the comparison process, the comparison of the client's password that the client has passed in during the login process to the password saved to the relevant user's document within the user's collection. So it will fail at this point and no further code will execute. If no error occurred and the user's password matches the password saved for the user in the user's collection within the MongoDB database, the user is authenticated and our code must now pass back to the client an access token. So what we are going to do now is create code for generating an access token and a refresh token, which are generated once the user has been authenticated. So the access token is analogous to a key that can open the doors to protected resources. So this is great for when you have an application with disparate, loosely coupled components that need to securely communicate with each other. In our application here, we have two disparate, loosely coupled components, a client web application front end, which we'll create later using React, and a server-side web API component. This is the component that we are currently creating using Go and Gin-Gonic. So when the user logs in and is authenticated, an access token is generated on the server. This is functionality we are about to create. The token generating functionality, if you like. The tokens are then passed to the client. The client code can then send the access token to the server along with the relevant HTTP messages in subsequent interactions and won't need to provide the user's credentials, i.e. email and password, with every interaction with the server. Because the access token can now be passed from client to server, which means through the access token, the server code will know, as it were, what authorization privileges the relevant client has in relation to the relevant endpoints, some of which will be protected. So we are going to write the code for generating the access tokens within a separate file. So let's create a file within the utils folder named token_util.go. Like this. Okay, so we've got the utils folder here. Let's right click, go new file, and we are calling this token_util like this .go. Great. So at the top of the file, let's declare the name of this package, which will be utils. So we just type package utils like that. Let's create an import section like this. So import, and we've done all this before, and then we just open round brackets like this, and we can include our imports here. Let's import the MongoDB driver for Go packages here like this. So we've already imported these packages before. So let's just go to the movie_controller file and just copy these packages, these package references where we're importing these MongoDB for Go driver related packages here. Let's copy that to our clipboards. Let's go to token_util here and paste the relevant importation code here. Excellent. Okay. And we've got red squiggly lines under here because we're not currently using any of the functionality associated with these packages here. We want to also import a package that references our database functionality here, where we're connecting to the relevant database and opening a connection to the relevant collections here with this reusable code. So we want to include a reference, or we want to import this package into our token_util file here, or our utils package rather. Okay, so let's press enter here, and then we're already importing the relevant database related package here. So let's just copy this. Let's go back to our token_utils file and paste it here. Great. And to generate the tokens, we need this package, github.com/golang-jwt/jwt/v5. Okay, so we actually need to install this package. So firstly, let's navigate to where the go.mod file is. So cd server / MagicStream movies server, like this. And then let's run the relevant go get command. So go get GitHub, here's the path to the package that we want to install, com / go, and we need this particular package, JWT, and we need this particular package for generating our access tokens, our JWT or JOT tokens. JWT / V5, and let's press the enter key. That looks good. And hopefully that installation process will go as expected. And then we can proceed with generating our tokens, or writing the code for generating our relevant tokens. And that looks great. Excellent. So let's clear the screen here. And let's import that package now. So to import the package, we just include this line of code here, github.com / Golang -JWT /JWT /V5, like that. Okay. So we're creating a model here, and we're going to call this signed details. This is all part of generating our token. So just bear with me here and follow along, please. So we've got email as string, first name string, last name string, and these details will all be encoded within the relevant JWT. This is why we're creating this struct. And we've got role, so this can be admin or user, so let's define it as string. There's the enter key. User ID as string, and then lastly JWT dot registered claims. So we're including a struct within a struct here, basically. This is the JWT struct within this package here. So actually we need to alias this here. So let's include JWT here just for readability purposes. So we can reference that within our code here. So JWT dot registered claims, and we're basically including another struct within a struct, and that struct resides within this package here. So our token is going to be generated from this information: email, first name, last name, role, and user ID, and then registered claims, which is actually a struct that we're including within our signed details struct here. JWT.registered-claims is a struct provided by the github.com /Golang -JWT /JWT /V5 package. It contains a set of standard claims defined by the JWT specification, RFC 5719. And these fields include the issuer, which is who issued the token, the subject of the token, usually a user ID, audience, the intended recipients of the token, expires at, when the token should expire, not before, when the token becomes valid, issued at, when the token was issued, ID, unique identifier for the token, can be used to prevent replay attacks. Okay, so let's create code to read a secret from an environment variable. So to do that, let's go to the .env file and include an appropriate environment variable. And our secret key will just be secret underscore key equals to, and we're just going to call this your secret key. You obviously want to include something a little bit better than this. But for now, this is just a placeholder to indicate where we are storing a particular secret key, which will be used to encode our token, to create our token as part of the token creation process. And you'll see how we do that in just a bit. Okay, so we've included our secret key here. Let's go back to our token_util.go file here. So let's create a variable called secret_key as string and set it to our secret key, which has now been set within our .env file. Okay, so we go var secret key as string equals to, and then we need to include the OS package dot get env, and then the environment variable that we want to read is secret key, so we can just copy that, go back to our token_util.go file and copy it there. So we're now reading the secret_key environment variable and saving it in memory within this variable here, which has been defined as string. Now we need to import the OS package. So let's go up here and within quotations include OS like that. Okay, excellent. Great. So I've noticed it does this annoying thing when you save your file and some of these packages are not being used, that it actually just Visual Studio just deletes them automatically. So if I go save, it deletes them because they're not being used. So that can be a little bit annoying because we haven't had a chance to use the functionality within those packages. So I'm just going to undo that and just be aware of the fact that it will remove those if they're not being used, and you go Control-S to save the file. Okay, so I want to keep those packages there, and we're going to start using the functionality within these packages, so those red squiggly lines will disappear. Great, so let's create the generate all tokens function, which contains the parameters email as string, first name as string, last name as string, role as string, user ID as string, and returns signed token as string, signed refresh token as string, and as error. So let's create that function definition. So let's type func like this. Generate all tokens. So it'll be an access token and a refresh token. We'll discuss what a refresh token is a little bit later. But for now, let's just create the definition for our function email. So comma first name, and you can see all these parameters are established using camel case. Last name, role, user ID. Okay. And we can include string, so we only have to define it for the last parameter, and all of these parameters are automatically defined as string because we've defined the last one as string, and we haven't included types for the preceding parameters here within our function definition. And then open brackets, we go string, comma, error. So we're returning two strings here and an error object from this function. Let's open curly braces like that. Press enter like that. Let's create a claims variable and assign it to the signed details structure with its fields set to the appropriate values passed in to the generate all tokens function. So let's go claims. So we're defining a claims variable using the assignment operator like this, which both defines the variable as the relevant type, it infers the type, as well as it's also doubles as an assignment operator. So let's include what we're assigning this variable to, and that would be ampersand. And we know the ampersand refers to a memory address. Signed details like that. Open the curly braces like this. Email, and then let's assign that email field to the email value passed as an argument to this function. Okay, and then let's go first name like this, colon, and then the first name parameter value. Do the same for last name, and then we want to assign the role like this, and then user ID, user ID, and that should not be capitalized, ID like that, comma, and then registered claims. And we can actually define the registered claims that we want to include. Registered claims So this is a struct, and we can define what our registered claims should be here. So we've defined the struct we want to include, and we're going to include the relevant fields that we want to include within our claims here. So as you can see, what's happening with this token is we are encoding the user's specific details into the actual token. Okay, so the issuer is the app that's issuing the token. So we go MagicStream. It's not issuers, it's issuer, like that. And then issued at, like this, colon. Then let's use our alias for our package that we recently imported. New numeric date, time dot now. Okay, and let's just make sure that time should in fact be imported here. So let's include the time package here before it complains. So we've got time now, and then comma here, and then let's go expires at and include the relevant expires at value like this, time dot now, and let's add 24 hours. And this is when it will expire, so it expires within 24 hours. We might change this a little bit later, but for now, let's just say 24 multiplied by time.hour, so it expires in 24 hours, so this particular token. Okay, and that looks good. Excellent. And the underline there is because we're not yet using it. Okay. And then let's create a variable under this claims variable. Let's create a variable called token. Token assignment operator JWT. I know this is very involved, but just bear with me. This is pretty much a standard way to generate the tokens. It'll be worth it in the end. Okay, so new with claims, and we're now passing our claims, which just contains relevant details about the user. Sign, and this is the algorithm that we're going to be signing our token with, which is ES256 here. And we actually want HS, I think. So let's go signed. So HS256. So this is the algorithm that we're using to sign the claims. And then let's include the claims variable there. So this is our token generation code, and then we want a variable called signed token, like this, comma because this method is going to return two values, and then our assignment and declaration operator, and we go token dot signed string. So now we're going to sign what we've got in the claims with our secret key byte. So we are converting the secret key from a string into a byte array for this method to work. So signed string accepts a byte array, so we must convert the secret key string into a byte array, and that's what we're doing here. Great, so we're getting somewhere, and then we do the usual Go thing. We check for errors. So error not equal to null. And this is the thing I had to get used to coming from C# to Go, is the way errors are checked. It's very procedural rather than using try-catch code like you would in JavaScript, C++, or C#. Okay, so let's write return, comma, and then error. Okay, so if an error occurred, we're returning nothing, an empty string for the first one, so the token will have nothing in it there, and the refresh token will also be set to an empty string. So an empty string for the token, an empty string for a refresh token, and then the error object, which will be useful for the client code. So the client code calling this function will be able to handle the relevant error sent back in the case where an error occurs. Great. So then for the refresh token is very similar. Okay, so we're first just going to go to the .env file here, and we're going to do a similar thing here. So we're just going to create a key for the refresh token. Secret refresh key like this, your refresh key. And of course, you'll probably want to include something a little bit better than this, but for now, it will serve our purposes. And let's go back to this file here. And then what we can do here now is just duplicate this code for the refresh token. Okay, so let's do that. So actually we can just duplicate this code. I know this isn't very good, but just for now to get to the next step, so we can just generate our tokens. We can always come back and clean up this code a little bit later. So let's call this refresh claims. It's obviously complaining because we've got duplicate variable names now because we've duplicated the code to generate the token. We're generating the refresh token now, and we're duplicating the code that we created for generating the access token. So we just need to change these variable names so that all these red squiggly lines will go away. It's obviously complaining about duplicate variable names. Okay, so then we can just change that there. We can call this refresh token and use camel case for our refresh token variable. And then signed refresh token here. Token, and then of course our secret key, which we need to read here now. So we've called it something different. So go secret refresh key. Let's just double check what we called it there. So, yep, secret refresh key, and we can just paste that like that there. Okay, token. Refresh token, these red squiggly lines are just because we're not currently using the variable, and same with that variable there. Okay, but all of that looks pretty good, so that needs to change to refresh token. Refresh claims, signed refresh token. Okay, and we're checking the error there to make sure no errors have occurred during the refresh token generation process, if you like. Okay, so then checking the error. So if no errors have occurred, the only thing left to do here is return the token, refresh token, and hopefully a null for the error. But if there's an error, the tokens will contain an empty string and the error will contain a value. But we're hoping that the tokens, the signed tokens, the access token, the signed access token, and the signed refresh token do contain values, in which case the error will be null and no error has occurred. Signed refresh token, null. There we go. What? Null. And now, do we have any red squiggly lines? No. And so it's cleared out some of our references here because I saved it. So those were the MongoDB for Go driver related packages. Let's clear those out because I haven't yet used those, but we will be using those because we want to save these tokens, ultimately save these tokens to the database next to the relevant user, within the relevant user document, within the users collection. Okay, so let's actually write the functionality for that now because we want to include it within this file. So we're going to write the actual database related functionality now. So I'm just going to bring back those package references. It's a bit annoying that it just deletes them automatically because we're currently not using them when you save the file, but okay. Great, and see, I just saved it and it went away. So undo that. We've got our packages here. And I just want to open, and it's also deleted the database reference too, which we need. So let's go here, database. So we just need this database importation code here. And let's copy that here. And then let's open a connection to the users collection. Actually, we've got the code here already. Here. So let's copy this code here. Let's go to token_utools.go. Paste it there. So now we are using our database package. So let's create the function to save the tokens. So we've generated the tokens in this code here. We're going to be calling that from the relevant controller code. We'll generate the tokens, and then we want to update the user's collection with the tokens, the relevant user document within the user's collection. So let's create our function. We're going to call this function update all tokens. So let's type func update all tokens like this, open brackets, and we can go user ID like that, token like this, comma, refresh token like that, and then just define this last one as string, this last parameter as string, which by default will automatically define these parameters also as string. And then we just want to return an error object. So go as error like this. Open our curly brackets and let's write the logic for this. So firstly, I'm just going to create the usual resource clearing code, if you like, the housekeeping code, that when the timeout is reached, it clears up all the resources created when using the Mongo for Go driver related code. So with timeout, then we want context. Oops, not .todo, .background. We of course need the context package imported, which is, it's done that automatically for me there. Okay. And then let's establish the timeout, and let's just use our usual 100 times time.second for the timeout. Okay, so it'll time out in 100 seconds. And then we need to include the defer cancel code here. Okay, brilliant. Okay, and then date at, we don't need it to return the second value here, so we just include a placeholder here, which is an underscore character. And then we want to go time.parse time.r, and this is just the standard RFC 3339 like that. Let's go time.now .format, and then we want it in a particular standard format like this. Okay, now we're going to create a variable that assigns the relevant values to the relevant fields within our relevant user document. So update data, let's define those fields, and we can go bson.m like this, and then use the set command like this, which is $set like that, colon, and then another bson.m like this, and then we can assign the relevant values to the database fields like this. Tokens being passed in as a parameter value here, and then of course refresh token like this. Okay, refresh token like that, and then update at, which we've established here. And this is really for auditing purposes. So when a document is updated in the database, we have the timestamp next to it when it was updated. And we can go updated at like that there. So we've defined which fields will be updated in the database and with which values. Okay, and we need a comma here. Great. So we're using this variable to interact with the relevant database collection, which is our users collection. So let's include underscore. We don't need a value returned for the first return value, but we want the error returned if an error occurs during this update process. Let's go update 1 like this. So we're calling the update 1 method using the MongoDB for Go driver related functionality. So let's include our context here, and then user ID field. We're filtering this particular update. We're filtering on the user's ID. So we're targeting a specific document within the user's collection based on the user's ID. Great. And then the update data variable that contains how we want our document updated, the fields and the values for those fields. So this code here, this set command, will set the relevant fields in our document with the relevant values, and we're using the user ID to target a specific document. So it's a specific document for a specific user, and we're updating that particular user's tokens, the access token and the refresh token. So that's what this update 1 functionality is doing here. And then the usual Go thing where we check the error. Hopefully it'll be null, but if it's not, we'll just return the error to the client calling code. And then if it gets this far, we return null for the error, like that. And that should be good enough to update our database. Okay, excellent. So we've now written the functionality for updating the relevant document filtered on the relevant user's ID. And we are ready to create our calling code within the user controller. So let's go back to the user controller and back to the login user function, and we can proceed from here. So we can now call our generate all tokens method from within our login user function to generate the relevant tokens. So let's firstly do that. So to do that, create a variable called token and then refresh token like this, and then the operator, the assignment operator, utils dot, and I assume it's already imported utils for us here. Okay, no, we haven't yet imported the utils package. So to do that, let's copy that there, enter utils like that there. Great. So now we should be able to go utils dot generate all tokens like this, and then we can pass in the found users relevant fields like this. So found user dot email. So these are the fields that are used for creating the relevant tokens. So then found user dot first name, found found user dot last name, found user dot role like this, and then found user dot user ID, and that's the last parameter we need to include there. And there's a red squiggly line because we're not currently accounting for the third return value, which is the error if one has occurred. Okay, perfect. So that looks good. And then we've got to go through the motions here and check the error. So if error not equal to null, so that obviously means an error has occurred, we can handle that using the Gin-Gonic context. So go there, http dot status internal server error, and then we can return well-formed JSON using gin.h like this. Go error, and then failed to generate tokens. So hopefully the code doesn't reach this point and the tokens are generated as expected. And then we use the return keyword at this point because we don't want the code to continue executing. Okay, and then at this point in the code, we actually want to update the tokens within the relevant user document. So to do that, we go utils, and we wrote update all tokens. That was the last function that we wrote within the utils package. So update all tokens. We need to pass in the user ID. So found user.user ID like that. And then token and refresh token. Token and refresh token like that. So that the relevant tokens are saved to the relevant user document within the user's collection. Okay, and then once the user's logged in, we want to pass the user response. Now this is the DTO we created earlier. So if we go to models, here, user model, we've got this user response, which is our DTO. And what I didn't include in this DTO are the tokens. At this point in the application development process, we're going to return the tokens. But in subsequent iterations of the function, we're actually going to save the tokens to what's known as HTTP only cookies. But for now, we'll return the tokens to the client through the user response DTO. And I'll explain more about why we are doing this for security reasons a little bit later in the course. So let's include token here as string, and we want the JSON to be straightforward, just JSON colon and token, and then we want refresh token, which is very similar like this, and of course this will be called refresh token, and we want the JSON to look like this using snake case with an underscore separating the words, and this is of course Pascal case where each word's letter is capitalized. Okay, and I think that's looking pretty good. And then we can go back to our usercontroller.go file and we can return that. Using the Gin-Gonic context, we can return that user response struct to the user in JSON format. So to do that, we type c.json. So if the code gets to this point, all has been successful. We probably should be returning an error at this point and handling it, actually. So let's just go update all tokens. Let's go to that definition. Yeah, so we're returning an error there. So we need to handle that error first. So let's go back to our code here, and let's handle the error first. So if error not equal to null, like this. And how should we handle this? We should just handle it in a very similar way. How are we handling it there? Failed to update tokens, let's say here. Okay, so we're passing an appropriate error and an appropriate HTTP status back to the user here, which would be internal server error 500. Okay, but if the code gets here, all is successful and we can return a HTTP status of OK. So HTTP dot status OK, like that, comma models dot, and then our user response, which is our DTO here, and then open curly braces and user ID found user.user ID. First name, this is what we're returning to the client React code. Found user dot first name, and then last name, found user dot last name, and then email found user dot email, and then role found user dot role, and then favorite genres. We also want to return these found user, and you guessed it, dot favorite genres, like that. But we also need to return our tokens, so token, and we've got our tokens here, so token like that, comma, refresh token, and that. Sure, that was quite a lot of code. But that's how we generate our tokens. That's how we authenticate the user and generate our tokens. And at present, we're just going to send them back to the client. But later on, we'll look at how we can save the tokens to HTTP-only cookies, because it's a more secure method of passing these tokens between the client and the server. Excellent. All right, so we now are ready to test our login functionality. But something doesn't look right here. Looks like we've got a warning here. Oh, okay. So I forgot to assign the return value from update all tokens to an error variable. So let's assign the return value from update all tokens to this error variable here. And the warning underline has gone away now, and we're good to carry on. So now we want to test our login functionality, our login user functionality here. So to do that, let's first run our code. We've got to do, we haven't mapped our login user handler function to an appropriate route yet. So we've got to do that first. So let's go to main.go here. Let's create a duplicate of this code here, just below it. And let's call this endpoint login. Our handler function is, of course, login user, like that. And now we have mapped our login endpoint to the login user handler function, and save that. And then let's run our code. So to do that, let's do the usual. Type go, run dot here, and it should be listening. Yep, it is on port 8080. Let's minimize that. And then let's launch Postman. We're going to test this through Postman because we're doing a post request here. We can easily test get requests through our browsers, but post requests, we should use a tool like Postman. Makes it a lot easier. So firstly, we want to make sure that this is set to post, and then let's include the appropriate path. So the path to our endpoint is login, not register in this case. So let's adjust this URL here to the appropriate path. So /login is our endpoint, and this is, of course, the base address of our web API where it's currently running on our local machines. And then we want to make sure that we select body here and raw, and now we can include JSON data that we want to include within the body of the HTTP message. So let's open our curly braces and include the appropriate JSON data. Let's just quickly go to Compass here and look at our data. Okay, let's connect. We want to look at our user data because we recently registered a user named Craig Denton. So here you can see Craig Denton, the user that we recently registered, and the tokens are currently set to empty strings. So when we log in using Craig Denton's credentials through Postman, these tokens should be populated with the appropriate access token for the token field here and the refresh token for the refresh token field here. So that's what we want to do here. Verify it through Compass that the login has been successful once we've tested the login user functionality. So let's go back to Postman. Okay, and we're all almost set to test our login endpoint. Let's just go and get the appropriate data from Compass. Okay, so let's copy. We can copy this email address for Craig Denton. So the email address within the users collection uniquely identifies each user. And let's type email here, colon, to include our, in fact, that should be within quotations. So we're including appropriate JSON here. And then within quotations, let's paste the appropriate email address for Craig Denton. And then let's include a comma here. And then we want to include Craig Denton's password, which is, he chose this password because we just want to keep things simple for testing purposes. So it's just password. It's obviously not the most secure password in the world, but for testing purposes, this is okay. And this looks pretty good. Let's just verify that the JSON is appropriately formed for what we want to do here. So let's go back to our code and let's go to the user underscore model.go file here and look at user login, the user login model. Okay, so email is validated as, it's got to be validated as a properly formatted email address. And then we've got required here. So email is a required field for the user login struct, and password is required and must have a minimum of 6 characters. And that looks good. So you can see by this JSON tag that our email and password are appropriately named, are appropriately named within Postman. Let's go back to Postman. Email, password, and we've got the appropriate values next to each of these fields here within our JSON. And I think we're ready to test the login, pretty much. So let's do that. Let's press the send button and see if our login works. Look at that. 200 OK, and we've logged in successfully. And we can verify that because it's created our access token and our refresh token. And of course, this is just encrypted data based on the user's claims and various settings that we went through in this section of the course a little bit earlier. So let's go to Compass. To refresh the data, we go View, Reload Data. And now we can see token, refresh token have the appropriate values that has been returned from our endpoint. And you can see that within the result returned to us via HTTP from our login user handler function. Excellent. So now the user, if this, say, was a JavaScript or React client, to access protected endpoints, these protected endpoints haven't yet been created yet, but we will soon be creating these protected endpoints, and we can use these tokens, we can use this access token to access the endpoint because this verifies the relevant user has logged on and been authenticated successfully, so can now access the appropriate protected endpoints. Excellent. Okay, so I've actually noticed that the access token, denoted by the token field value here, is exactly the same as the refresh token. So something is not quite right with our code. So I want to go into the code and just see what could have caused that. We want those tokens to be unique. So, okay, let's have a look. We want to go into token_util.go, and because we duplicated the code for deriving the access token, we duplicated it in order to create the refresh token because the code is very similar. I suspect that's the reason why we're getting the same token generated. So first of all, I can see here this should be secret refresh key, and let's replace secret key with secret refresh key because we are signing the refresh token and not the access token here. So let's make sure that's secret refresh key. And what else? Okay, here we could up the expiry at field. So let's just multiply by 7. Whoops, multiply by 7, multiply by time.hour. We've got a week before this refresh token expires. And we'll look at refresh tokens in more detail a little bit later. But I think that looks pretty good. Let's just test that that now is creating 2 unique tokens, one for the access token and one for the refresh token. So I'm just going to run this code, go run dot. Okay. Great, it's listening on port 8080. I'm going to go to Postman now and just run this again. Okay, and we've logged in successfully, and let's just compare the refresh token, and you can see here that this is now different. This is a different value. So the refresh token and the access token are different, so that looks much better. And we did find some slight issues in our code that we've now corrected. Okay, brilliant. So we've got the login functionality now sorted. Let's move on to the authorization code. So we want to create our middleware that will authorize the user, authorize the client each time the client makes a call to one of our endpoints. So some of the endpoints are not protected, but others are protected, in which case we need to check that the user has been appropriately authenticated. So this is the code we're going to create now, and we're going to create that in our middleware folder here. So let's create a file within our middleware folder, and let's name that file auth underscore middleware, like this, .go. It's a .go file. Press the enter key, and we're going to make this part of a package called middleware. Excellent. And then let's create the import section. Open and close round brackets. Okay, and let's firstly make sure that we import our utils package. So to do that, we need to include the root path first, which is the root path of where the code will eventually be pushed to on GitHub. So it's github.com/Gavin Digital. Of course, this will be whatever your GitHub account is called. So mine's Gavin Digital /MagicStream movies /server /MagicStream movies server. I think that's correct. Let me just double check that. If I go to go.mod, we can see it here. So it's actually MagicStream movies server. So I'm just going to copy that straight from there, and you can do the same to make sure it's 100% accurate. Paste it here, and then /utils, like that. And now we've imported our utils package. Brilliant. So let's create a function called middleware, called auth middleware. So auth middleware, like that. Oops, open and close curly braces. And this is a Gin-Gonic handler function, but will not be used in the same way as the other handler functions are used. We'll talk about the details of what I mean by this in a bit. For now, it is important to understand that this function will be used to validate the access token and grant access or prohibit access to protected endpoints. So we need to hook into the Gin-Gonic functionality. So it's a handler function. And that means we also need to return an anonymous function like this that accepts an argument of type gin.context. See, and we have *gin.context like this. So we're hooking into the Gin-Gonic functionality here. So we have access to Gin-Gonic's context. And you can see that the Gin-Gonic package has automatically been imported up here. So make sure that this Gin-Gonic package has been imported in order for us to hook into the Gin-Gonic functionality here. Okay, let's start writing our logic for the auth middleware function. So the first thing we actually need to do is create a function to extract the token from the header of the incoming HTTP request. So I'm going to create that function in the token_utils.go file. So let's go there and create a function for that purpose. So within token_util .go, let's create a function called getAccessToken, like this, which accepts an argument of type Gin.context. So this is the Gin-Gonic context object, and it returns a string and an error. So the string will be the token, and the error will be the error object, the typical Go error object that we need to return to the client so the client can handle the relevant error. Saying Gin is undefined here. Okay, so we might not be importing the Gin-Gonic package here. Okay, so we need to import the Gin-Gonic package. So let's go back to auth middleware, copy this where we're importing the Gin-Gonic package. Go to token_utils and import it here. Okay, so that red squiggly should go away now. Banished, yep, no red squiggly there. Excellent. But we've got a red squiggly here, and what's that saying? Missing return compiler, missing return, okay. All right, okay. So that's because we're not returning anything from the function at the moment, but let's go through the logic step by step. So firstly, let's create a variable called token string in camel case like this. It's just a local variable, for the error object, and then our assignment and declaration operator, c.request, because we're going to be reading the token from the header. So c.request.header.get, and then we want the authorization name. So these are name value pairs within the header of the HTTP message, and we're reading the authorization. We actually just want to return an auth header object here. So let's call this auth header. So we're returning a reference to this name value pair within the authorization setting within the header. So we need to return an object here firstly. Press the enter key. So if auth header is empty, then let's return nothing for the token, so an empty string for the token, and then an appropriate error. So we go errors, the errors object dot new. So that should have imported errors here. So we need to import errors here firstly for that to work. So we've imported errors. Okay. Errors dot new, and then within brackets we can include an appropriate message, and this message can just be authorization header is required. Okay, perfect. That looks good. Okay, and then if we get to this line of code here, we can create our token string here now. Token string, assignment and declaration operator, and then auth header. Now we can read the header, and at the same time, because the header will contain bearer in the first part of this authorization value, we need to extract the token and leave out the part that has the literal text bearer space in it. So we can do that through this code here. So len, the length of bearer of the literal string bearer space, and then include a colon here. Okay, so this should be a little L here, len like that, and that should work. So here we're extracting the token from the authorization setting within the header like this. It's a name value pair, so authorization is the name. So we just want the token part of the authorization setting within the header here. So token string, assignment operator, auth header, and then we're extracting the token with this line of code here. Okay, great. And then we can just check if token string is equal to empty, then let's handle the fact that token string is empty. So we haven't been able to extract the token from the authorization header, so it's empty. So let's return an empty token, so no token, and then followed by errors.new, and let's return an appropriate error to the calling code. So we're going to go bearer token is required. So it's called a bearer token. So bearer token is required, will be sent back to the client within the error object. Else, if all has gone well and we've managed to extract the token from the authorization part of the header, we can return it to the calling client. So return token string and then an error object, which will be null. So we return null for the error object here. Okay, brilliant. So that should extract our tokens appropriately. Okay, so get access token has now been written. Let's go back to our auth middleware.go file. So auth middleware. And then we can call our newly created get access token function like this. So token, comma, and then assignment operator utils dot get access token like that. And we pass in the Gin-Gonic context to get access token here. And as always, we need to handle an error if one has occurred. So we go if error is not equal to nil, then an error has occurred. So let's use the context to pass valid JSON and an appropriate HTTP status response to the client. And we go status unauthorized in this case because we have received an error trying to extract the token from the header. So status unauthorized, comma, gin.h says pass well-formed JSON back to the client with an appropriate error message. Error, and we'll just pass whatever's in the error object like this. Okay. Something is amiss, and it's of course because I keep putting a comma there, and that should be a colon. Okay. And then we can terminate the execution of this function by including the return keyword like this. Brilliant. Okay, now we want to check for an empty token string, and we can do that by going token equals to empty string. So if it's an empty string, we can return a similar error. I'm actually just going to make a duplicate of this. And instead of error and then returning the error like that, let's return a different message here. And we'll go no token provided for this error message. No token provided like that. We actually need to use the Gin-Gonic context object to abort this function, and you'll see the significance of this a little bit later. But so it's the middleware, it's the endpoint that we are calling before any of our publicly exposed endpoints are called by a client. So here we just go C abort, so it won't continue. For example, if the user is not properly authenticated, it won't continue to call the targeted endpoint because we are using c.abort here before that endpoint can be called. And I think what I'm talking about here will become clearer as we progress with this part of the course. Okay, and then we can extract the claims from the token, but we need to validate our token first. So we need to create a method called validate token. So we're going to go back to token_util.go and create another function, and this one will be called validate token. Okay, and I'm just going to fast forward the creation of this code for you, and then I'll explain what's going on here. Okay, and that looks pretty good. Let me briefly explain what's going on there. So signed details is a struct we've defined that embeds or extends JWT.registered claims. It's where token claims will be decoded into. This uses the JWT.parsewithClaims function from the github.com/golang-jwt/JWT/v5 package. It parses the token string into a token object, decodes its claims into your claims variable, uses a callback function to provide the secret key used to verify the signature. You return it as a byte slice, which is required. This checks that the signed algorithm used is HMAC, like HS256. This is a critical security step. Attackers can try to spoof tokens using a different algorithm if you don't check this. So then we check the expiry date here. So this checks whether the expiry at claim a time.time field is before the current time. If the token has expired, it returns an error. Great. Let's go now back to the calling client code. Here. So we want to call our validation code now. :equals to utils.validate token, and then let's pass in the token here. Okay. Then if an error is returned, let's handle that case. If error is not equal to null, c.json http.status unauthorized, and then gin.h error, and then invalid token. Okay. And then we can abort this by typing abort like this. Okay. We should actually also include a return keyword for each of these error handling cases like this, so that the code doesn't continue. So we're aborting it from going to the next, calling the next endpoint here, but then we want to also abort this function from continuing to execute here. Okay, great. And then we've got access to our claims now. So we've decoded our claims from the token, and we can do something like this, which is quite cool. We can use the Gin-Gonic context object and set certain values like this, and we'll look at the significance of this a bit later. Claims.userID. So we'll be able to retrieve the user ID from the Gin-Gonic context object in subsequent code when it calls, when the relevant target endpoint is called. We'll be able to, within that code, extract the user ID from the Gin-Gonic context, because we're setting it here once the user has been authenticated. Once the token has been validated, which means the user has been authenticated. Role, and let's also include the role from the claims here within a name value pair named role here. So claims.role. Role here like that. And then instead of, this is the opposite of c.abort, we can include c.next. So what that means is it will continue to execute the targeted endpoint, which will be a protected endpoint. Excellent. And that's our middleware created. Brilliant. Okay, so the next step is to tidy up our router related code. So we're going to sort out the code here. We want to create code for the facilitation of separating our unprotected routes from the protected routes. The difference, of course, between these types of routes is that protected routes require the user to be authenticated before accessing a protected root. And an unprotected root does not require authentication before the relevant user can access the unprotected root. So let's say we want to protect the movie endpoint here, and the add movie endpoint. And the register and the login and the movies endpoints are unprotected roots. The movies actually are displayed as soon as our website is accessed, so we want those to be publicly available. And of course, in order for a user to register, this has to be publicly accessible, and of course, to log into the website to actually authenticate, the user needs to have access to the login functionality. So this one, and these two, and this endpoint must be unprotected, while these should be protected. So we only want users with special privileges to be able to access these endpoints here. So to separate our two types of roots, protected and unprotected, let's create two separate files within the roots folder. So within the roots folder, let's create a file called protected_roots like this .go. Okay, and that will house the functionality to protect our protected roots. And let's create a file called unprotected roots, unprotected_roots. Like this, .go. Okay, so unprotected roots. And let's go to the protected roots file, and the first line of code will be this, package roots, because we want this functionality to be part of a package called roots. And we'll do the same for the unprotected roots. They must be part of the same package called roots. So let's go back to protected roots. Let's create an import section here. Okay, so firstly we want to include our controllers package within the import section. So let's go to the main.go file, and I think we've already got a reference here. So let's just copy this code to our clipboards. Let's go back to the protected roots file and include the same importation code within the roots package here, within the protected_roots.go file here. And you can see we're aliasing this package with the term controller. And because we want to protect our roots that we're going to configure in this file, we also want to import our middleware package. So to do that, we can simply go to go.mod, copy this root path here, go back to protected roots and paste it here, put these within quotations, and then /middleware like that. And we can just verify that that is our package name by going to the relevant file. Yep, middleware. Okay. Go back here, make sure we've got middleware. We're importing middleware here, and that looks correct. And of course, we also must make sure that we've got the Gin-Gonic package installed. So if we go to one of our controllers, one of our controller files, we should have the Gin-Gonic package being imported here, and we do, and that's the code we want there. Let's copy that to our clipboards, go back to unprotected roots and paste it here. Great, so now we're importing the appropriate packages so that we can create our protected root configuration code. Let's create a function called setup protected roots. So to do that, let's type func setup protected roots like this, and then this method signature or function signature must include a parameter of type gin.engine like this. Okay, and then let's firstly configure the fact that we are protecting our roots, and we can do that using the router variable, the router argument that's being passed into this method, and we use the use method like this, and then we pass in middleware dot auth middleware. And of course, our auth middleware is the functionality we wrote in the last section of this course, which will protect the relevant roots because it'll abort if the token is invalid, if the token is deemed as invalid, or the token has, for example, expired. It will send an unauthorized HTTP status to the client and with an appropriate error message. And then it will prevent the targeted endpoint from being called through this line of code here, c.abort. And that's called on the Gin-Gonic context. So that we're leveraging the Gin-Gonic web framework's context to abort the execution of further code, the execution of the targeted endpoint, like that. So this is how we are protecting our protected endpoints through this middleware. So it intercepts the code. You can see we're intercepting, we're calling this before we're configuring any of our protected endpoints to ensure that the token is valid. Great, so now the next step is just to configure the other endpoints. And we've actually already written the code for those protected endpoints. So we can just cut that there. This is one of our protected endpoints, and we can paste it here. And now we're configuring our movie endpoint here, which is a protected endpoint, and it is protected by this line of code here. The execution of code will abort if the token is invalid. So it won't get to this line of code here. Okay, and the other one we want protected is the add movie endpoint. So let's cut that. Let's go back to our protected endpoint configuration code here and paste it there. Brilliant. So that's pretty much it. That's our configuration code set up for the protected endpoints, like that there. And now we want to move on to our unprotected endpoints. So actually what I'm going to do to make this simple is to just copy this code here, and okay, we can just select all here and paste it in here. And the only one we don't actually need is the middleware. So we can remove that importation code here because these are unprotected endpoints, and this function should be called setup unprotected roots. And of course these roots are protected roots, so we don't want these configured here. We're already configuring them here within setup protected roots. So setup unprotected roots, let's firstly remove those, and then let's go back to our main.go method where we are currently configuring our roots. Let's copy the unprotected roots, or cut the unprotected roots, so register and login, and let's place these here. And we've got one more unprotected root to configure, and that is the movies endpoint, which is publicly available on the home page of our web application, which just displays all the movies that are currently available to be streamed on our MagicStream website. So let's go back to unprotected and let's configure that here. And there we go. And that's pretty much it. So the next step, of course, we have to call these two functions from main.go. So we need to import our roots package in main.go firstly. So let's do that. So we can just make a copy of this here and replace controllers with roots, which is the name of the package that we want to import here, roots. So now we just need to call the router.setupUnprotectedRoots method like this, and pass in the router object here, which is from the Gin-Gonic web framework. So this code is enabling us to manage our roots through the Gin-Gonic, through leveraging the Gin-Gonic framework. So I'm calling router here. That's why I've got a red squiggly line. This should be roots because it's the package name .setupUnprotectedRoots, not the router returned from the Gin-Gonic, not the router we're leveraging from the Gin-Gonic web framework. This is our roots package. And this is the method we are calling here. So let's go back to main.go, roots.setup, unprotected roots, and then we want to call roots.setup protected roots, like that there. Okay, so now we want to test our functionality. So let's run our code. So let's go run dot to run our code. And let's see if we've protected those roots effectively. Okay, so it's listening on port 8080. Let's launch Postman. Let's launch Postman. Okay, and I've already got this set up here, but firstly, I just want to do a test that fails. So if we go to movie, and then /, and then we want a particular movie. So let's choose The Hangover, which has an IMDb ID of TT119646, like this. Okay, forget the body here. This is going to be a get. We're going to make a get request. So this body won't have any relevance here. We've still got this left over from when we logged into the system, when we tested the login functionality. So I'm just going to go out of that there. So we're doing a test for a get request to the movie endpoint, and we're passing as a parameter to the movie endpoint this IMDb ID. So it should return the relevant data for The Hangover, the movie The Hangover, which has this unique IMDb ID. So let's try that. Let's press the send button and see what happens. Okay. And that's what I would have expected, unauthorized. It's because we have protected the movie endpoint. So you can see here, protected roots, and this functionality is being called, this functionality to validate a token which we were not sending through with the last call. That's why we got this unauthorized 401 status response, HTTP status response from our code here, because basically there was no token. So it would have aborted. No token provided. Let's have a look at the error that we got. Let's have a look at the error we got in Postman. Authorization header is required. So that's right. There would have been nothing in the header. We haven't configured that. So in order to configure the header correctly, whereby we pass in a valid access token, we need to firstly log into the system, extract the relevant token, and then include that in the authorization header. And we can do that with this setting here from within Postman to test the authentication functionality through a bearer token. Okay, so to get the bearer token, we need to firstly log in to the system. So let's go to the login endpoint, and we need to perform a post request here. Let's go to our body here, and we've already got the relevant credentials we can use to log in already here for us in JSON format within the body raw setting here within Postman. So we've got Craig Denton's credentials. So let's log in. Okay, brilliant. So that's brought back Craig Denton's details for us. And now we should have a valid token here. Because we've authenticated with our system through Craig Denton's credentials, we can now use this access token. So let's copy this access token to our clipboards. I'm just going to paste that into Notepad here. Now let's include the relevant URL here for the movie endpoint, and let's try again. And so TT119646, this is the IMDb, 46, this is the IMDb number for the movie The Hangover. So we want the details for the movie The Hangover to be returned from this request. And of course it's a GET request. Okay. And then we can configure our authorization header by going to the authorization tab here, and within bearer token, so we need to select bearer token here, and then within this token field we can include our bearer token. This is the token that we just pasted into Notepad after logging in as Craig Denton. So let's copy this token. Let's go back to Postman here, and let's paste that token within this field here. And of course, make sure that this auth type field is set to bearer token. So make sure this drop down is set to bearer token, then paste in the token that has been returned to you once you have authenticated with the system through Postman. You just copy that, paste it into bearer token, make sure that you're calling the correct endpoint here, which we are here, movie, and then the IMDb number. This is a protected endpoint, so we need to include a bearer token, a valid bearer token. Now, let's see if that works. So we've already proved that our auth middleware has protected our endpoint because it returned a 401 unauthorized error to us when we tried to call this endpoint because we didn't include a valid access token, and we are doing that now through this mechanism here provided to us within Postman. Okay, so now we've included the token, and let's see if it gets validated and returns to us the relevant details of the movie Hangover, denoted by this IMDb unique identifier here. So let's press the send button. Look at that. 200, okay. So our token authentication functionality is now working. Excellent. And we've cleaned up our root code. We've cleaned up our root related code here by separating protected roots, which we'll continue to include within this function here, from unprotected roots, which we'll configure within the setup unprotected roots function here. Excellent. Okay, so we've separated our endpoint roots into two main categories, protected roots and unprotected roots. Protected endpoints can be accessed once a user has been authenticated and has the appropriate security privileges. The protected endpoints we have dealt with so far are automatically accessible once a user has authenticated. But for the endpoint that we are going to work on now, a user must not only be authenticated, but must also be a member of the admin role. This endpoint will be created to enable administrators to update a movie review for a specific movie. For the sake of simplicity, only one movie review will be created per movie, and this must be done by an administrator. The exciting part of this functionality that we are about to create is that we are going to use a technology called LangChainGo to interact with OpenAI and extract the sentiment of the movie review, which of course will be written using natural language. So basically we'll prompt the AI to use one of 5 words: excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible, to describe the sentiment behind a movie review, written in natural language. I've deliberately kept this example simple so that the basic principle of leveraging AI to extract a quantifiable metric from natural language can be easily understood. So to elaborate on the significance of the use of AI here, basically each of the words I've chosen to describe the sentiment behind a movie review has an associated number. Excellent has the associated numeric value of 1. Good has the associated numeric value of 2. Okay has the associated numeric value of 3. Bad has the associated numeric value of 4. And lastly, terrible has the associated numeric value of 5. If we look at the movie documents in the movies collection of our MagicStream MongoDB database, we can see we have the admin review field, which contains an example of an administrator's movie review, which is of course written in natural language. Then we have this ranking JSON object here that has 2 fields, namely ranking value and ranking name. Ranking name will contain the word that, through the use of AI, will be extracted from the administrator's movie review to describe the sentiment behind the relevant movie review. Ranking value will contain the numeric value associated with the word extracted from the relevant movie review to describe the sentiment behind the review. So a simplistic example would be the administrator's review says something like, "I loved this movie, the acting was simply sublime." In this particular case, we've got I did not like this movie, so an even more simple example. And the ranking value is 4, and the sentiment is bad, which is denoted by the ranking name. So the AI has extracted the word bad to describe the sentiment behind the movie review. So bad is included as the value for the ranking name, and the value of 4 associated with bad is included as the ranking value. So the ranking value essentially can be used as a quantifiable metric pertaining to the sentiment behind the review written in natural language. If, however, the review went something like this: I did not love this movie, but I did not hate this movie either, the associated ranking name would probably be okay, and the ranking value would therefore be 3, which is associated with the sentiment denoted by the word okay. So here we have a similar admin review to the one I've just described. This movie wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. And of course, the ranking value for that is 3, associated with the sentiment, which is denoted by the ranking name of OK. And we're using AI to extract these values from a review written in natural language. And this is how we can quantify a review written in natural language. And you'll see later how this pertains to the recommendation service that we provide through the MagicStream website. Okay, great. So let's write the relevant endpoint, HTTP handler function code. All right, so let's go into our code and start writing the logic for the relevant code, which is to do with updating a review for a particular movie. So we're updating the admin review for the movie. Then a call is made to OpenAI, which will contain a prompt and the review. And then the functionality that we'll leverage through LangChainGo will extract the ranking value and the ranking name from AI, which basically describes the sentiment behind a particular movie review. Let's go to the movie controller here. Let's go to the bottom here. Okay, I'm going to call this function admin review update, like this. Let's hook into Gin-Gonic, as we've done many times before now. Handler func, like this. Oops. Let's create our anonymous function that we'll return from this function. Okay, let's include the context as a parameter here, like that. And let's write our logic. So firstly, let's create a variable named movie ID. Let's make this camel case. Movie ID, let's use our assignment operator here, which also declares the type of the movie ID variable based on the inferred type from the parameter passed through to our function handler here, or our handler function. So it's going to pass in a parameter named imdb underscore ID. So movie ID, this will be the IMDb unique identifier for the movie that will be passed in with the URL to our handler function here. Okay. And then we firstly need to check whether our movie ID indeed contains a value. So if movie ID is equal to an empty string, then let's handle this specific case. So we want to send back a particular HTTP response to the user. So http.status bad request. So this would be a bad request by the client if the IMDb ID parameter value is empty, is not included within the URL. Okay, and let's send back well-formed JSON. So gin.h, open the curly braces there, include error here, which is the name, and the value of the error is movie ID required. So it hasn't been included for whatever reason here, and we are returning an appropriate message via HTTP. Okay, so we need to include this code, of course, here within the returned function. Okay, so, and then we can include the return keyword here so that the code halts at this point. If no IMDb parameter value was included in the URL, we don't want to continue with the code. Okay. Let's create a local struct named req. We'll go var rec like this. Struct. And let's define the struct, and it just contains the admin review. An admin review field of type string, and let's create the JSON tag here because we want this field to look like this within admin code, within JSON code. Review like that. Okay. And the red squiggly line just means we're not currently using it. Okay. And then let's create another struct, another local struct, and let's call this one resp, short for response, struct like this. And then ranking name is our first field, string, and we want ranking name to look like this within the JSON. So ranking name like that, and then admin review. We're also going to be returning to the user, and you'll see the significance of this when we write the client code, the client React code, JSON, and then admin review like that. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to bind the passed in body. This is going to be related to a patch HTTP request from the client. So the body will contain the fields and values that we want to update within a movie document, within a targeted movie document denoted by the unique IMDb _ID parameter value. So let's type if declaration C, let's use the context, and then we've used this before, should bind, and then let's include the ampersand, which relates to a specific part of memory where the data for this struct is stored. So ampersand rec and colon we need to check the now in a if condition. Is null, sorry, is not null, then we want to handle the exception. So we go c.json and send back an appropriate HTTP response, which is the same as the previous error handling function. So it's a bad request here, and gin.h error invalid request body. So we were unable to bind it to our rec struct here, whatever was included in the body. So we must send back a bad request response from our server code with an appropriate message. Invalid request body there, and let's, as usual, halt execution with the return keyword like that. Okay. Great, now we're getting to the exciting bit where we're going to use AI to extract the sentiment of the admin review that will be passed in to ultimately bound to our struct here, which is the admin review. It'll be passed in through the HTTP body, through the HTTP message within the body of that message, and we're going to bind it to the rec, which we're doing here. And if it gets to this code, the binding has been successful. Okay. And now we want to pass that admin review, this admin review here into OpenAI using LangChainGo. We're going to use LangChainGo for this, and I'm going to show you how we can do that now. And then it will return, based on our prompt, it will return the sentiment. Okay, so firstly, let's sort out our prompting code. Okay, so let's go to env. We're going to store a prompt, a base prompt, because the ultimate prompt is going to include our base prompt and the administrator's review. So let's first include our base prompt here. This base prompt will be included with every prompt. So it's a generic part of our prompt. And then the other part of the prompt will be the actual admin review. So let's create the base prompt within our .env file here. Okay, so let's call this base prompt template. Like this, equals. And then the prompt is return a response using one of these words. And then within curly braces, we include a placeholder called rankings. And this will be added dynamically. We'll first query the database for all the rankings that are available. So you can see here, not ranked as a out of limits value 999, not ranked. And then we've got 1 excellent, 2 good, 3 okay, 4 bad, and 5 terrible. So this makes it extensible. So we can add to that ranking list if we want to within our database, and then that will be added to our prompt dynamically through our code. Okay, great. Let's finish our prompt. And then we want to say the response should be a single word and should not contain any other text. So we're being very specific in our prompt here. The response should be based on the following review, and then colon, and then we'll include the review. We'll concatenate the review to the string denoted by the base prompt here. We'll concatenate the administrator's review to the base prompt and send that through LangChainGo to OpenAI, and that will return a response, a single word, which will either be excellent, good, okay, bad, terrible. And you can extend the values included within the prompt by adding it to this collection here, the rankings collection here. At the moment, we've got 1 excellent, 2 good, 3 okay, 4 bad, and 5 terrible. Okay, excellent. Great. So let's go back to our code here. So let's create our function that will encapsulate the functionality for prompting the AI. So let's create a function down here. Func, let's call this get review ranking, like this. And then let's include the admin review as a parameter here, a string, and we want to return a string which will be the sentiment denoted by 1 word, excellent, good, okay, bad, terrible. Int will be the value associated with the relevant word that denotes the sentiment, and then of course an error object like this. If one occurs, that will be relevant to the way the client handles the return from this function. And now we need to create a new function which will get all the rankings. So it's going to query our rankings collection and get all of these rankings, and so that we can add them to our prompt, our base prompt, within the placeholder here denoting the rankings. So we want to get a list of those, and we're going to add them as a comma delimited string within our prompt here. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to our code. Yeah, so we need to create a function now here called getRankings. Let's go func getRankings like this. Okay, so this getRankings function will return an array of models dot ranking to the calling code and an error object. So let's define a local variable called rankings, and this will contain a collection of all the rankings that are saved to our rankings collection within the MongoDB database. So models.ranking like that. Okay. Let's do the usual. Let's create the context, the resource handling functionality. So ctx cancel equals to context dot with timeout, and then context dot background. Okay, and then let's include the defer cancel code here like this. And now let's create a cursor variable because we want to return the collection from our rankings collection within the MongoDB database. So we want to return all of these documents. So we want to include all of the items within this rankings collection, all of the documents from a particular query. So let's go ranking collection, and we haven't created the ranking collection yet. So to do that, let's go up here and let's create the ranking connection variable. And it's similar to this code, but not exactly the same. So we call this ranking collection here, and we're querying the rankings collection within our MongoDB database. Let's take that, let's copy that to our clipboards here. So we've got ranking collection so that we can query the rankings collection within our MongoDB database. Dot find like this. Let's pass in the context. Let's pass in the context and bson dot mm, which means we want all the documents returned and put into our cursor here. All the documents returned from the rankings collection and put into our cursor variable there like that. Let's check for any errors like this. If error not equal to null, then we go return null and error like that. And then we can write this functionality to make sure that the cursor is closed. So this is also housekeeping functionality to make sure that resources are cleared up pertaining to the cursor variable. So cursor dot close and ctx like this. Okay, and then if assignment operator cursor dot all ctx. So we're putting in the cursor, whatever's extracted from the cursor, we are now putting that, whatever's in our cursor, we are now putting that into our rankings variable at a particular memory address. Okay, so that's the rankings variable we defined up here as the struct ranking. Okay, and then let's check if error is not equal to null. Let's handle that error and we just return null because we can't return anything if an error occurred, and let's return the error object to the client. And then if it gets to this point in the code, that means all has been successful and we have successfully extracted our collection of documents, ranking documents, and put them into our rankings array here. So we want to return that to the client, and we can do that with this code here, rankings null like that. Okay, brilliant. And then let's go back to our calling code, which will be the get review ranking function. So rankings, whoops, rankings, comma, operator equals to get rankings, like that. Okay, and then let's check the object. And if it does have an error, we want to return nothing to the calling code, 0, and error, like that. Okay. However, if an error hasn't occurred, we're going to create a variable called sentiment delimited, like this, colon equal, let's just initialize it to an empty string. And then let's create a for loop. So for underscore ranking operator equals to range. So we want a range of values, rankings, the range of values stored within our rankings variable. Open that there. If ranking dot ranking value is not equal to 999, then we want to include that within our sentiment delimited, which is a comma delimited string. We want to include the ranking name within our sentiment delimited variable. So you can do sentiment delimited equals to sentiment delimited plus ranking dot ranking name, like this, plus, and then a comma like that. Great. Okay, that's looking good. Okay. And then we want to trim off the last comma, and we can do that with this line of code. So we can just go sentiment delimited equals to strings, like this, strings.trim, and I don't think we've yet included strings within our importation code, so we must do that. Yeah, so let's include strings here. Okay, go back here to our code, strings.trim, and then sentiment delimited, and we want to trim off the last comma like that. Excellent. Okay, so now what I want to do is load the base prompt into memory. So we're going to read this value here into memory, into a variable in memory. Right, so let's do that. Let's go equals to go dot env dot load like this. We've got to load our environment file here, environment variable file. So we need to import the package with this functionality to read the .env file. So let's go up to our importation code here and include this. We need to include this particular package here, like that. Go.env here. Okay, and we're loading the environment file if it exists. And then we can just do a quick check to see if the file exists. And this actually only applies to when we're running our code locally. We're using the .env file, but when we deploy this, we'll use the host's facilities to set up the environment variables in the cloud. So this only applies, this code here only applies when we're running it locally for test and development purposes. So this error will actually occur when the code is running in the cloud. So all we want to do is just log the fact. We don't need to stop the code or anything like that because it's not a mission critical error. So it's just a warning we'll give. It's just a warning that we'll log here. env file not found. So in some cases this will be an expected error and we need to import the log package here, and we can do that with this code like that. Okay, excellent. we now want to read a particular environment variable, which is actually going to contain our API key. We have to have a valid API key in order to communicate with OpenAI. So we're going to be sending our prompt to OpenAI in order to extract the relevant word, the sentiment associated with particular movie reviews. So if you haven't done so, you must sign up for an OpenAI platform account. So to do that, we go to openai.com like this. And then we go to the login drop down here, and then we go API platform. So you must sign up for an API platform account. And to do that, we click this particular option here. Okay, and if you haven't yet signed up, just go to the sign up here. The only downside to this is you're going to have to pay a minimum of $5. But the good news is that $5 lasts a very, very long time. So with each request, you get debited a really tiny amount. So your $5 will last you a very long time. So that's the base amount, the minimum amount you have to pay to be able to prompt the AI in the way that we want to in this application. So you will need to sign up for an account and pay a minimum amount of $5 in order to use the facilities provided by OpenAI platform here. So I've actually already signed up for an account. So I'm going to log in with Google, with my Google credentials. Okay, and then what you want to do is once you've signed up, you'll have a dashboard. So you go to the dashboard option here. And then you want to create a new API key. And this is what we're going to configure within our .env file, an API key that we can use to communicate with OpenAI. And we're going to do that via a technology called LangChainGo. So you can see I've created a few keys here. For demonstration purposes, I'll create another one. So you'd go create new secret key. And I'm just going to name this, I'm just going to name this MagicStream key. So you can name it whatever you want. And then you just go create secret key like this. And then you copy that secret key to your clipboard like that. And then let's go back to our code here, and we can configure that within the .env file here. I'm just going to call this setting OpenAI API key equals, and then I'm going to paste that key in here like that. And so obviously I'm going to deactivate this key once the course has been finished. So you need to create your own new API key through the OpenAI website so that you can follow along with the next part of the course, where we're going to prompt the AI using a custom prompt in order to extract the sentiment from a movie review. So I urge you to create your own API key and then configure it here. Let's go back to our code. Okay, so firstly, we need to install the LangChainGo package. So to do that, we use the get command and then followed by the path to the relevant package, which is github.com/tmc/LangChainGo /LLMs/OpenAI like that. Press the enter key. So we're installing the LangChainGo package, and that is installed successfully. And then we can just include the relevant package importation code, which is this code here. Then we are importing LangChainGo here like this. So this is the code for importing LangChainGo into our application, and we're about to use that package now to prompt OpenAI. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so we're now going to communicate with OpenAI, and we need our unique key, which we have just saved within the .env file here. Okay, let's go back here. Okay. Okay, and let's write the code to read that key. So OpenAI API key operator, assignment operator, OS dot, and we're reading the environment, we're reading the particular environment variable which we've named OpenAI underscore API underscore key, like that. Okay. It's saying that OS is undefined, so we need to import OS also. Okay. Great. Okay, so that will read the environment variable into our OpenAI API key variable there. Let's just handle the case where no environment variable is available for this particular environment variable name. If no value is available, we need to handle that. So if OpenAI API key is equal to empty string, let's return the following to the calling client code: 0 errors dot new could not read, and then the name of our environment variable here, like that. Errors, and we don't have errors imported. Let's go up here and import errors, and we'll import it here, errors. And let's now, because we should have our OpenAPI key now read in from our environment variable, then we should be able to communicate with the AI using the LangChainGo package. So we go OpenAI new, like this, and then OpenAI, and then, AI with token, like this, and then we can include our OpenAI key here in order to communicate with OpenAI and you leverage their functionality. So we've signed up for a valid OpenAI key, and we are now passing that through LangChainGo to OpenAI so that we can leverage their services here, so that we can extract a sentiment from a movie review, which is denoted, which is going to be included within a custom prompt that we'll use to prompt OpenAI. Okay, and then we check if err is not equal to null, return empty string 0 error. So the ranking name, we haven't found a ranking name because an error has occurred. 0 is the ranking value, and then the actual error will be returned to the calling client. Now we want to read our base prompt template. So we want to read in this value here, base prompt template, like that. We want to read in this value here, the value here for the base prompt template environment variable. So let's go back to our code here. Let's create a variable called base prompt template, and then assignment operator os dot get env. Okay, and then let's include our key, which is base prompt template, like that. Okay. And now we want to, now that we've read in a delimited string containing all of the available ranking names or the sentiments available, excellent, good, okay, bad, terrible, in a delimited string, we want to replace, let's go to env here, we want to replace this with the actual delimited list of sentiments or ranking names. So let's go back to our code here and let's do that. So we're extracting the base prompt here, and now we're going to replace that value with the value extracted here that we got from the getRankings function that we created. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go base prompt. So we got a new variable, base prompt. This is the template, and we're going to replace in curly braces rankings with the delimited list of actual ranking names. Prompt. It should be okay. And let's go strings dot, and let's use the replace function. And the first argument to the replace function is the base prompt template variable, followed by the value that we want to replace within our base prompt. So rankings like this, and then the delimited string sentiment delimited 1 like that. And that is how we replace this placeholder value within our base prompt with the actual list of delimited ranking names or the various sentiments, excellent, good, okay, bad, and terrible. Okay. Now we're going to actually call OpenAI. We're going to leverage their API functionality through LangChainGo. So we go llm.call context background. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Context.background. That's more like it. And then we pass in our base prompt. But we don't just want the base prompt, because if you look here at the prompt itself, the last thing we're saying is the response should be based on the following review. So we want to concatenate the actual review, an actual movie review. Okay, so let's go back here and let's do that. And we can concatenate a string by using the plus operator. And then the value that we want to concatenate is the one passed in as a parameter value to this getReviewRanking function. So we do this. Whoops, where am I? Plus review, like that. Okay. And then we want to do the usual thing and check if an error was sent back. If it's null, if it's not equal to null, let's handle the error, and we just want to return an empty string, 0 for the ranking value. So the empty string represents that there's no ranking value extracted here. 0, no ranking name extracted here. 0 representing no ranking value. And the actual error object gets passed back to the calling client like that. And let's initialize rank val here to 0. Okay. And we're going to do a verification here with a for loop to check that the ranking sent back from the prompt that we've sent to OpenAI is indeed in our rankings collection. So we're going to loop through the range of rankings like this. So all the rankings, excellent, good, okay, bad, bad, terrible. And we want to test through an if statement whether that ranking exists, whether the ranking name sent back, the sentiment sent back from OpenAI is valid. Response like this. So the response will contain the sentiment name or the ranking name. Excellent, good, okay, bad, terrible. And we need to loop through our collection to make sure that what is sent back is valid. And we'll go ranking. And then we can also extract the ranking val. So we're quantifying, this is how we're quantifying qualitative data, which is the movie review. So the qualitative data gets sent with the prompt. So ranking val equals to ranking dot ranking value, like that. And then we want to break out when it's found, when the response is found, we want to actually break out of this for loop here. So we can use the break keyword for that. And then we return response, comma, rank val, and null for exception, because if it gets to this point, everything has gone well, and we can now return the ranking value, the ranking name, excellent, good, okay, bad, terrible, and its associated value, which is a value from 1 to 5, 1 being excellent, terrible being 5. And we're returning that to the client there. And that's our code for the get review ranking. So here we've interfaced with OpenAI using LangChainGo to return a quantifiable value from qualitative data in the form of a movie review, and we're returning the ranking name and the ranking value to the calling client code. So let's go back up to the actual admin review update function, and let's call our get review ranking function. Okay, great. So let's call it sentiment. So this is the value we want returned, the actual sentiment, and this is the value, the ranking value, and the error object, assignment operator, and then let's call our function get review ranking like that, and then rec. So this is passed in to our HTTP patch request. The admin review is passed in through the body of the HTTP message. We've extracted it and we've bound it to the rec struct here, and we are using the admin review field that is then passed to the get review ranking function. So this is part of the prompt. The admin review is part of the actual prompt that gets sent to OpenAI, and it returns the sentiment associated with that admin review. Excellent. And also, of course, the ranking value, the quantifiable value from 1 to 5. And then let's check for an error, not equal to null, like this. And then if an error has occurred, let's pass back an internal server error, or 500 HTTP response to the client. Status internal server error, and then let's pass back well-formed JSON for the error message like this. And the error is error, and the actual message is error, error getting review ranking, like that. Okay, excellent. And then let's include the return keyword here so that execution halts if an error occurs at this point here. Okay. Okay, so now we're actually going to include the update code that updates a movie document within the MongoDB database. And that movie document is based on the IMDb parameter value that will be included in the URL to target this functionality here, add admin review update functionality. Okay, so let's create a filter. We want to filter on the IMDb parameter name. So bson.m open curly braces. Let's include the parameter name, IMDb ID, and then our movie ID variable, which will be the actual IMDb ID unique value that denotes a particular movie on the internet. And let's go update. So this is the actual update information that we're going to be relaying to MongoDB, telling MongoDB which fields we want updated within our database with which values. Okay. And to do that, we use the set command like this. So it's $set. I've used percentage, not dollar. That's not good. We want dollar here. Okay. And then colon bson.m open curly braces admin review colon rec, and then the actual admin review. So we want to update the admin review, and then we also want to update the ranking object within the movie document. So we are updating the ranking object with this code. So we go bson.m, and we open the curly braces, and let's update the relevant fields. So ranking underscore value. Let's include the value, which is rank val here, comma, and then let's include ranking name. Colon, and this will be the sentiment extracted from OpenAI. We actually need to include a comma here, and then a comma there, and a comma there, like that. And that's the update code. And now we can actually include the code to interface with our database. So let's include the usual. I'm just going to paste this in here because we've written this so many times now, and this is just for cleaning up the resources after we've performed our update functionality against the MongoDB database. Okay, so we're going to use the update1 method on the movie collection variable for this purpose, for the update to be executed. Result, assignment operator movie collection dot, and we go update 1 because we're only updating one document, and we include the context, cleaning up the resources, filter to target a particular document within the movies collection, and then the actual update information here we've stored in this variable. The update information that needs to be passed to MongoDB to describe which fields need to be updated and with which values. Okay. Great. And let's just check if any errors have occurred for the update. So if error is not equal to null, let's pass back an appropriate error response to the client. So HTTP response of status internal server error 500 will be sent to the client in this particular case. If the update has failed, so we go error, and then colon error updating movie, like this. And then let's include the return keyword there. Okay, and we also need to check the result returned from this operation here, this update operation. So if result dot match count, so it hasn't been able to target a particular document based on the IMDb value passed in as a parameter value to this handler function method. It hasn't been able to find that document. So if that equals to 0, there's no match sent within the result of this operation. We need to handle that case. So c.json, and then the HTTP response is that the resource was not found. So HTTP, the resource we wanted to update was not found. So we pass back to the calling client status not found, like this. And then let's include an appropriate error message. And let's use Gin-Gonic to pass back a well-formed JSON data. Error, colon, movie not found. Brilliant. And then, of course, we need to include return keywords so that our code halts, because it hasn't been successful if the code gets here. Our handler function method has not been successful if the code gets to this point. The document wasn't found, so we haven't been able to update the sentiment and the ranking value, the ranking name and the ranking value fields, or the admin review within our database. However, if the code gets to this point, everything has been successful, let's create a response. So resp.ranking name, so we're setting the ranking name to the sentiment variable, and resp.admin review equals to rec. And then we can send back an appropriate response, c.json. We want to send back a HTTP status OK. Response, if the code gets here, all has been successful. And then let's pass back whatever's in the response struct, which should be the ranking name, which would be excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible, depending on the sentiment extracted from the movie review, extracted by the OpenAI functionality that we've been able to interact with through the LangChainGo technology. Great. And that is our code written. So in this part of the course, we're going to create a movie recommendation service for our MagicStream web application. We have just created a facility to update reviews for movies, and we've also implemented the AI functionality that extracts the sentiment, denoted by one word, from the movie review. So in our recommendation service, we can use the ranking value to recommend 5 movies and order how the movies are displayed to the user by those ranking values. So we can order the way the movies are displayed to the user in ascending order from 1, which is mapped to the sentiment denoted by the word excellent, to 5, denoted by the word terrible. So how the recommendation service will basically work is our code will query the movies collection based on the user's favorite genres that the user chose when registering with the MagicStream application. Then we can select the top 5 movies from those genres, which will be ordered by the ranking value associated with each of the movies. So our recommendation service recommends the top 5 movies in the user's favorite genres and displays the movies in a ranked order from 1 to 5. So yes, it's a very basic recommendation service that we are integrating into our MagicStream application. I thought this would be a great opportunity to integrate AI functionality that extracts sentiment from a review written in natural language and then quantifies that sentiment, and we can then use that sentiment value to rank the relevant movies, and in doing that, recommend the top movies that pertain to the relevant user's favorite movie genres. As described earlier, a review is added to the system by an administrator, and AI chooses one word from a list of options provided in our prompt to the AI. The word to describe the sentiment at the moment can be excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible. Each of these ranking names or sentiments has an associated value stored in the ranking value field. Excellent, the value for the ranking name, has a ranking value of 1. Good has a ranking value of 2. Okay has a ranking value of 3. Bad has a ranking value of 4. And terrible has a ranking value of 5. And you can, of course, extend the sentiment or ranking options if you like. But for the sake of simplicity, let's stick with the aforementioned 5 rankings. Okay, so let's go to the movie_controller.go file. And let's create an endpoint handler function. Let's first go to the bottom here. And let's create an endpoint Gin-Gonic handler function. And let's name this Get Recommended Movies. Like this. Gin.handler, handler func. Of course, and of course we need to return a function from here. Func that accepts C star the Gin-Gonic context as an argument. Dot context, like that. Open up curly braces. And now we can write the logic for our get recommended movies, or movies, as I put here. Forgot the V. Movies. Okay. A user has to be logged in order to use this recommendation service. So let's first extract the user's ID from the Gin-Gonic context. Remember, in our middleware that protects our endpoints, if the user security token, which is a JWT token, is validated, we are setting the named value pair value within the context object provided to us by the Gin-Gonic web framework to store the user's user ID value. So we can now use this value to query the user's collection for the user's favorite genres, which the user chose when registering with the application. So if we look at our auth middleware here, you can see that we're getting the access token there, and then we're validating the token here. And then if the token has been validated, we're setting these two named value pairs like this from the claims. So we're setting the user ID, which means we can extract the user ID in subsequent code and use that user ID. In this case, we're using that user ID to query the database for the genres that the user chose when registering with the system. And we can do the same for the role, so we can check what role the user is in also. Okay, great. So let's go back to user_controller.go here, and let's write the logic, movie_controller, and let's write the logic for our get recommended movies function. So to extract the user ID value from the context, let's create a function named get user ID from context within the token util file. So within the utils package. So before we write the logic here, let's actually write a reusable function within the token_util.go file here. And let's call this function get user ID from context, like this. Okay, oops. So this function is fairly straightforward. So we need to pass in, we need to include a parameter of *gin.context here, so that we can use the context to extract the user ID from the named value pair that we saved once the user is authenticated. When the user calls a protected endpoint and is authenticated, we're saving the user's ID from the claim stored in the token. We're saving the user ID to the Gin-Gonic context. So now we can extract that value from the Gin-Gonic context. So let's do that. User ID, comma, exists. So the exists, this is clearly going to be a Boolean value. This exists value, so it's returning two values from c.get, from the c.get method, and then user ID, which is the name of the value that we want to extract from Gin-Gonic's context here. And then let's check the exist Boolean value to see if the user ID value exists within the context. Okay, so, oops, sorry, no, we don't need that. And then let's open our brackets. So we're saying if not exists, so we're checking a Boolean value, which can either be true or false. So if it doesn't exist, return an empty string, and then let's return an error. And the error we can return can be something like this. User ID does not exist in this context. Okay. Oops. And the reason why we're getting a red squiggly here is because I haven't included in the definition what we are returning from this function. So we want to return a string, which will be the user ID value, and we want to return an error object so that the client can handle any errors that may occur during this code. Okay, great. Then let's proceed. ID, comma, OK. So this, what we're going to do here is return the user ID as a string. So we can do that with this code. And if all has gone okay, so we need to check the OK Boolean value here. If not okay, we want to handle the exception. And this code will be similar to the one we've already written. We're just handling potential errors that may occur here. And we'll just go unable to retrieve user ID. Unable to retrieve user ID here. So if it's not okay, if this code fails, we want to return an exception to the calling client. Else, if it gets to this point in the code, we can return the user ID And because no errors would have occurred, we can return null for the error object. So we're returning those two values to the calling code. String, error. String will be the user ID, null for error in this particular case. There. Okay, let's save that, and we can now go back to the logic here within the get recommended movies, and we can extract the user ID from the Gin-Gonic context, and we can do that by calling the get user ID from context function. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go user ID, comma, and then assignment variable utils. We're going to use the utils package, which we have imported already into this package. Get user ID from context, and we're passing in the Gin-Gonic context here so that we can extract the user ID value from the Gin-Gonic context. Okay, and then we want to do the usual go thing and check for any errors. So if error not equal to null, then let's handle that. So an error has occurred. C JSON HTTP status bad request, and we've done this a few times at this point. And then let's pass back an appropriate error using gin.h. So this will pass back well-formed JSON to the client, and the client can handle the exception. ID not found in context. Excellent. Okay. So now we want to query the database for the user's favorite genres. Now that we've got the user ID, we can query using that user ID to target a specific user document within the user's collection. And we're actually going to create a method called getUsersFavoriteGenres. We're going to create a function called getUsersFavoriteGenres to extract the user's favorite genres before we proceed with the getRecommendedMovies logic. Let's create the new function below getRecommendedMovies. Okay, let's create a function called getUsersFavoriteGenres like this, which accepts one argument of type string named user ID and returns an array of strings which will contain the user's favorite genres and an error so that the client can handle any errors that may occur. Okay, excellent. And let's write the logic for this. So let's first create, and I'm not going to explain this at this point because we've done it so many times in this course. We're just creating a context which helps clean up resources. And then we're going to create a filter for our query. Assignment operator, bson.m. We're creating a filter, and we want to filter our query on the user's ID. So user underscore ID like this. And then we're passing in the user ID here as an argument, and we want to include that within our filter here. Okay. And then we want to create a projection variable like this. bson.m. Okay, and the projection must include favorite underscore genres, dot genre underscore name. So favorite genres dot genre name. So we want to include that one there, and we don't want to include the underscore ID within the projection. Okay, and we can set this to 0 like that. And these red squiggly lines just mean that we've declared the variables, but we're not currently using them, but we're about to use them anyway. So, okay, and then let's set the options. So opts, assignment operator, options dot find one, and then set projection. So we're setting the projection from the variable we've created here. Projection. Okay, and then So options, this might not yet be imported into our code. We need to import a package there for options. So let's go up to our importation code and import the relevant package so that we can use the options functionality there. And it's just a case of including this package here, which is part of the MongoDB for Go driver functionality. So we're including that there, and we can now use the options functionality down here within our query. Okay, you can see the red squiggly line under options has now disappeared. Okay, brilliant. Let's continue with the logic of our code. Okay, and then we need to call user collection dot find one. So we're targeting the user collection. Oops. We're targeting the user collection, and we want to find the relevant data based on the criteria we've established through these variables, the options, the filter, the projection. So let's pass those in to the find one function. So let's pass in the filter, and let's pass in opt here. And then we decode those results into a variable that we haven't yet defined called results. So let's first define the variable called results. So var result bson.m. So this result variable is defined as bson.m, and any results that are found within our query here will be decoded into this variable here. So we're going to decode, and then, whoops, and then we want to include a pointer. So this is in fact just a pointer denoted by the ampersand character preceding the variable. So it means the data will go into a specific location in memory, and the result will point to that memory address. That's what the ampersand denotes here. Okay, brilliant. And then let's check for any exceptions that may have occurred. So if err is not equal to null, and then we want to actually nest an if statement here and check if for a specific error, if mongo.err no documents, so if no documents were retrieved, let's handle that. We'll return an empty array and null. So it's not an exception, but the user's favorite genres were not able to be retrieved because they don't exist within the database. So that's what we're doing here. Okay. And now we want to, if it gets to this point, favorite genres array, we want to put the result in the fav genres array variable. So let's use the result to extract the results we want. So favorite genres like this, bson.a, like that. And that's how we are able to define the type of the variable as well as return the favorite genres that the user chose when the user first registered with the system. Okay. And then we can check if not okay. In other words, if this code is not returning the expected result, this Boolean value is set to false. So we need to handle that by returning errors.new unable to retrieve favorite genres for user. So if we were unable to extract the user's favorite genres from the database, we are handling that case here by returning an error stating unable to retrieve favorite genres for the user. However, if our genres were retrieved, we want to return an array of genre names to the calling code. So an array of strings, which is going to be just the names of the genre, is what we want to return from get user's favorite genres. And these are the genres that the user chose when signing up to our MagicStream website. So this code is pretty involved. So just bear with me as I write this code. It's just basically looping through the results and putting the genre name, because the genre object contains a value for the genre, or an ID, sorry, for the genre, as well as the genre name. We're looping through all the genre objects. If we go to the database here, you can see the genres here. So it's got a genre ID and a drama, and we just would want drama, western, fantasy, etc. We don't want the genre ID returned. So we want an array of genres that the user chose when the user signed up to use our MagicStream website, and you can see them here. Favorite genres, for example, Ben Madison chose comedy, thriller, sci-fi. So if it was Ben Madison that had logged on, we would get 3 objects returned to us from our query, and we're now looping through those objects, those genre objects, favorite genre objects, and we're extracting just the genre name, putting them into an array, and returning that array to the calling code. That's basically what we're doing here. So var genre names, this should be genre names, and it's a string array. Okay, let's create a for loop to loop through the results. So underscore just means no value needs to be returned there. So it means that the method we're about to call returns 2 values, but we want to omit the first value. We don't need this value returned. We just want the item returned. Okay, range, that's the range of values stored within favorite genres array, fav genres array variable here. And then if genre map, comma, okay, assignment operator, item. So we're checking the type here, Beeson D, and these types come from the MongoDB for Go driver functionality. So it must be Beeson of type Beeson.d. And if that's okay, so this is a Boolean variable returned here. So if it's of Beeson.d, the item is of Beeson.d, okay will be true, and we want this code to run. So we do another for loop for element, so the element operator, and then range genre map. So genre map was returned from this operation here, and then we proceed with our logic here. elem.key, we check the key must be equal to genre name. So of course genre name, if we go to compass here, we can see the genre name will be comedy, for example, thriller, sci-fi. So we're just checking that that is the name of the field, genre name. So we're checking that in this code here. Let's carry on. So if all that checks out, name, comma, okay, operator, elem.value, must be a string value. That's all okay. Then we want genre names. We want to append the relevant value extracted, so the relevant genre extracted and put into our array. Genre names, name. So this here is being added to the genre names array here. Brilliant. And then we can return that if it gets to this code. So our for loop would have been successful. We've basically extracted the genre names from the array, which would contain an array of objects, which would also include the genre ID, but we want the genre names, and we're extracting that genre name and putting it into the genre names array, and we want to return that array of genre names to the calling code. And we just go to return genre names and null for exception, because if it gets to this part here, if it gets to this area here, all has gone well, and we can return an array of genre names and no error, denoted by these definitions here within the main definition of the getUsersFavoriteGenres function. So we're returning an array of genre names and no exception. Excellent. So we can go back to our calling code. So we're going back to our getRecommendedMovies function here, and we can now call the getUsersFavoriteGenres function to get the user's favorite genres that the user chose when signing up, of course, to use our MagicStream's website. Okay. Equals get users, get users favorite genres, and we want to pass in the user ID to get users favorite genres. So we've got our users favorite genres now. Let's check if an error occurred. If error not equal to null, let's handle the relevant exception like this. http.status, so we'll send back an HTTP response of status internal server error 500, comma, gin.h, and we're going to pass back well-formed JSON denoting the error that occurred here, if one occurred at all. Errors. Okay, like that. Error, not errors. And of course I'll put a comma there because, I don't know, I'm out of excuses. Should be a colon. Okay, and then let's include the return keyword here. So that code halts at this point if the favorite genres were not retrieved. Okay. And then let's include this code here. Go.env. env. Of course, if this is running in the cloud, the .env file may not exist. So we're checking for an error here, because we'll configure our environment variables differently using the host's facilities. But when we're running it locally, we're configuring our environment variables within the .env file. So all we want to do here, it's not a fatal error. In fact, it's an expected error if it's running in the cloud. So we'll just log that fact. We'll just call it a warning here. .env file not found. Okay, so it doesn't really matter if the .env file is not found. Okay, var, it will matter if you're running it locally. That .env file must of course be found if running locally. So let's create a variable called recommended movie limit val, because we only want to bring back 5 records from our query. 64, so we're defining it as int64, and we're going to assign it the value of 5. We'll configure this in an environment variable at a later point because we don't want magic numbers hanging about in our code. It's just not good programming practice. Okay. So, in fact, let's do that now. I'm going to go to the .env file here, and let's include, and let's configure that environment variable here, like that. So recommended movie limit 5. Okay, great. And now we can read that value within our code. Okay, assignment operator os.get env, and we are reading this environment variable here. Okay. That there. And the reason why that is kicking up a fuss is because there's a type mismatch here. Go is actually a strongly typed language. And what we have here is a type mismatch because this variable is defined as int64. And this will bring back a string. This getEnv code here will bring back a string, and we're assigning a variable that I've just defined as int64 a string value. So that's why we've got the red squiggly line there. So this should actually be a new variable, and I'm going to change this to str. So it's a new variable, and the red squiggly line has gone away there. And this is because we're not currently using the variable, but we're using this to read the string from the environment variable into memory here. Okay. So let's just check if recommended str is not equal to, what we can do is convert strconv using this strconv package. So we need to import that strconv. So we're going to convert the string read from the environment variable. We're going to convert it into an integer using strconv, using the strconv package here. Okay, so equal strconv dot parse int. So we're parsing what we've read here into an int64 data type. Okay, and that looks good. Great. Okay, let's create the find options variable now. Find options. This is for our query that we're about to send to our database, where we're going to find our recommended movies. 5 recommended movies for the user based on the user's chosen genres and the ranking values that have been assigned to each of the movies through the use of AI, through the use of LangChainGo. Okay, so find options dot set sort. So we're going to want to sort the data by this key. Oops. By this key, ranking dot ranking value. So okay, and we want it in ascending order, so value 1 for ascending order, like that. And we've got an issue here. Key, this is an object here, so we need to include more curly brackets there, like that, and that's now correct. Right, so the key is ranking.ranking value. If we go to Compass, you can see, if we go to the movies collection, we've got the ranking value and we've got the ranking name. So we're sorting by ranking value here from 1 to 5. So for example, if this collection of movies included Highlander 2 and Jack Reacher, this would appear first because we are sorting the movies array. We are sorting the movies result retrieved from the movies collection by ranking value. So this would appear first, followed by Highlander 2, if, for example, these were included within the results. So that's all that is saying there. Essentially, we are ordering the returned results by ranking value. So the returned movie results by ranking value in ascending order from 1 to 5. Great, and let's include the filter for our query. Okay, and we're querying bison.m on genre name, and this must be in quotations, genre underscore name, like that, then bison.m. So we only want to bring values back from the movies collection that include the relevant genres, the user's chosen favorite genres. And you can sort of start to perhaps understand this query now. So if the user chose comedy, thriller, drama, we only want movies returned from the movies collection that are of those genres. And this is basically what this part of the query is establishing. Okay, so then we want to include this usual context code. I'm just going to copy it there. This is the cleanup related code that we include when we use the MongoDB for Go driver functionality. Okay, so let's create a cursor for our query. Assignment variable movie collection. We don't want to count the documents. .find, and now we pass in find options, the filter, and the context. So firstly the context. Brilliant. And then we can just check the object. If not equal to null, let's handle the error. c.json http status internal. So we want to send back an internal server error response to the client. In this particular case, if our query fails, and let's send back an appropriate error message in well-formed JSON format. And this can just be oops, comma again, it's not good. Replace that with a colon. Error fetching recommended movies. Perfect. Let's include the return keyword here. And let's make sure that we clear up. Let's use the defer method to clear up our resources within memory. So we're doing a bit of housekeeping here. Okay. And then var recommended movies. Let's define this an array of model dot movie. So we want to return an array of movies. This should be models. Sorry, our package is called models. That's what that red line, that's why that red line was there. So we're defining a variable called recommended movies of type models.movie here. Okay, so if assignment equals cursor.all. So we're using the all method to place all the results from within the cursor into our recommended movies array. Okay. And let's target the memory address of recommended movies like this. So this variable, this here points to a particular address in memory, and that's denoted by the ampersand character here. Okay. Then let's check the error. So if it is not equal to null, let's handle that error. So I'm going to just copy this here, it's quite similar. And it's also going to be a status internal server error if an error occurs there, but we want to send a different error message, and we'll just send whatever is returned by the error method. We'll send that back to the client like that. Excellent. And now we're in very good shape. We can now, if the code gets to this point, we can send back the results to the client. JSON, HTTP, status, OK. So we're sending a status OK response, and of course OK needs to be in capitals. We're sending a response of status OK to the client, and then of course our recommended movies array in JSON format to the client. Brilliant. And that's basically the recommendation functionality already written here. Okay. And it's got a problem with this, declare not used. Right, so I'm missing one thing here, and I noticed that the recommended movie limit val had a red squiggly line under it because it's declared and not used. We of course need to use this. We're reading it a limitation value of 5, and if that is not found within the environment variables, we're actually setting that limitation by default here with this line of code, but we're not actually setting the limit for our query. Set sort, we're setting the sort, but we need to set a limit. And so after set sort here, because we want to limit the results to 5 movies for the recommendation for our user. So to do that, we can use the set limit method like this. So find options dot set limit, and then we want to pass in the integer value here. This integer value stored within this variable here. And where we're reading it from the environment variables, we're actually converting it from a string to an integer with this line of code here. So we want to pass that integer into the set limit method that we're using on the find options variable here. So we're using the set limit method here to set a limit on the amount of results that we want returned from our query, and we want 5 movie documents returned and no more than 5 movie documents. So we can do that with this set limit method here and pass in the limit that we've defined within by default and within an environment variable called recommended movie limit. So if we go to .env, you can see we've defined an environment variable named recommended movie limit, and we've set it to a value of 5. Let's go back here, and we're passing that value to the set limit method, and that pretty much means that our function is written and ready to be tested. Okay, so we've written the functionality for our get recommended movies for our recommendation service. I'll get denoted by our get recommended movies function here. So we're now in a position where we want to test the functionality through Postman. So firstly, we of course need to map this to an appropriate route, map this get recommended movies handler function, Gin-Gonic handler function, to an appropriate endpoint path. So to do that, let's go to the protected_routes.go file. So we may as well define the endpoint within the setup protected routes section here, because we're going to need the user to log on. We're going to need to get a token to test this functionality because it's user specific. We're getting recommended movies based on the user's ID. So in other words, the user, in order for the user to get a valid user ID, they must be logged into the system. So this is why we may as well define the route for this, even for testing purposes, within the setup protected routes method here. Okay, so let's define our endpoint. So /recommended movies like this, comma, controller dot, and this one is get recommended movies. So we're mapping an endpoint, recommended movies. This is part of the path to the endpoint, recommended movies. And we're mapping it to the function we just created called get recommended movies. And that's within the protected section because we need this auth middleware to run so that the user ID is saved within the Gin-Gonic context here. And we are, of course, grabbing that user ID in our code here because it's a very important part of our query where we're getting the user's favorite genres, because the recommended movies are based on the user's chosen genres that the user picks when the user registered with the application. These favorite genres were chosen by the user when the user signed up to the MagicStream service. Okay, and this is the basis for the recommendation service that we're providing through the MagicStream website. And this function has been defined for handling the recommendation service functionality. Okay, and you can see what we're doing in this function is we're getting the user's favorite genres within an array here, and then we're querying on the movies collection for all of the movies that are tagged with the user's favorite genres here. Great. So we've now defined our endpoint here, and we've mapped it to the get recommended movies function. This is the handler function, the Gin-Gonic handler function, and we've mapped it to an endpoint recommended movie. So we can now test our code. So let's run our code. So let's go run our code. Excellent. It's listening on port 8080. Let's go to Postman. Let's launch Postman here. So let's firstly type in the login endpoint like that. So this is the base URL followed by the relevant endpoint, the login endpoint. We're sending a post request to this endpoint because we need to log in with the relevant credentials, and I've already set up those credentials. So we're going to log in as Craig Denton here, and this is just a standard password to make things simple during the testing and development phase. Okay, post, and that's it. That's all we need, and let's log in as Craig Denton. Great. Excellent, 200 okay. The server-side code for the login functionality has returned to us a valid token. This is the token which contains the user's claims, the claims for Craig Denton. So Craig Denton's user ID can be extracted from this token when that token is passed through to the server-side code so that the recommendation service can be leveraged. So that user ID can be extracted in order for the relevant query to go through and bring back the recommended movies for Craig Denton. So let's copy this token to our clipboards. And now we want to change this endpoint to recommended movies. Like this. And then we want this to be a GET request. And then we must go to the authorization tab here and include our bearer token. So I'm just going to delete whatever's in here and replace it with the token that we've just received after logging on as Craig Denton. Let's paste that in here into this field. And now we should be able to leverage our recommended movies endpoint, which should bring back the recommended movies for Craig Denton. So let's try that out. Let's press the send button. Excellent. And it has brought back Jack Reacher. Okay. Which is tagged up with these genres, action and thriller. Okay, and you can see this is the admin review we gave it fairly recently when testing the AI functionality, and it's been ranked as 1 excellent. That's why it is listed first within the list of movies returned from our query. Okay, and then we've got Knives Out, which is a drama and a thriller. It's tagged up with drama, thriller, and mystery. And it's also got a ranking value of 1, ranking name excellent. And then we've got one that has been also excellent. So we've got 3 movies returned to us that are excellent for Craig Denton. And this one's called Blitz, the Jason Statham movie. And then we've got one that's just okay. And it's a comedy. and it's Airplane. And then we've got another one that's okay. So you can see that it has ordered the movies from 1 to 5 based on the ranking value. So all the ones, there's 3 ones, 3 that have been ranked as excellent, and then 2 that have been ranked okay. So it's returned the movies in the appropriate order, and it's returned 5, a limit of 5 movies to us. And we can try again with a different user this time. So let's log in as someone else. Okay, let's go to Compass and find a different user here. So let's log on as Ben Madison. So Ben Madison at hotmail.com. I'm just going to copy that there for the credentials, and the password doesn't change. So I'm going to the body here, raw, and I'm going to replace this email address with Ben Madison's credentials. The password doesn't change, so we've just made this easy for testing purposes. This must be a post request, so let's set that to post, and let's send that to log us in as Ben Madison. And we've got a token that's been sent to us here. Let's copy the token. Now let's change this to recommended movies. And this is a GET request. And let's replace the token. Authorization, bearer token here. Let's select all of that, delete what's in there, and paste in our new token for Ben Madison. And shouldn't have a quote. The quotations should be omitted here. Okay, there shouldn't be any quotations within the token. So let's test our recommended movies endpoint for Ben Madison. Let's see what movies get returned for Ben Madison. So let's send that through. Excellent. Okay, it's got Jack Reacher again at the top. And then it's got Knives Out. Okay. Blitz. Airplane. And this time it's just, so there is a difference here. So they obviously had very similar genres selected. And then we've got the undiscovered country, which was different from the last set of results. And it is ordering these movies in the correct order from 1 to 5. Okay. For good measure, let's log on as someone else. So let's log on as Bob Jones, who's an administrator. Okay, so let's grab his email address here. Let's go to login. Here, set this to post. Okay. Let's go to authorization. Set this to no auth. And we're going to go to the body here. Replace the email address with Bob Jones's email address. The password is the same. And let's send that through to login. Bob Jones. Okay, good. And you can see Bob Jones's favorite genres here. He just likes comedy and fantasy. Okay. And so let's grab the token for Bob Jones here. Copy it to our clipboards. And let's change the endpoint here to recommended movies like this. This must be a GET request. Let's go to authorization, select bearer token, and let's replace whatever's in here with the token for Bob Jones. Okay. And now let's test. Bear in mind, Bob Jones's favorite genres are comedy and fantasy. And let's see what movies are returned for Bob Jones. Okay, send. Okay, so fantasy. You liked fantasy, and we've got Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. And this movie's been deemed as okay based on the admin review. This movie wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either, so it's okay. 3. We've got Airplane. He liked comedy, so that's correct, Airplane. And it's also been ranked as okay. And then the next movie is Gone Girl, which is a drama and a fantasy. Okay, so fantasy has been tagged for Gone Girl. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but in our data it's been tagged with fantasy. So that's why Gone Girl has come back, and it is ranked as okay. So that is ordered correctly within the results. The Hangover, Comedy, 3, okay, so they're all okays basically. Right. So our recommendation facility is working correctly based on the data that's saved to our database. Obviously, this is just test data, so don't expect it to be 100% accurate in terms of the genres and the rankings. But our code is working correctly. This verifies that our code is working correctly. Our recommendation service is working as expected. Excellent. So if you'll recall, we created this endpoint and we temporarily added the code to configure the endpoint, i.e. map it to the relevant handler function, the Gin-Gonic handler function. And we initially put this configuration code within the setup unprotected routes, just for testing purposes. So it made it easy for us to test the functionality within this function here, which provides functionality so that an administrator can add movie reviews to the system and update those movie reviews within the system. So if we go to Compass here, you can see those movie reviews. Go to the movies collection. Each of these has a movie review. This is a lovely movie and it's been rated as excellent by the AI. The sentiment detection functionality that we wrote, which engages with AI through LangChainGo, brought back excellent as the sentiment behind this movie review. So it's all this functionality we're concerned with, but only an administrator should have access to this functionality. So we don't want ordinary users to be able to add reviews to the system. And that's what we're going to do now. We're going to protect the relevant update review endpoint. So the first step to do that is we're going to grab this code here. Let's cut the code and let's paste it into the protected endpoint configuration code here within the setup protected routes function here. So now this is protected, but we haven't yet written the code to properly protect this route, because this is a special route, if you like, because the user must not only be logged on, but that user must be part of the admin role. So that's the code we're going to implement in this section of the course. So let's do that. Firstly, we want to be able to extract the role from the claims, which we're doing here, and we're inserting the role within a named value pair within the context, the Gin-Gonic context, which makes it easy for us to extract the role in later code. So we can extract whatever role once the token has been accessed from within the middleware and it's been validated. We can extract the role. This is what we're doing here. We're extracting the role and placing it within a named value pair storage facility provided to us by the Gin-Gonic context. And then it goes see next, and it'll move on to the targeted endpoint, which in our particular case will be the update review endpoint, and we'll be able to access that role through the Gin-Gonic context. Okay, so if we go to movie underscore controller, and we go to our add review functionality, so we've got our admin review update function here. The first thing we want to do is access what role the logged on user is part of. So to do that, let's first go to the token underscore util.go file, and let's just create a copy of this. And then let's just change the bits appropriate to what we're trying to do here, which is instead of access the user ID, we want to access the user's role. So get role from context is the name of this function. And of course, we need to change this to role. And let's make this variable role instead of user ID. So role does not exist in this context. If you're not able to extract the role from the Gin-Gonic context, we need to handle that error there. And then let's use our role variable here. Let's name this member role, camel case, like that. And then we can return the member role to the calling code. And that is our reusable function written for extracting the role from the Gin-Gonic context. And let's go back to the movie_controller.go file. Okay, and now we can use the function that we've just created within the utils package to extract or to return the user's role to this calling code here. So utils.get role from context. And then we must pass in the Gin-Gonic context variable here, or the Gin-Gonic context argument here. And then let's handle the error. If an error occurs when trying to return the role, the user's role, let's handle that exception. Okay, so c.json, let's send back a HTTP bad request in this particular case. Status bad request, request, and an appropriate error message. And we can use the gin.h functionality here to return well-formed JSON. Let's include a colon there, and then role not found in context. Okay, and then let's, of course, include the return keyword so it halts the execution of this function. We don't want this function to continue if the role is not found, because the user that's trying to add a review must be part of the admin role. So it's crucial to this functionality that the user's role is accessible. Okay, and then now we can just do a check here. So if role, and I'm just going to leave the code like this for now, just for simplicity. We could put this in a configuration file, but I'm just going to leave it like that as a literal string, admin, and just for simplicity. And let's handle the exception. So if the user is not part of the admin role, we need to pretty much kick the user out so that they do not have access to this functionality. And it's a status bad request again. Okay, and let's use gin.h to send an appropriate error back to the client code. And we just say user must be part of the admin role. And it's that simple. And then we use the return keyword to stop the execution of the code within this function. Okay, brilliant. And that is pretty much it. So now the user has to be part of the admin role in order to be able to leverage the functionality within this handler function, the function that handles the endpoint configured here, the endpoint update review. Okay, so we can test that code now. So now let's launch Postman, and let's go to login. We need to log in the user. Okay, and we want to log in this user as Bob Jones. Okay, let's go body raw. Okay, great. We've already got Bob Jones's credentials here, and this is a post request. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so let's run our code. Okay, brilliant. It's listening on port 8080. And let's go back to Postman, and we can test our login functionality. Let's press the send button here. Excellent. Bob Jones is logged in. Bob Jones is an administrator. You can see here his role is set to admin, so he's an administrator. And we just want to copy Bob Jones's token here. So we want to copy Bob Jones's token to our clipboards. Let's do that. Copy. And then we want to test the update review endpoint. So we go update review like this. And we want to update a review for a particular movie. So let's go to the compass and let's find a movie that we can update. Okay, and as I've said, I hate this movie for Unforgiven, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I love this movie. So actually, let's test a review for Unforgiven, adding a review for Unforgiven. Great movie, Gene Hackman, Clint Eastwood. Excellent movie. So it's currently set to 5, terrible. I hate this movie. And let's create a review that is a little bit more glowing. Well, a lot more glowing than that. Okay, so I'm going to copy the IMDb for Unforgiven here. Okay, and I'm going to paste it here for the parameter so that we can target a particular movie for the review. And then let's set this to patch because we're only partially updating the movie document. We're not replacing an entire movie document. We're just replacing this part, the admin review, and then our AI functionality will automatically extract the sentiment and save it to this movie document, this part of the movie document here. Okay, so great, we're set up to test this. So it's a patch request. We've copied the token to our clipboards. So that's the next thing. Let's go to authorization here, bearer token. Let's replace whatever's in here that's left over from the last time we tested an endpoint through Postman, and let's paste the new so let's paste the token from that Bob Jones received once he logged on and paste it here. Okay, brilliant. And now we need to update the body. So we need to include a field within the JSON here, admin underscore review, and let's create a glowing review for Unforgiven. Clint Eastwood, as always, was magnificent. What an amazing cast and story. Okay. Clint Eastwood, comma, as always, was magnificent. What an amazing cast and story. Okay, so that's our very simple movie review for Unforgiven, and let's just make sure that this is appropriate JSON data that we're passing through. So I'm just going to go back to the code here. And if we go to the handler function here, let's just check. So yeah, it's expecting admin review, and the JSON must look like this, admin review. You can see that by the JSON tag here. And then whatever we pass in here gets mapped to this rec struct here. Okay, within our code, so that looks good. And then we can just test that. So we've got the endpoint URL, which includes the movie parameter, the IMDb value. Update review, let's just make sure that the endpoint is 100% accurate. So if we go to protected routes, update review, and then followed by the parameter. So let's go back to Postman, and that looks good. We've included our review within the body of the HTTP message we're about to send through to our endpoint. We've configured the token because we just logged in as Bob Jones, who's definitely part of the admin group. So this code should actually work. And let's see if it does. We'll press the send button. 200 OK. Excellent. Yep, I would have expected excellent to be returned as the sentiment behind the admin review that we've just created for Unforgiven. Brilliant. So that has worked. We've been granted access to the endpoint because Bob Jones is a part of the admin role. So that has worked. So if we go to Compass, we can see now if we refresh the data, reload data, and we go and find Unforgiven. After we've refreshed the data, there it is. And let's look at the rankings. So it's updated our review. Clint Eastwood, as always, was magnificent. What an amazing cast and story. And then we've got the ranking section here, and the ranking name is set to excellent. So the AI deemed this movie review as having an excellent sentiment, and of course the value for excellent is 1. So that has worked perfectly. Brilliant. So I guess the thing we can do now is just deliberately perform a test that fails. So to do that, we can type in login here, and we can log in as just an ordinary user. So we've got Craig Denton. So let's change this back to email and this to craigdenton@hotmail.com. And the password for all of our users is just a very simple password, not very secure password, but this is just for testing. And it is, I believe, one exclamation point like that. So we're logging in as Craig Denton. We need to set this to post. It's a post request for the login functionality. And then we can just send that over. Brilliant. 200 OK. We've logged in as Craig Denton. So let's copy Craig's token to our clipboards here. Oops. Here it is. Okay. Copying Craig Denton's token here. Let's go to authorization and replace the token left over from the last test. Let's remove that and add in our new token for Craig Denton's login. Okay. And then let's update the endpoint path. So it's update review and Unforgiven. Let's just copy that token. Again, we'll stick with the same movie, Unforgiven. Let's include it as part of the URL. So it's a parameter within the URL that targets a particular document within the movie's collection. So we're targeting Unforgiven with this URL here. So we're updating the review for Unforgiven. At least we're going to try. So we're actually hoping that this will fail, because we want users who aren't part of the admin group. If we look here at Craig Denton, at Craig Denton's details, he's just a user. He's not part of the admin role. So we should get a 401 unauthorized error. So let's see if that works. Let's see if Craig Denton is prevented from adding a review to the database by our code. Okay, so let's hit the send button. 404 not found. Okay, so that's not what we wanted to review. Update. Review. What? Oh. Okay, so that's not the error. This should be a patch. That's why we've received this 404 not found. So let's try again. It should be a 401. Okay, so not a 401. We've actually sent back a 400 bad request. And that's just because that's the way that I wrote the code. So if we go back to the code, that is correct. We have been kicked out. We weren't able to use the update review functionality. But I think this would be more appropriate as a 401. So this should be status unauthorized. Yeah, you don't have the authority to access this endpoint. Let's save that. So let's save that and let's test that again. So go run dot enter. Okay, it's listening on port 8080. Let's launch Postman and let's try that again. Okay, we've still got our settings there. Last time it sent us back a 400 bad request. That's because of the way we wrote the code. The logic is correct, but we should be passing back a 401 unauthorized exception rather than a 400 bad request, because this user is not part of the admin role. It's a valid user, Craig Denton, that can be authenticated, but not as part of the admin role, and only administrators can add reviews to the system. So we want Craig Denton kicked out when he tries to access the update review endpoint. So let's press the send button. 401 unauthorized. User must be part of the admin role. Great. And that's pretty much the server-side code all written. And we can now move on to writing the client code, the React code. So we've coded the server-side part of our code and have successfully tested each aspect, i.e. each of our endpoints, successfully. Hopefully you've noticed that at times during the code creation process, I have flagged in the way of including arrows and appropriate text in post-production, that even though the code works, there is a better way of writing the relevant code. So this is what we are going to cover in this section of the course. We are going to look at some practical examples of a few Go Gin-Gonic best practices by appropriately amending just a few pieces of code that we have already created and successfully tested. So we are going to address a few minor coding issues in this part of the course. We are not fixing any code per se, but we are amending the code in order to adhere to best practices. Please note that any keys, for example, secret keys, like these ones here, or API keys, like, for example, OpenAI API key here for interacting with endpoints on OpenAI, i.e. used for accessing third-party endpoints, for security reasons, can come from a key management system from a cloud provider, and therefore in production would not be embedded within the env file as we are doing here. We are reading in the values from the .env file here. Let's look at our code. For example, you can see here we're checking to see if that .env file exists because we're running it on our local machines here. But regardless of where we're actually reading the relevant environment variables from, this line of code is actually reading in the value, and this could come from a key management system, or it could come from the cloud provider's own environment variable management facility. So that code doesn't actually change, but here we are just checking whether the .env file exists, and we're not throwing a fatal error, or we're not logging a fatal error if the .env file doesn't exist. So when the code is actually running in the cloud, this will actually result in an error occurring because the .env file will not exist on the cloud. But all it'll do is log a warning. It won't log a fatal error. And this line of code here gets called regardless of whether the code is running in the cloud or locally. So it doesn't actually matter where the environment variable is coming from, but we are performing a check here just to make sure that it is on our local machines, so that it can tell us that our code can tell us, as it were, if the environment variable exists on our local machines or not. And obviously when we're running it locally, the environment variables, the .env file must exist on our local machines. But it won't exist in the cloud, so this will be logged in the cloud, which is fine, because it's just a warning message. It's not a fatal, we're not logging a fatal error. So it is best to store the relevant key values. So we've got these key values here. For example, we've got this key value here, OpenAI API key, and these secret key values here that sign the relevant tokens. It's best to store those in the relevant cloud host's key management system as a security measure, as an extra security measure. Right, so if we go to, let's perform our first best practice code amendment, if you like. So let's go to database_connection.go here. So here we are handling our connection to our MongoDB database. We also have a reusable function called OpenCollection here, which is reused throughout our application where appropriate code is executed to open a specified collection within our MongoDB database. So we are using the MongoDB for Go driver here within our code to interact with our MongoDB database. And we are centralizing this reusable functionality within this file. Now, here's the actual issue. When we import this package, what we're doing here, which is not really good, is we are actually automatically dialing the MongoDB instance. So we're dialing MongoDB here when we import the package. We actually don't want our code to automatically dial MongoDB, we wanted to only establish a connection. So by dialing, I mean establishing a connection with MongoDB. We only want to do that at when the MongoDB connection is actually necessary, when it's going to be used. So we don't want to do this like we've got it here currently. So we're going to copy this to the main method. We're going to call this code from the main method and pass in. We're going to inject the client into where we're setting up the routes here, and then we'll inject it into the relevant handler function methods. So that's what we're going to do. But before we do that, this DB instance isn't a really good name for our method. So because we're using the DB prefix here, which has special meaning for MongoDB, so instead of calling it DB instance, I'm going to change that to connect. So we'll keep the method name very simple and just call this connect like that. And then we can change this code over here to connect, but we're going to have to change this code further because we're going to import this database package from within the main package, and then this code will be changed to database.connect. But let's cut this code, Control X, and I'm going to go to the main method now here, and I'm going to paste it in before this line of code here. After this line of code here, just before where we're setting up our routes, I'm going to paste in this code where we will connect to establish a connection with MongoDB. So we need to import the database. So let's go back to database_connection there. And we're also going to want to import these. We're going to want to import this package here. So let's go back to main.go and make sure that we're importing that package. So let's ensure that we're importing the Mongo package there. Okay. So that underline has gone away now. But the problem here is we haven't imported the database package. So let's go here where we're importing the database package and just copy that importation code. So this code here. And let's paste that here like this. And then we can call. Is there a problem there? Yeah. Let's paste that in. It's because I saved it and we're not using it. It removed this line here. So I won't save it. But we want this importation code in place because we're going to use the database. We're going to use database.connect here. .connect like that. And now we're going to pass in the client to where we're setting up the routes here. And in fact, this should be a lowercase c for client because it doesn't need to be available to any calling code. So we'll keep this a local variable client, and the underlines here are because we haven't actually included a parameter definition for these client values here. So that's the next thing we need to do. So if we go to set up protected routes, protected_routes file.go, we now want to include the client here. So client, which is of type mongo.client like that. Okay, and we don't have the Mongo package, so we need to paste in the Mongo package where we're pasting it in here. So we need to paste that in within the routes package also. So let's include that there within the, protected_routes.go file so that we have access to the relevant type there. And then we're going to also inject this client into all of these routes here. These handler functions, these Gin-Gonic root handler functions, if you like, endpoint handler functions. They need the client in order to connect to MongoDB. Okay, and we need to do the same in the unprotected routes. So let's do the same here, and we can just paste in this package importation code here, like that, and then we need to include this parameter definition within the relevant method, like this, and then we of course have imported that, so that's working correctly. And then we want to just pass in the client like this. And of course, you've noticed that there's red squiggly lines there because we haven't included a parameter definition within these handler function, these Gin-Gonic handler function methods. So we'll do that in just a bit. Let's just paste the client in like this so that it is being passed in to these handler functions here, these Gin-Gonic handler functions. So these functions handle the logic for when these endpoints are called via the relevant HTTP methods, get and post in this particular case. So the next step, as you can see, is to include the client, this definition, the client definition for parameters within each of these handler functions. Let's handle this one first. So movie.imdb, so it's get movie here. So get movie, we can actually just navigate to it by selecting the method, right-clicking and go to definition, and let's include that definition like that there. Great, let's go back there, and now add movie. We need to do the same here, so go to definition, and let's paste that in there, and we just repeat it. You can see the red squiggly lines are disappearing as we make the relevant coding amendments. So go there and paste this definition in there. Let's go back to protected_roots there, and we want admin review update. We need to amend that code, and let's do that there. So we're passing in the client there. Okay, and let's do the same now for the roots, for the protected roots, the unprotected root handler methods, if you like, the handler function methods here. So let's go to get movies, and let's include that definition there. And let's just go down and repeat this process for each of these handler functions. Like this. Okay. Get genres. Okay. And then refresh token handler. Great. And then let's just go through each of these functions and make sure that our code is amended appropriately. Okay, so next thing I need to point out is these variables. We actually don't want to do that here. It's quite cheap to create these connections to, or open these collections. It's quite cheaply done behind the scenes. So we can actually just open these collections as we go. So I'm going to cut this code here, and I'm going to include it here, just above this line of code here, like that. And now we need to pass in the client like that. We're going to inject in the client like this for this open collection method. And now we need to amend this open collection method. So let's go to do definition here, and we need to include this definition here. Like that, because we're going to be passing in the client like this here. And let's make this a small c where we're connecting to the relevant collection like that. So we're opening the collections in a slightly different way now, and we've amended our code. There is this reusable code which is centralized within the database_connection.go file here, and then we can just go back to movie controller here, and that should be pretty good. That's okay, and I think that's all we need to do in regards to opening the relevant collection. Okay, and then let's go to the next method. So let's go to protected roots, And we've got add movie here. So let's go to the definition. And we want to do the same thing. Okay, so we actually amended get movies there. We want to do the same for get movie. Okay, so it's the same kind of code. We can just paste that in there like that. We're passing in the client and we're handling the movie. We're opening the movie collection in a slightly different way now, like that. Okay. So let's go back to protected roots there. So we've done add movie. Let's make sure that we have amended add movie. Okay, and we haven't, so we need to do the same thing here. So we can open the collection here like this for the add movie method. Okay. Let's go back to protected roots. So we've done get movie, add movie, and we want to do get recommended movie. Get recommended movie, sorry. So let's go to definition there. And it's just the same repetitive task of making sure that we are now opening the collection appropriately. Let's go back to protected roots here. And let's deal with admin review update. So let's go to definition there. And where we are making our connection, where we are opening our movie collection, we need to include this line of code here just before our code engages with the movie collection here. Great. Okay, so we're now handling our movie collection, connecting to our movie collection appropriately for the protected roots. So no red squiggly lines here. We're getting there slowly. It's a bit of a tedious process, but it is worth it. Okay, and then we've got get movies, and I inadvertently did that thinking it was get movie. So we've actually amended this code here already, and all we're doing is opening the movie collection before we're using it. We're opening it locally here and not up here. We don't need to do it up here anymore, and we're going to do the same for all of these collections in just a bit. So we're now opening these collections in a different way locally when we need them. And we're doing that because it's fairly cheap to open these collections behind the scenes. So it's not a problem to do it this way. Okay. So let's go to, so we've handled that, unprotected roots. We've handled get movies, register user. So let's go to definition. And of course, now we're changing the code regarding this user collection. So let's cut that, and we want to paste it in here just before we're using the user collection like that there. And that's all we need to do. And that's not all we need to do because we haven't passed in the client. We need to pass in the client like this. And then let's make a copy of that code. Let's go back to the unprotected roots code here and login user. So we're going back to the same controller and amending login user with the way we are now engaging, or now with the way we are now opening the relevant collections. And we're just pasting that code in there so that we're opening the user collection appropriately before we use it within the login user method. And then let's go to unprotected roots again. Log out will be the same thing. So let's go to definition, log out here. Okay. And with log out, we're updating all tokens. So we'll have to pass in the client here to this update all tokens method within utils. So let's include the client there, because we're now passing in the client to each of these handler functions. So we include client there, and then we need to copy this definition here so that we can update the update all tokens method within our utils package. And we need to include this definition here, client MongoDB. And we're using now the user collection at this point here. So we need to amend. We need to include a line above this code that actually connects to the collection, that opens the collection. Okay, so here it is here. So we can just cut this code here and paste it in just above the line of code where we're actually using the collection. Of course, we need to pass in the client like this. Okay, let's go back to unprotected roots code, the setup unprotected roots function. And now we're dealing with the genres here. So let's go to that method. Go to definition. So you can see here we're using the genre collection. So we want to eliminate this code here that we've defined outside of any particular function. We don't want to do it like that anymore. We want to do it the way we're handling the get movies collect, the opening of the movies collection. So we need to go back to, this unprotected root get genres handler function and paste that open collection code just above where we're using the genre collection, and we want to pass in the client like this. Okay, and that is looking pretty good. So we're getting there. Let's go back to unprotected roots, and then we've got refresh token handler. I don't know if we're actually interacting with the database in this code here. Validate refresh token. Yeah, we are. We're engaging with the user collection here. So we need to update this method with code to open the user collection here. Okay, so we can just copy the relevant code from here. Let's go back to unprotected roots, refresh token handler, go to there, and then just above here, include, as I said earlier, if you get stuck at any point and you're not able to follow along with this code, or you find that you get lost, you can check out the final code at this URL. The URL to the relevant GitHub repository has been included below in the description. Okay, so we're updating it there, find one, right, and then we've got update all tokens. We need to pass in the client here. Excellent. And that looks good. And then I saw a red squiggly line up here. There it is, refresh token, update all tokens. We just need to pass in the client. When we're logging in the user, we're updating the tokens within the user collection for the relevant user. So we need to pass in the client object here that connects to MongoDB. Okay, so that's the connection to MongoDB there, and we're now opening the relevant collections as we need them within local function handlers or handler functions. Okay, so one thing we haven't done is we haven't eliminated, if we go here, we are still using this ranking. We're still opening the ranking collection in the old way. And this, of course, is now not going to work. So what we want to do is cut this code here. And we need to find the function called getRanking. Now, this is a method that's called from within one of the handler functions, so it's not being called directly by an endpoint. So we need to actually include the client definition here. So let's do that. Client star mongo dot client like this, and then let's include the code that we just copied to our clipboards that we cut, and let's paste it here, and then let's pass in the client object like that. there. So now we're opening the collection in a consistent way, and we're doing it now for the rankings collection. So we're only opening the collections when needed within the various local functions. Okay, great. And then we need to find out where this is being called, so we can go find all references. Go here, and we need to, okay, we're going to need to pass in the client down to here also. So I'm going to include client as star mongo.client, like that. And we need to pass in client there. And then we need to find where we're calling this, so we can find all references there. Here we go. And here we're defining client within the add. This is the actual handler function, the Gin-Gonic handler function. So we're handling an actual endpoint in this function here, and we're calling these functions from within the parent handler function. So we're calling getReviewRanking, which calls getRanking. And we need to pass in the client here. So let's client there, and the red squiggly goes away. And now we are opening the relevant rankings collection in an appropriate way, if you like. Okay, we've got a problem there. Let's go and see what the problem is. Undefined user collection here. This is also a function that's being called by one of the handler functions, and we don't have the client object available to us. We're not opening the user collection in an appropriate way yet here, so we need to handle all of those things. So we need to find where we are opening the user collection or users collection. And let's go back there, and let's go to where the problem is, and let's paste in that code. Now we're opening the collection appropriately, but we don't have the client object, so we need to include the relevant definition for the client here, the MongoDB client, so client, and that's defined as mongo.client, like this. Okay, and we're passing it in as an argument there, like that. Okay, we still have a problem. Okay, yep. Let's go to the problem, and of course, this is the get recommended movies handler function, which handles an actual endpoint call. This is the logic for an actual call to an endpoint using a HTTP method from the client. So we need to pass in the client that is passed into this handler function to this method, like that. We have no problems now. Excellent. So we're also opening the rankings collection appropriately now. So what we're doing here now is we're only opening the collections when we need them from within the relevant functions. Whereas before we were opening the collections outside of any one particular function call, which is not what we want to do. So this is a better way of doing it. Excellent. Okay, so the next thing we want to do, and I would say this is actually quite an important fix, is we want to pass in this Gin-Gonic context object to the with timeout method here. And let me explain why we want to do this. Okay, so this is quite an important fix. We are currently not handling this resource clearing related code correctly within our Gin-Gonic application. Here we are passing in the context.background object to the with timeout function. We should be passing in the Gin-Gonic context here. Gin implements context in a way that it embeds the request's context.context. So you can safely use it wherever a context.context is required. Why not context.background like we're doing here? If you use context.background instead, you lose request cancellation propagation. If the client cancels the HTTP request, closes the connection, navigates away, etc., Gin cancels the Gin.context. So using C as the parent context means your timeout context is automatically cancelled when the request is cancelled. Using context.background ignores client cancellation, so your handler may continue doing work even after the client has gone away. That can waste resources. You lose deadlines and other request scoped values. Gin may attach request scoped metadata or timeouts in its context. Using C ensures you inherit them. Use C, your context respects client cancellations and request scoped values. Use context.background. Your context is independent, ignores client cancellations, and could lead to resource leaks. So we must pass in C, the Gin-Gonic context here, rather than context.background. Right, so let's handle this. Let's make sure we are doing this. So let's pass in C here, firstly. Okay, and so that's basically what the fix is. It's very basic. So we need to do it. Wherever we see this, we need to pass in the Gin-Gonic context instead. So let's select that and let's go to find all references and let's go through them one by one. We've handled that there and we need to handle it here. So we pass in C there, go there, pass in C here. Okay, select this one. So we need to pass in C here for admin review update. There, so we're passing in the Gin-Gonic context object that is passed into this anonymous function here. This is where our root handling functionality exists. This is the handler function for an endpoint. So we're passing in the Gin context object instead of context.background for the resource handling code here. Okay, excellent. Let's go to the next one. Okay, pass in C here. Next one, pass in C here. Okay, go to the next one. We need to pass in C here. Now, this one's a little bit different because this is called from an actual handler function. So we're not implementing a Gin-Gonic handler function for this method. So we need to pass in C to this method. So C, so we can do that at the end here. Let's go comma C and let's define it appropriately as, Gin.context like that there. And we of course need to ensure that we're passing the context to this function here. So let's go find all references and we need to pass in C here to fix that there. Okay, brilliant. Find all references and you can see we are here. This one here we're not yet. This is calling get rankings from another function that's not a Gin-Gonic handler function. So we need to also pass in the C here, the Gin-Gonic context. So let's do that. C as star Gin.context like that. And then we can pass C down there to get rankings function. And then we can just find all references here and make sure that we're passing C in here like that. And that looks pretty good. We're now handling this clear-up code, this resource clear-up code, effectively by passing in the Gin-Gonic context to the with timeout method here, which clears up the relevant MongoDB resources. So the next code I want to amend is within the main.go file, the main package here. So it's actually good practice to ping the database before we set up the routes here, because if we don't have any connection to the database, then our code is going to fail. So this is just a better way of handling the case where we are unable to establish a connection to MongoDB. So we can do that with this code. If equals to client, we've got our client object now. We're trying to establish our connection here. And then we're going to try and ping. We're going to try and see if we can if MongoDB is receptive to us connecting to it. So this is not connect, context dot background like this, and then null. We don't have a Gin-Gonic context at this point, so we can use context.background as the context here, and then null, and then on the same line we can check the error to see if this object has a value. So if is not equal to null, okay, we want to handle an error if we are unable to ping. Of course, null has 1L. If we are unable to ping MongoDB, we actually want to log a fatal error here. So we use fatal LF like that, and we can include an appropriate message here. Failed, we're not reaching the server. Failed to reach server. So we're flagging a fundamental issue here. So we don't want the code to continue. There's a fundamental issue, and by logging it, we should, by examining the logs, understand what is actually happening. So there's a problem with us connecting or reaching the actual server. So our client can't ping MongoDB. So we need to actually stop execution here and log an appropriate error. And it's a fatal error. So we don't want the code to continue and set up the routes, because we know that it's going to fail downstream anyway. So we can handle that issue at this point here in the code within the main function there. And the other thing I want to do is make sure that we're disconnecting from the database, and we can ensure that we disconnect at an appropriate time from the database. And this is to do with clearing up resources. So defer func, and then we want to equals to client.disconnect like this. Disconnect. Okay, we need to pass in the context dot background method there like that. And then we can check our error object and see if it's null. If it's not null, we want to log a fatal error here. Okay. And we can now, let's amend this message so that it is appropriate to what is occurring here. So we're trying to disconnect at an appropriate time. We're trying to disconnect from MongoDB. Say, for example, an error occurs. We want to disconnect from MongoDB, and if that fails, we need to log that fact so that we're aware of what has happened. So failed to disconnect from MongoDB like that. Okay, and we're logging the appropriate error. Open and close brackets there. Space there. And that's pretty much it. So we're just making sure that these cases are being handled appropriately, making sure that we can connect to the database, to MongoDB, before we set up the relevant routes, so that it fails here at this point before it's going to fail anyway if we're unable to connect, if we're unable to reach the server at this point here. So that's what this ping functionality is all about. And then this defer functionality is just to make sure that we're disconnected from MongoDB. We don't want to have those resources hanging about in memory unnecessarily. We need to make sure that we're disconnected from MongoDB. Okay, excellent. And the other thing is, I'm not currently checking whether the environment, the .env file, exists before calling the code to read in the appropriate environment variable value here. And on our local machines, that's quite important. So let's include the relevant code. So it's just colon equals go.env dot load, and then within quotations env like this, and then we just check our error object. If it's not equal to null, an error has occurred, And we just want to log a warning at this point because this error is going to occur when it's deployed to the cloud. But locally, this warning message can be helpful for us because then we know we haven't created the .env file and we need to do that. And this is the reason why certain code is failing. So at this point, we're checking to see if that .env file exists before trying to read one of the environment variables here. And this code doesn't change whether it's running locally or in the cloud. It's going to read the relevant environment variable in the same way, regardless of how it is stored, and it will be stored differently in the cloud to how it is stored locally in the .env file here. But we need to just check whether that .env file exists, and it won't exist in the cloud, so it will just log a warning message in that particular case. It won't log a fatal error. It's logging a warning message. Unable to find .env file. Like that. Okay, excellent. Okay, so now it's time to create a front end for our application, and we are going to use React for this purpose. You can see here we've created a client folder. So our server-side code is within the server folder. Within the root folder, the MagicStream movies root folder, we've got a server folder and we've got a client folder. So within the client folder, we're going to create the React code. Within the server folder, we've got the Go, Gin-Gonic, MongoDB related code. Here, we're going to create a React project. So we are going to use a technology called Vite for creating our React project. Vite has an advantage over traditional build tools like Create React App and bundlers like Webpack. For example, it offers faster dev startup and rebuild time, simpler configuration, and out-of-the-box simpler defaults. So we're now going to use Vite to create our React project. To use Vite, you must have Node.js version 14.18 plus, 16 plus or newer. We also need NPM, which comes with Node.js and is used for installing dependencies. So if you don't have Node.js installed, navigate to nodejs.org and you can download and install the latest version of Node from here. Excellent. And you can check what version of Node you've got installed simply by typing node-v like this. And you can see version 24.01, that's my version of Node. And if you want to check what version of NPM you've got, type npm -v like that. Excellent. So once you've got that set up, i.e. An appropriate version of Node and an appropriate version of npm, we're ready to go. So firstly, we need to be in the client folder. So let's type cd client, because we're going to be creating our client code within the client folder, and we're about to create a React project using Vite. So to create the React project using Vite, we then type npm create like this, Vite, and then at latest like that. Okay, and then to proceed, we press Y. So it's telling me that I need Vite 7.1.0. Need to install the following packages. So I'm going to say Y here. So we need to give the project a name. I'm going to call my project MagicStream client like this. Press the enter key. Excellent. And then you can use your down arrows and you want to select React here. Press the enter key. And then select JavaScript from this menu here. And now it's instructing us to type the command cd to navigate within our MagicStream project, the root of our React project. And then we want to type npm install, which will install all the necessary dependencies to run a React application. And then we can test our project by typing npm run dev. So let's follow those instructions. So let's go into MagicStream client. Stream client like that. Okay, and then we want to install all the relevant packages within the Magic-Stream-Client folder. So to do that, we can use npm. So type npm install. Press the enter key. And it will install all the necessary dependencies that we need in order to run our React project. As always, we just need to be patient while it installs those dependencies on our local machines. Excellent, that wasn't too painful, and that's all done. Okay, found 0 vulnerabilities, that's good. Let's clear the screen. And now we should be able to run that. So you can see here, it's created our folder, MagicStream Client. It's created the Node Modules folder, which has all our React dependencies. Great, so we've created a basic infrastructure for our React application using Vite. And there's a lot of advantages to using Vite over the traditional Create React app facility. Right, okay, so we've now got the infrastructure for our React project set up. So Vite has set up a basic project infrastructure, so there should be some very basic functionality included in that. And we can test this by typing npm run dev like this. Okay, brilliant. So it's listening at port 5173 on localhost. So let's copy that URL. Let's go into our favorite browser. In my case, that's Chrome. And let's test that the infrastructure has indeed been created for our React project. Excellent. Look at that. And there we go. We can test the interactive functionality by pressing this count button, and it counts within our browser. As we click the button, it increments the value within this button. We can see that our user interactive functionality is in place, and we can start developing our client application now. That's brilliant. So make sure you get to this point before you start developing the client side for our MagicStream application. Excellent. So let's go out of that, and let's go back here, and we can press Control-C to cancel out of this so it won't be listening on this port on our local host. So let's press Control-C and let's clear the screen. We're going to get started with an easy win, and we're going to start with a functionality that just displays kind of a gallery of movie posters on the front end. So to do that, we're firstly going to create a folder within here which will house all our components. So new folder, and I'm going to call this components. So we're within this src directory, which was created by Vite by default. We're creating a components folder here. So we've got a components folder, and we're going to create our first component within a folder named movie. So our first component will be a reusable component that will represent one movie. So it'll be represent basically a front end, a card, which will contain the poster of the relevant movies. So we're going to create one movie component that can be reused for all of the movies throughout the application. So that's what we're going to start with. Okay, so let's create our movie component, and we're going to create that in the form of a JSX file. So let's select the movie folder here, press this icon for new file, and create a file called movie.jsx. So this is a JSX file. This should have a capital letter. So let's stick to conventions here, and let's make sure that the movie file name has a capital M here. Okay, great. So we're going to be using Bootstrap as our CSS framework for styling and layout purposes. And an easy way to utilize or leverage Bootstrap is through a package called React Bootstrap. So we want to install React Bootstrap. So we must make sure that we're in the Magic-Stream-Client folder. So to install React Bootstrap, we type npm and then or install. Let's type install and then React-Bootstrap like this. Excellent, and we've got React Bootstrap installed. So let's start building our movie.jsx component, our movie component within the movie.jsx file. Okay, great. So I'm going to start by creating the infrastructure for the movie component. So just const and then movie with a capital letter like this, and then equals to, and then this is where we'll pass in our props, and we're going to pass in a movie prop to this particular component, and then let's implement the structure for our component here. So this is the basic structure for our movie component done here, and then we can return the relevant JSX code to the calling code like this. And then below here, we want to export the component as default so that the calling client can easily import this component. And we'll look at how to do that in just a bit. Great. And now we simply write the code, the JSX part of the code for the movie component. Firstly, we need to import a few things. So in fact, at present, we just need to import one package, and that's the button package from React Bootstrap, and we can do that with this code here. So React Bootstrap /button like this. But there's a few other little steps that we need to carry out in order to be able to leverage Bootstrap the way we want to within this component and other components. So we need to go to the main.jsx file here. There it is, main.jsx file, and include this line of code. Import, within quotation marks, bootstrap /dist /css /bootstrap .min .css like that. And this will enable us to leverage Bootstrap, some of the Bootstrap classes from within the components of our application. So let's go back to our movie.jsx file and implement the code for this. So we first want to create a div. And I don't want to focus too much on the styling code because it would just take too long to explain every class that I'm including here for styling purposes or layout purposes. So I would urge you to look up these classes on the Bootstrap 5 website or the React Bootstrap website if you want to know more about the details of these classes. Okay, and it's kicking up a fuss because I've included a dash here, so we need to include an equals there. Great, that looks a lot better. Okay, and let's proceed. So this movie, by the way, this is what this movie prop will be, the object that contains all the data that we'll retrieve from the server, and we'll do that a bit later. So just take it for granted that this movie data has been returned from the server, and we're now able to leverage its various fields within our movie component. Okay, so let's create a nested div here. Class name equals 2, and then let's include our class names here, card, and these are all our Bootstrap class names that are used for styling and also for layout purposes within our movie component here. Okay, let's include another nested div here. Okay, so let's go class name like this equals 2, and then card body. These are standard Bootstrap classes that we're using to style flex, deflex, and we're using FlexGrid. So we're leveraging the FlexGrid technology through Bootstrap here for our card. And within our card, we're displaying all the relevant information about the movie. So H5, let's include the H5 element here. Class name equals to card title. So this is where we're going to include the card title. And then this is how we can display variables within and mesh those variables within the HTML code. And this is just JSX. So it's not actually HTML code, but it represents HTML code, if you like. And then we can wrap any variable data that we want to display on the front end within curly braces like this. So movie.title like this. So we're displaying the movie title within the card within this H5 element here. Okay, and below that, let's include a P tag like this. Type class name equals to, and then let's include an appropriate bootstrap class. So this is just for styling purposes. You'll see the significance of this styling when we run the code once we've finished some basic code here to display the movies on the front end. Okay, so we got card text and MB2. That's just margin bottom 2. That's what that represents. And within curly braces, let's include movie dot, and we're going to include the IMDb ID within this element here. So we've got the title and the IMDb ID displayed so far. And this is within the body of the card that will contain all the movie data. Okay. Below this, let's include the ranking value. This is the sentiment that we discussed earlier when we were creating the server-side code. So if ranking name, so if ranking name is true, let's include this code here to display the ranking. So let's include a span element like this. Okay, and a class name equals to, and this is just more bootstrap classes. We're using the badge class, and this is just for styling purposes. Makes it easy for us to style our code without having to go into the details of the actual CSS. And let's include this with a font size. This is just our own custom CSS, so that we can override whatever font size is there at the moment. And we'll include, and this needs to be within further curly braces, so we need to wrap this in 2 curly braces because we're including an object. So font size, and then let's include the font size, which is just 1 rem here. Okay, and then within curly braces, let's include the ranking name, which is just the sentiment of the movie. You know, excellent, good, okay, bad, or terrible. Ranking name, like that. Okay, brilliant. So we're slowly building up our movie component. And then up here, we want to actually include the poster image. Now, this is obviously the most important part of the display for the movie data, the poster image, because without the poster image, you're just going to have a boring title and the IMDb value, which isn't particularly visually appealing. So let's include the poster image here. So to do that, I'm going to create a div here. Okay, div. And I'm actually going to include my own custom inline style here. So style equals, and then open curly braces, and then let's include an object, position, relative here. So this is just inline styling here, and this is how you do that. You create an object to represent your inline style within the JSX element like this. So position relative, and you'll see the outcome when we test the code in just a bit. But for now, let's just create the component. So we want to include the poster image here. And then for the source, we want to include a variable here. So we don't want those in quotes. So it's src equals to movie.poster path, and that's the poster path that we want displayed for the movie on the front end. Okay, brilliant. And then for the alt, we'll just include the title like this, movie.title, like that. And let's include a class name like this. So card image top, like that. And then our own custom styling here. So let's include our CSS code here. So object fit contain, like this. And I'm assuming you've got some knowledge of CSS. It would take too long to explain all of these properties, these CSS properties. 50. But please, by all means, look them up. Very important if you're a web developer to understand at least basic CSS. Percent, right. Okay, so I think that's okay for now for our component. It probably isn't perfect, but hopefully it'll display all the relevant data on the front end. Okay, so within the components folder here, let's create a new folder called movies. So the folders should be, just to stick to convention, the folders should have a small letter in front of the folder name, like this, at the beginning of the folder name. So the first character should not be capitalized. So we've got movies, and then within movies, let's create a file called movies.jsx, like that. So let's create the code for our movies component. So firstly, we want to import the movie component, and we can do that like this from, and we go ... because we're going back a directory, and then you can see IntelliSense has suggested the folder, so movie, and then the component is movie, like that. Okay, movie is declared, but it's not used. Okay, so let's create the infrastructure for our component. So const movies equals to, and then we pass our props through like this, and we want movies, so that would be a collection of movie data that we will in a bit retrieve from the server. So we'll contact the movies endpoint and bring back the data, and then this data is passed into our component by the calling client, which we'll create in just a bit. So this one we want to include a movies prop and a message prop here, and then let's create this as an arrow function like this, and let's return the appropriate JSX for our movies component. And once again, I'm not going to go into detail about all the various Bootstrap classes that I'm using here. So class name equals to container. So this is just a Bootstrap class, and margin top 4. This is just wraps or abstracts away the CSS code for the margin top setting. Let's create another div here, and I'm just going to set the class name to the class named row, and this is for layout purposes. So we're using the Bootstrap grid system for layout purposes here, and let's open curly braces like this. Movies, we want to check that movies contains a value or is truthy, and movies.length, so there is indeed data within the movies collection being passed as a prop to this component. We can do that with this code. Movies.length is greater than 0, like this. So if this condition is true, go question mark, and we can handle the true condition like this. If the condition returns true, we want to use movies, the collection, the array, .map. So we're using the JavaScript map function to loop through the movie data within our movies collection. And this is how we can do that. So we go movie like this, and we use an arrow function to establish our logic. So if movies is true and the movies collection contains movie data, we're looping through the movies collection, and we are going to display our movie, which we've just created within the movie component. And we need to include the key attribute here and set it to a unique value. And we can do that through this code. We can set the unique value to the underscore ID property within our movie data. Bear in mind, of course, this data is coming from the MongoDB database, and we've got this underscore ID value established within the movies collection to uniquely identify each movie, and we're using this as our key for our movie element here. So this helps React identify each unique element. Okay, and then we go movie. We want to pass down the prop movie to the movie component. So we go movie equals to within curly braces. Then the movie data gets passed down as a prop to the movie element like this. Okay, and we can just close this element like that, get rid of that. Excellent. Okay, and we have a little issue here. Let's just check. We'll check that out in a bit. Let's just finish off our if-else condition here. So if that's true, we want to display a movie. We're looping through all of the movies. So if the movies collection contains data, we're looping through all of the movies within the collection and displaying the movie on the front end appropriately there. Else here, so the colon signifies the else condition, and then we can just include the message that will be passed down to this component as a prop within this h2 element like this. Okay, h2, and then within curly braces, message like that. Okay, let's just take care of this issue here. So let's look at what's going on here. So we've got our movie component. We're exporting it as default here. Movie, it doesn't look like there's anything wrong there. We've got it components, movie, movie.jsx, and then within movies. Okay, I'm just going to write the export functionality here. So we want to export this as default. Export default movies like that. Okay, brilliant. And now this is obviously worrying me here. I know what actually is going on here. It's because it's actually painful when you do this in React and it complains. It's because I initially created this file with a small m at the beginning of the word movie, and I think this is why it's flagging this as erroneous, because then when I changed it, it's not picking up the change for some reason. When I changed it and capitalized this M, it's not picking up the change. So this is a bit painful, but to get around that, I'm just going to cut that code, put it in my clipboard. I'm going to delete this file. I know this is a bit of a pain. Move to recycle bin. And I'm going to create the file again. New file, this time with movie.jsx like that. And I'm going to paste that code that I just cut into this new file and save that. And let's see if that has resolved it. Yeah, so for some reason, I get an issue when I change a file name. It doesn't seem to propagate through, and if you initially didn't get the file name right, it can complain when you're trying to import a particular JSX component within another component, and that's what was happening there. So that's a bit painful, but that's resolved now. Okay. So, and then we want this displayed on the home page. So I'm going to create a component called home. We want the movies displayed on the home page. So I'm creating a folder called home, and let's create a folder called home like this with the name of the folder, the first character of the name of the folder will be in lowercase here, so we're sticking to that convention. And then let's not make the same mistake. The actual JSX file will now have a capital letter for the first character of its name. So home.jsx, and we're now going to create the code for the home.jsx component or file. Right, so screen there. Right, so let's do that. So now within this component, we're actually going to be calling the server-side code. So before we start writing the actual code for the home.jsx file, I'm going to create a folder within src called API. And this will house the code for connecting to the server. Just the basic code for that. I'm going to create a new file called Axios config. We're going to use the package, the Axios package, the Axios dependency to handle the infrastructure for calling the server-side code. So we actually need to install Axios first before we configure, of course, before we configure Axios. Yeah. To install Axios, we simply type npm here at our terminal prompt, npm install Axios, like this. Brilliant. So we've got Axios installed, and we can now write just the infrastructural code, the configuration code for using Axios to call our server-side endpoints. So let's go Axios, import Axios from, Axios, like this. Okay, and we want to read in a base address. So it's going to be hosted on localhost initially, but we want to be able to configure the base address for where our server-side code is running so that we can easily change this value when we eventually deploy our code. So let's create an environment file, a .env file, on the same level as this src directory. So we want to actually create that within MagicStream client here. So let's create our .env file like this, .env, and let's configure an environment variable. And you need to adhere to a naming convention when you have created your React application using Vite. So to do that, we have to include Vite underscore like this, and then the name of our environment variable. So I'm going to call this API base URL. Okay. And we're going to initially be running our server-side code at localhost port 8080, like that. So we've configured our environment variable. Let's go back to Axios config here, and let's read in that environment variable. So API URL like this equals to import, and this is how we read an environment variable using Vite, because we're using Vite. We've used Vite to create our project, so we have to adhere to certain Vite conventions. API underscore base underscore URL, like that. Okay, we can include colons here. Okay, so we're reading in the base address for our server-side endpoints here. And then let's configure Axios. So export default Axios dot create. Let's open the brackets there, and then let's configure Axios. So the base URL property must be set like this: base URL API URL, and that's of course the value that we've read in from the .env file. So it's the environment variable, comma, and then within the header we want to include this configuration here, headers, and this is an object, JSON object, content dash type colon, and then application /JSON like that. We didn't close this quotation here, and that's why it's complaining. Okay, brilliant. So we've got Axios configured now. Great, so now let's go back to the home component. So firstly, I want to import these commonly used hooks for React. So use state, use effect from React. Whoops. Okay. Then I'm going to import the Axios client. So we're importing the component that we created just earlier from the appropriate directory. API, so it's in the API directory, and then it's picked up that it's Axios config. So we're importing Axios config component here, like that. Great. So we also want to import the movies component from this directory. Movies, dot movies with a capital letter. And let's create the infrastructure for our components, a const home, and we do that in the form of an arrow function. Okay, and then we include the arrow, open curly braces. Okay, and we want to create state for a movies variable, so state variable. And then along with the state variable, we've got the set movies function, which sets or changes the state of the movies state variable. And we go equal to use state, and we pass in an empty array by default, so no movies yet, but we want to populate this movies state variable with an array of movies, a collection of movies, which we will retrieve from the appropriate endpoint on the server. Okay, and then we want to create a loading state variable, set loading like this, equals to use state, and then by default we want this to be false, so it's a Boolean state variable, and then a message if in case an error occurs and we need to display a message to the screen. Set message equals to use state, and now we're going to use the use effect hook so that when this component loads, we call the movies endpoint on the server and populate the movies collection with the appropriate movies data that we retrieve from the server. Okay, let's go const. Let's create a function for this called fetch movies like this. Equals to, we want this to be called asynchronously, so we use the async keyword here, and we include another arrow function like this, open curly braces, and within this we create our logic for calling the movies endpoint. So, and we're going to use Axios to call the movies endpoint. So we're going to set loading equals to true, because we're about to call the server-side code, and we want to display a loading indicator on the front end while the server-side code is retrieving the relevant data and returning it to us. Let's set this message to nothing here. So we're initializing the message to an empty string here. Let's include a try catch block here so that we can handle errors if they occur. Okay. There's that, and a finally block here, which gets called whether an error occurs or not. And here we can use this finally block to set the loading Boolean value to false, because we want the loading indicator to no longer be displayed whether an error occurs or not. So we can include this code within the finally block and set the loading state variable to false here. So we've set it to true up here, and we're about now. And now within the try block, we're going to call the relevant endpoint to get all the movies data. So we're using Axios client, and we go get, and this is how we call our endpoint on the server, just /movies, which is our endpoint that will return the relevant movies collection to our client React code. And then let's set the movies state variable using the setMovies function to response.data, which should contain the relevant array of movies. Okay, and then if response.data, so if an empty array of data is, so no movies are found on the server, equals to 0, then let's set the message of the message state variable to an appropriate message. So there are currently no movies available. So if, let's say, the database is set up but the movies haven't been imported or no movies have been added to the relevant collection in the MongoDB database, this is an appropriate message to display on the client. Okay. And let's handle the error. We're just going to console log the error here like this. Okay. Error fetching movies will be good enough, I think. So error fetching movies. Go like this, and then comma error like that. And then set the message state variable to an appropriate error message. And this is the same basic error message, just error fetching movies. We've included a bit more detail in the console window if an error occurs at this point. If an error occurs when we're trying to use Axios to fetch the movies from the server. Okay, and that is our use effect hook written. So this hooks into a React lifecycle. So when the component loads, we're sending off a call, an asynchronous call using Axios, and hopefully the endpoint returns us valid movie data here, and we're setting that state variable movies here appropriately. We need to pass an empty array like this to the use effect hook. So that means that when the component loads, this code fires and hopefully populates the movies collection with the movies data, so that we can now return relevant JSX to the calling client. Okay, so let's include empty tags here, and then if the loading state variable is true, we want to just display a loading message, and we can just do that by returning, say, h2. We'll include a proper spinner later on as a loading indicator, but for now let's just include the text loading ... and then else condition fires. If the else condition fires here, we actually want to display a gallery of movie posters, if you like, the movie data. Movies equals to, and then the retrieved movies within the state variable, the movie state variable should be retrieved. And then if there's a message, it's also passed down the message state variable as a prop to the movies component. We have a few problems here. Okay, what's going on? Okay, we need opening bracket here. We need an opening bracket here and a closing round bracket here. to wrap the else part of the if statement. Okay, so I'm not currently closing this movies element, and that's why we're getting all these red squigglies. So use a closing tag there, and now our code looks good. So within this fragment here, which just means that this is a substitute for an element, but we don't want a particular element here, like a div or p element, for example. So this is a way that we can include a parent element without including a particular HTML element for the parent element. So we're including a React fragment here. So we can do that by implementing empty tags like this to house JSX elements here. So while the data is being loaded, while the data is being retrieved from the server, this loading indicator should display, or else we want the movies displayed to the user. Okay, so now we've got all these components set up. It's still complaining. I don't know why. It's giving us the same problem as we had before, but I seem to remember that I got it right with this one. Okay. So this has got a small letter. This should have a capital letter here. So I'm probably going to have to do the same thing. I'm going to copy all of this code and cut it and delete this file here. Sorry about this. And then create the movies JSX file with a capital letter at the beginning, JSX, and then just paste that in. Shouldn't really have to do that, but okay. I'm going to do the same thing here just to fix this ridiculous problem. Delete. That there. Paste that in there. Okay. And that should fix everything. So I don't know why that seems to cause a lot of problems if you initially get the file naming convention incorrect and you want to subsequently change it. It seems to cause havoc. It seems to flag a lot of associated errors. So it's best to get this correct from the beginning, I guess. But to get around it, you can just copy the code to your clipboard, delete the relevant file, and create a new file and make sure that the first letter is capitalized. So, okay. Great. So that's done. So I think the next step, I think we can now that our code looks good, we can go to the app.jsx code here. And one thing I actually want to do is just get rid of all of this here. Okay, I'm going to just get rid of the app.css code so it doesn't interfere with our CSS code. So app.css, and the other one is index.css. I'm just going to delete all of that. And then we can go to the app.jsx file here, and we want to replace all of this code here now with just a call to our home component. Okay, we don't need all this here. And I'm going to import the home component. So I must make sure I'm exporting it first. So, oops. So start export default home like that. Okay, so export default home. So firstly, we want to import the home component within the app component. So import home like this from and then within quotations dot /components /home /home like that. And we're importing the home component, and then we can just include the home element here within our code for now, just to test whether we're able to call the movies endpoint, retrieve the data, and then display the relevant movie gallery, if you like, on the front end. Okay, so we want the server-side code now running because we're going to contact the endpoints running on our local machines. So it's going to be localhost colon 8080. But in order to run our code now, you can see here we're dealing with running our client application. These are two disparate entities on the web now. So we need to be able to run both of these projects, both our client and server-side code, simultaneously. So I'm going to create another terminal window to run the server-side code. So let's go into server and then MagicStream movie server like this. Oops, got that wrong. CD server. It's MagicStream movies. That's why that went wrong. Movies server like that. Okay, let's clear the screen and we can run our code. Let's go run dot like that. So let's see what happens here when we go to our client code and run it. So let's run, so npm run dev like this to run our client code. Okay, so we're missing something here. Okay, so when we try and run our React code, we're getting this issue here. Failed to resolve import bootstrap dist css bootstrap. And we installed React Bootstrap, but we didn't install Bootstrap. We have to install Bootstrap in order for this to work. So this will mean that we can include the React Bootstrap allows us to include various elements within our code, various React Bootstrap elements like button and things like that. But in order to use the actual Bootstrap classes and for this importation code to work, we actually need to install Bootstrap separately from React Bootstrap. And that's why we're getting issues here. So I'm just going to press Control C. And to install Bootstrap, we just type npm install bootstrap. And that should resolve our issue. Excellent. Let's clear the screen. Let's try run our code again. npm run dev. Okay, looks good. And let's launch our client code. Okay, so that hasn't given us the same error, but I think there is another problem, and I'll explain what that problem is now. We should, if I'm not mistaken, get a cause error. Oh, okay, so let's run our code. npm run dev, our client code here. We've still got our server-side code running here at this point, 8080. And let's copy this URL for our client React code. And let's paste that here. Press enter. And nothing's happening. And let's see if there's any issues. And there's no issues apparently. So what could be going on? Okay. So I strongly suspect that I'm not calling this fetch movies function. We still have to call this function. We've created it, but we're not calling it anyway. So that would be the problem there. So all we do to fix the problem is below the function. So within the use effect hook, we call fetch movies like this. And so now when the home component loads, this fetch movies function should be called. And let's error fetching movies. Great. So that's better. Okay. Okay, so let's look and see what errors have been printed to the console. And it's an Axios error. And here's what I wanted to see. So this is actually an expected error. What's happening here is we're getting blocked by cause, a cause policy, which is by default active within your browser. And so our client on port 5173 is being blocked on the server here, so that we're not able to access this movies endpoint by default. First of all, what is CORS? It stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. This is a default security precaution built into browsers that serves to prevent malicious websites from accessing sensitive data from another domain. You see, we're running the React client at a completely different, disparate location to where we're running the server. So we're running the client on port 5173 on our local machines, and we're running the server-side code on port 8080. So this is considered two disparate domains, and then CORS kicks in and stops our client from accessing the endpoints on our server. So CORS stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. This is a default precaution built into browsers that serves to prevent malicious websites from accessing sensitive data from another domain. So basically, the client and server code are running on different domains, so our browser is stepping in and not letting our client communicate with the server, not letting us call the endpoints on the server from the client. So to resolve that, we need to include appropriate code on the server. So I'm just going to stop the client from running by pressing Control-C, cancel out of that, and we can stop the server from running too. So let's go to this terminal and do the same. Press Control-C, clear the screen here. And then let's go to our main method in the Go code. So we're returning to our Go code, our server-side code. And we need to write code to prevent CORS. And we can do that by explicitly including code to prevent CORS within our server-side code, within the main function, the entry point function of our server-side code. So firstly, we need to include a package to deal with this CORS-related issue. So let's use the go get command to install the appropriate CORS package so that we can leverage the CORS functionality to prevent CORS from interfering with our client communicating with our server. Okay, so to install the relevant CORS package to help us prevent CORS from interfering with our client communicating with the server, we need to install this package. So we can use the go get command for that. So go get and then github.com/gin-contrib like this, and then /CORS. Press the enter key. Okay, it's downloading the CORS package for us. Excellent. So that seems to have been successful. And then we can include the relevant importation code at the top of our main file here. So within our main package here, we include this package importation code to import the relevant CORS package so that we can handle CORS appropriately. Okay. So now we can create a variable called config, and we can configure our CORS related code appropriately. CORS.config like this. And then let's configure CORS appropriately. So config.allow, I'm going to say allow all origins, and I'm going to set that to true. Now note that we will have to change this code before we deploy it, because allow all origins will not work if we're using HTTPS. So to secure our full stack application, we are going to use HTTPS when we deploy this code to the production environment. So we won't be able to use allow all origins equals to true like this, Boolean field like that. But for now, let's include that for testing purposes. We can do that for now. Okay, allow all origins, and then config.allow methods. So we're allowing the following HTTP methods with this line of code here. String, and let's include get, post, and we're actually just using get, post, and patch within our code. So I'm just going to include these methods here. This should be within curly brackets and not round brackets. Like that. Okay, and then config.allow headers like this equals to, and it's another string array. And let's include origin content dash type and authorization like that. allow these headers. Okay, and then config dot expose headers equals to string array so these have to be curly braces. Content hyphen length, like that. Okay, and then let's configure router.use, and let's configure our cause settings .new, and then config like this. Okay, this is a bit of a pain to have to set all this up to bypass cause, but okay. So one more configuration setting. So config dot max age equals to 12 times time dot hour, like that. Okay, and you must make sure that you've got time package, the time package imported here, so that it can be used down here appropriately. And the other thing that I haven't done quite correctly is this code here must be above where we're setting our roots here. So this code must be called before the root configuration code that we created earlier, so that cause will be handled effectively. Okay, great. So now let's go to our server side. Let's go to the terminal prompt to run our server code. So go run dot. Excellent. So it's listening on port 8080. Now let's run our client React code. And to do that, we go npm run dev, like that. Okay, and we can now copy this URL to our browsers to test our code. Excellent. So as you can see, we've got around the cause issue, and our movies are being displayed in kind of a gallery, a grid, from within our React code. Excellent. So that is a great start for the creation of our React client code. Okay, so we've now created the functionality for displaying all the movies available on our MagicStream website to users, and these movies are publicly accessible to everyone. But in order to stream them, you must log on and authenticate before streaming the relevant movies. So the movies are being displayed on the home component. We're drilling down to the movies component here, and then each movie is being displayed here within a loop through the movie component here. And this is the movie component here, which is basically just a card which establishes the layout for each of the relevant movies. And we've got Bootstrap here for styling the relevant cards, displayed in like a card deck, if you like, or like a gallery, with the poster images displayed in a gallery for each movie. Before we create the front end user registration and login functionality, we need to add links to the front end so the user can navigate between the main pages. We're going to establish the relevant links within our header component. So the header will reside at the top of the website and will contain all the navigation to the main pages, login, registration, home, etc. We are going to leverage the React router DOM package to manage our client routes, because the linking to the relevant pages is all part of the routing system. So each page has to be configured within our routing system, and what's governing that routing system, if you like, is React router DOM. So this is a package we need to install, React router DOM. So to do that, let's go into the client / client MagicStream client, like this. And then within this directory, we can install React Router DOM. And to do that, we type npm install React Router DOM like this. And press the enter key. Excellent. So we've now installed React Router DOM, and we can make use of that within our header component, which we're about to create. So let's do that. Let's create the header component. So within the components folder, we simply create a folder called header. Let's make sure we stick to protocol, and the folder has a lowercase h at the beginning of the word header, like this. And then let's not make the same mistake as we made earlier with the movie and movies component, and let's make sure that the JSX file's first character in the name is in uppercase. So we call this header with h in uppercase .jsx like this, JSX, and we're going to create our component within this JSX file. So let's start at the top and let's import the button from React Bootstrap. So React Bootstrap / button, so we can make use of the button element imported from React Bootstrap. If you want to learn more about React Bootstrap, please navigate to their website within your browser, the React Bootstrap website, where you can get more details about the relevant components available to you through React Bootstrap. Okay, let's import container. So we're importing the container element from React Bootstrap, and then / container like this. Okay, well, I haven't yet mastered the art of typing and talking at the same time. I am improving, but just bear with me. Okay, so then import, look at me. Import nav like this from, and we're going to import the nav element like this, React -bootstrap nav. And you'll see these elements will be placed in their relevant context as we develop the code for this component. So, okay, so nav bar, and we want nav bar, import nav bar. So all of our navigation is going to reside, like for example, buttons that link to the register page or the login page are going to reside within the nav bar, situated at the top of our front end. Okay, so React Bootstrap / nav bar like this. Okay, and let's now import the relevant components from React Router DOM. And these components are extremely important because this is how we can establish a centralized routing system for our front end. Navigate, so use navigate hook. We want to use navigate hook, nav link like this, and link. And you'll see how we use these in our code in just a bit. From and React Router DOM. React -router -DOM like that. Brilliant. Okay, let's create the infrastructure for our component. So const header equals to, we won't pass any props in at the moment, but a prop for logging out of the application will be passed in at a later stage when we get to that functionality a little bit later. So const navigate like this equals to, and then I'll use navigate hook like that. Okay, and then let's return. I think, whoops, that doesn't look quite right. Something's not quite right. It's because I haven't made that an arrow function, and that's what all the fuss was about there. And let's go return. Okay. And then within round brackets, we can include our JSX code. So let's start with the nav bar, which we've imported from React Bootstrap here. So let's include a nav bar element like this. And just bear with me while I include certain attributes here. I'm not going to explain all the attributes, but you can, as I said, go to the Bootstrap 5 or React Bootstrap websites, and you can read about and you can glean whatever details you wish from the content published on those websites. Okay, LG. Okay, like this. Let's just close that. Nav bar. Where's the enter key? So expand equals large. Okay, and then class name equals to shadow SM. Like that. Okay, and then within the nav bar, let's include the container element. I'm just going to create the tags and go nav bar dot brand. But ordinarily, Visual Studio helps us out and creates the actual tags for us when we press the tab key after entering the name of the element. Okay. And for now, for the brand, I actually am going to include a brand. I've created an icon that we can use for MagicStream brand. But for now, I'm just going to include MagicStream here, like this. This is the name of our fictitious company. So for now, we'll just include that for our branding. We'll get back to the actual branding code in a bit. Okay, let's include our tags first. This is one with a dot in it also. So bar dot toggle. And the significance of the nav bar. Okay, and this is we can close the nav bar. We can close the nav bar toggle element like this. Okay. Let's get area controls equals to main nav bar. Nav like this, and these are just Bootstrap 5 classes that we're using here. And the significance of the nav toggle is that on smaller screens, the menu, you can close and open the menu bar using a particular toggle, which is useful for smaller screens. So on a desktop computer, for example, and the browser being in full screen, you won't need this toggle, but it will appear automatically on smaller screens so that the menu bar can be opened and closed as required. So it's for responsiveness. And that's basically one of the advantages to using Bootstrap in general, is for screen responsiveness. So that's why we're using this nav.toggle, this navbar.toggle element here. And let's create the actual collapse functionality. So this is what we want to include in the collapse of the menu, the items, the navigation bar items that we want to include when the menu bar is expanded and collapsed. So when the menu bar is expanded, we want the following items included within this. So if you want to create the tags and the element at the same time within VS Code, can make your coding a little bit more efficient. Just type nav, that's the type of the element, and press tab like that, and it'll create the opening and closing tags for you. Okay, and then let's include class name like this equals to me auto. Okay, so within this nav element, this parent element, we want to include our link, our home link. So let's create our tags, then nav.link like this, and let's close that off. Nav.link. So we're including a link within the nav element, nav.link element. We go as equals, we want this to be part of the React router DOM functionality. So we include the nav link element here. And this is what we've imported here from React router DOM. And this is how we're establishing this as a link. So Bootstrap knows that this is a link from React router DOM and will manage this linking functionality for us. Okay, and then we include the to attribute, and this is where we want this link to link to. So the page will be just /, which is the home page. And then within here, we're just going to include the label for the link, which is just home. Okay, so this is the home page / the root of our navigation. So when the user clicks on the home link, it of course takes the user to the home page. Okay, excellent. This is when the user logs on and the user wants to see the user's recommended movies. And we'll create the functionality for this component a little bit later. So recommended is the name of the page that we're going to create, name of the root, if you like, that we'll create in a little bit later. And let's label this as recommended, like that. Okay, brilliant. And I'm just going to temporarily create a state variable here. So we haven't yet imported useState, so we need to do that. So let's import useState like this from React. Okay, and I'm just going to create a state variable. So for now, I'm just going to create a Boolean state variable for this purpose, just for testing purposes, equals to useState. And I'm going to set this to false, i.e. the user is not yet logged on. Okay, and this is just for testing. Okay, so we got those links, home, recommended, which will be displayed to the user. Okay, regardless of whether the user is logged on or not. Okay, and let's now create the links within the nav bar for the registration and login buttons and the logout button. But as I say, depending on what mode you're in, but depending on whether the user's been authenticated, different buttons will show up for the different scenarios. And let's look at the details of this now. So let's type in nav like that. So we've created our nav elements. Within this nav element, we want class name equals to the following classes: ms auto space align, align items center like this. Okay, great. And then let's include empty tag, so a fragment here. Let's include a span. So this is for the scenario where the user's logged in. So I'm just going to type span, close span, and we're not doing the login functionality just yet. So for testing purposes, I'm just going to go hello, and then within strong HTML elements, I'm going to say name like this. So hello name, but this will be replaced with the username of the actual logged in user later on. Okay, and then below this, we're going to include the logout button. So button. So this is when the user's actually logged in. Let's go variant equals to, and this is just for styling purposes. We're including these bootstrap related classes, out, line, light like this, and then size equals to SM. Okay, and then we're going to include it on click, but we'll include that later because we're not going to include the authorization functionality till a bit later. So we'll leave out the on click function for the buttons for now. Okay, and let's go log out there. Great. And then, so for this one, if auth, so if auth is true if our state variable is true then, and then open round brackets like that, and we need to actually put this bracket at the end here like that. Okay, so if auth and then question mark, we want this true when the auth is set to true, or is true we want these elements to be displayed. Okay, and then here we close the round bracket, and we include a colon, and we want to include now what happens when auth is falsy, so meaning the user's not logged on. Okay, we need to remove this round bracket here. Oops, got another question mark. Okay, like that, and that looks much better. Now we need to include the code here, and this code will be for displaying the register and login buttons. In fact, I'm just going to copy and paste these in to save time. And you can see here, now we've got the register button here. And we're navigating to the login, and we're navigating to the register form here. Sorry, the register page here. Okay, let's just tab that in a bit. Okay. So if auth, that means the user's been authorized. We're displaying the logout button. And if the user hasn't been authorized, we're displaying the login and registration button here. And you can see we've got an on-click event included within this button here. So we're going to, in order to navigate to these pages, which we haven't yet created, we need to use the useNavigate hook. So we've got our navigate variable here, which has been retrieved from the useNavigate hook here, and we're using that method here to navigate to the relevant pages. Okay, we've got one little issue here. This collapse element should be closed down here. We want all of these as part of a collapsible navigation bar. So we must include a collapse element here. We must close it down here. Okay. And the other thing is the container element. We must also close the container element down here. Everything, all of these navigation links or buttons must be included within the container like this, as well as the collapsible menu bar. Okay. Great. Nav should probably be tabbed in a bit. Okay. Okay, let's make our code look beautiful. Okay, there we go. I think that's pretty good. So if we go to app.jsx, let's include the header component here, just for testing purposes for now, so that we can see what's going on. Header from header, so we're importing that. Oops, and I don't think I've exported it yet. So that's something that we can't forget. So let's export header as default from this component, from this header component default header like that. And now we're importing it within the main parent component, the app component here. And then we can just include it above, include the header element above the home element. And we can see kind of what's going on now. So for testing purposes, this should be good. And let's open another terminal window here. Go cd server. We want to run the server. MagicStream movies server. Hopefully that's correct. It is. And let's run the code. Go run dot. We're running our server-side code now. And let's run our client-side code. So npm run dev like that. Okay, let's copy this URL to our browsers. Let's see what we've got here. Oops. Okay, we got a problem. Failed to resolve import components. Oh, home. So let's leave that up there. Okay, right. So we've not quite got that correct. Of course, this needs to be header. Let's save that and see if the error goes away. So far, okay. New dependencies. Okay, let's just see what's going on here. So nothing's displayed. We have issues here. See, go to DevTools. Error caught. Use navigate may be used only in React Router DOM.js router component. Okay, so we can't actually use that yet. Okay, let's resolve this. Right, okay. I understand what's going on there. Okay, so we need to go to the main.jsx file here. And we actually, in order for that routing functionality that we've included in the header component, we need to wrap our app component within a parent component that's taken from the React Router DOM package. So let's do that. Okay, so let's import the following from React Router DOM. So import curly braces browser router. We need to include that there. And then routes like this. And then root. We need to include this code here. So we need to take that out there. Include browser router like this. Within the browser router parent component, we include a component or element called routes like this. And then within the routes element, we include an element called root like that. And we go, okay, and we just can close this like that. So let's remove that. And then path equals to, okay, so /* like that. And then element equals to app like that. Okay, and I think that is correct now. Let's see what happens. There we go. Look at that. Okay. So we've got our login, we've got our register, recommended. We've got all of that now in place. Excellent. If we go to a small screen, you can see what I was talking about with the toggle. You can now toggle those open and closed if you on a smaller screen like that. And we can neaten up all this a little bit later. But yeah, so our routing is pretty much working. I mean, our header functionality is pretty much in place. That looks pretty good. Okay, good. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is complete our routes. So to do that, we're going to import the necessary components from React Router DOM. So root, sorry, that should be capitalized. Root, routes, and then use navigate from React Router DOM like that. Okay, and now we can configure our routes. So this pretty much stays where it is. So let's include the routes element. Okay, and then our first route, and this is for the home component. So path equals to, so this is the route to the home page home component element equals to, and then within curly braces we can include our home element like this. Okay, we need to include them within this tag like that. Need to include the root like that, the home element within the, for the element attribute, set to the element attribute within the root element like this. And this is how we configure our roots. And React Root to DOM makes this pretty easy for us. Okay. Great. And let's create one for register to. So path equals to register like this. We're going to create a component for register in a bit. Like that there. And let's do the same for login. For the login root. Let's just make a duplicate of this root and change the relevant bits. So login like that. Login. This should be capitalized, login. So we need to create these components. So let's do that. So within the components, let's create a folder for register. So this should be in lowercase, register like that. And then within the register folder, let's create a file called register.jsx. Register.jsx like this. Enter. Okay, I'm just going to create just the basic structure for the register component. We're not going to include any of the functionality just yet. We just want to get it navigating correctly to the register and login pages first off, and then we'll create the functionality for these two pages. So for now, let's just include very basic functionality. So let's return just h2 register like that. So it's just very basic functionality. We need to include an equals here, of course. So we need to export the register component. Export default register like that. Okay, and now we need to create the login component. So let's go to components there. So let's create the folder for the login component. So login. And then within the login folder, let's create the login.jsx file with the L capitalized. Login.jsx, enter. And I'm just going to go to register here. I'm going to select all, copy and paste. And let's paste that within our login.jsx file and change the relevant bits. So login, export, login, like that. Okay, excellent. I think that's pretty good. So we've got the components in place. So now we need to import them within our app.js file and create the relevant and configure their roots. So header, let's go register like that. Register. Register. Okay. Let's duplicate that and do the same for the login element, login component. We're importing the login component here. And then like that. Excellent. And now we can create, we've created the roots, of course, so they're already in place, and we should be able to navigate to those roots now. We should have very, very basic routing functionality in place now. Okay, we certainly don't need that anymore. The counts, that was added by default through Vite. We should be able to test that now. Let's just see what's going on there. So our server-side code is still running. Excellent. So Let's run our client code, npm run dev like that. And let's copy the URL. Paste it here. Okay, look at that. Looks pretty good. And let's see if we can navigate to the login page. Login. Excellent. So that routing functionality is basically working. Let's go to register, login. Let's go home. So we got home, we got login, we got register. Now we just need to create the functionality for the login and register components. We've created our header in its most basic form. And now we want to create the login and register functionality. Excellent. Okay, so in order for users to make use of the MagicStream service, a user must sign up with the application. To do this, the user will access the page that we are about to create and provide the user's relevant registration details, first name, last name, email address, password, as well as the user must also choose the user's favorite movie genres, thriller, drama, comedy, action, crime, that sort of thing. Our system needs this information, the genre information, in order to recommend movies that the user may find most appealing. That is one of the core services that the MagicStream website offers, a recommendation service. So once the user registers with the user's relevant details, the user will be able to log in to the application by entering the user's email address and chosen password. The user will then be able to make use of the application's services. Okay, so before we create the registration form, we're actually going to go back to the server-side code, and we're going to create an endpoint where we can get all the genres. And if you look at Compass quickly here, I'm just going to launch Compass. Let's connect. So if you look at the MagicStream Movies database here, and we go to this collection called genres, you can see that I've created a collection that we imported earlier on in the course. This collection contains all the relevant genres that will display within a multi-select box, within a multi-selection box that the user can select multiple genres before the user registers with the system. And as I say, this is all part of the registration functionality. The user will select one or more genres that the user most appreciates. So the user basically wants movies in the relevant chosen genres recommended from our recommendation system. That's what it basically means. So firstly, we're going to create a endpoint on the server. Before we actually create the client-side registration functionality, we're going to create this server-side endpoint within the movies controller here, movie_controller.go. So the controllers package, within the controllers package, within the movie_controller.go file, we're going to scroll right to the end here, and we're going to create a handler function for an endpoint that can be used to retrieve all of the genres that are stored within this genres collection here. Okay, great. So let's do that. Let's create a function, and this is just a basic function, nothing too hectic. Let's go func, and let's get genres. This is the name of the handler function, and we want this to hook into Gin-Gonic. So gin.handlerfunc, like this. We've done this all before. So open curly braces, and let's return an anonymous function that accepts a Gin-Gonic context as an argument. So a C parameter of type gin.context is part of the function definition of the anonymous function that we are returning from the getGenres handler function. And we're going to include the logic within this anonymous function here. So this allows us to hook into Gin-Gonic's web framework and map this function to an endpoint that the user can access from the client via HTTP. Okay, so firstly we do the usual. Let's just, in fact, I'm just going to copy and paste this code, and I'm not going to offer any explanation, but we know that this is a way for the resources to be managed. So once the relevant queries for the MongoDB for Go driver have been executed, there may be resources hanging about in memory, and this ensures that whether the query fails or works, that the relevant resources are cleared out of memory appropriately. So this is just housekeeping code that we need to include here. And let's create a variable called genres, and it's of type model. So it's an array of model dot genre types, and it's in fact models, so that should be models.genre. And this is where we're going to store the movie genres that we retrieve from the genres collection that resides within our MagicStream Movies MongoDB database. Okay, excellent. And of course, if we go to the models package, so we go to movie.model, we've got the genres, the definition for the genre type or struct here. Excellent. So let's go back to movie_controller.go and let's complete the logic for our getGenres handler function. Okay, so we need to create a cursor as we've done before, and we want to create an error object here, and then let's use the operator. And genre collection, and I'm not sure we've created a genre collection yet, .find. Okay, let's just check if we've got a genre collection here. I don't think we do. We haven't got a genre collection defined, so let's do that. Let's duplicate the rankings collection here, or ranking collection, and let's make this genre collection, and let's call this genres, because that is the name of the collection within the database here, genres. So we're creating the collection variable here, and we can go back down to the bottom now and continue with our code. Genre collection dot find, and now we've got IntelliSense. Great. And then let's pass the context here, and then bson.m. So we want an empty bson.m here, because this is to do with the bson collection that we are retrieving from the database. This is the type. It's in bson format that we're collecting, that we're retrieving from the genres collection within our MongoDB database. So that's what that is there. And then we do the usual Go thing. We check if error is not equal to null, meaning we need to handle an exception caused by executing this query. We can handle it like the c.json and open braces, http.status internal server error, comma, and then gin.h. We're using generic gin functionality here to return an error in JSON format to the client. And let's give it an appropriate, let's include an appropriate error message, error fetching movie genres, like that. Okay, brilliant. And then let's include the return keyword here so that no further code executes from within this getGenres method. And then this is all part of the resource clearing code, defer cursor. So all the resources related to this cursor must be cleared. And this is what we're doing here. Let's pass in the context CTX. We're making sure that those resources are cleared no matter what happens within this function, whether an error occurs or it's successful. We need, at an appropriate time, we need the resources associated with this cursor cleared from memory. And that's just good programming practice. And let's carry on. So if error equals to, and then cursor. Now what we're doing here, cursor, we're calling the all method, and we're going to put what's in the cursor into the genres array. That's basically what we're doing here. And remember, the ampersand points to an actual memory address where that data will reside. So the genres variable will point to a memory location where the genres data will reside. Okay, and then we can continue on the same line here. So we're checking, we're returning an error object here. It'll be null if this is successful, or it will contain a value if it's not successful. And we can actually, using this semicolon, we can check the error on the same line like this. So if it's not equal to null here, open curly braces, and we can handle that exception. HTTP dot, and it's just a status internal server error. And let's use Gin to return well-formed JSON to the database, to the client. Okay, and we'll just return whatever in the error, whatever gets returned in this case from the error method here, which is called on the error object. Okay, this should be cursor. And let's press the enter key and include the return keyword there, and then we're in good shape if the code gets to this point, and we can return JSON with a HTTP status OK. HTTP dot status OK, and then the genres collection. And we've now written our endpoint, and let's now go to the unprotected routes, where the unprotected routes have been configured. So we go to the routes folder here, unprotected routes, and let's configure it. And it's just a GET request. So it's GET, and this will be just genres. So this will be the path, part of the path to the endpoint. So it's obviously the endpoint consists of a base path, which will be localhost :8080 when we're testing it on our local machines /genres to get those genres. And then we map it to get genres, the function, the handler function that we've just created. Okay, that hooks into Gin-Gonic. Excellent. So now we can test that. So I'm going to run the server code. Let's go to this terminal window here and type go run dot to run our code. Okay, so it's listing on port 8080, and let's go to Postman and just test that endpoint is valid, is working correctly before we create the registration functionality. So here, let's replace this with genres like that. Let's change this into a GET request, and let's run it. Okay, and has it returned the genres? It has. Look at that. We're in good shape. Excellent. So let's move on and create our registration, our client-side registration functionality. So we can press Control-C to cancel the Gin-Gonic web server listening on port 8080. And let's go back to the client code. And now we can develop the registration functionality. So let's do that. Let's go to the client code here. Let's go into SRC components. And remember, in the last section of the course, we created this registration folder and the register.jsx file. And within this file, we're going to now create the registration form. And you'll see a little bit later how we need to call the genres endpoint to retrieve those genres, and then we're going to display those genres in a multi-select box that the user can exploit to select the various genres before registering with our system. But let's take care of the basics first. I'm actually going to do a lot of copying and pasting. I've prepared this code offline. We don't necessarily need to go through all of this code line by line. It's just going to take too long to do that. So I'm going to just paste in all of these importation lines of code here. So we're importing useState, useEffect, container, button, form. We're going to be creating a registration form. So we're going to make use of this React Bootstrap form element here. And then, of course, use, navigate, and link. We'll make use of the use, navigate hook and the link element. And then let's go through this fairly quickly. So I'm going to just paste in this code here. So you can see here we are creating a state variable for each of the fields that the user must fill in when completing the registration form here. So first name, last name, email, password, confirm password. The genres in the set genres function here will be to do with the endpoint that we've just created. The favorite genres and set favorite genres are to do with the genres that the user selects from the multi-select box that we'll include on the registration form. Okay, great. So I think we've got the gist of what we're doing here. Let's move on. So let's just remove this JSX code here, create a container here, and within the container we'll include the form. So let's close container off here. Okay, so let's include the form, and I'll just explain what's going on here. I'm going to just include all the fields within the form within our code. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste that in there. So this is the form that denotes our registration. Front end form here. So we've got a handle submit. We have to handle submit once all the fields have been filled in by the user. We've got the first name field here, and we've got a placeholder within the text box, enter first name. We've got value equals first name here. So this is the state variable that we've created up there. And then we've got set first name as to set that first name state variable here when that text box changes. And the pattern is exactly the same for the last name, and then same for the email. And we've got a form control. And you see, this code is all available to you in the relevant GitHub repository. And that GitHub repository URL is included in the description below. And you can just literally copy and paste this code. So I don't want to go through and explain all this code line by line, because I think it's fairly self-explanatory, and you can always look up the various elements from the React Bootstrap website or the other Bootstrap websites that exist, where you can learn about Bootstrap and styling and layout and that sort of thing. And CSS, of course. That's not what this course is really about. This course is more about developing a full stack application using Gin-Gonic and React. So it's not necessarily about the styling and all of the front end code that goes with it. That's more ancillary to the end goal of this course. So please, by all means, look up all of this code here if you're not sure of what it's doing. Okay. So here we go. We got favorite genres.map. So this one needs a bit of explanation. Form.select here. This is where we're creating that genres, that collection of genres within a select box that the user can use to select the genres that the user prefers over all the other genres. And that's to do with the recommendation service that is offered by MagicStream. So genres.map, and we still need to write the functionality to call the genres endpoint, so we can populate this genres collection here on the client, and then it's adding the various genres to this select box here. And you can see each option denotes a genre. Excellent. And then down here, we've got a button to actually register while the user's information is being processed on the server. A spinner is displayed within the actual register button here. And that's what that code is there. And the button will be disabled also while the various fields are being processed. But as I say, please go to where the code is hosted on GitHub, and you can just copy and paste the code. I'm not going to go through and explain this line by line because that will just take too long. And then we've got on submit equals to handle submit, and we need to write that method. But before we do that, let's include a header. And I'm just going to paste it just above the form here. Okay, brilliant. We actually need to close the div. That div is associated with that div there. And we need to close the div here, just above where it says container here. And that's just a header. Okay, brilliant. Excellent. So create your MagicStream movie account is the header there. We've got a logo image, which we will include later. So I'm actually going to just delete that for now. And we'll create that a little bit later so that we can brand our website appropriately. Okay, but let's get in the basic functionality. Let's get the basic functionality working for now. Okay, and then above return here, now we want to include our call first of all, to the get genres function, and we're going to use a use effect for that. So I'm just going to paste in this code here. And you can see how we're including it. The use effect hook, we're calling the genres endpoint, and we're populating the genres state variable here. And of course, if an error happens, we're just handling that error by writing the relevant error to the console window. And then, of course, we have to call the fetch genres method that we created here from within the use effect hook. And what this means here, this is an empty array. So when this component, the registration component or the register component first loads, we want this to immediately get called and populate the genres state variable there. Okay, so we created that use effect there. So we need to create a function here, which is being called handle genre change. So every time the user makes a different selection within the genres selection box, we need to update the favorite genres variable, and this is what that is doing here in this code. Handle genre change. So we're updating the favorite genres state variable, which stores an array of genres or a collection of genres, and it's set whenever that selection changes within the select box on the registration form. This set favorite genres is appropriately being called here from within this function, and it is changing the various options within the various collection items within the favorite genres collection. That's what this code is doing here, and we're calling that, you can see here, form select. It's a multiple select box, and we're calling that every time the value changes. So on change, it sets it to handle genre change, and that's the function we've created here, and it updates the favorite genres array, and that function is handling that. And then we need to include one more function. It's a very important function, and this function handles the event when the submit button is clicked by the user. Okay, here. So you can see we've got our various settings here. It's creating a payload of the user's details. So it's creating a variable called payload, first name, last name, email, password, and then the role, default role. If a user is using the registration form, the default role is user. An admin account can only be created on the server. So if it's created through the client interface, through the website, then the default role is always user. So that's what that code is doing there. Oops, just gone a bit far there. So user, we're setting the default role there, and the payload is being set appropriately. The favorite genres are being set to the favorite genres here. We're creating the payload, and we're posting that to the register endpoint. All of this data here, we're posting that to the register endpoint, and it's being processed. And then we're navigating to the login page here. Okay, excellent. So we've got our registration code pretty much set up. Might be a few little things we need to adjust here within the handle submit form here, like navigate to login. I don't think we need to do that right now. Oh, we can do. Yeah, we can just navigate to login. Okay, once the user is registered. And I think we can potentially just test that now. Let's see what that looks like anyway. I think we've got everything. Okay. Okay, let's run the server code first. Let's go to the server terminal window. Oops. And let's firstly clear the screen. And let's go run dot to run our code. Okay. Let's go to the client code and let's go npm run dev like this. And Vite is now running our client-side React code on our local machines, and we should be able to now test our code. We've got the server-side code running, and we can go through our browsers to the client-side website. Should load up our movies. Great. So we've got our movies loaded here now. Okay, and let's see if we can register a user. Let's go to register. Look at that. So that's looking pretty good, and you can see here we've got our genres here, and we've got instructions on how to use this genres select box here. Okay, that doesn't look quite right there, genres. Oh, it is. Okay, so hold Control in brackets Windows or Command in brackets Mac to select multiple genres. So if we hold down the Control key, if we're on a Windows machine, you can see how we can select our genres. So let's select comedy, western, fantasy, and thriller. Why not? Okay. So this user likes all these ones here, and I'm going to register. I don't know, have I registered Gavin Lon yet? I don't know if I have. Let's go to users. Bob Jones, Sarah Smith, Ben Madison, Craig Denton. Oh, I have. Okay, so Gavin Lon's. Let's select someone else. Let's select Garth. You can always tell when a name is made up, can't you? Garth Jenkins. Garth Jenkins. Just sounds like a made up name. Okay, anyway. So Garth. Oops. Garth. I bet you there is a Garth Jenkins out there, though. Jenkins at Hotmail. Whoops. Let us know in the comments if your name is Garth Jenkins. Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. Okay. Garth Jenkins. Password. Okay, I'm just going to select password 1 exclamation point. Confirm password 1 exclamation point. So we just stick to one password, just makes it easier to test our code. And then we've selected our genres here. And let's see if we can register this. Okay, so register. Okay, so hopefully that's worked. It's registered the relevant user, Garth Jenkins. We'll check that out in Compass in just a bit. And then it's navigated us to the login screen, which we haven't yet developed. And let's see if Garth Jenkins exists now within our users collection. Okay, so let's go view, reload data. Garth Jenkins, look at that. And you can see his password has been encoded appropriately. He's part of the user group. No tokens yet because he hasn't logged in. And we've got his favorite genres here: comedy, western, fantasy, and thriller. Awesome. And now we want to create the login screen so that Garth can log into our system. Okay, so let's do that. That's the next step. I'm going to cancel this here. Control C to cancel when it's listening on your local machine. Just Control C through Visual Studio Code cancels that operation. And now we can go back and now we can develop our login screen. So let's go to login here. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm not going to explain this line by line because it just takes too long. And this course is already huge. So, okay, so anyway, let's paste in this importation code. Oops, this importation code here. So at useState, container, we've got all these React, Bootstrap React elements that we're importing here. We're importing Axios client and the various React rooted DOM elements in this use navigate hook here. Okay, and let's develop our login code. And let's do a similar thing as we've done before. So we're going to include our state variables here. Okay, we've got a state variable for email, password. Okay, right. And we've got a state variable for email and password. Okay, there's not so much to fill out in this form. We're obviously just logging on using a unique email address that we chose when registering and the password, which at the moment is just password 1 exclamation point with the P capitalized. We're just sticking to a standard password. Okay, and then we've got all these various things here. We haven't written this use auth thing. That's part of the next part of the course, so I'm removing that. Okay, we'll keep all the rest here. And the form looks something like this. I'm going to copy and paste the form, which I've already obviously developed. And you can just paste this from, you can copy and paste this from the relevant GitHub repository. The URL to that GitHub repository has been included within the description below. Pasting in that code there. Okay, and all it is really, okay, we don't want this yet because we haven't yet branded our website, so I'm just going to delete that for now. Welcome back. Please log into your account. That's the header right there. And then we've got these groups, these React Bootstrap groups for each of the fields. Email address here, so value equals email state variable. When it changes, when the email address form control changes, we have to set that email state variable accordingly. And this happens before the user hits the submit button to log in to the MagicStream website. We've got password. It's the same pattern here. Excellent. And then we've got this button here for submitting to the login endpoint, submitting the payload information, which should be the email and the password, to the login endpoint here. And we've got a link that links the user to the register form if the user has not yet created an account using the register form. Okay, so that's all that is happening there. Okay, we've got login. We're not yet using these. We're not yet using this use location hook or this use navigate hook. So let's create the actual code that interfaces with the login endpoint. So I'm just going to copy that from the code I've got off screen and paste it in here. And this is the handle submit function that interfaces using Axios client with the login endpoint. We're passing in an object, a JSON object, with the user's unique email address and password so that the user can be authenticated with the system. And then it sets this auth object here. Okay. And I'm going to create a temporary auth object here, up here. This is going to be replaced in another section of this course, in a later section of this course. But for now, just for testing purposes, let's set the auth object with some user information that gets returned from the server once the user's logged in. And we'll do that now. So we'll set that auth object accordingly. So set auth response.data. That's what's returned from this post request that we are calling here. We're calling the HTTP post method here and interfacing with the login endpoint via HTTP and passing this object which contains the email address and password here. And then we're handling an exception if one occurs here. And here if all has gone well, we're actually populating local storage, but before that we're setting a state variable here, and this will be covered in a subsequent section of this course. But for now, I think this is fairly good, and I don't think we need to use this navigate variable, or we can basically just, once the user logs in, actually, what I want to do is just write that to the screen. I'll console log that to the screen. Oh, we're already doing it here. So we'll be able to see what's returned from the Axios client. So I think we're pretty much ready to test the login functionality now. Okay, excellent. So I know I'm going through this really quickly, but a lot of this is pretty self-explanatory. You can see this is of type submit. So in the form here, in the form element here, we've got an onSubmit event, which is wired up to the handler function here, handle submit. And here's handle submit, and we've been through what this code does here. It interfaces with the login endpoint and passes in the payload, which includes the email address of the user and the password to authenticate the user with the system. Let's actually test that. Let's go, okay, we need to go back to the server. We're at the server here, and let's type go run dot to run our code. So it's listening on the server. And let's go to, let's actually clear the screen. npm run dev, like that. Okay, let's copy this URL to the browser. Okay. Great. And our movies are loaded up. We've registered Garth Jenkins. Let's log in as Garth Jenkins. Look at that. That's looking good. Okay, so Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. And the password I selected was password 1 exclamation point. And let's see if we can log in. Okay, so at the moment it's not doing much, but we can test whether we've logged in by looking at the console window and seeing what's been returned. Here, let's go to our developer tools, and it's returned an object, and it's returned a token and a refresh token. That is working perfectly. Excellent. So we're able to log the user in, but we will handle, we'll handle the once the user authenticates bit. So once the user authenticates, we'll handle that in a better way. So it'll go, for example, in the header. That's the next thing to do, is in the header, it'll go welcome Garth, for example, or hello Garth, or whatever. This login and registration button will no longer appear here. One logout button will appear. So the user wants to log out once he's logged in at some point. So it'll have a logout button instead of the login and register button there. And of course, if the user hasn't been authenticated, the login and register button are displayed there. This functionality, this mechanism is working. It's returned the appropriate information back to the client once Garth Jenkins has authenticated, and it's returned a token and a refresh token, which can be used for subsequent requests to the server to protected endpoints. So now that the user has been authenticated, the user will have access, for example, to the movie recommendation service, and will be able to stream movies also because the user's been authenticated. So when the server-side code when the protected endpoints are subsequently called, this token will be part of that request, and the user will be able to be authenticated on the server, which means that this user, now that the user's been authenticated, the client will be able to call protected endpoints. So the recommendation service, for example, can be consumed by the user that's just been authenticated. Okay, excellent. Right, so we've created the login functionality. So now it's time to adjust the front end appropriately once the user has been appropriately authenticated. The user's logged on, it's authenticated, and we want, for example, the header to change. So we want the two buttons that would be displayed when the user hasn't logged on, the registration button and the login button. We want those to be displayed if a user who's accessing the MagicStream website has not yet authenticated. And when the user authenticates, i.e. logs in, we want a logout button to be displayed and not the login and registration button to be displayed. So we're going to handle things like that now. So what's the effect on the front end when the user logs into our MagicStream website? So if you'll recall, let's go to the login page here. We're creating this auth. We're setting the auth object here once the user has authenticated. We just did this as a temporary fix. We want this auth object to be available to all of the components because we want the components, as it were, to know whether the user has authenticated or not at any given time. So this isn't ideal. This is just localized to the login function. We want this auth to be available to all of the components. And one way we can do that is by creating a React context. Okay, context is a way to share data between components without having to pass props down manually at every level of the component tree, a problem often called prop drilling. So here's an example of where we're actually using prop drilling. So you can see here we've got the home component. We're fetching all the movies, and then we're drilling down these movies to the child component. So firstly, the movies component, we're sending the movies object down to we're passing it down as a prop to the movies component. And within the movies element, within the movies component, we're looping through all of the movies that have been retrieved from the server. And then we are calling the movie element here, and we're passing down the movie prop. So we're drilling down again to the movie element or movie component here, and then we're displaying the movie. So that's kind of like an example of prop drilling, whereas with context, you'd just be able to retrieve the relevant objects from a centralized location. So it's kind of like, it's a data store essentially in memory that you can just retrieve those relevant objects at any given time within a component. You can retrieve it from the context, and that's a much more efficient way of doing it, especially as your application grows. You want to use context rather than prop drilling to pass the relevant objects between components. Okay, so we're going to start by creating an auth provider, and this is how we are going to create our context, whereby we can pass the auth object between our components without needing to use prop drilling for this purpose. So let's create a folder. Let's start by creating a folder within the SRC. So it's going to be at the same directory level, at the same level in the folder tree as components. And so within SRC, we're going to create a folder called context. And let's name this with a small c, context, like that. Press the enter key. Then within the context folder, we're going to create a file called auth provider. And this is how we are going to create our context functionality. Auth provider.jsx. Okay, and let's import the relevant components from the React package. So we want the create context function imported from the React component and the use state hook from React, like this. Whoops. Okay, and then let's go const. Let's create a variable called auth context. This is our context. And then we create our context by calling this create context function here. So create context, and then we open round braces and pass in an empty object, which is signified by opened and closed curly braces, like that. Okay, and then let's export. So we're creating the actual context component. Export const auth provider. This is the name of the component, equals to, and then within round braces, we pass in a prop called children. And this represents all the components in our application that will be wrapped, and you'll see how we do this a little bit later, within the auth provider element. So think of this children prop as all of our components. So this will enable all of our components to retrieve the relevant auth object from the children. That's basically what this is. It's very abstract at the moment, but this is how you need to think of it for now to understand it. And let's open curly braces like that, const, and let's include within square braces auth, comma, set auth. And this is the auth is a state variable, of course, that's going to be passed between our components. Use state, let's use state, the use state React hook, like this. And we've got the set auth function here, of course, which can change the auth state variable. That's what we can use the set auth function for. And then let's include the return keyword like this, open round braces, and then within tags here, let's create the tags for the auth provider dot provider element, like that. And let's close it properly here. So we're closing the auth provider dot provider element there, and then within we need to include a value attribute here, and this is how we are essentially passing down the relevant, or making available, the auth object and the set auth function to all of the children within our application. So to finish the job, we include children here, this children prop here within curly brackets, within the parent auth provider.provider element. Let's save that, and then we export default like this, auth context. So we can utilize the auth context. Great. Okay, and we save that. And then we want to create a hook so that we can easily access this context, this auth object and set auth function from within our components. So to make it easy, we're going to create a hook, a React hook, a custom React hook. And hook will be, let's create a folder called hook at the same level as context and components. So within SRC, let's create a folder called hook like this, with a small h, like that. And within hook, let's create a file called use auth, like this. And you'll see how we can use this use auth hook in just a bit. JSX. Okay, let's create the hook. It's pretty simple, so let's import the use context hook from React. And let's import the auth context from the provider that we've just created. So this has the path to it, context / auth, auth provider, like that. And then const, let's create the hook, const use auth equals to open and close round brackets, then arrow function, and then we return the use context hook, and we pass in the auth context like this. This is how we can make available the auth object and the set auth function to the components of our application. Let's export that. Export default use auth, like that, semicolon. This is all to do with making the auth and set auth, the auth object and set auth function available to the components within our application. So we need to wrap all of this code with the auth provider. So these are going to become child elements within the auth provider. And that's how our components can be placed into their context, where they'll be able to use the use auth hook to retrieve the auth object and the set auth function. Okay, so within the strict mode element here, let's include auth provider, but we need to import auth provider first. So import, open curly braces, auth provider, and then it's automatically detected the path from where I want to import auth provider. Excellent. Okay, and let's remove this space, neaten up our code a bit, save that, Control S, and then we can wrap these elements, the roots and everything, within the auth provider element. So the auth provider element becomes the parent element here. And this is how we can pass down the relevant context that contains the auth object and set auth function to the child elements, the child components of our application. Okay, the next thing, let's go to the login component here within components. Let's go to within login here, open login there. And we need to retrieve the auth and set auth, the auth object and set auth method from our use auth hook. So first thing we want to do is import the use auth hook here. So to do that, let's type import use auth like this from, let's include the appropriate path, which is this, hooks / use auth, like that. Brilliant. And then we can use the use auth hook down here. We need to comment this out. We no longer want this here. Or in fact, we could, instead of doing it like this, we could simply just use the set auth, because we actually only want the set auth function. We don't need the auth object here, because we want to just set the auth object. So we're going to go set auth within curly braces like this and retrieve that from our use auth hook. Use auth like this, and then we don't need to pass in this empty string, so remove that. And we've got the set auth function available to us within our login component, and we're using it here, set auth, to set the auth object. But now you see we're setting it globally, not just locally. So by using the hook here, we're hooking in to the context. We've abstracted a lot of the complexities of how the context works, and we're hooking into the functionality using the use auth hook here. And then we're using the set auth function here. Okay, brilliant. So we've got that sorted out. Okay, and for now, I'm just going to use the navigate to navigate to the home page. Just for now. We'll change it to something more appropriate in a bit. But so we just navigate. Once the user is authenticated, we'll navigate the user to the home page where the movies will be displayed. Just for now. But later on, what we actually want to do is if the user isn't authenticated and, for example, wants to utilize the recommendation service, so clicks the recommendation menu option on the header, if the user is not authenticated, immediately what we want is for our front end to display the login form so that the user can authenticate. And then once the user authenticates, we want the user to be navigated to the recommendation page, the recommended movies page, rather than back, say, to the home page. So that's just for a better user experience, but we'll put in that functionality a little bit later. For now, let's just, once the user logs in, let's navigate the user to the home page. Okay, that looks good to me. And let's go to the header now and sort out the header functionality. Okay, so the first thing we want to do here is import the use auth hook. Import use auth. Okay, and it's detected the correct path to the use auth hook here. So we've got the correct importation code in place now. And then we want to include, again, we need to transform this here. We're going to use the auth global object here by using the use hook, use auth hook. So we need to change this. So within curly braces, let's remove that. Auth, auth from, and then use auth, and then we don't want to pass false in there anymore. So this is not a Boolean variable. This is an object containing the user's information, which is retrieved from the server once the user authenticates. So it'll include, for example, the user's token that will be passed in with subsequent calls to protected routes. So the user will have access to protected routes because the user has been authenticated. So we've got auth, the auth object here, retrieved from use auth here. Excellent. And now this actually should just propagate through appropriately here. Hello name, but we want within curly braces here, we want to include the variable. We want to include the value auth dot first name. So this is one of the fields that will be retrieved from the server, be first name on the auth object when the user logs in. And now we have access from the header component to the auth object, which is now globally available through the context functionality that we've built. Okay, excellent. And then the rest of the code, in fact, should be good. And we'll include the actual logout functionality a little bit later. In terms of the layout, we need to include a little bit more functionality. Okay, so within the components, we're not going to include this within its own folder. We're just going to include a file called layout.jsx, like this. So it's got a capital L there to stick with convention, naming conventions. Layout.jsx. So let's import the layout element. Let's import the outlet element from within React routed DOM. So we can hook our layout into our centralized routing system, which is made possible by the React routed DOM package here. So const layout, let's create the layout component, and you'll see how we'll use the layout component in just a bit, but let's just create the component for now. Go return, and then open round braces, and then main elements, type main, main, tab, and then within the main element, this is just the representation of the main semantic HTML element. And then within the main element, we include this outlet element like this. Okay, excellent. Oh, I was wondering what all these red squigglies were about. It's because I haven't included this as an arrow, and the red squigglies go away. That was just an equals, and that was just an equals, causing all these red squiggly lines, and I've turned the equals into an arrow because this is, of course, a component denoted by this arrow function. And this component is called layout, and let's export the layout component. So export default, and then layout, layout like that. Okay, and we need another layout related component, and this one is going to be called require auth, and you'll see the significance of this as I write the code. So required auth.jsx, enter, and let's write the code for the required auth component. Let's take care of the importation code first. Import, and then within curly braces, use location, navigate, and outlet like this, from, and then within quotations, React router DOM. Okay. And let's import our use auth hook. From, and let's include the appropriate directory hook /use auth like that. And let's create the component const required auth like this equals to open and close round brackets, an arrow, and then let's open and close curly braces where we can include our logic for our required auth component. Auth, let's retrieve auth, the auth object, from the global store, if you like, using the use auth hook like this. And then const location for navigation purposes from the use location hook, which has been retrieved from the React router DOM package here. So we can hook into that functionality for navigation purposes. And then let's return. So if auth is true, then open round braces, and we just want to include the outlet element here that we've retrieved from React router DOM. And we can just close it like that and remove that there. Okay, let's close. Let's close the round braces here for this true part here, and then else. And let's open round braces here, and then we want to navigate, so we're using the navigate element here. We want to navigate the user to the login element. So if the user is not authenticated and tries to access a protected route, we want to navigate that user to the login screen so that the user can authenticate. Let's include the state attribute here and the from location. So from location, and then replace here. So it will replace whatever's in the, whatever page is displaying within the layout, it will replace that with the login. Okay, remove that there. Okay, we've got all these squiggly lines here. Oops. Navigate. Let's just figure this out. So auth. Okay, we need to close off this navigate element here. Okay. And that all looks good now. So basically what this is saying is if the user is not authenticated, the user, for example, tries to access a protected endpoint. If the user is not authenticated, we navigate that user to the login screen so that the user can enter the user's credentials and authenticate with the system. Okay, and let's export default and then the required auth component like that. Okay, now we want to sort out our roots. That's the next step. And hopefully this will start to make sense to you what we're doing here. So let's go to the app.jsx file here. We're importing all of these components at the moment here, but we need to sort out this code here. Path equals to / homepage, and element now equals to a component that we just created called layout. So we pass in that layout element. Okay, so those are our non-protected roots. Now we want to include our protected roots within the required auth element that we just created. So this is how we're protecting those roots. So you can see now the significance of required auth. So any of the roots included within the required auth element, if the user is not authenticated, will be navigated to the login page where the user must authenticate. And that's its significance here. So let's go back to the app.jsx file here, and let's create a parent root for the protected roots. Element equals to, and then within tags here, required auth, like that. And let's close off that root here. And let's include the root here for recommended within the protected roots. Okay, let's include path equals to recommended like this. And then element equals to, and then this is a component that we're going to create. We haven't yet created it. Recommended like that. And this is just to give you an idea of how we are going to protect these roots. So if the user is not authenticated, the user automatically gets presented with the login screen, and then the user must authenticate in order to access the protected root here. And that's how that works. I'm going to remove that for now because we haven't yet created that component. And I want to just test what happens with the header when we now authenticate. So I'm just going to remove that there. Okay, excellent. And let's actually run our code. Let's see what happens when we run our code. So let's run our code. Let's navigate to the server like that. CD MagicStream movies server like this. Okay, and let's go run. Let's go run dot to run our server-side code. Let's run the client-side code, npm run dev. Okay, I'm just going to copy that URL to the browser. Okay, great. So we've written quite a lot of code, and some of it's quite complex. So this is what I would have expected. We've got a few issues to take care of. So let's look at the first one. Failed to resolve import. It's not finding that path. Okay, so I'm just going to stop this. I'm going to exit the browser there and stop running the client. You can see we've also got our error defined here. So it's telling us where it is. It's within the login component here. Okay, and I can already see what the issue actually is here. Anyway, I'm just going to cancel out of that. So Control C, clear the screen. Okay, and we need to just fix this. And it's because I've actually named this. This should have been called hooks, because you want to, potentially include multiple hooks within the hooks folder, but I called it hook. So I'm not going to rename it here because we've had issues in the past when we've tried to rename folders and files. I'm actually going to keep this as is. Even though it's not ideal, it should perhaps be hooks rather than hook. So I'm going to just rename this here, this path, to get around this issue. Right, let's run the client again. Dev. Let's copy that. Let's copy that URL to the browser window. Press enter. We've still got problems. Let's go to our dev tools to see if anything's been logged that can be helpful to us. Okay, render auth provider. There's a problem with auth provider. Let's go to the relevant. I'm just going to close that down. And let's go. I'm just going to cancel out of this actually. And I'm going to go to auth provider. And what could be wrong here? So this is incorrect. Auth provider dot provider. This should be auth context. So I'm using the wrong element here. So it's auth context here. Okay, let's save the change. Let's run our code again. npm run dev. Our server-side code is already running, so we don't have to run that. Let's copy that URL to the browser window. Okay, let's go to our dev tools. Layout is not defined. Okay, I think I know what that is. It's just because we're not importing the layout element from within the app.jsx file within the app component. So let's close that off and let's stop our code from running again. Control C, clear the screen, and let's do that. So let's go to app.jsx and let's import the layout element with this importation code. Import layout like this from, then within single quotes, let's include the relevant path. So components / layout like that. Okay. Let's see if we've got any more issues. npm run dev. Okay, and let's copy this URL to our browsers so that we can run the client. And the server-side code is already running, so we don't have to run the server-side code, and we still have issues. Let's go to our developer tools and see what the next issue is. Oh, required auth, so we're not importing that within the app.jsx file. So let's go out of that. And let's Control C this, clear the screen, and let's go to app.jsx, and then we just need to import required auth, the required auth element here, which navigates the user to the login page if the user is not authenticated and tries to access a protected route. Okay, so let's go to app.jsx here. We've duplicated the layout importation code here, and let's change the relevant parts so that required auth is also being imported correctly here. Required auth. Okay, and that looks good. Let's try run our code again. Dev, npm run dev, and let's copy the URL to our clipboards. Let's go to the browser and run that. Okay, so that's all working now. And I want to quickly test the effect of logging in on our front end. I'm hoping that these login buttons will disappear once the user is authenticated, and the logout button will be replaced in the header here. Well, I mean, will be displayed within the header here, the logout button rather than login and register. So let's log in, and I'm going to log in as Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. This is the user that we recently registered, Garth Jenkins. Password 1 exclamation point. Let's log in. Excellent. That looks good. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay, so it's clear that we're now logged in and we can log out using this button, but we haven't written the functionality for that. We will write that functionality in just a bit. Okay, brilliant. The next thing I want to do is create the functionality for the recommended component, because this is actually a protected route. And then we can see how our application behaves when accessing a protected route, when the user is not authenticated, and then when the user is authenticated. Okay, so let's go out of this here and let's write the code for that. So let's Control C this, clear the screen, and within the components folder, let's create a recommended folder like this. And within the recommended folder, let's create a file called recommended.jsx to house our recommended component. Okay, great. So let's create the relevant code. And actually, before we write the logic for this recommended component, we need to create another Axios file, another Axios configuration, but this time where we're configuring the header with the correct authorization part to it, which will contain the token, the user's token. Once the user has been authenticated, the user is given a token that the user can then, the token can be included in subsequent HTTP requests so that the user can be authenticated against protected endpoints. So the user can access those protected endpoints if the user has the correct privileges. So we're going to create, to accomplish this, we're going to create a new file, a new Axios configuration. So let's do that. We're going to create an actual hook so that it's easy to retrieve this Axios, this private Axios configuration where we're passing in the token. So within the hook folder, let's create a new file and let's call this file use Axios private.jsx, whoops, sx like this. And let's write the code for this Axios object so that we can configure this Axios object so that it includes the relevant token, the authorization token within the header of subsequent HTTP requests once the user has been authenticated with the system. So firstly, let's import Axios from Axios. We've installed Axios, so we can write the code like this. So let's write a hook called use Axios private, use Axios private equals to an arrow function, and then let's include the relevant code. Okay, so let's create const Axios auth equals to Axios dot create like this, and we're going to create our config code here. Okay, and then of course we want the base URL, so we're going to read in the base URL from our environment variable. So in the environment variable we've got the base URL configured there. So let's first read that in. So we go, to do that we go const API URL equals to import.meta.env. This is how you read in environment variable values when your React project has been created using Vite. API underscore base URL like that. Whoops. Yep. URL like that. Okay, and that should read in the appropriate environment variable value for the base URL from here. Let's go back to our hook that we're creating, our hook code. So now we can configure that base URL by typing base URL colon then API URL like that. It's the base of the API URL. And now what we're going to do is create something called an interceptor. Whenever this Axios object attempts to call an endpoint, it's going to add certain information to the header. And in this particular case, the information we want is the token, the auth token, the access token, so that the user can authenticate against protected endpoints. Okay, so to do that, firstly, let's retrieve the auth object and setAuth function from our useAuth hook. And we aren't importing it just yet, but we'll do that in a bit. useAuth like this. Okay. Let's import that useAuth hook with this code here. Import useAuth. Okay, and it's found useAuth in this path. That's excellent. Automatically it's done that. Okay. And then what we need to do is create an interceptor, as I said. So with this interceptor, it's going to intercept a call to a HTTP endpoint and we want to add relevant header information so that the user can authenticate against that protected endpoint before accessing that endpoint. So let's go Axios auth dot interceptors dot response. This is how we add an interceptor to an Axios object dot use, and then open round brackets. And then we want to pass in a config variable like this, config round braces, and then an arrow function. Okay, we want to configure the header. Okay, we don't need that round bracket there. We want to configure the header, so config.headers dot authorization like this equals to, within quotations, bearer space curly braces. We can include the variable. We need to precede these curly braces with a dollar, so we can include a variable within the single quotes. Okay, so now we can use the auth object and dot token like that. And sorry, these need to be backtick characters because we're including the variable within the curly braces. So let's remove those single quotes and include backtick characters instead of those single quotes here, like that. Okay. Great. Okay, so we only want this configured if, of course, the auth is true. So we need to include an if statement there. So if auth like that, and then open curly braces like that. And we want this code to reside within there. If the auth is true, if the auth object is true, like that, and then we return config because we've configured it appropriately for Axios like that. Excellent. That looks good now. And then outside of this here, for the Axios, for the actual hook, we want to return Axios auth. So we include the return keyword Axios auth like that, semicolon, and that looks good. Okay, and then let's export this as default. Export this hook as default. So default use Axios private like that. So it means the user must be authenticated to use this Axios component, and then the auth token can be included within HTTP requests once the user has been authenticated. So instead of using this, we want to use this Axios object for protected routes, which will include the token within the header of the calls to the relevant protected endpoints. Okay, great. That's all that means there. And then let's create our recommended component, which is of course a protected route. So we're going to want to use this hook. to get the relevant Axios object, to retrieve the relevant Axios objects. Let's go back to recommended and let's write the code. So firstly, let's import use Axios private from ///hook. So it's just hook, not hooks, /use private, /use private, like that. So we've got the correct importation code there. Let's import use effect and use state from React, like that. Let's import the movies component from this location, from movies /movies, like that. Great. And let's create our component const using a arrow function. Recommended is the name of our component, and then arrow function, and within our arrow function we include the logic for our component. So first thing, let's create a movies state variable and set movies function to change the state of that variable equals to use state. That pass in an empty array. So an empty array for the movies state variable. We're defaulting to that firstly. And then let's create a loading variable. Loading, and set loading function equals to use state, and we want to initialize the loading state variable to false firstly, and then const message, then set message equals to use state, like this. Okay, and then we want to retrieve our Axios object from the hook that we just created. So Axios private equals to use Axios private. So it's the use Axios private hook, like that. And let's create a use effect. Let's use the use effect hook like this. So when the component first loads, we want to call the recommended movies endpoint so that we can retrieve the recommended movies for the relevant user, and it's from a protected endpoint. Okay, let's create the function that fetches the movies. So we call this fetch recommended movies. Okay, fetch recommended movies equals to async open and close brackets arrow function, like that. Oops. Arrow function like that. Oops. Set loading to true, like that. Set message to empty, an empty string. And then let's include a try-catch block here. Okay, and then const response. All right, let's just include the catch section here. Catch error. And then let's handle the error by just console dot error method. And we'll just write that to the console screen. So error fetching recommended movies, like that. And then more detail about the error and the error object, we can include that in what's written to the console screen when an error occurs. Okay, and then finally, so this code gets called whether an error occurs or not. And we'll set loading to false. So we don't want any loading indicators displayed once this process has resolved whether an error has occurred or not. We want to set the we want the loading indicator to disappear at that point. Okay, great. So then response equals to await Axios private dot get and then / recommended movies. That's the name of our endpoint there. And then we need to set the movies state variable to response.data, whatever's returned. Bear in mind, we're using the Axios private Axios object here, and we've created an interceptor. So when we call a protected endpoint, the token, the auth token, is being sent along with that message, that HTTP request to that protected endpoint. So the user is being authenticated against that protected endpoint, the recommended movies endpoint. I just want to double check that that is the name that we called our endpoint. So we can go to routes, protected routes, and recommended movies is the appropriate endpoint. And we've tested all of these endpoints through Postman, so we should be able to test that fairly efficiently, test our client fairly efficiently at this point because we know the server-side code works. Okay, is that our use effect hook written? We need to call the use effect. Sorry, we need to call the fetch recommended movies function within the use effect hook. So we do that like this. Okay, and we need to pass an empty array, and this is to do with how the lifecycle hooks work in React. So we want, when this recommended component loads, we want it to fetch the user's recommended movies. Okay, great. Okay, and the return JSX is pretty simple. That's the most complex. We've just written the most complex part of this particular component. And so we're checking the loading state variable. Loading. So if loading is true, then while our component is loading, let's just include a very basic loading indicator. We'll include a proper spinner loading indicator a little bit later, but for now, let's just include text like this. Loading ... Okay. Else, then open round braces. We include the movies element. We pass in the movies state variable. We're prop drilling here, I guess you could say. We're passing the movies. And if there's an error message, we're also passing the message down to the movies component here. And we've got loads of red lines here. We want to include this. We don't have a parent element, so let's make this as a fragment, which allows us the ability to not have to include a parent HTML element like a div, for example. So we can just get around that by including a fragment here, which are denoted by empty tags. And that looks pretty good, and we mustn't forget to export our component. It's easily done. Export default recommended. So now we're exporting the recommended component as default, which means we can import it here within our app.jsx file. So let's do that. So I'm just going to duplicate that there. And let's import recommended from components recommended, and then with the R capitalized recommended like that. Okay, and now we can include within the protected routes, which is wrapped by this required auth element that we created as the parent element for our protected routes, and we can create a dedicated root for that recommended element. So recommended is the client path to the recommended component. So the client root is defined by / recommended, and then that's the path to the recommended component there, and it's wrapped within the required auth element because it's a protected root. So in other words, if the user is not authenticated and they try to access this root, the login screen must be presented to the user, indicating that the user needs to authenticate with the system before accessing the relevant recommended movies. Okay, and that looks pretty good. I just want to double check that within the header, it is indeed, that link is indeed linking to this path here. So if we go to header here, let's have a look at what's going on. Recommended, nav link, yep, recommended. And that's what I want to see. So we can now test that. I think it should work fairly well. Although, actually, I'm going to go to the login screen, the login component here, and include this code for the navigation. So it doesn't navigate the user. When the user authenticates, say the user's on the home page, the movies are displayed, the user wants to check the user's recommended movies, the user's not yet authenticated, the user presses the recommended header menu item, the user is then navigated to the login screen. When the user logs in, we don't want to navigate the user to the home page again to see the movies. We want the user to go directly to the recommended screen. So let's comment that out, and this code here will do that. It should direct the user, it should log the user on and then direct the user to the screen that the user was trying to access before the user was authenticated. So that just makes for a much better user experience by doing it that way. And I think there's there's more code that we need to write to make that work. I'm not sure I've got that in there. Yep. Okay. So we need to also, this from variable here, we need to retrieve that appropriately from by using this location variable, and I'll show you how to do that now. So, and that's retrieving the relevant path that the user was trying to access before the user authenticated. So let's do that. Const from equals to location dot state dot from dot path name, like that. And if it's null, and if that is null, so there's no, we can navigate the user to the home page. So if this is actually null, this path name, which is taken from the browser's history, if this is actually null, it will by default navigate the user once the user is authenticated to the home page. Okay. Excellent. So I think we're in good shape there, and I think we're ready to test it. We've still got our server running. Okay, great. So we don't need to rerun the server. Let's run the client, npm run dev. Okay, great, it's running. Hopefully there won't be too many issues with this. Could be some issues. Okay, let's go to the client. Okay, that's looking good so far. So now we're not authenticated, and let's access the recommended menu option here. Okay, so the first part of it, the functionality is working. We're not authenticated, so our code has navigated us to the login screen, and let's now authenticate as Garth Jenkins at Hotmail. This is Hotmail address, his email address, .com. So Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com, password 1. So we are including Garth Jenkins's credentials within the sign-in form, and let's try and log in and let's see what happens. Okay, so we got a problem, and that's okay. And let's just investigate this by going to the developer tools. So more tools, developer tools. Okay, so it's responding with a 401 exception, and I suspect that's something to do with the interceptor not adding the token into the header before making the call to the protected endpoint, the recommended movies endpoint. So it's a problem with Axios. So we kind of got an idea of where to look. So let's close that down. Let's go to our code here. I'm going to Control C that to cancel and clear the screen. And let's take a look at use Axios private here. And I can already see what the problem is here. I included response here. And this should in fact be request. We're making a request. So every time we make a request to an endpoint, a protected endpoint, we want this, our auth token, to be added appropriately to the header. So this should fix that problem. And let's see what happens now if we run our code. So our server-side code is still running. So npm run dev. Let's copy this URL to the browser. Let's launch our browser window. Run our code. Brilliant. So our movies are being displayed to us, but this is a non-protected endpoint for the home page. It's just the movies endpoint that is being called to retrieve these movies and then displaying it on the home page, which is correct. And then we want to see our recommended movies, but of course we haven't authenticated with the system, so the system doesn't know who to recommend those movies to. And we haven't, of course, authenticated whether we have the privileges to use the recommended movies facility. So we need to authenticate. So Garth Jenkins, at hotmail.com, password 1 exclamation point, and let's log in and let's see what happens. Excellent. So that means our token has been passed to the server after we've authenticated, and the system has recommended the movies they're all excellent movies apparently, the sentiment attached to all of these movies. So it's recommended the best movies in the genres that we chose, which were Western, comedy, thriller, drama, I believe. Those sort of genres were selected when we registered as Garth Jenkins. So it's recommended the appropriate movies. But this is big because we've now, from the client, we're now able to access not just protected endpoints, not just unprotected endpoints like the movies endpoint, which displays all the movies on the client for us and on the home page, but we've also now passing in a token with requests to protected endpoints like the recommended movies protected endpoint. So when we press recommended, when we select the recommended header menu option here, it automatically authenticates us on the server because the token is being passed in with the request to the relevant protected endpoint. After we've authenticated with the system, the token is passed down to the client. The client then stores that in memory, and then when we subsequently call protected endpoints, the token is used to authenticate us. So we can now just, because we're authenticated, we can now go swap between protected endpoints. We can call protected endpoints and unprotected endpoints. So we can now call unprotected endpoints and protected endpoints, no problem, once we have authenticated, because that token can now be passed in with subsequent HTTP requests to protected endpoints, and we can authenticate through the use of that token, that access token. Excellent. Okay, so in this part of the course, we are now going to create the UI part associated with the AI functionality. So this is when the administrator logs into the system and will have a facility available to that administrator, and the administrator can then create a movie review for a particular movie. And then when the admin user submits that movie review, That movie review is sent along with a base prompt to OpenAI. It is analyzed, and through the prompt, the instructions are to extract one word describing the sentiment behind the movie review. So this is a way for us to extract quantitative information from qualitative information. The qualitative information is the movie review written in natural language, and that becomes part of a prompt to the AI. The AI analyzes that and returns just one word, and then we're associating a value with that word. So the word options to describe the sentiment that we have included in the prompt are excellent, good, okay, bad, and terrible. And you can see that it's very easy for us to associate a value with each of those words. So excellent has an associated value of 1, and terrible has an associated value of 5. Okay has associated value of 3. Bad has an associated value of 4. And 2 is the value that represents good. So it's a way for us to rank the movies in a sense. So through this ranking, you can order the movies by those values, and that's exactly what we're doing for the recommendation system. So we're recommending 5 of the top movies within a user's genre, using those rankings to order the movies, those 5 movies. And if, for example, there's more than 5 movies available for the user's chosen genre, it will only recommend the top movies based on those sentiments, those rankings extracted from the admin's movie review. So let's get started. And in fact, I'm going to keep this very simple. We're going to get this done really fast because I'm not going to write out all of the code, because most of it on the front end is just Bootstrap classes and CSS, basically just to style a UI facility. The code is available on GitHub, so please go to the GitHub repository if you want to copy and paste the code, and then you can do your own analysis on the various Bootstrap options. By all means, please look them up on the various Bootstrap websites so that you can get more detail about those classes and what they're doing. But it would just take too long for me to explain every single Bootstrap class, and I think it's unnecessary for this particular course. So as I say, I'm just going to copy and paste the code for this particular UI facility, and then I'll give you a brief explanation of what everything is doing. So let's create within the components folder, let's create a new folder, and let's call this review with the R in lowercase, so review like this. And then within the review folder, let's create a file called review.jsx. And I've already written this code. It's on GitHub. I'm actually going to copy and paste the code into this file. And here is the code. I've just pasted it in here, and I'll explain the code to you now. Okay, so this is what the front end is doing. We're using the relevant Bootstrap classes to basically split the screen in half. On the left-hand side, we've got the actual movie, which it'll display the poster, and we're reusing the movie element for this purpose. And this is just the various Bootstrap classes that are we're using the Bootstrap grid system to place the movie on one half of the panel, the movie poster, and relevant details, including the sentiment. And you'll see how that works when we run our code. We can change the sentiment on the fly in real time by updating a text area box, which appears on the right-hand side. So that takes up the other half of the screen. The right-hand side of the screen is taken up by this text area box. So it's just a big text box, multi-line text box, where the administrator can add the administrator's review like this. So it's a text area type for this form control. We're using React Bootstrap for the form control element here. And then we've got the submit review button here, which is a submit button, type equals to submit, and we can submit the form value, the form control value for the text area, which contains the administrator's movie review, to the server, to our review endpoint. Or what have we called the endpoint? The endpoint is update review, and we're sending that along with a patch request to the server, and the relevant IMDb number of the movie so that the server knows which movie to update with the relevant admin review. So of course we're using Axios Private because it's a protected endpoint. Remember in the last part of the course, behind the scenes we're adding in the user's token. In this case it would be the administrator's token that is received from the server side when the relevant user logs in. So the token is returned to the client, and then we are including within this functionality here, use Axios Private, this hook, we're including an interceptor and we're adding that token to the header so that requests from that particular user can be authenticated on the server through the use of this token, which contains the user's claims, which is just information about the user. And it includes the user's ID, for example, the user's role, and that sort of thing. So the user can be authenticated on the server and therefore access protected endpoints. And we've taken care of that behind the scenes here within the configuration of this particular Axios object that we're using here within the review.jsx file to send a patch request to the server, to the update review endpoint where the administrator is updating the administrator's movie review. And then what's returned is the ranking name here, which is the sentiment behind the movie that AI is extracting. So please, by all means, refresh your memory and go back to the server-side AI functionality that we created, which sends this movie review along with a prompt to OpenAI. And the OpenAI functionality extracts a sentiment from the movie review, basically. So it analyzes the movie review written in natural language and extracts one particular word, and we can attach a numeric value to that word. So the words are excellent, good, okay, bad, and terrible, but they can be extended. You can create an entire spectrum of rankings. So this software is designed to be extensible in that regard. So you could add as many ranking values as you like, or sentiment options as you like for this functionality. So that's basically it, really. And so if we just to describe what's happening here, we are analyzing the auth state variable here. This is the auth variable that gets populated when the user authenticates. But we also have to check the auth role, that it's admin, in order for the particular administrator to have access to this text area control so the user can update the administrator's review. Or else, what happens, we've got an else part here, we're just putting that review in read-only mode. So any user it doesn't have to be an administrator to actually see the review, but the user has to be an administrator in order to update the review. So here here in this particular scenario, the code has deemed that the user is not an administrator and is displaying the relevant review within an alert control. And this is just a bootstrap class which turns this div into an alert. So it's basically read-only. You can see the review in read-only mode. But if you're an administrator, you can actually update that review and send it through to the server to be processed. Great. Okay, and we haven't yet created the spinner code here. I think it might be a good time to do that, actually. And I'm going to do the same. This code's not that important. It's just for a better user experience. I'm actually just going to create a new folder called spinner here. And I'm going to create spinner.jsx. Okay. And I'm going to copy in the relevant spinner code. And it's just basically a span and a div and utilizing various CSS properties to create the spinner effect. Okay, and we are within the review. We are importing spinner up here, and then while the relevant UI screen, this component is loading, that spinner will display. So while this loading state variable is true, the spinner displays. And once the data is ready, the loading indicator is disappeared, and the actual UI is displayed to the user, where the user, if the user is an administrator, can update the relevant movie review. Okay, and now we need to update the app.jsx file here. So let's go to app.jsx, and it's a protected endpoint. So we need to firstly import the endpoint. So I'm just going to copy this here, duplicate this code, and then change the bits, the relevant bits. So this one's called review. Okay. Review. So we're importing the review here. Okay. Review is declared, but its value is never read. So we're going to do that now. We're going to utilize this review component within. We're going to add a root for that particular component. So I'm going to duplicate this here. Path equals to, and then it's going to be review like this. And we need to actually include a parameter within this path. And it's the IMDb parameter, IMDb ID parameter, because when this root is accessed, we need to pass a unique movie ID so that the movie can be extracted. The relevant movie data is extracted from the MongoDB database, and the relevant data is then displayed for the movie on the review screen. Okay, and that's how that works. And of course, we need to replace this recommended with review. Okay, we've mapped that root now. That looks good. Okay, excellent. And then we also need to include a review button for our movie cards, but we don't want that review button. We're actually displaying a movie card. We're reusing our movie element on the administrators panel where the administrator updates the relevant movie review. But we don't want the review button displayed in that regard. And this is just we're going to use prop drilling to accomplish that. So let's do that. Update review. Okay, this is worrying me. There's already included file name Golang MagicStream. Okay, I've done it again. I've done something stupid. Sorry. Okay, I don't know why I do that. That's got a small letter in it. I'm going to just cut this here. Okay, and I'm going to delete this file here, and I'm going to recreate that file. Sorry about this. It's got to have a capital letter here. Review.jsx. Let's stick to protocol and make sure that that letter is capitalized. Can't believe I've made that mistake again. Okay, sorry about that. And let's paste that code back in there, and that should sort out our problem on the app.jsx page. Great, that has. Sorry about that. We were importing. Sorry, here it is. We're importing the review here. And there's no red squiggly lines there now. Okay, great. So, and we've got our root set up. And the next thing is we've pasted in the update movie review method here, which simply navigates to the review page and passes in the relevant IMDb ID value to this root here. And then that parameter can be utilized within the review page. So if we go back here, you'll see how that parameter, here we go. We're using the useParams hook to get the IMDb ID value here. And we're importing it from React Root to DOM here. Within this Axios private get query, we're getting the relevant data for a particular movie, which could potentially include the review for that movie, and the ranking, the sentiment, and all the movie information for that movie, the title, the movie poster, etc. And we're grabbing that from this movie endpoint, which must include as a parameter the IMDb ID value of the relevant movie. So this is how we're passing that to the server, the relevant IMDb movie. Then it queries our MongoDB movies collection and returns the movie data. And then we're setting the movie data here. The state variable called movie, we're setting with the setMovie function here. Great. And then we're reusing our movie element here. We're reusing that element here and displaying the relevant movies information in this particular UI. Okay, let's go back to the prop drilling code. I got a little bit distracted by that error issue we had on app.jsx. So what we want to do is drill down this value here, this method. We want to drill that into the home element first. Okay, and this is because we only want the movie button, the review button, displayed in certain contexts, and I'll describe those contexts in more detail in just a bit. But let's just drill this down using prop drilling. Let's drill it down to the home component, and we're sending our method down there so it can be used. Well, it can be used within the movie component ultimately, but through a button. The button, when it gets clicked, will call this navigation functionality through this method call. So we're passing that down to the home component. So we need to include this prop within the home component. Let's go to the home component here. Okay. We include it here. We include the prop here. Okay. We don't need those curly braces. Okay, there. And then we actually want to drill further down to the movies component here. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to include the prop, the relevant prop here. Paste that in there. So we're passing down that method reference, the reference to the update movie review method that resides actually within the code for it, for which resides within the app.jsx file or the app component here. But we're drilling it down. We're passing a reference to that method down firstly to the home component, then to the movies component. So this is some serious prop drilling. So we need to include it here. Okay. And then we can drill down further into the movie component. So and we do that like this, equals to like that. And then we must include this prop within the movie component here. Okay. And we can do that like this. And now we're passing in that update movie review method. And now what we do within the movie component is create an if statement where if update movie review is true, include the button. And in this respect, we can control when the button is actually displayed for the relevant movies. We can control that by checking whether it's truthy or not. So if it's passed down as a prop to the movie component, then we include the button. If this isn't included as a prop, the button won't display. So we can control when that review button is displayed. And then we're calling the update movie review method here and passing in the relevant unique identifier when that button is clicked. This code is executed here on the app.jsx file here, and we're using this navigate utility here to navigate to the review element, and we're passing in the relevant IMDb ID like that. So the relevant movie review is displayed, the relevant movie information and the movie review is displayed on the review page. And I think we're in good shape. I think that's all the code we need for now. Let's run the code and see where we are with this. Okay, so I'm going to run the server-side code, and we do that by typing go run dot like this, press the enter key. Excellent. Okay, so the server-side code is running. Let's run the client. npm run dev. Press the enter key to run the client code. Hopefully we don't have any issues here. But I guess there's always a chance that we do. Anyway, let's copy that to our browser window so that we can test out our code. Okay, we have a problem. Okay, failed to resolve import hooks. That should be hook. Okay, no problem. It's because we copied and pasted the code in from the prototype type code that I wrote in preparation for this course. That's what's causing that. So where do I go here? I go to review. So let's go to review and let's change this to hook. There's another reference to it down here. Okay, save that. npm run dev. Are there any more references I don't know about? Okay. Let's run that. Okay, let's copy that to the browser window and let's see what we got. Okay, excellent. You can see now our review button is being displayed under each of these movies. So that has worked perfectly, and now we should be able to click the review button to review a movie. Okay, the actual review code is not working for some reason. Just check what's going on here. Navigate is not defined. So I'm just going to clear that. Let's go to app.jsx here. We're not retrieving a variable. We're not retrieving a value from the use navigate hook yet. So to do that, we can type const navigate equals to use navigate like that. I don't know what I was thinking. I've included this outside of the function. I need to include that within the app function, of course. Okay, npm run dev. Okay, let's copy that to our browser window. And let's try again. Review. Great. So it's prompting us to authenticate. Let's just log in as Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. Password 1 exclamation point. Let's log in. And there we go. I love the acting in this movie. It was absolutely sublime. And why isn't the text box showing in this particular case and the submit button? Well, that's because this user is not an administrator. It's not part of the admin role, but part of the user role. So all the relevant movie information is being displayed and the sentiment, excellent, but we can't change that sentiment through updating this movie review because we're not an administrator. So let's log out. Oh, we don't have the log out functionality yet written, do we? Okay, so we can't log out. Let's go home. Let's just cancel out of the whole thing, and we'll have to write the log out functionality soon. Let's clear the screen and let's run the client again, but this time we are going to log in as an administrator, and let's check who's an administrator. I believe it's Bob Jones. He's always an administrator. So let's go into the Compass utility here and check our data to see who we have designated as an administrator, and I believe Bob Jones is an administrator. Let's check and then we can log in as Bob Jones. He's an administrator, Bob Jones. Okay, great. And you can really make any one of these an administrator because you have access to the back end. Just change the role, just double click in there, and you could change, for example, Sarah Smith to an administrator. I won't do that now, but you can easily do that if you want to test other users as administrators. But let's log in as Bob Jones because that's an easy thing to remember. All Bob's credentials are pretty easy. We're still running the code, so let's go to our browsers and copy that in there, and let's see if we can log in as Bob Jones now. And let's go to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and let's review Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Let's click review. Let's log in as Bob Jones. Bob Jones at hotmail.com. freecodeCamp.org and then password 1 exclamation point, log in, and look at that. This movie is awful. And it's not awful at all. It's a Tarantino movie, and it's really quite a good movie. I really enjoyed it. But we've decided through this admin review that the movie's awful. So now, let's change that. Let's say another masterpiece by, I don't know how to spell Tarantino. I think that's right. Another masterpiece from Tarantino. Another masterpiece by Tarantino. The acting was also sublime. Sublime. Well, let's see what it extracts from here as the sentiment. So let's submit the review. There we go. We've got our spinner working. Let's come back. Excellent. So we've changed the sentiment to excellent, from terrible to sentiment, through our admin review. And isn't that great? You see, let's try another review, and this time let's do a rather middle of the road review. So let's say it wasn't great, but it wasn't awful either. And let's see what sentiment we get from that. Okay, middle of the road. So that's working pretty well. This movie wasn't too bad, actually. I'm hoping this will bring back the sentiment of good. Good. So, our AI is behaving itself, our AI functionality, and we're able to add reviews because we're an administrator. We logged on as Bob Jones, and we can add our reviews to our movies now, and it's extracting the appropriate sentiment, which has a bearing on our recommendation functionality here, which brings back the recommended movies and the user's genres, the chosen user's genres, and it brings them back in order from 1 to 5. So all of these are excellent. So it's ordered. Highlander 2 is apparently excellent. Okay, we've got to do something about that review because this was a horrible movie. So it's bringing back Highlander 2 as excellent, Pet Detective excellent, and then Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, we've just changed that review as good, and then Hangover as good, and Harry Potter as okay. So it's extracting the 5 top movies in that particular user's chosen favorite genres. And that is working perfectly. So it's ordered them by ranking, which is the sentiment. And we've associated a value from 1, excellent, to terrible, 5. And that means we can order by them quite easily here. So that's our recommendation system is working really well there. But let's do something about Highlander 2. I'm not accepting that that was excellent. So let's go back. Let's go down to Highlander 2. Excellent. No, it was an abomination. And I'm going to reflect that in my review. So this movie is an absolute. Tempted to use some colorful language here, but I won't. I'll just say this movie is an absolute abomination with an exclamation point. So this should be terrible now. Let's submit that through and see if our AI deems this movie as terrible, and it does. Good. Because it's a terrible movie. And you can see now the effect it'll have on the recommendation system. See, now Highlander is not even mentioned here in our recommended movies for Bob Jones, because we've decided Bob Jones is an administrator and he's decided it's terrible, so it's been unceremoniously kicked off this page completely. Great. So it's no longer being recommended as a excellent movie. As a movie. And you can see that these movies have been ordered by the ranking value. Excellent, good, good, okay, okay. Brilliant. Excellent. So we can't log out yet. That's the next thing we need to do is build the log out functionality. But I'm really happy with what we've done so far. And I think that looks pretty good. And it's pretty easy to use. And it's responsive too. You can see here, if we make the screen smaller, it just pops that under there like that, which is pretty good. Okay, excellent. And we can just use our menu like this. So if we go to recommended, it just plonks those. This is the beauty of using Bootstrap. Our screen is responsive. Our screens are responsive because we used Bootstrap, and it handles that for us automatically. So I'm really happy with that. Brilliant. So at this point, we have in place all the functionality, well, most of the functionality for our application. But at the moment, we are passing our access token to access protected endpoints from the client through the header of the HTTP message. So if we look here, for example, if we look at use Axios private, you can see here with this interceptor, when we try to access protected endpoints, we are first adding the auth token to the header of the relevant HTTP message every time we access protected endpoints. So this is actually a vulnerability to sophisticated cyber attackers. The reason for this is at this point, we are currently storing the token in memory. And in many cases, when including the access token within the header of the relevant HTTP messages to access protected endpoints, you may be tempted to store, for example, the access token in local storage on the client. This is a security vulnerability because sophisticated attackers can potentially read the access token from local storage or even from memory using malicious JavaScript code. So, to overcome this security vulnerability, we are going to store the access tokens using HTTP-only cookies. So, why is it safer to handle the passing of the access tokens from client to server using HTTP-only cookies? Well, this is because HTTP-only cookies cannot be read through JavaScript code, and therefore this is a much safer way to secure the access tokens. So what are HTTP-only cookies? A HTTP-only cookie is a cookie that cannot be read via JavaScript in the browser, for example through document.cookie. Document.cookie cannot be used to read the cookie. It's set automatically by the browser with every request to the server from the domain that set it. The HTTP-only flag makes it inaccessible to scripts, and the secure flag ensures it's only sent over HTTPS. Why are access tokens sensitive? Access tokens are essentially keys to the user's account. If someone steals them, they can impersonate the user. How can they be stolen? What are the major threats? XSS, cross-site scripting. This is where an attacker injects JavaScript and reads tokens from memory, local storage, or session storage. CSRF, cross-site request forgery. This is where an attacker tricks the browser into making authenticated requests. So, how do HTTP-only cookies help? Protection against XSS. If you store an access token in local storage or session storage, any XSS vulnerability can let an attacker read it directly. With HTTP-only cookies, the token is not exposed to JavaScript. So even if malicious scripts run, they can't read it. Automatic sending with requests. The browser automatically includes cookies with each request to the backend if same-site rules allow. So your front end doesn't have to manually attach the token to each API call. Let's create the code that will now store the access token as HTTP cookies. So firstly, we need to adjust what is occurring on the server side. So let's go to user controller. Let's go to the login code here. Okay, we want login user, and there it is. And you can see currently we are passing the tokens down here. And we don't want to do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is remove this code. So firstly, I'm just going to comment these out. We still want to generate the tokens in the same way. We still want to update the database with the tokens. So we're generating all the tokens here. We're updating the tokens within the database, and then we're passing the tokens back to the client. This is the part of the code that we definitely want to change. And how do we do that? So we do that with this code here. Okay. So just above where we are sending the HTTP response back to the relevant client, let's set the tokens here. So we are no longer passing that token back to the client like this. We're passing all the other information to the client, and we'll see why this is useful in a bit when we address the client-side code in this respect. So here we go. We're setting the cookie access token here. We're setting a timeout here. Okay. And we've set the secure flag to true here, HTTP only true. So it's a HTTP only cookie that we are now sending back to the client, and this happens automatically. So we don't have to manually send it back like this with this code here through the response. It's going to automatically handle that for us. And then we also want to do the same for the refresh token. So we're setting the refresh token here to an appropriate HTTP cookie, HTTP only cookie, and the access token. And we'll address what the significance of the refresh token is in just a bit. We've now changed the server so that the access token will be passed from server to client via a HTTP only cookie. There's a few things we need to do on the client to make this work. So let's go to the client code. We need to adjust the code here for the first Axios object. So it's actually a very basic update. We need to include this with credentials flag and set it to true like this. And that will ensure that the HTTP cookies are passed between client and server. And we actually need to do it even though this particular Axios object is not used for protected endpoints. We still need to ensure that the client and server, that the tokens are being passed between client and server every time we send a message to the server from the client. We need to ensure that those tokens are sent via HTTP only cookies. So all we do is we set this with credentials property to true, and we need to actually do the same now in our hook here where we've got the interceptor here. We no longer need to intercept and pass in the bearer token like this, but we are going to use an interceptor a little bit later. For now, I'm actually just going to copy this. I'm going to comment this out. I'm just going to ensure that with credentials is set to true here also, like that. Okay, so that is now correct. So we'll leave this as it is for now, and you might be asking yourself, what's the point of even using two separate Axios objects? But we'll address this in just a bit, why I still want to maintain this separate Axios object for accessing protected endpoints. And it's to do with the refresh tokens, and we'll look at that logic in just a bit. But for now, let's just keep our logic as is here. In fact, we don't need this line of code here either. The with credentials property is set to true, and that will ensure that the HTTP only cookies, that store the relevant tokens, are passed between client and server. Okay, automatically. So we don't have to add anything to the header, and therefore potentially risk a security vulnerability to XSS attacks. So we're no longer adding the bearer token here. Okay. Let's go to our login client now. Now that we've sorted that out, let's go to our login client here. And I want to make sure that we're storing it in local storage. So that's what we want to do. We want to store the auth data. So this contains the auth data here. You can see that we are setting the auth state variable, which is now global. We made that global. We made that global through context in the last part of the course. So we're setting it here with response.data. So after the login occurs, we can see here on the server, if we go back to our login code, we can see on the server that we're passing this information back, but we're no longer including the tokens. We're just passing the user ID, first name, last name, email, role, and favorite genres back to the client from the server once the user logs in. But these cookies here, these HTTP only cookies, are passed back automatically. So we don't have to manually do that through code, because they're, by virtue of the fact that they're HTTP only cookies and we're setting the appropriate flags on the client, we're saying, please do that on our behalf. Please just send those HTTP cookies automatically. And we're setting with credentials equals to true here. And we're doing the same for this Axios private hook that we created, where we were using an interceptor to add the relevant token to the header when accessing protected endpoints. We're no longer doing that. We're just setting with credentials equals to true, because we want those tokens to be passed between client and server automatically. And this is how we do it. But this is still relevant because we're going to adjust the code here later on so that it handles refreshing the tokens. But we'll look at that in just a bit. We'll look at that later on. So, okay, so let's go back to the login here. And we're setting the auth object here. We're setting the state variable. Well, let's just first check that our code is still working. We haven't messed anything up. Okay, so I'm going to create a new terminal here. And let's go cd server /MagicStream movies server, like that. Okay. And let's run our code. Go run dots. We're running our server-side code. Hopefully we have no issues. Good. It's listing on port 8080. Let's go to the client terminal and navigate to the relevant directory. So client /MagicStream. Whoops. Client, like this. Okay. And let's run our code. So it's npm run dev to run our code. Okay, and let's copy this now to our browser window, and hopefully I haven't introduced any bugs. Error fetching movies. Oops, first bug. Okay, so interesting. Let's see what's going on there. Developer tools. Okay, so we've got to address cause. We've also got to change the cause policy appropriately. Okay, so let's do that. Let's handle that code. Let's go out of there. Let's cancel out of here. Control C, clear. And we've got to handle cause. Okay, so I've got to also cancel. Control C, cancel the server from running. Okay, and let's sort out cause. We've got to go to the main.go file to do that. So it's this code, this configuration code here, we need to also change, because we're going cross domains with our client and server, which gives you a lot of flexibility. If it's on the same domain, you basically have to always have your code on, or, running on the same domain. Here, we can run our components on disparate domains, which is what we're doing here. But the cost of that is we have to configure cause appropriately to make that work. So let's do that. And I'm actually just going to copy and paste the code for that. This code is available on GitHub, so please, by all means, just do the same thing. Just copy and paste the code from GitHub if you don't want to type it out manually, just to save time. So I'm going to copy this from my code off screen here, and I'm going to paste it over here, just above where we're setting up the routes. Okay, great. And okay, we need to import log there. We're using log and OS, of course, because we're reading the environment variable. But we need to configure the environment variable, because what we're actually doing here is building up URLs that we want to permit to access the server, basically. So we're going to include our client-side URL for the React code within the environment variable. And we can store multiple allowable clients in that environment variable by using a comma delimited string that stores a delimited string of the allowable client URLs, the URLs that we are allowing access to our server-side code. So to do that, we need to go to .env and configure the relevant URLs. So here are our allowed origins here. So we've got HTTP localhost 3000, HTTP localhost 5173, which is the one we're currently running our client on, and then HTTP localhost 8080. So these ones are irrelevant for now, but you could run your client from these addresses running on port 8080 and port 3000, and our cause configuration would permit these clients to access our server. So let's go back to main.go. So we're reading all of this information in. We are creating this origins array here, and we're just logging them so that we can test the code to make sure that it's working correctly. And then we're setting allow origins. We can't use the other way. We can't just allow all origins like we were doing before. We have to allow specific origins because we're now using the HTTP only cookies method, and we want to, when we publish our code to the cloud, we want to use HTTPS so that our data is encrypted on the wire between client and server, that it's exchanged between client and server. So this is another way to prevent our data from potentially being stolen. So we're going to use HTTPS instead of HTTP so that our data is encrypted on the wire when exchanged between client and server. And in order to do that and use HTTP only cookies, we need to configure our cause in an appropriate way, and this is what we're doing here. As I say, please, the code's quite involved. By all means, just copy the code from GitHub and then go through it in your own time, line by line, so that you make sure that you understand exactly what's going on here. Okay, brilliant. So we've now configured cause correctly. Let's run our server code again. Go run dot. Okay, excellent. Let's go to the client code. Let's clear the screen. Clear, whoops, clear, npm run dev. Okay, let's copy the URL. And let's just make sure that URL, we have indeed permitted that URL that we're running here, 5173, and we need to make sure that within our environment variable, 5173, so we are indeed permitting that origin to access our server-side endpoints. Okay, so let's copy that to the browser address, and hopefully we won't get an error now when we try to access our movies endpoint. And now that is working correctly, but let's see if we can still authenticate the user, a particular user. So let's log in. No, it was Garth Jenkins. Let's use Garth Jenkins. That was the last person that we registered. Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. Password with the P capitalized 1 exclamation point. Okay, excellent. So that's now working correctly. We've authenticated Garth. Oh, okay. Oh, so it is saying hello Garth. I was wondering what was happening there, but the font is in black, so it's being hidden there. So we'll have to sort out that problem. Hello Garth. Okay. And then we also need to do the logout, write the logout functionality. Let's go to recommended. Okay, so we've got a problem here because we're using the Axios private object to access that endpoint, and there's a problem. So let's have a look at what's going on. More tools, developer tools. 401. Okay, so something is going wrong there. It's not allowing us to interesting. Okay, so it's not allowing, it's not authenticating. It's giving a 401 unauthorized error. It's not authenticating Garth Jenkins when he tries to access his recommended movies. Okay, so the recommended movies endpoint. So what could be happening there? Let's check. Let's investigate this. I'm going to cancel out of this. Clear. Cancel out of the server code here. Clear. Okay. Okay, I mean, that looks good. So this can't be our problem. Must be to do. Okay. Oh, of course. Okay, so what I haven't done is I haven't addressed the middleware. So auth middleware. So it goes through this middleware code before it accesses any of the protected endpoints. You can see here the protected routes. Router.use middleware.auth middleware. So it's running the code within here. So let's go to definition and see. We're going get access token. Let's go to get access token. Let's go to the definition there. And of course, we're still reading it from the bearer token, which is not what we want to do. So we need to change this code, get access token. Okay, and it's pretty simple. The code for that is pretty simple. So let's comment out this code here. I'm just going to keep that commented out so you can still have a record of how you would do it if you were passing the token through the header of the relevant HTTP message. And I'm just going to paste this code in here. Token string here, like this. So we're reading the access token from the cookie now, instead of from the header. That's what we needed to do there. And that is the crux of our problem. So let's see if that has solved our problem by updating the get access token utility function here. So we're getting it from the HTTP only cookie instead of the header. Okay, of the relevant HTTP message. So let's run our server-side code. Go run dot. Let's run our client-side code. I'm first going to clear the screen so we can see what's going on. And then I'm going to run it. So npm run dev like this. Okay, I'm going to copy this to the browser and hopefully we don't have any issues, but you never know. Okay, so getting our movies. Great. So it's login Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com, password 1 exclamation point. We logged in. Let's see now if we can access the recommended protected endpoint. Excellent. Great. So it was the way we were getting the token within the middleware. The middleware protects those protected endpoints. So we were still trying to get it from the header, and we're not storing the token in the header anymore. We're storing it in a HTTP cookie for security reasons that we've just discussed. Great. So those are Garth's recommended movies. So we're able to access endpoints, and that is really good. So the next step is to write the logout functionality. Let's do that now. Okay. So I'm just going to cancel out of that. Control C to cancel out of that when you're running the client, and it's the same when you're running it through VS Code on the server. Just Control C. Let's clear the screen. And now let's write the logout code. So we're going to actually write this function within the app component, and we're going to drill it down using prop drilling into the header, I believe. Yeah, we want the logout. We want, obviously, the logout button resides within the header. So when the button is clicked, we want to run that logout functionality, and we are going to store that logout functionality. We're going to store the method that handles the logout functionality within the app component. Okay. Let's create the function for handling the logout, and we'll call it handle logout, and I'm just going to paste it in here. As I've stated a few times now, you can just paste in the code from the code that's stored on GitHub, and you can copy it from the relevant page on GitHub and just paste it into your app.jsx code here. Okay, so I've pasted in handle logout here, and we're going to pass that down through prop drilling to the header. Okay, to the header component. So, and we can do that through this line of code, but obviously we need to include the prop within the header component. So let's go to the header component here. Okay, we need to include that within curly braces. Handle logout. Okay, and then we need to include the logic within the button. So the logout button here, we need to include an onClick. And we can do that very simply with this line of code. So we include an onClick event and an onClick event handler that we're passing down from the app.jsx component. We're drilling that into, if you like, drilling that into the header component, so that when the user clicks the logout button, it runs the relevant logout code. So we actually haven't created this endpoint on our server. So that's the next step, because at the moment that's going to nowhere. But if that server-side code did exist, we're posting the user's ID, the relevant user's unique ID, to the logout endpoint, and the logout endpoint handles the logout functionality on the server. But let's create the server-side code, the relevant server-side code for logging out. Okay. So I'm actually just going to paste that in from the code that I've got. So let's go to user_controller, and I'm going to paste in the code from the prototype code that I've created in preparation for this course, just to save time. And we'll just briefly look at the code here. So we've got a function called logout handler that hooks into Gin-Gonic so that we can expose an endpoint that maps to this function. So when the user goes to that endpoint, or when the client calls that endpoint, this function is called and the relevant logic is applied. So we've got a logout struct here, local struct, that includes JSON data, the user ID. It maps to that. So this user ID will store the user ID passed in through the body of the post request to this logout handler function. And then we're binding to the struct with what's passed in through the body, the user ID, which will be passed in as JSON data, through to this function when the relevant endpoint is accessed. And it's accessed via a post request, a HTTP post request. So we're handling any exceptions here, and then we're just logging it to the screen for testing purposes. We're logging it. And then we're updating the relevant tokens to an empty string here, because we're logging out. We don't need these stored anywhere on the server, the tokens. So we're logging out. So that's why we're doing that and handling any exceptions. And then we're setting the token to expired -1 to invalidate the token, the HTTP cookie, so it cannot be used anymore in subsequent requests. And we're doing the same for the refresh token, and then we're just passing back a message to the client with a status response, HTTP status of status OK, and a relevant message logged out successfully. So now the next thing, of course, we need to do, and we can do it in unprotected routes, is we need to map an endpoint to the logout Gin-Gonic function. So it's an unprotected route. And this is just, this unprotected route has this in the path, log out. So this is the endpoint log out, and then we of course need to map it to the appropriate Gin-Gonic function, which is log out handler. Log out handler. So let's go to the client and see what's happening there. So we're posting to the logout, we're posting the user's ID. It's returning us HTTP status of OK, hopefully. And if all has gone well, we're setting auth to null. So we're setting that global auth variable to null, and we're removing it from local storage. Okay. So let's test that out. Let's see if we can log out of the system now. So let's run the server. Go run dot. And let's run the client. Let's first clear the screen here. And let's go npm run dev to run the client. Let's copy this URL to the browser window. Like that. Okay. Great. And let's authenticate as Garth Jenkins. hotmail.com. Password 1. Okay. Log in. We still need to do something about this, but it has said hello Garth, but it's in black. So we can't see it against the black header here. But we have logged in successfully. And we can go to recommended. That proves that we are logged in successfully. And then we can log out by pressing this button, which is not working. Okay. So let's just see what's going on here. Okay. Logged out reference. Axios client is not defined at handle logout. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. No, it's just an importation problem there. Okay. So let's fix that. I'm just going to go to the client and quickly fix that. We're not importing Axios clearly here. Okay. Okay, so we're trying to call the logout endpoint using the Axios client, but we haven't imported the Axios client here. So that's what's happening there. And it's easy to remedy this problem with this line of code here. We're just importing the Axios client. So we need to import the useAuth hook here, like that. And make sure that we set a variable, the state variables auth and setAuth. Retrieve the state variables auth and setAuth from the useAuth hook, like that. So this should actually be hook, not hooks. Let's change that there. npm run dev. Okay. Copy that URL to our browsers. Login as Goth Jenkins. Okay. So we're logging in here. Everything's working. And let's see if we can log out. Brilliant. So our logout functionality is now working brilliantly. That's great. Okay, so what I want to do here is for the use Axios private hook, I'm going to replace this code. So now you'll see the significance of using a private hook here to get use Axios private hook, where we're creating a completely different Axios object to the one we're using for unprotected endpoints here. And of course, we're using this hook code here that creates a completely different Axios object. And the reason I'm doing that is so that we can refresh the token, which will keep the user logged in. But this code is super involved, and I'm not going to do it line by line because you'll see there's a lot here involved, but I will give you a brief explanation of what's going on. By all means, please look at the code on GitHub and copy and paste it into your own applications and go through it line by line yourself to get an understanding of what's actually going on here. Briefly, I'll explain briefly what's going on here. So, for example, let's say the user has left the user's browser open and the token has timed out. So what's actually happening here is this code is going to receive an error, a 401 error here. So what it does is it puts that request here within a failed queue. So it puts it within a queue here. And then this code here traverses that queue and tries it again once a new refresh token, the token has been refreshed. So this is why we have a refresh token. The client's, once the access token times out, so it gets the appropriate error sent back to the client, the token is timed out. This client makes a further post request to this refresh endpoint, which we haven't yet written. We'll write that code in just a bit. And it gets given a new token. So the access token and the refresh token are both refreshed on the server and passed back to the client. And then then this code here that traverses the failed queue will then try again with the new refreshed token to access that protected endpoint. So the tokens are refreshed. So in other words, it doesn't just log you out. The client still remains logged in, and our code here just automatically refreshes the token on the server so that the client remains logged in. It doesn't just log you out automatically or present you with an error that your token has expired. It refreshes the token for you. And we've even got code here that if you've left the token to expire, in other words, you've just left your browser open and the token has expired and the refresh token has expired, then it logs you out and presents you with the login screen, so you have to re-authenticate. But you can control the time on the server, the time when the tokens expire. But this is what this code is doing here. So if your token has expired and you try to access a protected endpoint, it won't just log you out. It will make a post request to the server to refresh the tokens. So you will remain logged in, and on the quiet, it's refreshing the tokens, and then then it will process the queue here, and a new call to that endpoint that you tried to access where the token expired will be made with the new refreshed token. So that will go through, and so you won't be disrupted on the client, and this makes for an excellent user experience. So you will remain logged in until you actually manually log yourself out, which will invalidate the tokens. So this is how this code here is working. But I urge you to go through the code, the logic line by line, and try to understand this code. So that's what this code is doing here. It's refreshing the token if the access token expires, and keeps the client logged in so that the client has control over when the client logs out. Okay, so now you can see that we're making a call here to this refresh endpoint. We haven't yet created that refresh endpoint. So I'm going to go to the server-side code and create that refresh endpoint within the user controller file, where we're going to create the handler function within the user controller file and map it to an appropriate refresh endpoint. So again, I'm just going to copy this code in here to save time, but please, by all means, go through the code yourself to understand what is going on. Okay, here. So let's copy this function handler code in here. And you can see what's going on here. We're getting the refresh token from the cookie. Here, we're validating the refresh token. So the refresh token is automatically being passed in via the HTTP only cookie that we're setting when the user logs in. So the token what's happened here is the token has expired on the client. And instead of the user being logged out when the user tries to access a protected endpoint, the code automatically makes a call to the refresh endpoint, and this logic is run, this Gin-Gonic handler function is run, and the refresh token value is extracted from the relevant HTTP only cookie here, and we validate the refresh token here, and we make sure the user ID that is also sent through with the refresh token, it will be within the refresh token, encoded within the refresh token, so we can access the user ID by extracting that user ID from the token itself. So it's being decoded. The claims that are encoded within the refresh token are being decoded and read here. So we're able to read the user's ID from the claim here and find the user within the database. And then we can generate new tokens. So we're generating a new refresh token and a new token. And then we are saving those tokens to the relevant HTTP only cookies here. And the tokens have been refreshed, so the user remains logged in when the user accesses a protected token. And the access token may have timed out. Our client code automatically makes a request to this logic here via an appropriate endpoint, and the tokens are refreshed and saved to the relevant HTTP only cookies, so the user can remain logged in and can access those endpoints. So it's up to the user to log out manually. So that makes for a much better user experience. But if the refresh token if the access token and the refresh token have timed out, we've got this code here that actually logs the user out properly. In other words, it removes the local storage setting, the auth setting. Bear in mind, this user local storage setting will no longer store the tokens. So it will store information about the user, but not the tokens. So there's no security risk in storing the first name, the last name, and information like that. So the tokens are no longer stored here, but we remove the user information and we set the global auth state variable to null. So we're logging the user out. If the access token and the refresh token have expired, then we log the user out with our code. Okay, so let's go back here. User controller. Okay. Have an issue there. We need to close that off there. Save that. Getting a problem there. User.userid, users collection. I think we called it user collection. Sorry, let's change that to user collections because I'm copying and pasting the code. Validate refresh token. Okay, we don't have validate refresh token. We haven't written that code yet. Clearly undefined, yeah. So we haven't written that validate refresh token function yet. User.userid, saying user.userid is undefined. So we're mapping that user struct there. So user.userid, it doesn't like that there. Just going to look at what my model looks like here. Yeah, user ID. Okay, so we've included that as a capital D. Okay, so that's the reason. So I'm just going to make that a capital D to solve that problem there. Validate refresh token. We need to write the validate refresh token. I've already written that in the prototype, so I'm just going to copy that. Validate refresh token. It's very similar to the validate token method, but obviously it's meant to validate the refresh token. So I'm just going to copy that in there. Let's go to our token underscore util. File here and paste it in there. Okay. We're not reading in the key clearly there, so we need to make sure we're reading in secret refresh key. Okay, we are reading in the secret refresh key there, but we're referencing a different name there. So secret refresh key. Let's update that there. And that now looks good. And all we're doing here is writing standard Go code here to validate the refresh token in much the same way as we've done to validate the access token here. It's pretty much, this code is very similar. Okay. Great. Let's go back to user controller. What's the problem? Let's go to problems. User ID, so that user ID there also needs to be changed to user capital ID like that. Okay, fine. No more problems. Now that we've written our refresh token handler, the next step is to map an endpoint to this refresh token handler function, Gin-Gonic function. So this will also be an unprotected route. And let's include the relevant post request to the refresh endpoint there. The relevant code that maps a post request to this refresh endpoint to the relevant Gin-Gonic handler function. Okay, I think we're ready to test that now. Let's just double check that I haven't broken anything. We're not going to do a detailed test on that refresh functionality, but you can by resetting the various timeouts. You can trigger a access token. You can trigger the access token to expire by appropriately setting its timeout, and then you can test the refresh functionality yourself. Okay, and I'm going to run the client, dev, npm run dev, like this. Okay, let's copy that to the browser. Okay, look at that big screen. That looks okay. Let's log Garth Jenkins in. hotmail.com, password 1 exclamation point. Great. Okay, so we're logging Garth in. Obviously we need to do something about that. No point in having hello Garth in black against a black background, so we'll do something about that. Recommended. So yeah, it's all working fine. And can we log out? Yep, we can. Perfect. So we're in good shape. Okay, great. And then to do with the authentication on the front end and how it affects the front end and logging out, there's one more test I'd like to do. Firstly, actually, I need to run the code again. Run dot npm run dev. I just want to show you something at the moment, why the login functionality isn't ideal just yet. So firstly, I want to show you why the login functionality isn't ideal yet. So if I log in, okay, so let's log in as Garth Jenkins again. Why not? Stick to the same user. Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. Password 1 exclamation point. So we're logged in and we can access all the relevant endpoints. All is just fine and dandy and wonderful. Great. But now what happens if we refresh the browser window? Look at that. Logs us out. So we can no longer access our protected endpoints. So that's all. So that's a huge inconvenience if the user just refreshes his browser and just gets automatically logged out. If for some reason the client decides to refresh the browser, look what happens. And we still, we don't want the user to be logged out at this point. We want the user to remain logged in even when they refresh the browser. So we can actually use to resolve this, we can actually use the auth information that gets sent down from the server when the user logs in, and we are currently saving that to local storage, and we can use that to check whether the user is logged in or not. So when if the user refreshes the browser, the user can remain on the recommended page and not be presented with the sign-in screen. So let's write the code to resolve this issue. Okay, I'm just going to cancel out of that, clear the screen. Okay, we can keep the server running. We're not going to create any server-side code. We're just going to amend our code on the client to resolve that issue. So to do that, you can see what's actually happening here first. Let's go to auth provider. We've got the auth provider component here. We're going to amend the code within the auth provider component, but what's actually happening here is if we go to required auth here, you can see that it's checking the auth state variable. It's retrieving it from a global store within the context. So it's retrieving the auth state variable. It's checking it here. If the auth is true, it outputs the expected page that the user's navigated to. So in this case, it would be the recommended page. But if that auth is falsy, then it explicitly navigates the user to the login route here, which is what we want if the user hasn't yet authenticated. But if the user has authenticated, we want the recommended page displayed to the user. So to resolve this issue, when the user for some reason decides to refresh the browser and then it presents the user with the login screen, we don't want that if the user has authenticated. But we do want it if the user is not authenticated, because then the user can authenticate through the login screen and the login functionality. But if the user is just refreshing the page but is in fact being authenticated, we want the recommended page presented to the user. We don't want the user to be navigated to the login screen. We're setting this local storage value here with the response sent back from the server when the user logs on, which contains various information about the user. Now, what's important to note here is that we are no longer sending the tokens back for security reasons. That's being handled by HTTP only cookies. But we are sending information about the user that is not so sensitive, like the user's first name, last name, email. That's okay to store locally, because it doesn't matter if some nefarious code comes along and reads that information. It's not going to allow them to access protected endpoints like the token would, because the token is like a key that can be used to unlock protected resources. But we do want to store information about the user returned from this login endpoint once the user has authenticated, and we are storing that in local storage within the browser. We're storing it statically. So if the user refreshes the browser, the context information is actually flushed out of memory, but this user information that's saved to local storage will be stored statically within the browser, so we can still read that information from the browser, but we can't read that state information after the user's refreshed the user's browser. We can't read the state information here in the auth variable, in the auth state variable. That will be cleared from memory, so we won't be able to read that. So that is the reason why this code here is then navigating us to the login screen once the user refreshes the browser, because that auth state has now been cleared, so it's set to null. So this code is running correctly, but that's not what we want for the user's experience to be. So to resolve this, let's go to auth provider here, and the first thing we want to do is create. So firstly, I'm going to create a loading state variable, and you'll see how we use that in just a bit. And then we need to include this code here. And you can see what we're doing here. We're reading that user data from local storage, which is stored statically in the browser. So this is the way we can get around if the browser refreshes the user's browser. If the user refreshes the user's browser, that auth information is lost pretty much, even if the user's been authenticated. So that's currently what's happening. But now we're actually reading that information from local storage. And if that is successful, we're resetting that state variable. So after the user refreshes the browser, we're reading in that information from local storage and resetting that auth state variable, which is accessed now globally, which can be accessed globally through the use auth hook that we created. So that's what we're doing here. So when this loads again, we're reading that information from local storage, which is stored statically. So the information when the user logged in is not lost. So this is how the user can remain logged into the system even if the user refreshes the user's browser and the auth information is lost. We can read that information in through this setting in local storage. Okay, and the next thing we need to do is include this use effect. So when the auth state variable changes, it runs this. So if auth is truthy, we can set the item in local storage. And if it's not truthy, if it's falsy, we're removing that from local storage there. And now we're handling this centrally within the auth provider component here. Okay, and we need to import use effect, because now we're using it twice within this component here, the auth provider component. Okay, we've got two use effect hooks running here. One that executes when the component loads, so it's reading in the user's information from local storage, and the other use effect only runs when the auth state variable changes, and that will change when the user logs in and logs out. So it'll be set to null when the user logs out, and it'll be set to the user's information when the user logs in, the relevant information, but it won't include the tokens, so that our application remains secure. We are handling the tokens through HTTP only cookies. Okay, excellent. So now let's go back to the login. So now you can see here where we're adding it to local storage. We're now doing it centrally within the auth provider component. So we no longer need to do that here, because this use effect will run when auth changes within the login component. So when we set auth, this use effect will trigger, if you like, and this code will run. So if auth is truthy, which it will be when the user logs in, we're adding that information to local storage. And when we log out, conversely, when we log out, so let's go to the app.jsx file here. When we log out here, we are actually removing it explicitly, but we don't need this code because now that code is centralized. Centralized within auth provider here. So we're removing it when the auth is set to null, so it changes. This use effect runs. It goes, if auth is truthy, then set it. But if it's falsy, if it's been set to null and it's changed from truthy to falsy, in other words, it's been set to null, the user's logged out, we remove it from local storage here, and that code now is centralized within the auth provider component. And we need to pass down the loading state variable. So we're setting loading to true here, because when we're setting it to true by default, and then when the use effect hook runs, it's going to be loading, and then once it runs through this code, the loading state variable is set to false. Whether an error occurs or not, it's still set to false, so that loading indicator will disappear. Okay, and then the next thing we need to do is go to required auth. Now we need to see exactly what required auth does first. So let's go back to app.jsx. You can see here we're wrapping these protected routes within the required auth element here. So this required auth protects these routes on the client. So let's go to required auth and see what's happening. So you can see if the user is authenticated, you can go to the protected route. The user will see the protected route that it's trying to access. Else, if that is null, the user's explicitly navigated to the login screen, so the user needs to authenticate. So we need to include, and this logic is fine, by the way, that's perfect. So we actually need to include this code here. So we're going to include a loading indicator, our spinner that we created earlier on. So we need to import the spinner there. So we're going to show a loading indicator if that loading state variable that we are retrieving from useAuth, the useAuth hook, which engages with our context that we've created within auth provider here. See, we've created this loading state variable here that's being set appropriately within this functionality that reads in the user's information and then sets the auth state variable appropriately. So we go back to required auth here. So if it's loading, we want to display the spinner, and we're importing the spinner there. Great. Okay. And we're now retrieving the loading state variable, which is now set globally within our context. And this logic is correct. We don't have to change anything else. So I think that will now work. And we're no longer setting that local storage variable once the user logs in, because we're setting it within the login component, because we're setting it now centrally within the auth provider. And remember, the auth provider component or element wraps all the routes. So that's how we can pass down the context. That's how the context is available to all of our components within our application, which includes our protected routes where it's needed, for example, with the recommended component here. Okay, one other thing I want to do is within auth provider, I just want to put this try code here to encapsulate all of this functionality here. Okay, so let's just move that down outside of this curly bracket there. And that makes more sense. Okay, that looks all right. Okay. So we want to catch any exceptions, like when it's reading the local storage setting, we want to catch that if there's an issue there. And of course, we want to set the loading indicator to false, whether an error occurs or not when processing this code here, which reads in the user information, parses it because it'll be in string format when it reads it from local storage, and turns it into an object here and sets the auth state variable. PM run dev. Okay. Let's go to the relevant URL here. Recommended. Okay, let's log in. like that. Let's go to the recommended page here and let's see if what happens when we refresh this page. Brilliant. Okay. There we go. So we're refreshing the page by selecting the address and pressing the enter key. And now we're remaining logged in. So this remains in the login state, and we've still got Hello Garth here in black. I need to sort that out. But yeah, so that solved our problem. We're now able to refresh the browser window and remain logged in. So that makes for a much better user experience. You don't want the user to perhaps inadvertently refresh the user's browser and be logged out of the system. That doesn't make sense. So, but we want the user to be able to explicitly log out on their own terms, which is working now. Great. So the user now needs to re-authenticate. Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. Password, 1 exclamation point. And now the user just remains logged in no matter whether the user refreshes the browser or not. Okay. And so that works as expected, as one would expect that to work. Hello Garth, that needs to be in white, I think. So I'm going to just sort that out. So I'm just going to add a class to, we can just leave that running there. Go here, let's go to the header component. And where it says Hello Garth, let's just include these classes to style it better. And that should propagate right through. And there it is, Hello Garth. Excellent, so we've got now Hello Garth appearing appropriately in white on a black background. That looks much better. Excellent, so that's all working. For good measure, let's just try and refresh this a few times. And we're good. We're remaining logged in as Garth Jenkins. Okay, great. So, but we can log out whenever we choose. So let's log out now. And we logged out. And you can see we need to re-authenticate if we want to go to the recommended page now. Okay, so we're good there. Brilliant. I'm really happy with that. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is create kind of a substitute for the streaming functionality. And in fact, all we're going to do is play a YouTube video, a trailer for each of the videos, which just substitutes for the streaming functionality. So we're going to bypass creating actual streaming functionality and just substitute in playing the trailers in a React component called React Player. So the first thing we need to do is actually install React Player, and it's very easy to do. Okay, so now we want to be able to stream our movies, and we're not going to actually create an actual streaming functionality. In its place, we'll just run a trailer that exists on YouTube within a component called React Player. So we're going to use a third-party component to actually play the movie, the relevant trailer per each movie. If we look here in Compass, we can actually see that each movie contains a field called YouTube ID that contains the ID of a movie that has been published to YouTube. And these particular videos are the trailer for the relevant movie document within the movie's collection. So that's how we are able to play a video pertaining to each of these movies. So we're not actually streaming the movie. We're in fact playing the trailer for the movie, which exists on YouTube. And we're going to use a component called React Player to help us create that functionality. So let's go into our code. So I'm going to start by creating a folder within the components folder, and I'm going to call this stream with a small s here. Within stream, I'm going to create a file called stream movie like this .jsx, and I'm actually just going to copy in the code for stream movie. But firstly, we need to install a component called React Player, which will be leveraged to play the actual movie's trailer within the browser. So let's go to the client terminal window here and let's install React Player. npm install React Player. Now, if we were to run this, it would install the latest version of React Player, and I don't want to do that because there were some breaking changes I found with the latest version. So the one that I know works is version 2.16.0. So to install a particular version, you can just include the @ symbol like that, and then the relevant version 2.16.0. And let's press the enter key, and it will install the appropriate version of React Player. So I'm going to just copy in the code here for this component, and all it does is play a movie, a YouTube video, which is the trailer for the relevant movie. You can see a parameter gets passed through with the YouTube ID. We're reading that parameter and we're including that as part of the URL. And then within React Player, the component we're importing here, it plays the relevant trailer for our movie. Okay, so then we want to include it within the protected roots here within app.jsx. So let's copy this code. I'm just going to copy this code in here. That will point to our stream movie component. We need to, of course, import stream movie within the app component. And we can do that with this code here. So we're importing it there. And we're mapping our root path here to the relevant stream movie component there. And you can see that it's got a YT_ID parameter. So this is how we're passing in the YouTube ID to the relevant trailer to the stream movie component. Okay. And then we need to go into the movie component here, and you can see off screen I've already created the code for this here. We've got a key here that points to, that makes this div tag unique. This is, of course, the MongoDB unique identifier for the document that we're using here as the key for this div element here. And then within here, we've imported the link component from React Router DOM, and we're wrapping the card, each of the movie cards, within the link element, and we're pointing through this to attribute, we're pointing to our stream component, and we're passing in, you can see how we're passing in the YouTube ID so that the relevant trailer can be played within React Player, and that's the component that we recently installed. And that we're using that third-party component to help us play the movie within the browser. Okay, excellent. So you can see we're closing the link down here. It's wrapping the card within a link. And that should be great. We should be able to play our trailers for our movie. So let's make sure that the server is running. So let's run the server, go run dot, and let's test to see if we can now play the trailers for each of the movies by clicking on the relevant movie cards. Okay, so let's run the client npm run dev like that. And let's copy this to our clipboards. Let's open the browser window and let's see what we've got here. We've got a problem straight off the bat. Okay, right. So streammovie.css failed to resolve. Okay, JSX. Okay. I didn't include the relevant style sheet. Okay, so I just want to include a style sheet within the stream folder here. It's a scoped style sheet. So let's create a new file called streammovie.css like that. Okay, and the CSS code is very basic. It's just ensuring that the movie screen, React Player takes up 90% of the viewport, and it's going to be responsive on smaller screens. With this particular style here, you can see here, we're setting the class name to that style. Okay, and now I think we're ready to test out the functionality for playing a movie within React Player. Okay, and let's go npm run dev like that. Okay, let's copy that to our browser window. And let's test our code. Let's log in as Garth Jenkins. Remember, it's a protected root because we only want logged in users to be able to utilize the streaming functionality provided by our MagicStream website. So password, 1 exclamation point, and let's log in as Garth Jenkins. And let's try run one of our movies. Excellent. Look at that.
I love that stuff.
Okay. And now we're good. We can run our movies here.
He's the best.
And this is just...
Well, I was not really ready for a relationship. And no one.
Okay, so clearly it's streaming our movies. Well, it's not...
The warden.
I didn't, since you asked. On the outside, I was an honest man.
Okay, and we're now able to simulate the streaming of our movies just by playing the trailers on YouTube.
The blue. I am a Baggins. What? Still the pines were the trees like.
Great, I'm really happy with that. And there's only one thing left to do really before we've finished. And that's brand our web application. And I've prepared a little icon that I actually generated through ChatGPT for the MagicStream branding. And then we just need to put it in place. So we want to place it here within the assets folder. The actual icon that represents MagicStream. So I'm going to... So I've got my icon here that represents MagicStream. I'm just going to copy this from the prototype code that I created to this folder here. So I'm just going to go reveal in File Explorer, go into Assets and paste it there, and it should show up there. There it is, MagicStream. As I say, I just generated this through artificial intelligence. And now we're going to place it appropriately within the header. So where it says brand here, or somewhere here, there, brand, we want to include an image here, just above where it says MagicStream. Let's include the image. Okay, and you can see we've got this logo variable here, so we need to import the image from our assets folder, and we can do that with this line of code here. So we're importing this MagicStream logo into the header component, and we're branding our web page. So, and then we want to include this also in our registration dialog. So let's go to the register component here. So we want to include our logo here also within register. Okay, with this line of code here. So we need to make sure we're importing the logo, and we can do that with this line of code. And then we want to do it again for the login form, the login dialog, the login form, the login screen. So let's import logo there, and then include the image within that login form to brand our website. Great, so let's test what we got. npm run dev. Let's see if our website is now branded appropriately. Okay, let's go there. Let's run that. Look at that, we've got MagicStream there now. So our website is appropriately branded. And let's go to login. There it is, MagicStream register. Let's register a user, and I think that looks pretty good. And now we can make use of our MagicStream website. And we can test the streaming.
Those are two boys that cut up Delilah.
Okay, that's looking good. So if we log out, we shouldn't be able to stream these movies because we're not authenticated. So let's try that. So if we click on that movie, we need to authenticate before streaming the movie. Whoops. And let's log in. Brilliant.
Timber.
So that's all working. Knives out. Let's try that. Daniel Craig.
Ladies and
Things you know we can't ask.
So that's all working perfectly. I'm really happy with that. And that is basically our functionality already in place. And we can see the admin reviews here. Brilliant. And we can run our movies. There's one other thing I'd like to do, and that's just putting in a play button just in the middle of the movies, just for effect. So we can do that quickly, and that'll be it. Then I think our functionality is all in place, and you can see all the code on GitHub on the relevant repository, which has been included below in the description. So we want to include on the movies, on each of our movies, a play button. So I'm going to include a style sheet here. New file, movie.css, and let's include the code for a transform effect when the user hovers the mouse pointer over the movie. And it also includes a play icon that will be situated over each of the movie cards in the middle of the movie image. Okay, let's go back to movie.jsx and let's implement the code for that. And in fact, we need to, in order for that to work, we need to install Font Awesome. Okay. Okay, so we want to include a play icon in the middle of each of our movie posters. So we're in the movie component here, the code for the movie component. And we're going to use Font Awesome to include our play button icon within each of the movies. So we've already created the CSS for that, and we've got these classes here that we're going to leverage. One to create a hover effect over each of the movie cards, and the other to place this one here, play icon overlay. We're going to overlay the play icon within the movie card. So each of the movies will have a play icon in the center of where the poster is in the movie card. So let's go back to the movie component code. Okay. And we want to firstly install Font Awesome. Okay, so we want to install two Font Awesome packages. Let's install the first one, npm install at fort awesome / free - solid - svg icons. Press the enter key. Okay, brilliant. That's installed that. Great. So we've got free - solid - svg icons installed. Let's clear the screen and install the second package we want. So npm and install fort at fort awesome / react - font awesome, like that. Let's press the enter key. Brilliant. So we've now got our Font Awesome packages installed, and let's import them up here so that we can leverage their functionality. So import, and it's Font Awesome icon from open quotations at Fort awesome.free solid SVG icons like that. Okay, excellent. And then we want to, I'm just going to duplicate that, and we want to import a particular icon called FA circle play. That's the icon we want to import, and we need to import it from, oops, sorry. This one should be React font awesome like that. And this is the one we want for free solid SVG icons. We're importing a particular icon from free-solid-svg icons like that. And then we want to place that within the center of each of our movie images. So to do that, we're including a span element below the image element here, and then we are handling the actual placement of the FA circle play icon within this movie.css file here, with this CSS code here. So if we go back to movie, you can see that we are leveraging that class, that CSS class, to place the FA circle play icon within the middle of our images. And there's other functionality here for hovering our mouse pointer over the card, and you'll see that we've created a hover effect, a custom hover effect over each of our movie cards when the user hovers the user's mouse pointer over each of the movie cards to highlight that that particular movie is in focus. I think that looks pretty good. But one thing we haven't done is we haven't imported our movie.css file. So we've got to do that. And we can do that with this line of code here. Okay. Great. Let's run our code. npm run dev. Our server-side code is already running. And let's copy this URL to our browser window. Close it down. Here, like this. Okay, excellent. So that's worked perfectly. Our play icon is appearing within the middle of each of our movies. But when we hover our mouse pointers over the movie, that currently doesn't seem to be working. And that is because we haven't applied a particular class. So let's leave that running. And we need to go back to our code here. And which class are we missing? We're missing a particular class. And it's movie card that we're missing. We're missing movie card here. See, we've got our card bootstrap icon, which turns this div tag into a card. And we need to apply our custom CSS code, which is in the movie.css file, to this element. So movie card, and that should include the font. That should include the hover effect now within our code. Let's see if that works. Oops. Go here. And there we go. And we've got our hover effect now working. So we've got our play button, signifying that we can play, we can stream the actual movie. Of course, it's just going to play the trailer of the movie as a substitute for that streaming functionality. So let's see if that works. So if we play that there, it's prompting us to authenticate because it's a protected route. We can only stream the movies if we are authenticated. Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. Password 1 exclamation point. Log in, and it should take us to the movie and stream it for us.
I suspect found. It had no suspects.
Well, that's looking pretty good. Jack Reacher. Okay, good old Tom Cruise.
He knows what I did. Nothing to lose.
Okay, let's go to the recommended section. We got Unforgiven, fantastic movie.
Maybe I ain't.
Batman the more with 11.
Kill them cowboys.
And that's it. Basically, we've got all of our functionality now in place, and that is awesome. So let's see what a review looks like here. We can review our movies. We can, well, if we're just a user, we can view the reviews, but we can't update the reviews. So let's log out and log in as an administrator, Bob Jones at hotmail.com. Password 1 exclamation point. We logged on as an administrator. This movie's wasn't too bad, actually. Oh, should be this movie. It's not very good. Okay, and we can actually change this review. This movie isn't too bad. Let's just say this movie was absolutely fantastic. Exclamation mark. Submit the review. Excellent. So it's changed the sentiment from good to excellent. This movie was absolutely fantastic. And we can even watch our movie if we want. There we go. And that is looking really good. I'm really happy with that.
I don't think I've ever been this hungover.
What's on your arm?
Hours.
Yeah, that's not...
Brilliant. And that's our application done. Let's log out. So we've pretty much coded our full stack web application. We've created our data store using MongoDB. We've created a web API component written in Go that runs on the Gin-Gonic web framework. We have created a UI client using React so that the users of our application can benefit from the high-performing user interactive real-time UI responsiveness provided by React. But there's no point leaving our code hanging about on our local machines. It's great for testing and development, but we are eventually going to want to share our application with the public. So in this part of the course, we are going to publish our application to various cloud platforms. The components of our application are going to reside on 3 disparate platforms. So this is an example of a distributed scalable application. We have also employed cybersecurity techniques so that our client and server components can communicate with one another across domains using HTTPS. We are firstly going to publish our MongoDB database to the Atlas platform. We'll then seed our deployed MongoDB database on Atlas with the data we have stored on our local machines through the use of MongoDB database tools. MongoDB Atlas is MongoDB's fully managed cloud-native database service designed to simplify the deployment management and scaling of MongoDB in the cloud. We are going to publish our Gin-Gonic web API component written in Go to Render. Render is a modern cloud hosting platform that provides developers with a way to easily deploy and scale web applications, APIs, static sites, databases, and background workers. It's often described as a middle ground between traditional infrastructure services like AWS and fully abstracted platforms like Heroku. One of the reasons I chose Render is because it still has a free tier that we can use. We are going to deploy our React client code to Vercel. Vercel is a cloud platform optimized for front-end development, especially for building, deploying, and scaling web applications with modern frameworks like Next.js, React, Vue, Svelte, and more. It focuses on speed, simplicity, and a smooth developer experience. Vercel also provides a free tier that we can use. Great. So, when we created the code for our application, we configured our server and client to communicate with one another via HTTPS, even if they reside on 2 separate domains. So, HTTPS ensures that the data exchange between client and server is encrypted on the wire, which is part of our overall cybersecurity strategy. We are using token-based authentication and storing the tokens within HTTP-only cookies so that, for example, malicious JavaScript code cannot be injected into the client and steal the tokens. So we have protected the client from XSS attacks, cross-site scripting attacks. As discussed, the tokens are like keys, and keys can be stolen and used to gain access to protected resources. So using HTTP-only cookies is another significant part of our overall cybersecurity strategy. So, we have built a robust and secure full-stack web application where our client and server can reside on 2 different domains on the internet and communicate with each other securely. So let's get going. We're going to start by creating a MongoDB database in the cloud, and we're going to use the Atlas platform for this purpose. So firstly, we need to create an account on Atlas. So we need to navigate to https://mongodb.com and then products, platform, Atlas database. Great. And I'm going to sign in. I've already created an account. If you haven't yet created an account, please create an account. You can just click this Get Started button here. I'm going to sign in. I've already created an account with my Google credentials. So I'm just going to press Google here. Signing me in automatically. Excellent. And then it's very straightforward. And if you haven't yet created a cluster, you can create a free cluster. So you can use a free tier on Atlas and create your MongoDB database. So the first step to doing that is to hit this create button here to create a cluster. And I'm going to select AWS here as my provider, and then this free option here. And I'm going to name my cluster MagicStream Movies. Like that. I'm going to choose America here. North Virginia in America. Free, okay. Free forever. Your free cluster is ideal for experimenting in a limited sandbox. So this is really just for testing purposes. And we can just create deployment now. So let's click the Create Deployment button here. Okay, excellent. Okay, and then access your Atlas data using MongoDB's native drivers, for example, Node.js, Go, etc. And we want Go to be able to access our MongoDB database. So I'm going to click this option here. Node.js driver, I'm going to select Go from this drop-down list here. Okay, and then we have our connection string set up here. Okay, so we need to replace DB password with the password for the Gavin Londy database user. Okay, so we can copy this to our clipboards. We've got our connection string. Let's copy that to our clipboards. We're going to be using that within our application to connect to our deployed version of our MongoDB database. And of course, we need to replace this with the actual password, which we haven't yet created. Okay, great. So we've created our cluster here, but we need to include a password within our connection string. You can actually add users to your cluster so that you can include that in the connection string that you'll use from the application to connect to the relevant database, our MagicStream Movies database. And you actually do this at the cluster level on Atlas. So how to do that is you go to this database access option here, and you can either add a new database user, but what I'm going to do is just edit my Gavin Londy user here and add a password that I want here. So I'm going to go edit password. Okay. And choose your own. I'm just going to use, just for simplicity, let's show it. Password. I'm just going to include password 1 here. It doesn't have to be super secure. We're just testing it. We're testing the deployment. So I've just chosen a very simple password, password 1, like that. Okay. And I'm going to update user. So the next thing I want to do is actually seed the database with the data that we've got stored locally in our local version of the database here, MagicStream Movies. And we can actually do that through the command line prompt through MongoDB database tools. So you firstly need to make sure that you've got the relevant tools installed. And you can actually do that by navigating to this URL, www.mongodb.com. .com try download and then data base hyphen tools like this. Press the enter key. Okay, and then it's detected, the site's actually detected my platform, and it's just a case of downloading the relevant MSI file and running the installation to make sure that you've got those tools installed, which we're going to use so that we can deploy, or that we can seed the database that we've got running on Atlas with the data that we've got running locally. And you can verify whether you've got the tools installed by typing MongoDump -- version like this. Okay, so I do. I've got MongoDump installed. So now the first thing we want to do is find out where this is, the path to this location here. So we can right click that there, show connection info. Okay, and we've got localhost 27017, so we need that connection there. I'm just going to copy that there. So we've got a record of it there. So localhost, this is the path. This is the connection string to our local databases, MongoDB databases. So we first want to make, basically we want to create we want to kind of export it. We want to create a copy of our database, and we can do that using MongoDump. So we're going to do that with this code here. MongoDump, and then -- URI, the -- URI option equals to, and then within quotation marks, go MongoDB : / and then we want localhost : 27017 should I say. So localhost : and the port number's 27017, and then we want the name of our database, which is the name of our local database, which is MagicStream movies. So include MagicStream movies like this, and then a -- out option equals to, and then / dump like that. So we're creating a copy of this data, if you like, so we're creating a copy of this local database with this command. Press the enter key. And now we want to update the database we've just created on Atlas with the data that we've just dumped out here on our local machines. Okay, so to do that we go Mongo restore -- URI equals to, and then we need to include this connection string here. So I'm going to copy that and paste it there, and we need to replace this password with the password that we chose through Atlas. So let's replace this here with password 1 like that. Okay, and let's see if that works. Okay, and that looks pretty good. I think that's worked. 37 documents restored successfully, 0 documents failed to restore. So now we can actually go to our server side and see whether that has worked, whether we've got data in our database. So View all projects. Project 0, let's go to our project here. And we should be able to browse collections now. So we can click the browse collection option here and see if our data has been restored within the database that we've got on running on Atlas. Look at that. That's exactly what we wanted. So we've now got a copy of our database that we created locally. We've now got that data seeded on the database that we created remotely in the cloud on Atlas, on the Atlas platform. Brilliant. So we've deployed our data pretty much. Great. So we're going to upload our server-side code, our Go Gin-Gonic code, to Render, the Render platform. But firstly, in order to do that, we're going to push the code that we've got for the client and server to a GitHub repository. So if that's the first step, we need to create a GitHub repository, and then we're going to push the code to that GitHub repository. So let's go onto GitHub. So this is how you would do it. So once you're logged on to your GitHub account, to do that, you want to create a new repository. So we go new repository, and we're going to call this one MagicStream Movies, like this. Okay, and it's available, so we can use this name, MagicStream Movies. And I'm going to make this private for now, but I'll make it publicly available once the course has been released. Okay, so let's do that. Let's create the repository there. And the thing to note, we've created the repository named MagicStream Movies, is that if you go to go.mod, and you'll recall that we created, when we initialized our server-side code, our Go code, we created the module based on this name here. So you can see that this first part of this path here is the path to the repository that we've just created. So this path would be similar, only it would contain your GitHub username here within the path. Okay, and now we want to push our code to GitHub. So firstly, let's open an appropriate Git Bash terminal window like this. We're going to use Git Bash to create our repository and push our code files to GitHub. So first thing we need to do is initialize our root folder that contains the client and server code as a repository. And to do that, we can type git init like this. So that's the first step. And it's all turned green then. And then I want to make sure that certain files, like for example, the .env files, are not included in the upload. We don't want to upload those to GitHub. So to do that, let's create a gitignore, a .gitignore file. Touch, and then .gitignore like this. And we've created a .gitignore file here. And I've prepared off screen the settings I want in the gitignore file here like this. Okay. So you can see it's grayed out .env there and .env there because we don't want those included. And of course all these node modules, we don't want that included within the remote repository. So it's already, Visual Studio has already detected these settings that I've included here. Okay, and that looks good. And now type git add dot, so we're adding the code files, the relevant code files to our repository. Great. And then we want to, I'm just going to clear the screen, and then we want to commit that action. So git commit. And this is, at this point, we can include a message for this particular command associated with this commit. And I'm just going to type initial commit of full stack MagicStream app like this. Okay, and that looks good. Let's press the enter key. Okay, that looks good. Excellent. And now we want to push those files to our new MagicStream movies folder that we just created on GitHub. So to do that, we can run these commands. So the first one is git remote and then add origin. So we're adding from origin. And then we can include, so this path that we're going to include is based on this base path here, which includes github.com and then my GitHub username. So obviously it'll include your particular username in your particular case. So https // and then let's include, we need to include this path here. Okay, because that's where we want to upload our code to on GitHub. And then let's press the enter key. Brilliant, that looks good. And then let's make sure that we're pushing to the appropriate branch, which is the main branch. Branch -m main, like this. Press the enter key. Okay, all good so far. And now we're pushing our local code to GitHub, so the remote repository. So git push -u origin main, and this is the main branch we're pushing to. Okay, and let's press the enter key to do that. And hopefully all goes well, and that looks good. Excellent. So now let's go onto GitHub and see if that code has been successfully pushed. Let's refresh this. Excellent. So our code is there. And do we have environment, the .env file there? No, we don't. And that's what I want. We only want the code files there. And we don't have things like the node modules pushed to GitHub. We don't need those there. And we don't have the .env file here. So that's brilliant. Okay. So now we're ready to publish the server-side code from GitHub to render. So the first thing we need to do is go to the render platform, render.com. Excellent. And I can go to the dashboard here like this, but I need to sign in. So I'm going to sign in using my GitHub credentials. I've created my account using my GitHub credentials, so you can do that too. I guess it makes it easier to publish from GitHub if you do it like that. Okay, so the next step is we can select this option here, deploy a web service. Okay, and then let's select our repository. It's already detected all my repositories in GitHub. So MagicStream movies. Okay. US, we want to keep it on the east of US, so Virginia would be ideal. That's where our MongoDB database resides. Okay. So we want to include a root directory here. So for the root directory, it is server MagicStream server, I believe it's movies. Let's just double check that. So if we go to our code here, yep, server MagicStream movies server. So MagicStream movies server. So that's not right. MagicStream movies server, like that. So that's from our root, from the root of the MagicStream movies repository. We want the root directory where our commands are run to be run from this directory, because that's where our Go code resides. And we want the free tier there. So all our settings look good now. And I think we're ready to deploy, very important step. We're not using the .env environment variables, so we need to add our environment variables here. Okay, so we're going to do that step by step now. So let's go to our code here. Let's go to the .env file here, which has been grayed out appropriately. So let's just start. Database name. Okay. So database name. And that's MagicStream movies, like this. Got that there now. add environment variable, MongoDB URI, and this is going to be different now to the one that we've got here, the local one. So let's select, let's go back there, MongoDB URI, and in fact what we want is this that we copied from Atlas. It generated this connection string for us, so this is the connection string we want. We don't want a local connection string, so let's copy that and paste it there. We've got database name and we've got the relevant connection string, and we need to change this password here to password 1. That's what we changed the password to for our MongoDB database on Atlas. So it's password 1, just to keep things simple. This is obviously just for testing purposes. For your actual production environment, you obviously want to select a more secure password. Okay, and then let's go back here, secret key, and we're just going to keep it your secret key. Add environment variable, secret key, your secret key, like that. Add another environment variable, secret refresh key. Okay. Secret refresh key. And we just keep going through it like this until we've copied all the settings, all the environment variable settings to the render platform like this. Okay. Back there. Base prompt template. And of course that's for prompting OpenAI. Okay, we need to copy all of this here right till the end. Okay. Copy that. Go here, paste it in there. Add another environment variable. What's the next one called? Okay, and this is our Open API key that we created on the OpenAI platform. So this is the OpenAI API key that we created on the OpenAI platform. Let's include that there. Let's go back here and let's copy the relevant key here. I will deactivate this key once I'm finished with this course. So you will need to obviously generate your own key if you want to try out the OpenAI functionality. Okay, let's go back there. Paste that in there. Okay. And let's add another environment variable. Recommended limit. Nearly there. Back there, recommended limit, and it's just a value of 5 like this. And we know we've got one more environment variable to configure here. Allow origins. And I'm actually just going to paste those in because we haven't yet published the client. We'll have to come back and adjust this setting once we've published the React client, and we're going to publish the React client to Vercel, the Vercel platform, which also offers us a free tier, which is great. Allow origins, and I'm just going to paste these in as placeholder settings for now, but we'll replace that once we've published the React code. Okay, and that's our environment variables done. And then it's just a case of deploying our web service. So let's do that. Let's hit the deploy web service button. Hopefully everything works. Required. We haven't included that there. We've got to include ./app like that. Okay. So that all looks right now. Okay. Let's do it. Wow. Okay. Deploy web service. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. But when does it ever go smoothly? Cloning from repository, and we're getting all of the status as it publishes our code. we're getting all the relevant status, and I'm really hoping this goes okay. So you can see it's building it, uploading build now. And it gives us a blow-by-blow status of what it's doing regarding the deployment process. Deploying build successful. That's really great. Okay, excellent. Deploying. That's exciting. And hopefully we don't have any issues. Warning, unable to fund .env file. Oh, okay, that's just me. I wrote unable to fund .env file. I meant unable to find .env file, which is actually expected. So that's not a fatal error. So it's just a whole bunch of warnings here. Okay. New primary port detected. 8080 restarting deploy to update network configuration. So you just note that you do need to have your port set to port 8080. So it defaults to port 8080. So it's best to include that as your port 8080. Available at, and there we've got it. We've got our URL, and I'm going to copy that URL because we're going to need to connect our client to that URL. So I'm going to copy that URL to Notepad here. So we've got all our settings there, and we're going to need to include that for our client side environment variable settings because it needs to connect obviously to the various endpoints, and this is the base URL of our endpoints on render. Okay, go back to render, and that's looking good. And let's see if we can test one of our endpoints through the browser just to see. It says it's live, and let's test the endpoint /movies like that. We go to our endpoint, and it returns all the data for our movies, which means we are ready to deploy our client on Vercel. Excellent. Okay, so now we're going to deploy the client to Vercel now that we've got MagicStream, the server-side part of the MagicStream application running on render. We're going to deploy our client code to Vercel. So to do that, we first go to the Vercel platform, the Vercel website here. Okay, and you can see I'm already logged in here. So you want to log in. I've actually logged in with my GitHub credentials. Just makes it easier to deploy from GitHub. Okay, and then once we've logged into Vercel, you can create your deployment. The first thing you do is go add new and then project like this. Okay, and we want to import from MagicStream Movies. So we import the MagicStream Movies repo. So we hit import like that. Project name MagicStream Movies. Okay, choose where you want to create your project and give it a name. So project name MagicStream Movies, and you want to edit the root directory here. So we want to edit this field here. And we want to set this to MagicStream client there. Continue. So we've adjusted that root to where our client code is within the repo, the React code. And it's detected that the framework is Vite for us. Okay, and we can just call this project MagicStream Movies. That's okay. And then we want to add I think we've only got one environment variable, so it's considerably less arduous than when we were configuring the server-side environment variables. So let's go to our .env file in our code, and we just want to add this environment variable. So Vite API base URL. Let's include that there, and then the value for that now is our render URL. So let's go there, and it's this here now that we want to include as our environment variable, because that is the root path, the base URL of where our API endpoints are. Okay, so let's just double check that. Yep. Yep, so that's correct. So now we're not on localhost anymore. We're on render. So we include this URL where our MagicStream server-side code resides, and this is the base URL for the relevant endpoints, the MagicStream endpoints. Okay, so the output is dist run build. So this is going to be, our build command will be npm run build here. Directory is going to be dist, so that's correct. Dist, and I think that's it. I think we're ready to deploy that now. Let's try it anyway. Let's go for it. Deploy. Deployment queued. Okay, and off it goes. It's doing its thing. Wow. Okay, Gavin's project. You just deployed a new project. Sure, that was pretty quick. Loading. Okay, let's click on that to see if it's error fetching movies. Okay, well, that's not great. Error fetching movies. Let's check what's going on there. Developer tools. It's cause. And that is because we need to configure this new URL within render. So let's see what happens when we do that. So we got to go back to render here, and to our allow origins here, we need to adjust the setting here to allow the relevant origin. So to do that, we go edit, and I'm just going to put a comma here and add the HTTPS address for where our React code is running. Let's take out that / there, and let's try again. Let's save, rebuild. Okay, it's rebuilding. So it's redeploying our application again. You can see, okay. Let's try again, see if that makes it work. Okay, so that's been deployed now. Just check. Render. Let's go / movies. So that's working. It's returning the expected data, all of our movie data. Let's see what happens now when we try and run MagicStream Movies, the client. And there we go. Working. Look at that. So if I run one, if I try to play a movie, okay, let's authenticate Garth Jenkins at hotmail.com. Password 1 ! Let's see what happens. It's logging us on. Hopefully it plays one of our movies. And there it is. Look at that. And our application is working perfectly.
What's on your arm? 02, a suspect, baby. Oh my God.
Let's go to recommended. These are our recommended movies for Garth Jenkins. Let's play Unforgiven. Ooh.
They're paying $1,000 to shoot him head on.
Are you really gonna kill them cowboys?
Very cool, and that's all working perfectly. So let's log out and log in as Bob Jones so that we can include our own movie reviews. Bob Jones at hotmail.com. Password 1 ! And we should be an administrator now. Let's go to recommended. So these are Bob Jones's recommended movies. And we can actually add reviews now. So let's create a review for The Hobbit. Okay, the movie was awful. I really hated it. Terrible. What an amazing movie. movie. I have never seen anything like this. Okay, submit review, and let's see what sort of sentiment. Excellent, and that's what you would have expected. So we got the Hobbit there is excellent within our recommended movies, and this is fantastic. Everything's working. I'm really happy with this. Got another Harry Potter there. The Empire Strikes Back. We can see what Darth Vader's up to.
And Chewbacca.
Where's Darth Vader?
A big turn the strikes back. Sing let's.
There he is. There's Darth Vader. Okay, cool.
Go. R2D2.
There we go. Loads our movies. I didn't put the spinner for the loading. We need to... I didn't update the spinner for that, but that's okay. We've got the spinner going for the reviews. Yeah. Okay, excellent. Movie was absolutely fantastic, and everything seems to be deployed and working now. So, I mean, that's amazing. We've got our server-side code running on Render. We've got our client-side code running on Vercel, and we've got our MongoDB database running on Atlas. So it's fully distributed, and everything's talking, and all of our components are talking to each other and playing nicely together over the internet, over HTTPS. So all the data exchanged between the client and server are encrypted and therefore protected, so nobody can steal our data. And that is excellent. I'm really, really happy with that. And let's log out. Excellent. Thank you for joining me on this journey. I hope you've enjoyed going through this course as much as I enjoyed creating it. So, now you can create and deploy a fully secured distributed web application using Go, React, and MongoDB. You've also learned how to integrate sophisticated AI functionality into your server-side web application code by prompting an LLM on OpenAI through LangChainGo. These are excellent skills to have as a developer moving forward into the future. I hope to see you soon. Thank you, and take care.